and welcome to Making Law Simple. My name is David Helm. I am a licensed practicing attorney in the state of Michigan. Today for you, today's going to be a long one. I'm not looking forward to it. Today, we're going to do a marathon stream. We have 4 days of trial that we're going to do tonight, starting tonight and finishing either when I pass out or when the trial, when we get through the 4 days of trial. But we're going to cover the case of Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Z, because I cannot pronounce his last name. These two gentlemen, lovely buffoons as they are, very large, lovely buffoon, the one is, dressed up and played DTE, public utility employee, to essentially rob Hassan Murray and his wife, and Hassan ended up dying. The motive, sort of, we don't need to prove a motive, but the motive seems to be that because Hassan owned a pawn shop, maybe the two defendants thought that they could rob him of the jewelry and money that he kept on hand. This was at their home, though. This wasn't at the pawn shop. So I can't stay for 4 days. Well, I'm hoping not to do it in 4 days. I kind of timed it out. I didn't watch everything. I watched the opening statements on Wednesday. Was it Thursday? I can't remember when I streamed the opening statements. And then I've been kind of spot watching it all. I think we can get it tightly within a 20-hour window. So this is just going to be, I want to watch the trial. Nobody's at the house but me. So let's just power through and do it. But I'm glad you're here for at least this part. Yes, hit the like. Hit the like. Definitely hit the like. Welcome. Tell your friends about this wild stream. The other thing about this case that's really fascinating to me is that it is a dual jury trial. So that's one trial with two separate juries, one for each of the defendants. Now, I did some digging in this, and it's extremely rare. There's only 4 cases that I can find in Michigan of it. But the idea is that when the two defendants essentially want to point their finger at each other, rather than bifurcating the entire trial and running 2 trials, the court can run one trial with 2 juries. And that's for judicial economy and that sort of thing. If you remember the Jennifer and James Crumbley trial, they were set to be tried together until about a couple of weeks out, and then they bifurcated the case and they had 2 separate trials. Jennifer went first, then James. That's typically more what you would see with co-defendants, not 2 juries in one trial. And they usher the jurors in and out at various times depending on what's going on. So that'll be interesting to watch. So we're going to go all the way back to the beginning of day 1, which was earlier this week. I want to say Monday or Tuesday. And start it from the beginning, because I didn't hear an opening statement for the big boy defendant, for Mr. Hernandez. I only heard an opening statement for Joshua Z. And I'm not sure if Hernandez ever got an opening statement, if it was only in front of his jury. I don't know what went on there. So we're going to go back. You hit the dislike. Well, that's appropriate for you. Dave, yeah, I have a vague recollection of you, sir. How are you? Yankees. I should have worn my, I have an LA Dodgers hat I got a couple weeks ago. Yeah, and bully that like button. Hey, Johnny, welcome. Really? That's interesting. I'll have to check it out. It's not done very often. I didn't even know that it was a thing you could do in Michigan. But I don't do a ton of co-defendant criminal stuff. That's mainly the court-appointed trial attorneys that get that sort of thing. I'm retained for criminal trial work and then appointed for appellate work only. So Tigers hat. I don't have a Tigers hat. I have an Indians hat, and I have an LA Dodgers hat, and I have a Houston Astros hat. But I don't have a Tigers hat. Oh, look at that. First and best Gigi is in the chat. Welcome. Welcome. So let's get this party going. Look at that. Christine's been a member for 3 months. Thank you very much, Christine, for being here. Hope you enjoyed stream sniping me earlier. I have my coffee. If things get really bad, I haven't watched the trial, so things might get like super dull and boring. If they do, I have Lego and alcohol, but we'll see how things go. Wendy, welcome. Sal's in love with this defense attorney, the long, slender, dark-haired defense attorney. I know, because every time I go to the game, I don't like to wear the home team's hat necessarily. So, like if I go to a Tigers game, I usually wear my Indians hat because it's got Chief Wahoo on it, and he's not even a thing anymore. So, it's more of a political thing. Depending on how, about 4 hours. I took a nap. I am feeling rested. I have a whole thermos of coffee. Now, if like there's things happen to the point where I start consuming a bottle of Prosecco I have stowed away, then it might just be 4 hours for sure. But yeah, I know I plan on going the distance today. Somebody asked me to talk about Charlie Kirk too. Is that you, Fox? I can't remember. I might start pontificating. We'll see how the trial goes. This could be a super boring trial. All right. Closed captions are on. I think we're ready to go. Let me know if you guys have any problems hearing it.
All rise.
I did speed it up. Let me it's 1.25. Let me know if it's too fast.
County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Yasmin Cole is presiding. Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Calling People versus Joshua Zlazo, case number 2024-291-950 FC.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I please court John Petroff, son Andrew McCarroll on behalf of the people.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P301 on behalf of the Liz Joshua Zlazo is standing to my left at the council table.
Okay, tell me your name.
Joshua Zlazo.
All right, good morning to everyone. So I do want to bring in the juror who came yesterday at 8:30 in the morning, even though they were instructed to come back today at 8:30 in the morning. I don't know if you heard about this, Mr. McCarthy, but one of the jurors came in yesterday morning, buzzed, and said, I want to talk to the judge.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of jury stuff too. So this is before the trial even starts. One of the jurors is like, I can't serve. And then there's something else that comes up later where a juror is doing their own research at home and like told everybody doing something like that. I don't know.
To talk about why I can't serve. I, of course, staff set the individual away, said you must return today. I'm going to bring that person in individually to question them as to what their concern is at this time. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Just that
Mr. Professor did tell me that.
Okay.
Yesterday.
there's video media, they need to be instructed not to show the juror who's coming in face or record and photograph that juror.
Understood. I think everyone knows. Okay.
Will they let her be in the jury box?
Yes. Yes. All rise for the jury. Hi there, good morning. Come on in and have a seat. All right, please be seated. So my understanding is you came in yesterday morning.
Yes.
Yesterday morning, because you were here on Monday, you were chosen on Monday. And then you said you wanted to address something with me, so we just wanted to get that out of the way before we got going this morning. What's going on?
I mentioned Monday that I might know the victim and the family.
Okay.
It was brought to my attention in the courtroom that I may not. I certainly do.
How do you know them?
I went to school with Will Heberg. His brother is a religious advisor in my community.
Okay. All right, so and I know we talked a lot about this during voir dire, and the lawyers asked a bunch of questions regarding it. So my recollection is you went to school with him 30 years ago.
Correct.
You did not have any you have not had any communication with him over the past 30 years.
With the exception of his 40 under 40 celebration,
Which was when?
10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Correct.
All right, so it's been.
So should he stay on the jury? Probably not. The jury or the defense wants him though. That's why
quite
the
some
defense
time.
didn't
His
object.
brother is a religious advisor in my community. It's hard to pin down what interactions might be determined there.
Well, I mean, when was the last time you had any interaction?
A year,
Okay, and in what capacity when you say interaction, coming and going? Or?
religious advisor.
Okay, all right, so, I mean, at this point, you've been sworn in as a juror to serve. So I'm gonna let the lawyers ask questions, but it's pretty complicated at this point to let you go.
Understood.
So what I'm gonna need from you is confirmation that you're gonna be able to set that aside.
Yeah, he's really good. I've been watching him too.
It's only not any prior past relationships or personal knowledge you have of what could potentially be the victim's family here.
Okay, I stated Wahib, when we read the list of.
White women all look alike, huh, Dally? Is that what you're trying to say?
That I do not know the victim. When I heard.
This
the
is
victim,
not
that's
the
when it
crumbly
sank
judge.
in. I didn't claim to maybe know the victim personally, but the family members certainly.
Well, what changed between that, like overnight? Because you were here for a long time on Monday, so what changed?
When you read the charges and I heard the victim's name, Linda,
Okay, so how do you know Linda?
she's my friend's mother.
Yeah,
When
they're
you say
both
friend,
court-appointed
this is an
counsel.
individual You haven't seen in a decade?
Nope, it's not Megan
I'm not trying to
Demirowitz.
put you on the spot, we just really need to.
I own
get
a
down
business
to
in
it.
the city.
That's
of Troy.
Judge,
I'm an attorney
Valentine.
in the city of Troy.
Have you used him for work?
This is Judge
No,
Polas.
Not personally, I haven't hired the firm.
Okay, all right, Mr. Petrofessa, any questions?
Just briefly, Judge. We had a discussion Monday on this topic about, I think you said you may know the victim at one point. Yes, I said I may know. I didn't Okay, know. and when we talked about it a little bit more, I think we.
So they sometimes cut the audio for whatever reason. The female attorney is a public defender, yes, but I believe the gray-haired gentleman is also a public defender. I might be wrong, but he's definitely very good at his craft. But so is the other attorney. She's very good too. So I don't know. Let me try to jump through so we get audio again.
That's not my determination, but sure. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
And let me just follow up on that.
All the
So
courtrooms
you-
look alike.
You don't, the person that you went to school with, did you ever hang out at this person's house?
Yes, I played basketball on this driveway.
Okay, so you knew mom and dad?
We're on the same basketball team.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and then, so you knew his mother and father?
Yes.
And like in passing as acquaintances, like someone's parents?
Yeah, I would
really?
agree.
Okay.
Northwest.
And you feel like that, like realizing that that's your affiliation with the family, now that you could no longer be fair to the defendant here then?
Yes.
He's not a public defender.
Mr. McCarthy,
Okay.
do you have any questions?
I do.
Oh, he's not a public defender. His opening was really good. Since not all of you were here watching the opening, I'll go through the opening too. Come on. Conference at the Mound. All right, so they excuse him. So this guy's defense is, it wasn't me. You can't identify me on the videos. They had ring camera videos. So his defense is, it wasn't me. And he's the one with the apparently retained counsel. Yeah, they're in custody, and Oakland County only allows you one outfit generally for trials. So you have to wear the same thing over and over and over every day. It was a big issue that was raised during the Megan Demirowitz trial that we streamed a number of years ago. That she was only allowed the one dress. So every day she showed up in the one dress. And I feel like it's more noticeable when it's a woman. If you're going to distinguish between men and women in any way, I don't think it's biased to say that women need more than one outfit for their trial, because that's clearly
All right,
noticeable.
jury, please.
Hey, Aaron Olivia, welcome. Because all of my viewers are real,
No worries.
unlike yours.
Come on up for a second.
Big guy has different shirt each day. Well, maybe they have to like peel it off of him at the end of the day, so they have to have a new shirt. The guy is so big.
9 is no longer with us. There's some information that we received that no longer allows him to serve on this jury. That should not affect your opinion or how we move forward or any of the voir dire process that we have.
Good evening, genitals. It is tonight. I had misscheduled it. It was always going to be Friday at 9. So, but welcome.
But we do want to know whether or not anyone discussed in the jury room this morning any information that was provided to us through juror seat 9. We'll just take hands if anyone talked to juror seat 9 or juror seat 9 share any information with anyone. It's important for us to know that at this time. I'm seeing all nods. So nobody had a conversation this morning with juror seat 9. Counsels, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
all
sir.
right, then we're going to go right into openings. Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. Bishop.
May it please the court. Counsel. Good morning. About a year ago, you're going to hear that Linda Murray and her husband, Hussein Murray, who would also go by the name Sam, were enjoying the fruits of their 54 years of marriage. They had raised a family. They were enjoying grandkids. Her husband, Sam, was still working on a regular basis at the 2 businesses that he had run for almost 3 decades. Down in Hamtramck, he had both a pawn shop and also a jewelry shop. And he would still go there on a regular basis. And you'll hear as the testimony comes in that life that they were living and were expecting to continue to live came to an abrupt end starting on October 10th of 2020.
I muted myself. Sorry. Yeah, I think only the one jury is in right now for these opening statements. All of this is weird. And this, I'm treating this like continuing legal education for myself, because I've never seen one of these trials done. I didn't even know they did it in Michigan. It's very interesting.
24 when there was a knock on the door. And that knock on the door was at 10 p.m. And that knock on the door was with this defendant, Joshua Zualzo, and his co-defendant, Carlos Hernandez. Little did they know when that knock on the door came that their fate was about to be changed forever. And there was no going back. Linda Murray is going to testify this morning, and she's going to tell you that there was a knock at about 10 o'clock. And she's upstairs getting ready for bed, and her husband, Sam, is downstairs. And when that knock comes, they had a house that was set up with Ring cameras. And there's several Ring cameras around the house, and the Ring cameras also not only let you know somebody's there, but they also give you the video of what's going on at the knock on the door. So Sam goes to the door, and she's at the top of the stairs. And she'll tell you she can see what happens at the front door. And she'll tell you when the door opens, Defendant Hernandez and Defendant Zualzo are standing there. And they're dressed as DTE employees. And they are not DTE employees. But they're posing as DTE employees. And they want to get into the house. So they're saying, we're here because there's a gas leak, and we need to get in and check the house. And Linda's suspicion is up right away, and she yells down, it's kind of late for a gas
Hello and
check,
welcome.
isn't it? And her husband, Sam, has the door open, and Hernandez is still having a conversation about needing to check the gas. And Linda shouts down, Sam, do you have your gun on you? Because Sam, because of his businesses, because of the pawn shop, because of the jewelry, was licensed to carry a firearm and would carry a Glock on his right side. The conversation ends. Sam says, you're not coming in. It's too late. And
Thank you, Salvador.
He said, well, we'll be back tomorrow. The door closes.
Genitals was gifted a membership by Salvador Dali. Thank you very much.
They continue on with their night. You'll hear in the next morning that Linda
It's very
has a
fitting.
doctor's appointment, and she goes to the doctor's appointment. She gets back to the house about 10 o'clock. When she gets to the house, Sam's already been cooking that morning because she's going to bring in food for his employees. It's a Friday now. And he often would cook for the employees, and he'd bring it in to share with them throughout the day so they had something to eat at lunchtime. Usually would go in around noon. So she gets in there, she starts cooking up breakfast for her and her husband. There's nobody else who lives in the house. It's just the 2 of them. So as she's doing that, Sam has already made the food. He's over in the family room. There's another knock on the door. And this time, when they go to the door, Linda's now on the first floor, and she cuts through between the kitchen and the front door, and she's looking towards the front door, and she can see That's the same two guys who were there the night before. And she will identify.
Salvador with another gifted membership that went to Scott. Look at that. He's given his own membership to, or he's giving membership to one of his own members. Thank you very much again for that. Hello, welcome. This is a trial stream. It's a thing that I used to do back in the day. This is two guys that posed as public utility employees and to rob a jewelry and pawn store owner, and his wife ended up unaliving the husband. And we're going to do a marathon stream. We're going to go all of your day and all of my night streaming this trial. We got 4 days. So we're going to have fun with this.
Defendant Zuazo and Defendant Hernandez as the two guys who were there. You will see the ring camera videos of all of these. And again, they want to come into the house. They have fake DTE badges. They come along with props like gas detector that you can buy on Amazon for $25, and they want to get in. This time, Sam lets them in to check for the gas. So as they come into the house, the gas that they want to check is going to be in the basement. So at first, Zuazo comes in and kind of lingers around. I think Linda thought he was going to go to the gas dryers. He doesn't. And then Hernandez says something kind of strange, like, well, I forgot something out in the truck. So he disappears slightly, but she doesn't hear the alarm in the house beep. So she doesn't really believe he actually left the house to go out to the truck. And then you're going to hear that her husband, Sam, leads down into the basement. And you're going to hear that Zuazo is the first one to follow him down the stairs. And then Hernandez comes behind. And Hernandez closes the door. And that's the last time Linda ever saw her husband alive. She'll tell you that she's in the kitchen. She's doing breakfast. She hasn't finished it. It takes 10 to 15 minutes. She doesn't hear anything coming from the basement. She doesn't hear commotion. She doesn't hear screaming. She'll tell you, I believe, that her husband was a loud talker, and that for his age, he was a strong, physically fit guy. She doesn't hear anything. So as the door opens, up comes Hernandez first. Hernandez now, and you'll see the pictures between the entry exit to the basement is very close to the kitchen. Hernandez is there, and he starts saying, where's the cash? Where's the safe? Where's the jewelry? It's like, we don't have a safe. I got cash in my purse. It's like, where's my husband? It's like, where's the cash? Where's your jewelry? Jewelry's in a safety deposit box. Where's my husband? And then you'll hear, up comes Defendant Zuazo. And now she sees him at close range, and she sees blood on his shirt. And at that point in time, she starts screaming. She starts screaming, what happened to my husband? Where's my husband? And Zuazo says to her, he's sleeping. Then you're going to hear Hernandez, who is a huge human being. I think he's like 6'5", 450 pounds, hauls off and punches Linda on the left side of the face. She's then
450 pounds, man. It's a big dude.
Stop screaming. At which point in time, he starts in the kitchen to bind her up with duct tape. At that point, where's your cash? In my purse. Starts going through a kitchen drawer. Where's your car keys? They're attached to the purse. And while that's going on, you'll hear Defendant Zuazo doesn't leave the house. He doesn't go in the car. He doesn't drive away. He doesn't run down the street. Instead, what he does is he goes upstairs and ransacks the bedrooms up there looking for valuables. Goes into the master bedroom, which is completely ransacked. You'll see photos of it. Goes through the other bedrooms, and you'll see that there's a jewelry box that had her jewelry, which was valueless, costume jewelry. And one of the drawers from that jewelry box is taken. And you're also going to hear that Defendant Hernandez does not go upstairs. Only Defendant Zuazo goes upstairs. And in one of the bedrooms that he ransacks, you'll see that there's a blood smear on the wall. That blood smear, when it's tested by the Oakland County lab, come back to the victim, Sam Murray. He comes back down, time to go. So they exit through the garage. Now, they don't have a fob for the garage, so she says they're in there for a little bit, and she hears a huge boom, which is probably because the garage is disconnected. If you don't have a way to open it, you can disconnect it, pull it up, and pull it down. It comes crashing down. She hears it from inside the kitchen.
We all sleep through
She gets the ability to call the police.
Deli
They take her cell
streams.
phone on the house line, and the sheriff's office arrives. You'll see that body cam as soon as we start going with testimony this morning. And it's one of the things that we talked about in jury selection. There's a lot of officers who arrive. That's before they go into the basement. There's a lot more officers who arrive after they go into the basement. Because when you go into the basement, what you see is Sam is on the ground. It's a horrible scene, brutal scene, very bloody scene. The Emmy will tell you about the damage he sustained down in that basement, but you're going to see that his hands are duct taped, his feet are duct taped, also zip tied, other zip ties there. You'll see that the gun that would have been on his right side was gone, never found. And you'll hear what a brutal end to his life happened on that October 11th. You're going to hear how the investigation, because the sheriff's department with the Ring camera smartly and quickly released it to the media. And the media put it out on TV immediately, which was a great thing because they start getting tips. And as you'll see, it's not hard to see, Defendant Hernandez sticks out physically. So the focus quickly turned onto
he's quite noticeable.
And also Defendant Zuazo. You'll hear from a witness who worked with him. He says,
It's almost impossible to look past him.
I recognized him. I recognized what he was wearing from. That was what we used to wear at work. And so, and I recognized his voice. So I knew who that was. So the sheriff's office quickly gets on to trying to track down where they are. Now, what is happening with the defendants at this point in time? Well, they're trying to destroy evidence. So you're going to hear that truck, which was a stolen truck that was stolen about 10 days before. You'll have that witness come in and say that the truck was in front of my house. It was our work truck. I went to bed at 11, it was there. I woke up at 5, it was gone. So he'll come in and say how that truck was stolen. One more layer of trying to get away with what happened on October 10th and 11th. Then you're going to hear that the plate that was on the truck was actually stolen from DTE itself. So if anyone was to have run it, say, is this a DTE truck? It would have actually come back to DTE because that plate was stolen.
That I find.
So that truck is.
So that's what they did. So they stole a truck, and then they stole a DTE license plate, and then they affixed DTE stickers on the side of the stolen truck. And if you ran the plate, it came back to DTE. That's actually fairly ingenious. I mean, everything else they did was stupid, but that was thinking ahead.
Taken down to Detroit. It's set on fire. You'll hear how the Detroit officers responded to the blaze. There's actually a photo of the truck on fire as that piece of evidence is trying to be destroyed.
You couldn't hide this dude in the Everglades or the rainforest.
Lock system. It's used to be a few places now. It's every place. Pretty soon, you're not going to be able to drive without them being able to track your plate if they want to, because it photographs the plates. And they got him, Hernandez, going south. And they're also aware now that they've started their investigation that Hernandez has another residence that he uses down in Texas. So they put.
This is the unaliving. This is Oakland County, Michigan. I can't remember where the house was located, but the victim's business was in Hamtramck, which is in Wayne County. But he was attacked in his home in Oakland County. And I did make it back from LA. I survived.
A bulletin all the way down the trip, what they expect to be to Texas and Louisiana on October 12th, quickly comes in contact with them and pulls them over. They conduct a search warrant, and what you're going to hear they find in the vehicle that Hernandez is driving is the original license plate on the stolen truck that's designated POCO, because I think that's the company's name. That's in there. You're also going to hear that there are size 13 shoes, 3 pair of size 13 shoes.
I know.
On one of those pair of 13 shoes,
this is the local news pool.
Blood comes back to the victim, Sam Rowe.
Okay, so this is the problem. So the layout in here is kind of opposite of what we saw in the Crumley trial. So he's literally standing right in front of the jury, like the jury box. He's right up against the jury. His nose is probably 3 feet away from the juror sitting in the front row. And so the camera doesn't want to show the jury, so they don't pan over there. And he's not performing for the TV cameras. He's performing for the jury. So that's the issue.
You're also going to hear there's one pair of size 11 brown boots, not size 13, but size 11. There's also blood on that. Those boots also come back to the victim. Then you're going to hear that there's a bucket hat found in that, a bucket hat that is identified by witnesses as the defendant wearing on prior occasions. And then you're going to hear.
I don't know what a bucket hat is.
The investigation continued. The lab that was processing.
I bet Salvador has one though.
Comes up with DNA of both defendants on different items that were found at the scene and in the basement.
Bucket hat. Oh, Salvador definitely has a bucket hat.
You're going to hear evidence that throughout this course of events, which started way before October 10th and 11th, Because as the investigation now focuses, you're going to hear that, in fact, Defendant Hernandez had gone to Mr. Murray's store almost a year earlier, back in October 2023, and he had pawned that it was there.
You
And
know,
he's going to be identified by witnesses as
I have a
being the guy who they remember
tricorn.
coming into that store by his
I have a
size and stuff.
beanie,
They also have the records
baseball
of his
hat, a
pawn
top
size.
hat. I
And then
don't
you're
have a
gonna hear how
bucket
it
hat
came
up
back
here.
in February of 2024. It was also at that store. This time at the store, horrible detail. But he actually asked to be introduced to the owner.
I did try to find
And
a
he was
sombrero.
introduced
I know I
face-to-face
have
to
one
the owner.
somewhere. I don't know where it
You'll hear
is.
that saying,
I was going to
"Park
wear a
his car
sombrero tonight.
At that building, open to the public. You could see his car. It's an older Audi. You could see that he parked his car outside the house in the driveway. So you could see if he's home or not home. So this was not random. This was not an accident. This was targeted. They did not give up after the first time, where a lot of folks might have said it didn't work. They may call DTE. They may call the cops. I'm not showing back up tomorrow. That doesn't happen. They're back on October 11th to finish that mission. And that mission was also planned by getting false DTA stickers for the side of the truck. This was well planned, well targeted, and ended horribly. And you'll hear, I think, at the conclusion of this case, I think we'll come to the conclusion that they were in it together from before the 10th, the 11th, and after. All these factors, I believe you'll find the defendant guilty as charged on all counts. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
I watched the whole stream, Hala.
The first thing
That
I
guy's
want to do
creepy.
this morning is to extend Mr. Zuazo's sincere thanks to each and every one of you who have set aside the business that you would have been attending to this week had you not been summoned to the Oakland County Courthouse to serve as a juror. And he has known about this case since the 18th day of October last year, when he was in custody and brought before a judge and advised at his arraignment.
So we know what his defense is. His defense is essentially, it wasn't me. I wasn't there. My face isn't on camera, any of that stuff. And so he's trying to play like his client was caught by surprise when the police showed up and arrested him. It's an interesting argument, and he makes some good arguments. I don't think they'll be successful.
Of what the charges against him were, very serious charges. First degree felony murder for the death of Mr.
I know,
Murray. And
We'll just say that
the
DNA might have
unlawful
had
imprisonment of Mr.
factor
Murray and the unlawful
in this
imprisonment
case.
of Mrs. Murray. So since that day, the 18th day of October in 2024, Mr. Zuazo has been looking forward to this day. He didn't know when his trial would begin. He didn't know who among his fellow citizens would be summoned to the Oakland County Courthouse to serve as the triers of fact, the people who will determine the truth in this case. But he did know this, that once his case was presented before a group such as yourselves, that the truth would then be known. So he's been waiting for this day as his day of vindication. And it is for that reason that I extend his sincere thanks, as well as my own, for you all serving as a jurors in this very serious matter. Now,
Just noticed the
questions
bobblehead.
that
That's
you have to
awesome with the
determine
crown.
are all focused on,
Oh, you know who that is? That's Supreme Court Justice. What's her name? The one that died. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. That's who that is.
Joshua Zuazo. You don't have to make any findings of fact as it affects the co-defendant, Mr. Hernandez. And that is as it should be. There's a separate jury that will deal with the facts associated with him. But because the allegations are that the two men worked in concert, or that at least this, and this is what I am prepared to concede today, is
Okay, Paul. So the two defendants dressed up as public utility employees and went to the house of a jeweler and pawn shop owner, claiming that there was a gas leak, with the alleged intent to rob him of his jewelry and his money. They tied up both the husband and the wife, and the husband ended up dying due to like blunt force trauma kind of thing. And they're being tried in the same trial with two different juries. The other interesting thing is they're bickering back and forth, and apparently the this defense attorney that's speaking put the other defendant's wife on his witness list, which prevented the other defendant's wife from sitting in on the trial. That's causing some animosity. The judge addresses it later. These two defendants can't be in the same room together, yet they're being tried together. So there's a little bit of tension throughout this whole case. And there's two juries, which makes it even more complicated. The facts are fairly straightforward, but this was sort of a sensational news-breaking case in Michigan when it happened last October. And by the way, this is typical for a murder trial. This is 4 days, and they went to trial within a year, and that's very typical. It's not these cases where it takes 2 or 3 years just to get to trial, and then the trial lasts 16 weeks. That's not normal.
That Mr. Hernandez did not work alone. His jury.
Yeah, the wife's role here is a bit
regarding his case, but you sitting here
thinks
taking
she
in the
knew
evidence
more
are not going to
than
have any
let down.
question in your mind whatsoever that the first person at the door to try and enter the Murray home on the night or during the night of October 10 of last year is Carlos Hernandez. As Mr. Petrofessa said just a few moments ago, and you all will see for yourselves in a little while when both juries are assembled and the testimony begins, he is a distinctive individual.
Yes, but I'm not going to spoil it for you.
He's 6'5", or
it came out
in one report,
like
6 foot.
the verdict came out like only a few hours before I started streaming. I didn't even know that there was a verdict. And there is a verdict.
6. When he was arrested in October of last year, he weighed 450 pounds. I don't know exactly what he weighs in at this time now, but the fact of the matter is a very big individual. Certainly one who stands out.
He's not even in the room, by the way, for this, the other defendant.
Have a
This is
feeling
just
for a very good eye view
the
of
one defendant's
who the first person
jury.
is. The question in this case is one of identification, as to all of you. Now, I understand what Mr. Petrofessa said.
So they actually remove the jury when there's evidence being presented that's only pertains to one defendant. They'll remove the other jury so that they can't consider it. It's really weird. It's really weird. And I feel like somebody said, was it Northwest that said they spend most of the trial is like shuffling the jury in and out for different scenes that they're presenting? It's really odd.
He intends to present evidence that people do that would show that Mr. Zuazo is that second person. Your job is to determine whether he is correct. And has he proven that allegation of identification beyond a reasonable doubt? In the law, depending on the seriousness or the type of case there is, we have different measuring sticks by which different
I'm
juries
copying that.
determine what is the truth. In a criminal case, that measuring stick is the highest burden of proof in the law, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't have, and Judge Polis has already given you a description of what a reasonable doubt is. She's going to instruct you on it again at the end. But I ask you to keep that in mind, because what your job as jurors is to scrutinize the evidence, listen carefully to it, and come to a conclusion that you are convinced is the correct one. Either that the people have failed to prove or they did prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a serious obligation. And I'm sure when you received that summons, whenever that was, it said you had to be here this past Monday to serve as jurors, or at least potentially serve as jurors. You looked at it as not a wonderful opportunity to do some public service or civic duty, but as an interference in whatever it is that each of you would have been doing this week. But
Yeah,
now,
essentially.
because you have taken that.
I mean, the biggest reason to do it would be, well, one, each defendant has a right to its own jury. That's what the state Supreme Court has said. But for judicial economy, which is essentially saving money and time, the court can still try the case at the same time, just with two different juries. But you've got to be very cautious to prevent any sort of prejudice.
Solemn oath that was administered to you on Monday afternoon. Your job is to determine the truth. That's what a trial is. It's a search for the truth, and you all are the truth finders and determiners. So just along those lines, I want to tell you that if you let your mind wander while we are all gathered here together and start thinking about those things that you would be doing this week had you not been summoned and sworn in to serve as a juror, while the testimony is being presented or exhibits are being displayed, the evidence in the case, you're going to miss something. If you go this afternoon at lunchtime,
I do like
and
this guy
have
too,
a
Wendy.
excellent meal somewhere, and when we get into the afternoon session today or tomorrow or Friday or however long this trial lasts, and that meal starts to settle and your eyes become heavy and you start to drift off, you're going to miss something. Don't let that happen. This is serious business. And that oath that maybe went in one ear and out the other has
Wendy, look
real
what I got.
serious implications.
If the case gets
And the
boring.
reason for all that is, and the reason why it's so important that you listen, is because in the end, when all the evidence has been presented and the arguments that Mr. Petrofessa and myself have been presented, and Mr. Magaro, and Judge Polis has concluded, giving you her final instructions on the law, 12 of you will be chosen to go back into the jury room where right now you can talk about anything except this. The only reason why we're all here together.
This is Oakland County,
And
Michigan.
then
Paul.
begin your deliberations, your discussions about what the evidence is. And that's where paying attention is essential, because you can't honestly participate in those discussions if you weren't paying attention. And the way and the reason why, and even as wonderful as the United States is, we didn't come up with this idea of 12 people on a jury. That goes back to the old English common law, and it's been around for centuries, longer than the United States has existed. And the reason it's done that way is because 12 people of differing life experiences and just knowledge of life in general sit down, they listen to what the evidence is, and then they all tell their different perspectives, and they engage with one another and come to a determination of the truth. And that's, while I am cross-examining witnesses and listening carefully to everything that goes on during the course of the trial, while Mr. Magaro and Mr. Petrofessa are examining witnesses and doing exactly the same thing, you all will be sizing everybody up. One of the things that Judge Polis has already instructed you on, and she's going to instruct again, I'm pretty confident, at the conclusion of the trial, is listening to the witnesses. And I'm not going to say that any person who comes into this courtroom and takes an oath to tell you the truth, because I know who these witnesses are, and I've read what they've said in the past, and I have an understanding of what I expect you all are going to see. I'm not going to tell you that anybody's a liar. But one of the instruction you get on listening to witnesses is people can give testimony about what they think they saw, say it honestly, because that's really what they believe, and still simply be wrong. I am not a very good mathematician. I had trouble with that when I got to trigonometry.
Well, he's a lawyer.
But I understand.
We don't talk
that,
about trigonometry.
we all understand two
and
and
then
two
go
is
into
4.
arithmetic.
But a person can add up a column of numbers and get the wrong answer, think they're right. They answered it on their test paper because they thought it was correct, and simply be wrong. This information that you're going to hear during the course of this trial is traumatic, and it's disturbing. And as you sit through it, you are going to be traumatized yourself to a certain extent, because you're going to see some photographs that are pretty rough to look at of Mr. Murray, where he was found by the deputies that went to their home, the Murray home, and started their investigation. You're going to see Mrs. Murray testify. She herself is a victim of a crime. There's any question that this happened. It's a question of who did it. And the identification is the issue as it affects Joshua Zazo. But you're going to see terrible things. Then it's hard to do that. And it's especially hard to do it when you're the trier of fact, because unlike anybody else, you are obligated to use cold-eyed calculation to determine the truth. You can't let sympathy or emotion enter into your decision-making about what the facts actually are. It's a hard job, and I don't envy you. And I know what all it is that you're going to see during the course of the next few days. So I can tell you right now from the beginning, it's pretty tough stuff. And that certainly wasn't something that you planned on having happen to you when you opened your mail on the day that your jury summons came. But I'm confident in each and every one of you. I don't know if you noticed, but I actively participated in the jury selection that we conducted on Monday.
Nobody
And
noticed, sir.
I can assure you, if I didn't have that confidence as a fairly well-experienced attorney, you would not be occupying the seats where you find yourselves today. Now, I'm going to have, and I want you to just keep a couple of things in mind regarding this issue of identification. Well, the ring camera makes it really clear who the big fellow is. It doesn't really identify Mr. Zawazo.
The big
And
fella.
there'll be quite a bit of questioning about that. The person, Kelly Broad, who says that, and I expect his testimony will be, because I have some knowledge of it, that he saw that ring video on television in the days immediately after this event took place. And he came forward
Yeah,
and he
some Irish.
made an identification of Mr. Zawazo. I will
is
have
like
a
a
series of
reunion.
questions for him, and I ask you to listen with keen interest there because that's a really important thing. He's an essential witness in this case for the prosecution to establish that Mr. Zawazo is the person. And the question will be, and the one that I will raise in the end, in my closing argument,
Wendy's heading to
is whether
Ohio.
Kelly Broad is correct. This is an important and serious matter. And you want to see justice done. And I get that. But justice and retribution, they don't equal the same thing. And your job as jurors is to find what the real facts are and to make a determination regarding whether the correct person has been, and that is Joshua Zazo, has been identified as the second man involved in this case. It isn't that it didn't happen. It isn't that it isn't a terrible crime, or they are all terrible crimes. But the question for you as Joshua Zazo's jurors is whether he is the second man. And is he responsible for any of the crimes that were committed on October the 11th? I thank you for the attention you've paid so far. I know you'll pay attention during the course of the trial, and I look forward to getting my next opportunity to speak
really
with you
like his
and
opening.
present my closing argument on behalf of Mr. Zawazo at the end of the evidence presentation. Thank you.
I really like it. Now they're gonna dance
All right,
around and bring in
so
some
I'm gonna
other.
send you back to the jury room for about 10 minutes. When you come back the next time, we will have both juries in here. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of swap between where you sit. I don't know where you're gonna be brought in, but you're either gonna be brought in here, you're gonna be brought in one of those front two rows. Obviously, it's more comfortable to be sitting where you're sitting right now. So we are gonna be cognizant of that and try to switch between the breaks. But right now, just procedurally need to set that up and see you back in about 10 minutes.
All right, for the jury, please.
So this is where they bring in the big defendant on the forklift.
What's more convenient for the sheriff's department, to take down Mr. Zlazo and bring him up with Mr. Hernandez, or can we just bring up Mr. Hernandez now?
I would say probably, I'd be looking to do a few hours. I'm assuming I would take him down, not to use the bathroom.
And then bring him up?
We'll bring Mr. Hernandez at first.
Okay, and then is Ms. Lofton,
No, we don't have to.
They don't want these
correct.
defendants
Is
crossing
Ms. Lofton here?
each
Yeah,
other
I
in
saw
the
her
hallway.
already.
Okay, all right, so let's do that, and then we will be back. All right.
So they take skinny guy out into the hallway, and then they roll big guy into the courtroom, and then they bring skinny guy back out from the hallway, the public hallway. Big guy, they're rolling around in the back. Let's see here. There he is. Look at this dude. They have wide doors, hella. He gets his own private transport in the back of a pickup truck. Yeah, that guy's, hard to miss. You'll see him in the ring camera. Fairly clear it's him. And his wife is precluded from sitting in the courtroom because she's on the witness list for this guy, for Defendant Z. Let's get some audio back.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
Calling people versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew Magura on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor, Michael McCarthy, P3016 attorney on behalf of the Joshua Zuazo. He's standing to my left as a defense team.
All right, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who is standing to my right.
All right, tell me your name.
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, all right, we're gonna bring the jury in a moment. Everyone can have a seat. I just want to have a brief little discussion here with the defendants as well. So I've heard some chatter that there might be some upsetness between the parties here. I just want to make it very clear to you that if there's any
Try me,
obstruction
the
of
judge
justice
says.
whatsoever
Try
that
me.
I find, you will quickly be taken down to lockup and you will watch your trial go on without you being present in this courtroom. You'll just watch it through a screen and not be here. And if you want to test that out, try me. Okay. All right. So very
Try
clear.
me.
I don't expect anything like this to happen. We've been together for the past few days. I've not seen anything like that. But I'm just making it very clear. I will exercise my right
The crime took place in October 2024. They were picked up fairly quickly after. So I would say he's been in for almost a year, but not quite.
to do that. Do you understand? You understand?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. Let's bring in our jury.
Judge.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we had just a few issues if we could place them on the record prior to the jury coming in.
Sure. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the first issue, my client's wife is listed on the witness list, I believe now, only of Mr. Zuazo and Mr. McCarthy. She is in the hallway. She does wish to come in and observe her husband's trial. It's my understanding that the prosecutor is objecting to that, and I wanted to make a record.
Yeah, so they're going to go over the wife issue. Northwest, yes, they do, but it's very rare. Most of the courtrooms have ankle bolts down into the ground, and so they'll cuff the ankle down to the floor. That's the most common.
Sure. What's your position regarding that?
I absolutely don't believe she should be in here. I think we need to make a record on her anyway for this because her name appears on my witness list. Her name also appears on Mr. McCarthy's witness list. So this court, understanding the implications from the attorneys about her involvement in this crime itself, had asked for some counsel to discuss matters with her. We reached out on last Friday to Scott Kozak, who's been in touch with her. Mr. Kozak has received some discovery regarding this, had conversations about her involvement with me, and I believe with some of the other attorneys also. And what we received on Friday was a communication indicating that she would not testify because of potential criminal liability. Am I reflecting that correctly for the
You
record?
are?
Yes, sir.
So
So she would essentially take the fifth.
yes.
And do we still believe that to be the case?
Well, she's outside. If you want to put her on the record for 30 seconds, we can.
I don't believe Mr.
So Northwest was wrong. She takes the fifth after opening. Anyways, have I ever defended a legitimate scary defendant? I defended a guy once who was accused of attempted murder, and that guy was kind of scary. He was just sort of like prone to random fits of anger and violence, and he didn't really know what was going to set him off. But he was fine with me in the end, but I was a little nervous going into it. Hey, Jung, welcome.
Kozak is with her, though, so she doesn't have her counsel.
Well, she hasn't asserted her fifth yet, so the court hasn't appointed her counsel. As soon as she does that, then, and if she is asking for counsel, I'll do that.
So I think she was appointed counsel through an order. Is that right?
I never actually signed the order. It came to my attention that there was going to be a witness who was going to take the fifth. But until a witness takes the fifth, the court wouldn't have any jurisdiction to appoint counsel for somebody. So let's just get through it right now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lawton.
So in a court proceeding, you can only plead, at least in Michigan, I don't know about everywhere, you can only plead the fifth on advice of counsel. And the court has to appoint you counsel if you intend on pleading the fifth, if you don't have retained counsel. But you can't just sit on the witness stand and say, I plead the fifth. You have to do it on advice of counsel.
This way. So you can just stand right there. I'll be able to.
Otherwise, every
Tell us your
witness
name.
would be like, I plead the fifth. I ain't asking
Okay,
no
right, I'm gonna get you
questions.
sworn and say some questions for you, okay? It's our understanding that you want to be in the courtroom, but you're potentially a witness, so we're just trying to figure out whether or not you're gonna actually.
Remember the
You swear to
wife's
raise your-
description?
You swear to tell
Oh,
the
God,
truth,
I
the whole
haven't
truth,
seen her.
nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, put your hand down. So you understand that you've been subpoenaed to be a witness in this case?
Yes.
All right, and it's my understanding that you would be planning on asserting your Fifth Amendment, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and is that something you plan on doing then?
Yes.
Yes, all right, Mr. Petrofsky?
And you've had conversations with the attorney, Scott Kozak, before
Yes, I
this?
have.
He's actually tried to get me taken off the witness list, but he can't get in touch with Mr. McCarthy.
All right, any questions? I know that's not accurate. Go ahead, Mr. McCarthy.
Well,
Any questions for the witness on behalf of
I
Mr.
think
Lazo?
the fact that she's stating that she's going to assert her rights under the Fifth Amendment and remain silent, that satisfies me. I'll strike her name from the witness list, and I have no desire to have her testify, given my understanding of the evidence that would implicate her.
What's your position?
The position is that she still shouldn't be in here for several reasons. First of all, she's still a potential defendant, and she still could be potentially charged. I don't want her having access to testimony of what's going on. Secondly, she's still in constant contact with the defendant. I have concerns about her intentionally
I have
creating a
not
mistrial.
some
She's
either.
also living, I believe, with another witness, Danielle Diaz, her mother, who's going to be testifying tomorrow. I also believe that she can watch, because I believe it's being live streamed. If she wants to follow this case, she can watch it on live stream. It also creates an issue if she's sitting in here and a jury sees her sitting in here, then they're going to say, why is the prosecution not calling her, not understanding I can't call her? So she's in here.
Still call it, though. And I think this is the way that we're gonna get around this, but what are your thoughts?
Wait, you
Mr.
can.
Your Honor, since she
Did the judge just say you can still call her? She intends to plead the fifth. Now, Michigan, we have a rule that we went over extensively in the Crumley case, that if you know that a witness is going to plead the fifth, you cannot put them on the stand so that they plead the fifth in front of the jury, because that could prejudice the jury. So you're not allowed to call them. So what do you mean? Why is the judge saying you can still call her?
has been struck on Mr. McCarthy's witness list. She is here to show support for my client. I think that is important for the jury's view. So I would ask that she be allowed to remain.
She's still on your witness list.
Yes,
And you still could intend to call her.
I could give her use immunity if I decided to.
There you go.
All right, so for that purpose, because obviously you're telling me you're gonna take the fifth, you are not yet called a witness. You could be called a witness and come in and you could say the same thing you just told me right now. That just
Apparently-
prevents the lawyers from asking you any other questions.
Without having seen the trial all the way through or the evidence, my understanding is, Patty B, that the wife was texting Big Boy defendant, essentially talking about the plan that he had to do this crime, and so she is essentially a co-conspirator and just as guilty, even though she didn't actually participate in the crime.
But doesn't prevent you from being called as a witness. So I am gonna ask that you remain outside the courtroom at this time, okay?
Your Honor, before she leaves, I think there's one other thing that you should have a clear understanding of.
Sure.
And that is that
I thought
shared
she
some
testified
discovery
too, but
with
again, I
Mr.
haven't watched the
Kozak
trial yet.
in order to enable him to give good advice to his client, Ms. Diaz. Now, she could very easily be charged in this case, and I don't want her to lose track of that, because as I understand it, when there's an ongoing investigation, which I believe as it affects her, there is, then the subject of that investigation is not entitled to have the information being gathered by the prosecuting authority. And that is the case that
I've never heard this term before. Top water bait. What is top water bait? I kind of want to know what that is, because I want to start using it.
she finds herself in right now. So I think that she has to be removed from the courtroom and be outside of the courtroom the entire time.
Okay, unless she's otherwise called as a witness if the prosecution
They changed their
cease
mind.
to exercise that. And at this time, I will in fact sign an order appointing Mr. Kozak to be your counsel moving forward until at least the end of the trial. Sound good to everybody?
Yes,
Okay,
Judge.
all right, we ask that you wait out in the hallway. Thank you.
Wendy
Well,
H.
other than
finally
that,
became
I
a
have
member of
objecting to-
MLS. Look at that. Wendy, I thought you became a member, or you upgraded to paralegal. Nice. Well, thank you, Wendy.
To an exhibit, which is a video that will be coming in through, I think, the second or third witness, but we thought it appropriate to do it now, since the jury has not been brought in. I am objecting to exhibit number 16. That is a body-worn camera of one of the first responding officers that makes his way into the residence. He does kind of a cursory search upstairs. He's involved of an entire search of the home. He then comes upon Mr. Murray in the basement, and the body camera is depicting the scene as he is seeing it. I do believe under MRE 403 that it is overly prejudicial and also needlessly cumulative. We're also hearing from that officer. We're also seeing pictures of what he is seeing. So not only are we having testimony and pictures, we're also now seeing a body-worn camera. And for those reasons, I'm asking that the body-worn camera, exhibit 16, not be allowed.
But I mean, that argument, wouldn't it be, I mean, I hear arguments from the defense asking that body-worn cameras be shown.
So Wendy Jung, that is the woman attorney and judge sorority flag. I don't know how else to best to describe it. It's a social club for female attorneys and judges. That's what that green flag is.
mean, it's only applicable sometimes, but not others. That's your
Hey,
position?
Maddie.
I think due to the graphic nature of what he comes upon, I think it's overly prejudicial.
Okay, overly prejudicial. What's your position regarding that?
Your Honor, all evidence presented that doesn't correspond to their position would be prejudicial. That's not the test. It's just if it's substantially outweighed. At this point, it's going to depict the scene when Deputy Copeland shows up. It's going to depict the victim, the state she was in. It's going to show clearing of the house. It's going to give information and context to the jury what the scene.
Okay, so let me clarify. You can see the green or the yellow streamer hanging off of it. That's what that is. And now that I'm looking at it, it might actually be the Oakland County flag, but with that streamer, it always says like Women Attorney Association thing on that streamer. I've been in this courtroom a number of times. So it might just be the streamer that's that, and the flag doesn't actually represent that. It might actually be the county flag.
Just like when they showed up. The pictures that are going to be in there are going to be through the crime scene investigator with the placards and things like that afterwards. We're not playing the full body camera, which would be over an hour. It's been edited down to 28 minutes. Mostly, the video is going to show versus the testimony of Deputy Copeland. So the video is going to depict far more than what Deputy Copeland is going to testify to. I'm going to ask her a few questions and play the video that's going to show what happened that day.
Okay, so you join on that objection?
Yes, in the test for 403 is not overly prejudicial, it's unfairly prejudicial. And its unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of the evidence. So I join in the motion.
I'll go take a picture, Fox, next time I'm there.
Making that distinction because that's the.
On
actual
Wednesday,
language.
I'll be there.
And it is, I submit that in agreement with her that the presentation of that body worn camera would be more unfairly prejudicial than probative because you do have a witness who can tell you what he saw. And in response to your question regarding people objecting or wanting the body worn camera, I submit that those instances where defense counsel asked for that.
What's in
is
this
because
body
it
worn
reports
camera?
the state.
Why are they fighting this body worn camera so bad? Like the judge said, most of the time the defendants want the body worn camera, which is true, but it's not a blanket statement. I'm just wondering what's on here because the defenses are fighting so bad against it.
Made by a particular witness, which may be different than
Oh,
what it is that the
hearsay.
officer remembers from what it is.
I mean, not always. I mean, there's a ton of scrutiny regarding whether or not there's a body worn camera if it's not played in trial. This court is always, if it exists, I'll play it because it's going to give the best description of what that officer was able to view at that time or any conversations that happened in and around that. I mean, the evidence here in and of itself is prejudicial. We've got information here that is
All evidence is
They're going
prejudicial.
to hear evidence of a felony murder that involves
All
detailed,
evidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be
injuries,
evidence.
That rise to a level of just inhumanity. I mean, the evidence in and of itself here is prejudicial. So I have a hard time thinking that the body cam video shouldn't be shown because it's overly or unfairly prejudicial, as pointed out, pursuant to 403. Prejudicial evidence is allowed unless the court finds that it is rises the burden to the defense and causes it fairly prejudice and being less than probative. I think it's probative. It's going to be admissible. So 16 is in. Any other
Thank you.
objection?
No objections and nothing further prior to the jury.
How about people? Any objections to anything?
No, Your
Are
Honor.
there going to be any other objections that I should expect in trial other than potential just questions or anything like
I
that?
think that's where we're at right
Okay,
now, yes.
same with the people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, then let's bring in our juries.
Now,
I have sweet tarts, Joe. What are those sweet tart balls? I'm being bad today. Eating candy. I have Prosecco and beer set aside, but right now I'm drinking coffee and water. Yeah, zoom in on his face. Yeah, that's what we want to see. Yeah, that beard is a little... I mean, the guy's guilty just because of the beard.
Rise for the jury, please.
All right, during the box, obviously, thank you for your patience this morning. I know everybody was back here on time. Sometimes things take a little bit longer than anticipated, but we're ready to get into witnesses at this time. People call your first witness.
People call Tristan Nahas.
I've not seen any of this witness testimony, so Northwest apparently and already watched this whole trial. No, they have beard trimmers in jail.
All right, good morning. Yeah, if you could just get into that witness stand, stay stand, raise your hand, I'll get you sworn sworn in. You swear affirm the information you're gonna provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name,
Kristen Nahas,
your witness.
And ma'am, please spell your name for us, please.
first and last.
Yes, please.
KRISTINNAHASS.
You zoomed in
And where do
too
you
far. Pull out.
I live at 3759 Newcastle Drive in Rochester.
Okay, and how long have you lived in that subdivision?
11 years.
11 years? Okay. Do you remember back in October 11th of 24, did you have to talk to the police that day?
I did,
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day did you have to speak to the police?
probably around 12:15.
Okay. And what did you talk to the police about?
I told them what I had seen that morning when I had been out for a walk.
Okay. And you went out for a walk that day?
I did.
Okay. And what time did you leave the house to go for a walk?
I left at 11:15 to walk my dogs around the block. Sunny, it was a beautiful day this week.
Okay. So you left your house about 11:15 to walk the dogs.
I did.
Okay. And while you were out walking your dogs, did you observe anything that caught your attention?
Yes, the first thing was it was very busy.
Sorry.
Busy.
Okay.
Immediately, the houses, down from me had a lot of action. The dogs were kind of excited about work crews, a lot of trucks, a window crew at another house 3 doors down. So the table saw out in the driveway and people working. It was, exciting for them. They were distracted.
The dogs were distracted.
Yes. But almost immediately, I heard a squeaking noise, like a fan belt, of a vehicle that was going so painfully slow. It was kind of annoying, but everything going on, it was maybe 5 miles an hour. And it was, as it passed me, the pickup truck carried on down the street.
Okay. And when you saw this truck, what street were you on in your subdivision?
I was on Newcastle. It was only 2 doors down from my house.
Okay. So you had just started your walk and
Just took the walk.
and a lot of stuff's going on, but you see a
I
truck.
heard it first.
You heard the truck first. What type of truck was
Almost
that?
Maddie's
It was a
birthday.
pickup truck, a white pickup truck.
All right, anything about that truck that caught your attention besides it going slow and the noise?
Honestly, it was the noise was obnoxious almost.
And so when you heard this noise, that truck caught your attention, and what did you do next?
It rolled on, so nothing. I carried on with my walk. Continued maybe another couple houses down. Stopped to let the dogs take a sniff, and then I could hear it coming back up the street, the other direction toward me.
Okay, so I want to just orientate a little bit. Are you familiar with the Murray's house?
I am.
And do you know where they live?
I do.
Okay. And were you friendly with them?
I was.
Okay.
Bruin's
So
birthday is 10.
in relation to where
really?
you live and to where the
You guys
Murray's
know
house is,
this?
can you describe to us where that is?
3 doors down on the opposite side of the street from my house.
Okay, so when you left with your dog that morning to walk, were you heading in that house's
I
direction?
was headed toward my house.
Okay, and so you testified that pretty quickly you heard this truck.
I did.
Okay, and when you saw this truck, was it coming from behind you or towards you down the street?
As I left my house to start the walk, the truck came from behind me and passed me down toward the street. It passed me and it passed the Murray's house and it disappeared around the bend.
Okay, and so while you're walking, that truck goes past you and the Murray's house at that time.
It did.
Okay, and about how long after you saw the truck, heard that noise, does that truck come back around?
Within a minute,
Okay, and when that truck comes back around, do you hear it first or do you see it first?
I heard it.
Okay, and,
I looked up then to see it.
okay, and when you looked up, you see that truck come back around again. What did you observe, if anything, of that truck at that time?
The first response was annoyance. Basically, this as slow as you could be, almost advertising, hey, I'm pacing your street. It felt that way. It would feel that way to most people.
So when you observed that truck, were you concerned at that time or was
Yes.
it was, okay? Did
Oh,
you see any?
speaking of, I had a First Amendment auditor go by my office on October 1st. So that was 2 days ago. And it's uploaded on YouTube, which is funny. He didn't like try to shine in the windows or anything, but he was in my, like right around my neighborhood where the office is. And I thought that was highly entertaining. I sent Salvador a link.
Markings on this truck?
I did look up to confront the driver and initially looked at the face, the window was down and was prepared to just kind of hold my hand up and say, how can I help you?
Did you do that?
I looked up and I looked
I
at the
know.
driver, and at the
I
same time
just
saw the
left, like
DTE
maybe
decal
an
on the
hour
side
or
of the
so
truck.
before he came
It
by. It
confused
would have been
me
amazing.
completely.
So when you saw it may have been utility company, you were no longer concerned?
Yes, it occurred to me that, they're just looking to do service somewhere.
And at that time, you said you were going to stop and confront the driver. Did you observe anything about that driver at that time?
At that time, not necessarily.
And so after easing your concerns about what you observed about this truck, what did you do next?
I carried on around the block, fairly short block. I was back to my house within 12 minutes probably. And I went home with the dogs.
Do you recall about 11:15 you left and it was about a 12-minute walk, you'd say?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall how many people were in the truck?
Yes, there were 2 men in the truck.
Okay, 2 men in the truck.
There were.
Okay. And when you see this truck the second time, Does it
Who
continue
was
driving
driving?
at the same
Well, it was
pace? Or does it
leaning
stop, or
like
what does it do?
this.
At the moment that, as I mentioned, that I felt like I was going to intervene and I saw that they were actually pulling up to the curb. I was taking a picture of my dogs to send my daughter to school. So they're on the leash. I have my phone out, and I'm taking a picture. And in that picture and at that moment, I can see my dogs looking over my shoulder at them as they're pulled up to the curb and actually getting out. I could hear them.
Do you recall what curb they pull up to? Did
Why
they pull up
is
the
this
Murray's house or
witness
did
relevant?
another neighbor?
I didn't.
You better
actually
have more
turn around
information
and
than I
visually
saw
see,
two
but
guys
since
driving down
they
the
were
road in a
directly
truck.
behind me, it would have been the neighbor just to the southeast of Murray's house, the tall.
Do you ever see them exit the truck?
I didn't see them, but I heard them get out, feet at the ground, doors shut, start to get things out of the back of the truck.
Okay. And is that as you're walking around the block at
I
that
was
time?
standing, the dogs were sniffing.
Okay.
I hadn't quite walked away yet, and I could hear them start to, but I assume it's getting their ear.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last thing you just said.
But they started to, I heard them exit the truck. I heard them shut it and get into the back bed of the truck and access gear, in my mind, buckets, maybe 5-gallon bucket.
But you don't recall anything they're wearing or any description of those
In
people
that
in the truck?
moment, no. But
When you say in the moment,
like it didn't necessarily register to me in the moment what they were wearing, which became interesting to me after the fact.
okay. So you go back home.
Yeah, that's the whole time. But yeah, breaks and lunch and other stuff that we might skip over. And we're watching it at 1.25. And the gayest man on the tubes is in the chat. Welcome, Lefty.
And is there at some point during the day that the police arrived to the Murray's house?
Yeah, I feel like shortly thereafter, the dogs were new to me, so we spent a lot of time in the yard, and there was immediately action in the street. I feel like by maybe noon, I'm just using my memory, but the neighbors were out. It was obvious that something serious was happening, and I would guess about it was probably a half hour to 40 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I think it was about a half hour later, so I estimate noon.
Okay. And when you see this commotion of the police outside, do you go over to their residence to
Yes.
speak to them? Okay. And at that time, you speak to the police to tell them what you observed that day?
Within the course of a few minutes, one of the neighbors had said they think there was some.
Well, objection to any hearsay about whatever a neighbor
So,
said.
I'm going to offer for the truth of the matter, sir. So it wouldn't be hearsay.
It's a
That's-
promise.
One second.
There's an objection either way. I don't know if somebody said something, why isn't it for the truth of the matter, sir?
For the effect on what I heard, I don't know what she's about to say. I don't know what the neighbor said. It all depends on how the evidence is being
I
offered.
mean, you
I
don't
would
know.
suggest that you heard what the neighbor said. What did you do next, rather than hearing from the neighbor?
That's fine.
It's just.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. You go down to where the police are.
Prosecutors being taught how to try and question how to try a case and question a witness by the defense attorney. It's amazing.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Everything, of course, we have to say.
Yes, sir, yes.
It's all right. So you go down there and you tell the police. You hear something from the neighbor and you go down to the police. Is that correct?
Immediately prompted me to engage with an officer.
Okay. And when you speak to this neighbor, does it jog any sort of memories from that morning?
Viscerally, yes.
Pardon me?
Viscerally.
Okay. What memories did that jog?
It occurred to me, it was a short sleeve weather day. It wasn't, it was warm, and immediately realized that the driver of the vehicle, I believe, was wearing a balaclava, the style where the whole face is cut out, and a hoodie with the hood up. And that the passenger in the vehicle, who was turning his body towards the passenger window, was also wearing a hooded. On reflection, I surmise it could have been a Tyvek suit for both the driver and the passenger, which immediately I realized that's very out of sorts for this hot weather type of day, especially the balaclava.
So it wasn't until after you saw the commotion, talking to neighbors, that this sparked something in your mind.
Oh, yeah.
And you told the police what you observed that day. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
This witness is entirely unnecessary.
Yes, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Judge Wazuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. And if I didn't make myself clear, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase the question, okay? Now, you engaged with the officers when you saw that there was commotion down in front of the Murray house and police cars were present, correct?
I would say that I was present. I didn't engage with anyone at that time. I didn't speak to an officer.
Okay, an officer came to your home at some point and spoke with you, correct?
John,
And you were on the front porch. I mean, this was in daylight. And it was sometime in the early afternoon of Friday, October 11th, correct?
Yes.
And you told them, the officer that you spoke with, what it is that you saw that day, right? And would that name Officer Bowie ring a bell with you? Okay, so you spoke with Officer Bowie, and then you also told Officer Bowie that you would give him a written statement,
I
correct?
did.
All right, and then you've had an opportunity to see that written statement before you assume the witness stand here this
I
morning?
did.
Okay, and you've read over it. I know that you, in your statement, you identified the driver having this balaclava mask.
I don't think
And
that's
also
necessary,
that he
Northwest.
was a man with an olive complexion and little to no facial hair to note. Direct quote from you.
Yeah.
Then, and you said that he had a light colored hooded, possibly Tyvek material with a Alte Viz orange balaclava with the entire face exposed. That's what you wrote?
I believe.
And then what you also told the officers, and I believe you said here during your direct testimony, is that you didn't see either one of the two people that you say were in this vehicle actually exit. You heard it, but you were moving on with your dog walk, correct? And this was not anything of interest to you. You were more concerned with taking a good picture of the dogs and sending it on to your sister and continuing with the walk, correct? Is that a yes? Okay. Now, you said that in your statement, the passenger or his passenger was a male, but the only observation, I think he may be taller and thinner than the driver. Remember that?
I do.
Okay.
Damn it! Now all I
You
can
didn't
see
say
is her
anything
eyes
in your written
blinking.
statement when this was all fresh in your mind about
Thanks,
what it was
Maddie.
that the second man in the vehicle was driving.
Wearing?
Wearing. Well, that's what I meant to say.
Oh, I'm not, I don't recall that I didn't write what he was wearing.
Well, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you a document. You please tell me whether you recognize it. And then if you do, I'll have further questions. Do you recognize that document?
I do, yep.
And is that, in fact, a copy of the statement you wrote out for Officer Bowie on October 11th of last year? All right. Now, what I'd like you to do is take a look at that and see whether or not you gave a description of the clothing the second man was wearing in your statement.
I didn't.
You did not. Okay. So you would agree, today is the first day of October, that nearly a year has passed.
Right.
All right. When is it that you came to remember that the second man was wearing some sort of orange or yellow clothing?
It wasn't orange or yellow, it was light in color.
Light in color. So you don't know
It
what
could have
color.
been gray or white.
Okay. So you don't know what it was, but this other person was wearing some sort of a covering. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you would, and that's something, when did you remember that?
Well, honestly, it was probably promptly after this, like it was something that maybe I should have written down in my statement, but I did not.
Okay. And did you ever call Officer Bowie or anyone at the Oakland County Sheriff's Department to tell them, yeah, I remembered something else?
I didn't.
Okay. And you knew what this was all about by the time you talked with Officer Bowie. You knew
By
what
then
had
I
happened,
did.
at least that Mr. Murray was dead, correct?
Yeah, of
And so this was serious.
course.
And you had information to provide, but would it be fair to say that the first time you provided that information about what the second man was wearing is this morning when you took the witness stand?
Formally.
Formally. I think she's a mix. So this was big news at the time. The media was broadcasting the Ring camera video all over the place, asking to identify these people. When that happens, people sort of come out and say what they see. But I think it's also a little bit of a nosy Karen.
Well, I mean, formally you're under oath, but what I'm asking is, it's the first time you've shared that with anybody in law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, any detective was in open court here this morning, correct?
I can't honestly answer that because I was at the pre-trial day back in maybe November last year.
December the
She saw
17th?
it before
I'm
it
not
hit
sure
the
what date it
news.
was.
Well, then
One
she's
of the
definitely a
pre-trial
nosy
days
Karen.
before. And there was.
How many other
discussion
vehicles
about
has
that
she
date.
reported
I
that
may
came
or
out
may
to
not
be
have mentioned it,
nothing?
But I can't honestly say it was never mentioned.
Okay, no one asked you to write anything more,
Nothing,
correct?
right. This
Okay.
was within minutes
Okay.
of the incident.
So and I get that. And things can happen. Your memory, you start thinking about what all you saw and you want to add something to it, but you didn't take, and the officers did give you some identification information about how to get in touch
Sure,
with them,
yeah.
right? And so you could have done that, but you did not. You went somewhere to court, either in November or December of last year. You discussed the case a little bit further. You may have told it to someone that day, but you're not positive, correct? Because there's no recording and you were not called as a witness that day.
That's correct.
Okay, but to summarize, what it is that you actually did see was this truck being driven by a man in a balaclava mask who you say has olive skin and little or no facial hair, correct?
Correct.
And the passenger was wearing some sort of light colored clothing, correct? And he was maybe taller than the driver
Really like this
and,
defense attorney.
and thinner, you said, in your statement.
Yes.
Okay, this is all you taking a glance, correct?
Well, in addition, the passenger his body was turned away. So from the orientation of someone from their side view. you
Well,
You couldn't see.
relatively speaking, I would say
You couldn't see very much, correct?
the vast majority of the human
They're
population
losing
is skinnier than the other
My
defendant.
I have no further questions. I'll just retrieve that document.
Sure.
It's hard not to be skinnier than the other defendant.
Suzanne Hernandez.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I just have a few more questions for you. Okay, I'll try not to ask the same questions that have already been asked. As you described the person that you said was in the driver's seat, I know we've gone over, you said olive complexion, little to no facial hair to note, correct?
Correct.
You also then described a high-vis orange balaclava mask. What does high-vis orange mean to you, just so that the jury is clear?
It's like a safety orange. Maybe that would be like a hunter's jacket.
She wrote down in her police report, high vis orange. This woman, this is not the first time that she has reported suspicious activity. Now, granted, this time she was right, but she has reported so many vehicles and so many people. He's not from my neighborhood. I'm going to report him. I bet you she's all over that Facebook group for that neighborhood.
That is high vis, meaning high visibility.
Especially
And
after
that is
this.
the mask or the hood that this person you saw had on, correct? I have nothing further.
I do practice law still.
Briefly, yeah.
On the criminal end, I mostly do appellate work, but I also do family law and civil litigation, and then criminal appellate work.
Ms. Niles, there's some question on the cross-examination about the height difference. You never saw them step out of the car and stand next to each
I
other?
didn't. This was just from the belt line of the window, like the height of their head, essentially,
All right, inside the,
inside the cab of the.
all right, thanks. No further question.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
You got to this witness, excuse.
Any objections?
I have no objection.
No
no.
objection. You're excused.
I still think that witness was, what is going on with the camera? Did it fall off the stand? What do we got going on here? I still think that witness was primarily unnecessary. What is going
Who's
on?
next witness?
People call it Deputy Copeland.
Now we're back. I very much dislike people like her too. Hot mic. Hit the mute button, people. Yeah, that's exactly right, Paul. That's what I feel like she is. She's the one that I'm in a Facebook group for my neighborhood, and there's that one woman that always posts like, there's a pickup truck parked in the street and there's guys walking around. Everyone be on the lookout. You know, that sort of thing. That's what I feel like this woman is. And because she got it right now, this one time, she's going to be calling on everyone.
Raise your right hand. I'll be sworn in. You swear from the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth. the
Yes,
whole
it
truth,
is,
nothing but
John.
the
Good
truth, so help you
eye.
God? All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Deputy Tesmer Copeland.
Your witness.
Thank you. And Deputy, can you spell your first name and last name for us, please?
Sure. First name TASRAY. Last name COPELAND.
And Deputy Copeland, where are you employed?
Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
21 years now.
All right. And prior to your employment at the Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
And Deputy, what is your current title right now?
Patrol officer.
All right. And where are you currently assigned to?
You forgot his
Okay.
title.
And I want to direct your attention to
Job
October 11th,
description.
2024. Were you also assigned to that particular substation then?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you receive a dispatch about a potential robbery occurring in Rochester Hills?
Yes.
All right. And where were you, if you recall, when you got that dispatch?
I was in the area. Can't tell you exactly where when the call came out, but I know it's close by. Yes.
And I'm having a hard time hearing. Can you just raise your voice a little bit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So you were in the area?
Yes.
Okay, and was that while you were on the road?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, were you in a fully marked Oakland County Sheriff's Office patrol car?
Yes.
Were you alone or with a partner at that time?
No, I was alone.
Okay, and when you
Any
received that
snibbles?
dispatch, do you recall about how long it took you to head over to that location?
It was less than 5 minutes, if I recall correctly, because I wasn't that far when I heard the call come out.
Okay, and when you arrived on scene, do you recall where you parked your vehicle?
I parked one house down.
And,
The actual home.
and were you the first deputy to arrive on scene for that dispatch?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the first thing you did when you arrived on scene?
Walked up to the home. I remember knocking. I believe there was a ring doorbell or something. No one answered. Then I started to walk around to the side of the house. Then I called for a dispatcher to have the person, if they were still talking to them, to open the door.
And did that person open the door?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day and time, are you equipped with body worn camera?
Yes.
Can you describe to us how that works?
Well, you hit the.
Bye,
button to
Lefty.
record.
Have fun at
So it records
work.
everything
Taking those old people's money.
And that day and time, October 11, 2024, when you arrived to that house, was your body camera working?
Yes.
Okay. And that day and time, did it record the events that you observed?
Yes.
Okay. You know, at this time, the people are moved to admit People's Exhibit 16 and publish it to the jury.
All right, so there previously was an objection to 16. The court did find that it was otherwise proper pursuant to 403. Both defendants' objections are noted for the record. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, 16 is admitted and you may publish.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna
This
see
is gonna
some
be
body
associated
cam.
with it, so I don't know how loud we can make it.
Okay, well, are they playing on both then?
It should.
Okay.
And Deputy, I'm going to play your.
But are
body
we
worn
gonna
camera.
be able to
You
see
may
them?
stop
That's
from
the
time to time and ask
question.
But most likely, we're just going to play all the way through. Okay.
Okay.
And let's
Are
just
we
make
gonna
sure
see
it's
it?
identified as well as being his own.
Yes.
So which monitor am I going to use?
I think what you see on your screen should be what everyone else is seeing.
Understood. We're not seeing- It is not working right now. It's working.
PC, okay. I hate when they don't show the evidence. Not that I want to see gory video, but it's kind of important to see what the jury's also seeing, right?
Do you see it on your laptop?
Yeah, it's
Or
round.
just not?
I don't know why it's not
It's
working.
screen.
We tested it all out. Give me 1 second.
Technology.
The audio's working, but the
Okay.
we got.
So-
You know, yesterday when we had IT down there, everything was working.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Let's see if we can get somebody down.
Okay. Yeah, skip forward.
All right, we're done.
Would this be the body worn camera that?
All right, there we go.
Would that be the recording that was recorded from when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Yeah, the courtroom's fairly small. All the courtrooms are small in Oakland County. They're not that big. Okay, motion sickness. This neighborhood definitely has a homeowners association.
All right, no one's asking in front. I'm walking around. Do you still have her on the phone radio? She's still on the phone. Hold on, let's see the door. 10-4.
It's a nice house, maybe, but it's too close to its neighbors.
They have ring cameras, so looks like cameras all over.
Northwest, if you know or someone else knows, how is it that the police ended up arriving here? I missed that part. Did they get a call from somebody? Who did they get a call from? I don't know if they testified to that.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. All right, make contact.
Hello? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that answers my question.
Is anybody else in the house?
My husband, I don't know where he is. There are people that were here were gone.
What's your husband's name?
Sam.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. I always let the car check the house. She has duct tape around her wrist. I don't have a. So they can have duct tape around her wrist. And I'll wait for you guys to go to his house and for the husband.
Yes, if you can be around. You were here last night.
DTE on the truck. She said they were here last night.
Okay, I was really moved on that night.
Okay.
Can I go on this time?
No, give me right away. I need you over here. I need you out here.
Okay.
Just stay on my side.
She said they were there last night.
I want to do one floor at a time. No problem. We're good. I want to do one floor at a time. We have a guy. Yeah, she's still here. She's still here. Well, she said that they left already, but they have ring cameras. She opened the door with her side up with duct tape.
Well, that's quite obvious, Northwest. Yeah, I don't think she does. But she's a little too calm.
So she can get the tape off her wrist. I want somebody to do that. You don't want it back. We're going to want it back. So somebody stay here, and then you want to wait for one more? Sherman, head to the back, please. What's back? Yeah. All right. Well, no, I need one more body because I want to do one floor at a time. We walk to the kitchen cabinet so she can take the scissors off. Okay. I mean, that they call. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, all of these people, they have a landline. My parents don't even have a landline.
Go for him. It's a pretty large house, so whoever you can get over here. Good morning, Mary.
Copy. I'm going to be one search area by our eligible area, check the area, going to vehicle for that. I'll try to get a couple open already.
You said it was a DTE vehicle, ma'am?
Yeah.
Was it just a label or the whole truck was marked DTE?
It was a little truck. I really want to be outside.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. They need to sit here and watch all this. Let's do it. No, wait. Yes, we're good. We need more bodies. Yeah, please. We can give a description of a possible DTE vehicle that's marked with DTE. White color.
Copy. Also, the vehicle marked white color.
So, okay. When we walk down there, Gabby, what do you see over there? Is that what yeah. We walk down there. They got an open area, like a living room / family area. Yeah. And then this is dining area.
No, the first lady on the stand was a neighbor. That was the wife in the video.
Okay. You're okay, now we're here.
And Deputy Copeland, at this time in the video, what is your concern? What is going through your head as a police officer?
To make sure there are no more threats in the home.
Right. And so what are you doing right now?
We're trying to clear the house, so make sure there are no threats and make sure the house is secure.
And I was hearing over on the radio, you're asking for more bodies. What does that mean?
We need more officers to clear this house because it was a big home.
Right, so is it fair to say you were waiting on more deputies to arrive so you can clear the house?
Correct.
And is that your standard procedure when you arrive to a house based on information that you have?
Yes. I got some of that. Yeah. Yeah, we already walked over here. Yeah. All right, we're good here. Yeah. We're already in here. Yeah. Stay in the door, yeah. We're going to come here. That's fine. Stay in the door. Move along here. They got an open area up top. And over here. Okay.
Yeah, understood. Okay.
Don't go in the basement.
She owns them? All right, you're good. We may want to try to do a fly for this possible DTE vehicle. All right. Yeah, let's take it. I think the victim off the front porch, so whoever gets here, let's get her away from the front porch.
Welcome back, Hella.
Yeah, so you got set of stairs over here, Kathy, and over there your way. I see the stairs. Yeah. Yeah, there's a hallway down here. Yes. I got a little bit more in front of me before I get to your hallway. Okay, so I'm gonna be slow in the back all day. I'll work with you. We got some tape here too. We get some more bodies. Yeah, no waiting. We got time. Yeah, we got time. We're good. Yes, that's duct tape too. Yeah. Yeah, we're going are we going down there first? I think we gotta get down there in case he's hurt. He took them. He's rotated with her. With them. Who's related? Okay. Okay. She just told me she thinks he's in the basement. We still searching anyway, so we're good. How are we looking? We're going out first. How are we looking, guys, when you get here, please?
Remember, it's only in the movies and the TV shows where the cop goes down into a dark basement on his own without backup.
I got blood on the wall and the handle grill.
Yeah, nobody knows what's up with the husband yet.
I need one more. Mark's out front, so okay. Radio, if you can you fly? Dispatch fly now. You didn't come through with your report. Okay. So if anybody has flight capability, we need to see if we can figure out this vehicle and which direction it's going. If they do have a kidnapping going on with this. Once those two get in here, yes, you can go and press on. Yes, we're good. Mark's in here with me. Yeah.
John McClane.
Come on, Holy Mark. Do a kitchen mark. Go. That's all clear. That's safe. Just come to me. When Harry and Brandon get here. Yeah, we'll, I'll secure this first floor and you guys do your search. Yeah.
To be fair, I don't think this went how the defendants wanted it to go.
Make sure you get a body with you, so we're good. I'm holding the basement right now, so we're good. You come with me. Stay here with me. Okay, so that whole side's clear. That's clear. Three over there, one along that.
Why is there always like a TV turned up to volume 98 in the background of all of these things?
Got a hallway here, open the door here. Harry, how you get in here? Come. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you got this, and I got this. As soon as Harry gets in here, yep, I'm gonna press forward. We're gonna try this first open door. Go ahead. Okay. He's over here in the corner. Okay. Be careful of that over there, too, Mark. That whole area is clear. I'm pushing forward to this door. Okay, I'm moving, so you're good. Clear. Open door there. I mean, closed door. I got this. We're gonna act like they call them pawn stores, figure out where they are, just in case they may be taking this guy to the pawn store. We got ice? Okay, we got ice. I want to just cover. What about this? What is this? Right. Didn't go through it.
Oh, so they think the defendants left and took the husband to the pawn shop to rob it. That's what they're thinking. Hello. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
No, I'm not.
Now you are. How are you?
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Yeah. It's daytime there. You gonna join me for a bit of the stream?
Just a bit. I gotta say, I haven't really been following it very much, except there's a really, really big dude.
Yeah, really big dude.
Really big dude.
Yeah,
And
so
I'm fascinated by how they actually keep him in jail.
yeah, I know, right? I feel like he'd just fall through the floor.
Well, there's that, but also, like, how does he maintain his weight in there? He's been in there for a year.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a wife. Maybe she's given some commissary.
There's that, but that's more so like he's been there a year. Has he gotten larger or smaller in that time?
Yeah, I
How
don't
does
know.
he fit through the doors? Like, how does he fit in the bunks? Does he get double meals?
I don't think he gets the double meals.
Oh,
But again, you know, commissary has a bunch of junk food. I mean, if he wants, he can kick back and eat candy bars and ramen all he wants and just keep it packing on.
I have a question about the soups and the noodles and stuff in Commerce Street, right?
Yeah.
How do they have access to boiling water?
You can get a hot plate.
Surely they can hurt each other with boiling water.
Well, yeah, I guess, but you can also hit each other over the head with the pan. You know, there's a lot of things. It depends on if you're in good behavior or not.
They're not allowed shoelaces, for God's sake.
Well,
Yet
that's
they're allowed boiling
self-harm.
water?
Microwave in pods. That's what Northwest is saying.
Ah, is that how it works?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I don't hang out in the cells very much.
I have to think about this stuff too much.
I know one of my clients is always complaining that there's nothing on cable TV anymore that he can watch from his cell because he finds it all boring. He just watches sports. I mean, they have a lot of stuff there.
I'm sure there's lots of sports that he could watch from his cell if he looked out.
Yeah, right. Keeps eating his bunk mates. Exactly. This does look like Doom, though. This is a great Doom scene. So it reminds me of that. What is it? Keanu Reeves. That one. There's a. Oh no. It's Tom Cruise or Will Smith. I don't know. One of the action stars. Like they have a camera mounted to their chest for one of the scenes they were filming.
Could you give me just like a tiny little 5-second update on where we're at? Because I've been, showering.
Yeah, so we had the first witness called, who's the nosy Karen in the neighborhood that said that she saw a DTE truck and a guy with a ski mask, and then another guy she couldn't identify. That was the first witness. Now, the second witness is the first responding officer. The wife had called 911. He was waiting for backup before he went into the basement to check for the husband, but they think that the defendants might have left with the husband and taken him to the pawn shop to rob it, since there was no jewelry or money or anything like that at the house. So they're not sure where the husband is. The wife was duct taped her wrists together like this, but she was able to make a phone call. And so they cut the duct tape and sent her outside, and now they're trying to clear the house. And from what I gather, they're going to find the husband down here in the basement.
Alive or not?
No, not alive.
Oh, fun. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. And they always have to have the TV on in the background for these. Wait, why are they panning away? Why are they panning away from the video? I want to see what the jury sees. Right? And the wife was tied up. Her legs were tied up, but she sort of untied herself. So she was able to do that, Joe. I don't think she was tied to something, but she was tied up more than just the duct tape around the wrists.
You got one down. You got one down. We gotta go. We gotta go. Is he dead? I need you to talk. Let me do the talking, please. Go. Go, six. We got one down. Shot in the head. I did that.
Victor.
I don't think he was shot in the head though.
Clear.
I think he was just beaten.
Look at the blood again, guys. Watch your step. We need lights. Right behind you, James. Right behind you. Let's get first. Everybody relax. You hold this. Let's get with Harry and clear upstairs. Yes. Everybody relax. We're good. Yes. Get with Harry first. We're clearing upstairs now. Everybody stay back. Where you at, Joe?
Oh, now I get to see.
Now they gotta go tell the wife.
Yes. Hey, hold on one second. Just one second. Go ahead. Would you get that off with this? I got you. The first out there. Wherever you go. Yeah, here. Come on. I got here. Go ahead.
Ooh. Yeah, they were definitely looking for stuff. See how the drawers are tossed and everything.
You good? Come your way. Go pause here. Clear. You here? You here? Right here.
I'm sorry, that's a very dated house though.
Clear. All right.
Sorry, it doesn't live up to your standards.
I did not.
Well, everyone was like, ooh, that's a nice house. That's a nice yard. Da, da, da. This is a dated house. This house was built in the 90s. Everything's wood trim. It's boring. Nothing special about it. And it's on top of its neighbors. I mean, how are you going to go pee outside without your neighbors watching?
I haven't even got a treehouse.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Ah, shit.
I got a continuation over here. You guys check this room? Yeah. We're pushing forward here. Okay. Moving. Close it. No lights. Did we already go here? Yeah, we did this first. In the garage. Garage. Clear. The view is off the place. House is clear. Sit fire exit here. Mark, we're coming back for you. We're clear. Where's she at? Hey,
The grounds are lovely.
If she has access to the ring camera, please.
Yeah, everyone likes the garden. But I don't. It's too kept. Give me a field of wildflowers over that.
Stay here, please. We did this. Yeah, we're good. Casing? Yeah. Oh, no. That's not a case, David. You got a glass in it, a glass flower, a ring right there. Where? Where the ring right is body.
How do we know that the other defendant didn't eat all of the dinner she was preparing? Right?
Ring. Probably would check to the right. Okay. Yeah. They got ring cameras. We got these guys back. Anybody have a clock? Boy. I don't see. Thanks, sir. Me neither. Just one hand is lower in the corner. I'm not sure, but hands around to it. What was over here? This one. Yeah. If you look at that and then look at what's over here. Did we even, this is a silly question, but four posts?
Yeah, they mentioned that in the opening statement that the husband was in the process of making a bunch of food for his employees at the jewelry store and pawn shop because he does that once a week or something.
So Big Defendant was really happy.
Yeah. Like, where'd all the food go?
It's like Hamburglar.
I know it's silly, but what the hell?
I know it's silly, but what the hell?
We also have zip ties right there that they might use. Because zip ties,
That's not much better.
Didn't they say they were here last night? They say they were here last night. I assume she's talking about this. This could have been one on light, so that's part of that.
That's what should have been asked of the first witness on cross-examination. How much the wife was fined for this incident by the HOA.
I can't really tell.
Grimace? You think he's more of a grimace than a hamburglar?
This is not it's gonna be a gunshot. No, he's still warm. It's gonna be a gunshot with all that crime and blood. Look at that weight right there. Hit him with that far away. I don't think so, bud. I don't think so. Look at all the staff all the way over there. They might hit him with that weight.
Why aren't we allowed to see this?
We can tell. Shit. I can't tell. Fuck.
We can hear the naughty words, but we can't see the dead body.
Ask her about the gun holster around his waist. What type of weapon did he have, please?
Hello, you want to wage whether or not they're going to play the other body cam from the other officer when the wife is informed that her husband is dead, so that we can see, the jury can see her crying?
Do I think that they will?
Do you think that they will?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood that there's a holster around his waist with no gun. Just trying to figure out, did she know what type of weapon he had at the time around his waist? I see that. Watch your legs go. There's one in that box right there. Thank you. Good my boss. He's so heavy. Just check around his neck. It's hard to tell if anything. Where's fire at? I thought they were here. Yeah, send us fire arrives. Send them downstairs, please.
You just said that we're waiting on fire. What is that?
Waiting for the fire department to come check them.
Would that also include EMS?
All right, I started a poll.
Still breathing.
These cops sound like they're freaking out.
They seem very angry, right, that this happened?
Yeah. Should we check a pulse? Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
The one with the son chopped up the mom and dad. That was in the trunk.
What are we supposed to do?
If you two
Reminds me of that deputy that accidentally shot his girlfriend in the face. And on 911, they're like, "Can you start CPR?" He's like, "She's shot in the head, and there's no point."
I could, but I can't find a mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You go. Do what you gotta do. I'll hope the fire gets here. All right, I'm gonna lift my wife all the way to go. And then I can go outside. Bring some more police if you want to get a chance. Since I'm primary, so. I'm just curious now, since they all know these pawn stores, if they head to a pawn store. There's a rain laying around the ground. Is that rain? Laying around the ground already? There it is. There it is. So, well, it is. Like I said, he's still warm. He's still warm. So he got hit with that weight right there. See that weight underneath it? I do. I wonder if he got hit with that.
Salvador, we all know that you and Helen have a ENM relationship, so it's all good.
Fuck off.
Because I don't see no showcasing. There's stabbing all over there.
Check the armpit.
What case was that? I remember that.
That was metal.
Yeah, that's right.
That was metal. The dude's brains are all over the ground, and they're like, "Oh, check the armpit."
Shit, it's on the fucking camera.
Lordy.
I'm sorry, I checked for calls. He's still warm. I checked for both calls. I didn't feel one, but feel free to check over me. I'm good. We don't know for sure if you got shot. Leave it that way. We don't know if the weight factor just caused that. What tonight? I touched his neck. I touched what you got to touch. Let's make sure you try to save him first. Yeah. Touch whatever you got to touch. I don't care. I touched his neck and his first out. That's what I was asking. And that's what I'm trying to figure out what type of gun he has.
Say it correctly.
I mean, if I stumbled across Salvador lying there, I would definitely check under the balls just to make sure he was alive.
Would you? You check his taint?
Yeah.
You
That's
would?
the best way to tell.
You give it a little rub?
Yeah.
Say the whole sentence.
All right, that's fair. Assuming I could find them, I'll qualify that.
I touched his neck and his wrist. I didn't feel nothing personal. There's no outfit the race. You got a picture in the race.
Like 10% most accurate.
If they're gonna change, we'll just take a whole bunch of pictures real quick. Yeah, but we got all the pictures. We'll get all the pictures here. Okay, but I got you. But so far, nothing. He's nothing. He's flat. No, all I check was.
Yeah, they're just on a shelf somewhere in a jar. That's all.
Right, because she had access on her general phone. And the thing came back home.
So you tanked it into the chat.
We might find out. I'm pretty sure they did. So we got to do that study for right now.
So far, the poll says 71% are saying that they're going to show the video.
That'll be good enough. Just
Telling the wife.
Of course they're going to show the video telling the wife. That makes them look like terrible murderers that, like, are responsible for ruining a lady's life.
You like my description of the defendants at the bottom? I stole that from, I think it was, who posted that? I want to give it the credit to Northwest.
There's a cedar case. See, really is on one. It was flat. Oakland, was Oakland here? Yeah, we have to see it. Keep everybody out of this house. Everybody but a detective and county here. You still in Oakland? No. Okay, I don't think so. I don't think so. If they get here, we'll chase them away. I'm just trying to keep track of who's been coming in and out of town. Okay, yeah, for me. I got it. You guys haven't seen any stakes or anything around the house? No, we just searched. It's not a body here. No, we kept searching. So we didn't go back over for inventory or anything like that.
So you know, big guy.
Yeah.
Is his defense attorney Cher?
His defense attorney is Ethan Crumley's defense attorney. She's public appointee. She's very skinny, long black hair.
Right.
That's Ethan Crumley's defense attorney.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's a public defender. Yeah, she's always in Oakland County. Public
She looks like
defending.
Cher.
Yeah. I mean, except for the curves, Cher has more curves. I would say the hair,
Okay.
most similar.
She's super
but
duper skinny.
yeah, like skin and bones, like too skinny. 1975 Cher.
Yeah, Elvira, right.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
does it fair be like that less noisy than what you're down there? Yeah. Did we do this? This little footprint right here? Nothing for this? Okay, so that's either, no. Mark did not go that way. Mark went this way. This is issue right, Brian, just trying to match the
Yeah, she's not bad looking, Patty. It's just really skinny.
Before we get too many hands with fire. Take a nice little video. Understood. Good. Speak come on. They're gonna get the first one out. Yep. Before we start taking everything on. It looks like. So we can see what it is.
Yeah, she could be ginger. That would make it worse. Hello, do you have a tattoo on your shoulder?
Yep.
I never noticed that. Ooh, I got my tattoos fixed over the summer.
You did?
Well, I got a new tattoo, and then I got the one on my back shoulder fixed. So now it looks all pretty again. It's like
Really?
25
So
years old.
It used to be a pain.
It used to be a peen, yeah. I turned it into Salvador's face.
Representation of the scene. when you
Fair
arrived
enough.
to
Just a slight
to
change.
Newcastle that morning.
Yes.
And up there in that corner, is that an accurate and correct timestamp of the date and the time that you were there?
Yes.
And I know I have a few more questions. I know in the video you noticed that he had a gun holster on his waist.
Yes.
While you were there on scene, did you ever recover or find a gun in that house?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
He looks so angry.
Why does he look like that? Why?
What's the
He
problem,
looks like
man?
a child being scolded. What's with that face? Right? He just looks like a child being scolded. Unless he's like, I gotta put on my angry face because it was a senseless murder, so I gotta play it up for the jury. But he looks like a child that's being scolded, right?
He does. He's just like, I hate my job. I hate my life. Why am I here?
Grumpy
You're
cat.
Yeah, grumpy cat.
Grumpy cat. This is Grumpy cat.
What's your problem? Didn't you have your breakfast? Is he hangry?
Deputy Copeland, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua
Oh,
Zwazo.
yeah.
I just have a couple questions.
I like
asked you
this
here
attorney,
morning,
by
but
the
if I
way.
don't
Have you
make
seen
myself
this
clear-
attorney?
Yeah, he's good. I like him. Yep.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Mm,
I'm gonna bump the volume back up. That audio was so loud, but let
mm.
me bump it back.
Tell me that, I'll rephrase it, okay? Thank you. Now, this, your involvement in this case started on October 11th of last year when you arrived at the Murray house, is that right? And then your involvement ended when you left that house that day, correct? You obviously were wearing a body-worn camera throughout your search through the house and finding the body and all of the things that we've just watched. But that was pretty much your involvement in this case, correct? You didn't do it. You didn't interview any witnesses that day, and you didn't gather any evidence,
I
correct?
did speak to the wife.
You spoke with Mrs. Murray, right?
Yes.
And because you talked to her when she opened the door for you, correct? But beyond that, and you wrote a report about that.
Correct.
He's like, I'm angry all the time. That's his mode. Look at that. Just always angry. Makes me a better cop.
This is my happy face. What's the problem?
Yeah. You ever see that meme, by the way? I love it. I give it to my wife all the time, where it's what I think I look like to my husband. It's this woman talking, and she's like all smiling. She's like, I love you, and and then it's like actually what she looks like. It's like, why do you do the things that you do? That's like kind of, he thinks he's smiling right now. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's it. He's got resting diarrhea face.
Yeah. Resting on the shitter face. That's what he's got.
Yes. And she indicated to you that these two individuals had come to the house the night before. Is that right?
Yes.
And she's the one from whom you obtained the information relating to the DTE energy, correct?
Yes.
And but beyond
He's got,
that,
like,
that was pretty
permanent
much
angry
what she was able to
wrinkles
tell
on
you,
his
correct?
forehead.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Prosecutor Hernandez.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good
I want to go
morning.
over just a few things. How many minutes from when you were dispatched did you arrive? How long do you think it took you? I know you were on road patrol, but how long do you think?
Maybe less than 5. Didn't give it accurate.
And you testified that you were the first officer on the scene, correct? All right. Now, both juries were able to see, obviously, the body cam photo, video, I should say. And
Okay, I'm not like a feminist or anything like that, because I think women belong in the kitchen. But
Yeah.
does this look towards a woman defense attorney? Is that bad? Is that a bad look? Like you're staring down a female defense attorney?
Well, it would, except that he looks like that towards everyone.
That's true.
We know this now.
Yeah. Okay. Damn it.
Yeah.
All right.
And we note that obviously later in the video, you came back downstairs after you located Mr. Murray and you made a comment. I know it's silly, but what the hell? Check for a pulse.
Yes,
Okay. When you arrive on scene, obviously you don't know what happened, correct?
correct.
And you are there to determine, one, if there are any people in the house that could be a potential threat to yourself, correct?
Correct.
But also to see if there are any people located with injuries. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it seems from the conversation between the deputies that you had made an initial decision that he had been shot in the head, correct?
correct,
And you know now that actually was not the case, correct?
correct.
All right. So
It was just
you decided
really
to wait
hard
then
in
to
the
check
face.
for a pulse or to render aid. Was that based on the fact that you believed he was shot in the head? And usually people with head injuries do not survive?
Well, given the fact that the way he was laid and all the blood that was all over his body, I thought he was already dead, to be honest.
All right. And Mr. McCarthy touched on this, but your involvement ended that day. So is it fair to assume that you never had any interaction with Mr. Hernandez, my client?
No.
All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
You know what would be great?
Okay, thank you, Deputy.
If he just like broke out into a smile right now.
Yeah, right.
But
Nope, it's not happening.
People's next witness.
People call Valerie Myra.
Oh,
This
is
is
this
fantastic.
is this the wife?
Maddie, that's the face if you ever smelled it, don't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is this the wife? I think this is the wife that's dying next.
He dances out of the room, Dolly. Da, 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 da.
Morning.
He comes in the court with tap shoes.
Hmm.
Do they have tap dancing in Australia?
You just get in the witness stand and stay
Yes,
standing.
we have
Raise your hand,
time.
I'll get you sworn in. Thank you.
Oh no, this is not the wife.
The truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Valerie Mabra.
All right, you're right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pretty hair.
Good morning. If you could do us a favor, I know there appears to be microphones around, but I believe they're for recording, not for amplifying. And if you don't speak loud enough, somebody is going to raise their hand so we know that they can't hear you. So please speak up as loud as possible, okay?
Okay.
Okay, if you could tell us how you're currently employed.
I am employed as a forensic lab investigator for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, where I have been for 8 years.
And did you have any specialized training for that position?
Yes,
I don't like her voice.
my primary job is in the latent print unit, and I will examine and process items of evidence for liquor offense.
Sounds like she was
And
screaming
part
all
of that
night.
job also means that I
the
will
night
respond
before.
to major crime scenes in Oakland County. And I had on-the-job training for about 8 months and went to crime scenes with the existing members of the group.
Celebrat.
And I also took an evidence technician course and a 40-hour crime scene.
I took a class on
investigative
that
series
once.
Course at the International Association for Identification in 2018. So I've had numerous training throughout the years.
Okay, and have you been qualified as an expert in the state of Michigan and Oakland County before?
Yes.
And did you testify at the
You know they have butter faces? You know what a butter face is, right?
No, what? A butt face?
No, butter face. It's like
No.
everything looks good but her face.
Oh.
Butter face. This woman, she's like, this is a butter voice. That's what I'm just gonna term butter.
preliminary
voice.
examination, in fact, in this case?
Yes.
Were you qualified as an expert at the time of preliminary examination?
I don't remember.
Okay, Your Honor, I would tender this witness as an expert in the field of fingerprints and crime scene investigation.
Fingerprints and crime scene. Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I received the curriculum vitae for this witness, so I don't have any objection.
I did as well. No objection. Okay, all right. The jury shall perceive that witness's testimony as an expert in fingerprint and crime scene analysis.
Okay, before we get to what your involvement was in this case directly, can you tell us one of the things that you mentioned was about how the Oakland County Sheriff's Office has a special crime scene investigative unit,
That's correct.
and you're part of that unit?
Correct.
And when you're called out to the scene of a major crime and that unit is called, are you the only person or are you part of a team?
Jung
I'm
is
part of a team.
not listening as
we
usual.
Have members from the latent print unit and from the firearms unit that make up that team. Depending on where people are in their career, sometimes we have 4 members, sometimes we have
Sarah's
6.
just wrecking
It all
everything.
depends.
Okay, and part of that team, do you know an individual by the name of Sierra Ramirez?
Yes.
And does she have a specialty with the sheriff's office?
Yes, she is in the biology unit.
When you do crime scene analysis and you get there to investigate a scene, is part of that taking photographs?
Yes,
Do you also put placards so you can then reference the evidence that's discovered to track it later?
that's correct.
Because once something is seen and then it's marked, it travels through the basically chain of being forensically tested after that.
That's correct.
And by forensically tested, that would include DNA and fingerprints.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
We had a case that occurred on October 11th of 2024. Were you involved in that?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were called out to?
The address?
Yes.
I would have to check my notes.
Can you check your notes? And while you're doing that, do you write a report as part of your duties?
I do. That's part of processing crime scenes is authoring a report. And I was called to 3730 Newcastle Drive in Rochester Hills.
Okay. Is that location in the Oakland County, state of Michigan?
Yes.
When you authored that report, did you sign your report at the end?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 12. Do you have a copy of that without the exhibit sticker?
I do.
Okay. And we met last week to go over all the photographs and your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does exhibit number 12 accurately reflect the report that you did in the ordinary course of your business and duties?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people will move people's exhibit number 12 into evidence.
Any objection?
Well, I have no
I'm not gonna bring a chicken into the.
No, sorry, call it.
Did I tell you guys I had a chicken loose in my garage? A couple of chickens loose in my garage, and they destroyed it. They shit on everything. They like threw stuff around. Not bringing a chicken anywhere.
Judge,
You
I'm
can
gonna wait
always
to
bring a
publish
chicken. You
for
can
that.
eat them.
I want to also say that last week we went through the labeled numbered exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a bunch of photographs.
Yes.
I'm going to show you just the first photograph of that group of photographs. People's
Just a
exhibit number
random
1A. You
asshole.
recognize that
That's,
photo?
that's all I am.
And does that accurately
See a
reflect
whiskey.
the front of the house when you arrived that day?
Yes.
Okay, we had exhibits that we had talked about regarding the photographs that went from exhibit number 1A all the way through 1CC as far as the photographs. Is that correct? That we labeled and went through last week?
Yes.
The photographs that I just indicated, do those accurately reflect everything that you saw?
Yes.
And there was a second set of photographs that we went through, and they're distinguished because the first set of photographs that are 1A through 1CC are the upper levels of the house. The photographs that we had gone over that are labeled 2A all the way through 2BB, those are of the lower level of the house, which are the more graphic photographs. Do you recall going through those?
Yes.
Does that second set of photographs also accurately reflect what you saw that day, both on the upper levels and then again on the lower levels?
They do.
Your Honor, the people would move people's exhibit number 1A through 1CC and also 2A through 2BB into evidence.
You're gonna need to say them specifically because the record's gonna have to somehow reflect what those all are. Unless you intend on going through them one by one when you do.
We're going to do that once, if there's no objection to them entry, so that way I'm not being duplicitous about going through it twice. But if there's
I'm
no,
just concerned about the record. I see, because I know that you given me the list, so I know what they all are, but the record's not gonna see what we're looking at. You'll just do it that way then?
yes,
Okay, any objection to those being admitted?
No, Your Honor, I've reviewed these exhibits. I believe that
Ms.
the-
Lofton?
probably-
No objection? Okay, they're all in.
okay. Now we're going to go through photograph one by one. We're going to start with 1A. It should show
Oh,
up
I
on your
think this is
screen
gonna
as
be
it's showing up
tedious.
on these two screens. Okay, do you recognize 1A as the front of the house?
Yes.
And does that show the Audi in the front part of the driveway?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as and introduced as 2B. Do you recognize that front entry of the house?
Yes.
Did you enter that house through that front entryway?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1C. I have it labeled, for lack of a
Yeah,
better
it's a
term,
big
as the
house.
front staircase. Do you recognize that staircase?
Yes.
In the house, is there in fact a front staircase, which is in 1C, and then a rear staircase?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, the top of the staircase. Do you recognize that photograph?
That's 1D.
1D?
1D, yes.
Okay. And in that photograph, the closet doors are noticeably open.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, also the top of the staircase, looking towards the master. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And in fact, is that the master bedroom ahead of that photograph?
That is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1F, which is the door into that master bedroom. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Did you go into the master bedroom?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1G. Is this traveling inside of that master bedroom?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you observed in the master bedroom in regards to the drawers?
I observed that the drawers were pulled out of the dresser and kind of just thrown about with contents kind of strewn about the room.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1H. Is that another photograph as you travel into the master bedroom?
Yes, there was also a jewelry box that was on the ground with contents again strewn about.
Is that a dildo?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1I. Also another angle of a different view from inside the
No, I think
master
it's a
bedroom. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is it again
Oh.
showing the drawers with items askew?
yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1J. Is that a view towards the, I guess, the window side of the bedroom?
yes,
And is that another set of drawers that have been removed from a different dresser?
yes, it is.
And show you what's been marked
I
as
wouldn't
1K.
remodel a thing,
You
but
recognize that as a
my
high
wife would
drawer
want the
set,
kitchen
credenza.
back.
I guess I don't have a really good term for what that
Yes.
is. Okay.
our
I'm going
kitchen's
to
a
show you
little
what's
dated.
marked as 1L. Do you recognize that photograph as leading from the master bedroom to the master bath hallway?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1M. Do you recognize that as the master
Yeah,
closet?
the wood is too dark for my taste. I don't like the wood.
Show you
in this
picture
house.
1N. Is that the inside of the master closet?
yes, I
I'm
believe
okay
there are
with
two
that.
closets.
I was just going to ask you that. There's a his and hers master closet. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. I'm going to show you what's
We'd
been
have
marked
to
as
talk to
1O.
Salvador to be sure, man.
Is that the floor of the master closet?
yes,
I'll show you what's been marked as 1P.
You know he's got
Is that a
tendonitis
photograph
with the
from
elbow.
the master bedroom down the hallway in the
Sure,
upstairs?
he does.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Q. Okay, is there another bedroom that you come across as you walk through that hallway?
there is. That is the.
Yeah,
bedroom
all
that's
the
on right
furniture
side.
has
If
to
you
go.
open the bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been
Like the dark
marked as
trim,
1R.
the dark
Is that
door casing and
an
base
item that you see at
molding.
the doorway of that bedroom?
Yes, it appeared to be a drawer from the jewelry box that was in the master bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1S. Do you recognize this as another upstairs bedroom?
Yes,
You never know.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1T. Is that the
70
entry
is
from the
the new
hallway into that
50.
bedroom?
yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1U. Did you notice anything on the doorway wall going into the bedroom on that left side of the
His
wall?
And
dad
your
does
dad.
that.
It appeared to be a apparent bloody
Of
sweat
course,
mark
your
on the wall.
dad did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1.
That was
I mean,
His
I,
sister
I would
said-
say
Is
it
that a
to my
close up of
kid.
that
So
apparent blood smear?
His dad said, "Are you sure it's
I'm going to
not
show you
from?"
what's been marked as 1W. Do you recognize that as a photo from inside that bedroom looking back towards the hallway?
That's correct.
And now the blood smear is on the right hand side of the photo.
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1X.
off
the
off
dresser
stream,
drawers
I'll
inside
tell you
that
what I
bedroom.
told my son
Does
when
that
he
accurately
was
reflect
heading
that?
out of town.
And also 1Y, a close up of those drawers.
yes,
And were those doors open when you went into the bedroom in that position?
yes, they were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Z. My terminology is the back set of staircases. Is that the second staircase you saw?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1AA.
I mean,
Is
if
that,
it's not white, it's
that
brown
the
and it's
scene
too
from
dark,
the,
right, Fox? Is that what you're
Before you
getting
go down
at?
the stairs?
yes, from the landing that's at the top. Yes,
I'll show you what's been marked as 1BB. Is that a
Have you
photograph
heard of
of
the
the
F
staircase
scale?
going
The
down? And the door that you
Fitzsimmons
see at the
scale?
bottom that's now at this point in an open position, that's the
No.
staircase that goes down to the basement.
yes,
I'm going to show you what's been
Well-
marked as 1CC. And is that a closer view?
So what's the F scale?
See, okay, so the Fitzsimmons scale is like it's to do with skin color, right? And it's something like it's a scientific thing. I heard about it in the Cardi B trial, right? So this plastic surgeon comes on and he says that skin is rated from F1 through to F5 based on like 1 is like white skin, red
Like the
hair.
see-through kind of white skin.
Yeah. That's an F1, right? And F5 is black skin, right? And
Okay.
and black skin has like a different properties, like it doesn't scar as much, and it has like a
Yeah, black
it's
don't crack,
thicker.
right?
Yeah, apparently, right?
No.
And F2 is like Asian, and then there's F3, which is like Latina, and then F4 is a bit darker than that, and then there's F5, right?
So Fox is saying anything 3 or higher. That's what
Yeah.
Fox is talking about. Okay.
Pretty much, yeah. So that's F1 to F5. So
Okay.
yeah, so if we're talking wood grain, maybe F3 would be dark.
Yeah.
View of the last set of the stairs going down towards the kitchen.
yes,
I'm going to go now to.
I feel like these
photograph 2A.
the trim and the doors might be more of a 4.
Do you recognize these items on the floor in the kitchen?
yes, they are black pieces of tape.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 2B. Do you recognize that as another set of duct tape?
Yes,
And as far as placards go, this one's been given an exhibit placard of number 2.
yes,
Okay, and when it's given a placard of number 2, that's a way to track it through the rest of the system at the sheriff's office lab.
that's correct.
And the first one that I went to, did that also have? a
It would
placard
be
number
smart
1
if
in front of
police
that?
did use that scale.
I'm going to go to exhibit number 2C.
There is an interesting case, by the way, that a guy is arguing that tinted windows is unconstitutional grounds for pulling people over because it's arbitrary. Like police are like, oh, the windows are tinted and that's grounds. So there's laws that say that you can't have your windows tinted too dark because police can't see in.
Really?
And it's a whole weird thing, and they're trying to make a push to say that whole thing is unconstitutional. It's all it's doing is giving blank checks to police officers to pull people over.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
crap.
It really is, but there's a big push for it. So we'll see how far it gets.
Do you recognize that as a duct tape cutting and scissor that is on the kitchen counter?
Yes,
And that was given placard number 3.
that's correct.
And picture 2D, is that a close-up of exhibit number 3?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2E, the landing towards the basement. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did you travel down into the basement?
I did.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 2F. Okay, is that a photograph?
Did they
from
take
the
his
basement
walker
leading into
from
that,
him on the way
very kind
down?
of, furnace area, water heater area?
I called it a utility room in my notes, but yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2G. Is that as you're getting
I
closer to
noticed that
area
too, Maddie,
in-
especially when the officer was cutting the duct tape off of the wife's wrists. He wasn't wearing gloves, and I was like, "Ooh, he's contaminating the evidence."
that section of the basement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2H. Is that a photograph from an angle of the victim and his injuries?
Yeah, but they can't.
Can you tell us what?
So part of the argument is that they haven't done that before they initiate the stop, and then two, without a search warrant, they shouldn't be able to test the windows. So that's the whole big push to make that unconstitutional. That's the angle they're taking with it.
Did you observe that caught your attention about how he was in that position and any type of bindings that were on him?
It appeared that he was bound both at the hands and at the feet, and he was laying on his left side, and he had apparent blood pooled underneath him and scattered in different areas around him.
Okay, and you've had, unfortunately, a lot of experience in crime scenes that are graphic. Is this a graphic crime scene?
I would say this is especially brutal, yes.
Okay. And the duct tape that's shown in this exhibit 2H, is it the same color duct tape or are there two different colors of duct tape?
There appeared to be two different colors. There was gray tape and also black tape.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2I. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2I?
So this is a close-up of his bound hands that were in front of him. It appeared that he was bound with both zip ties and tape. So this is a close-up of that.
Belt and
So he's bound with
suspenders.
both duct tape and zip ties.
That's correct.
And also in that photograph, is that what appears to be a Home Depot bag?
Yes, there was a sink that was on the ground of that room, and inside that sink there were various pieces of plastic, a plastic bag, the plastic Home Depot bag, kind of a larger clear plastic tarp type bag, and then also a red inflatable type of plastic.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2J. You recognize that photograph as showing placards number 4,
I think she's
8,
attractive.
10,
I just don't like her voice.
11, 13, and 15.
I don't see 13, I see 14.
I couldn't handle the. I mean, even
Okay.
slow
I think 13
down.
may be behind the pole, but
Oh, yes, it is.
okay. That being
I just
said,
don't want to
you
hear that
recognize
all the time.
I'm going to show you what's been marked
I
as
wonder if she's
2K.
got a cold or something.
Is that a close-up of a pair of glasses?
Somebody
that was
said,
found?
I think
And
Northwest
that was
said
given
that she had a
marker
cold or
number 4.
sore throat.
That's right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2L. Okay, that's a different angle
I
showing
said she was screaming all night in
position
the
of
bars.
victim, but also
Yeah.
placards number 5, 6, 8, 9, 13, 14, and 15. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to go to 2M, which is a close-up photo of 5, 6, 7, and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
We indicated that there was some zip ties that you saw around the victim's hands. What are those items that you noticed?
In this photograph?
Yes.
So these appear to be zip ties that were already fashioned together.
They're not showing the photos.
They kind of appeared like ready to use.
Wasn't you?
So
It was somebody.
I'd say what it is that you observed, but to draw a conclusion about what the purpose was.
that was Tuesday's question.
Right.
I'm going to show you what's
Maybe
been
it was,
marked as 2N. Is that a close-up of the zip ties 5 and 9?
So the zip ties were just number 5, and 9 was the apparent bloody shoe impression under the zip ties.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2O.
These guys were really sloppy.
Can you tell us what you see
Again,
in 2O?
I don't think their
So
intent
number
was
6
to
is the small
unalive
set of
anybody.
zip ties, and 8, I believe.
What do
And
you
I
think?
just think, I think
And what color
their
is that roll of
intent
tape?
was to rob them
And that's
and
exhibit
like
number 8.
kidnap
Yes.
the
I'll
guy
show you
and take
what's
him
marked
to the
as
pawn
2P.
shop, but he
Is that a
like,
close-up of exhibit
fought
number
back.
8?
Yes.
Before
But
I'll
I
show you what's been
also
marked
think
as
they
2Q.
thought that
Is that a
the
close-up of exhibit
there was a
number
bunch
7?
of jewelry and cash
And
at
can you
the
tell us what
house
that
that
is in
wasn't
exhibit
going to
number
be
7?
at the
So that was
like there'd be more cash
a
at
piece
home
or
than at the
pieces
store.
of gray duct tape that was
That's why they went to the
stuck
house.
to a piece of burlap that was near the victim.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2R. That's placard number 13. Is that the sink that you referenced before?
Was it Maddie?
Okay, and that's not a connected working sink. That was just laying
Hey,
on the ground.
Texas
Correct.
I'm gonna show you
Patriot,
what's been marked
welcome.
as 2S. Does that
This
show
is a marathon
those
stream.
exhibits number?
We're going to go through
4,
this
10,
whole
11, 13,
trial.
14, and 15.
Yes.
That's the plan.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2T.
There may
Is
or
that
may
a
not
close-up
be a nap
of,
for me in the
another
middle.
Exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's in that?
In this photograph, it is the clear plastic.
Are you going to
and
put
then
a GIF on
inside the
repeat?
clear plastic, there was a roll of duct tape.
And can you tell us what color that duct tape was?
I believe it was gray.
Yep.
Yeah,
Do
it
you
was
have it in your notes,
targeted
or
robbery. Their intent
That is
was
correct.
not to unalive
Okay.
the
I
guy.
haven't checked yet.
That was
Would you like to
just
check?
so. I think they're charged with felony murder, if I'm not mistaken, which is still first degree murder in Michigan. You're going to get life, 25 to life, but I think I don't think it was their intent to go there and just unalive people.
So I guess that is black tape.
Okay. 14
But
with black tape.
it's still intentional
Yeah.
because you make the decision in a minute. Yeah.
I guess.
Well, but I don't think they intended to kill him. I think the killing was accidental. It's more like a negligent homicide sort of thing. It was an accident that he died, but because he died in the commission of a felony, it makes it a first degree level unaliving.
You think? Okay, hang on. Do you mind pausing it for a sec?
I believe that it is.
Okay, so do you think that they just bashed him up and didn't think he was going to die?
Yeah, I don't think they thought he was going to die. I think
Right.
they thought they'd come in and they'd rough him around a little bit, these 70-year-old people, and that they would give him whatever they had, and then they didn't have anything, or they said they didn't have anything. So then they the wife, I think, was hit as well, and
Yep.
he was hit, and I think he was just hit too hard, and they were like, "Oh, crap!" So
And what's the actual charge though? It's
felony murder and kidnapping.
It's right. So they're going further. They're going with intentional, right? So
Well, no, it's felony murder, which
Mhm.
means that you were committing a felony, and while you were committing that felony, somebody died. Doesn't matter how they died, as
Yep.
long as it was part of the felony. So, like, if you rob a
Yep.
bank and a guy has a heart attack, technically that could be felony murder because you caused the heart attack through the stress or whatever, that sort of thing.
well, that still adds up.
Yeah. So they're being charged with felony murder. The felony is the B&E and the kidnapping.
Yep.
And then the unaliving happens. So 1 count of unaliving, 2 counts of kidnapping. Which I don't like the whole kidnapping thing because now.
No.
So it used to be false imprisonment is when you imprison somebody, tie them up or whatever, imprison somebody, and then kidnapping you used to have to take them somewhere. Now
Yes.
kidnapping is you don't even have to move them. You're just preventing them from going somewhere, and that's kidnapping. And I don't like this whole new interpretation of kidnapping. But
Yeah,
that's what they're
kidnapping
being
doesn't sound right. But weirdly, it doesn't seem like they've overreached on their charges. That sounds pretty right.
Yeah, no, I think these are appropriate charges for these guys.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I agree.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2U. Is that a placard for the upstairs blood smear?
Yes.
That's number 16.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2V.
Oh,
Can you
I
tell us
should
what's,
get that.
depicted in 2V?
That little bouncing
This is a
DVD
close-up of
thing that
victims'
goes around.
feet, and they appear to be bound with that black duct tape, and he has a shoe on his right foot, and his left foot is bare.
Okay, and do you come across his other shoe, his left shoe?
It was nearby, yes.
Is that also in the picture, or is that somebody else's foot that's in the picture when it's being taken?
Yes, I think it's someone's.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Can I show you what's been marked as 2W?
Yeah,
That
they're
shows
not
placards for 18,
overcharging.
19,
They're
20,
not doing
21,
all
is that
kinds
correct?
of crazy
I'm going to
nonsense.
show you what's been marked as 2X.
It's also, as far as the evidence issues, they're not like, that's why I put the poll up. Are they going to show the wife being told that the husband was dead? And I'm leaving the poll up because the wife hasn't testified yet. But I don't know if they're going to. They don't really need to. But it's that sort of sensational evidence and arguments about nonsense that is not in this case, because this is just a normal murder trial. It's not a sensational case.
That's a close-up of.
They didn't
exhibit number
charge.
18 and
Yeah,
20, is
but
that correct?
that's still the
Can you tell us for the
underlying.
record what 18 and what 20 is?
It could be the underlying felony,
Yes.
but they're charging them with kidnapping. Yeah, but they could have brought 2 additional
18
charges:
was
home invasion and
the bar
burglary as well.
And 20 was
And
the
they didn't.
gold ring. I didn't see that.
Very unusual that they haven't gone
I'm going
further.
to show you what's been marked as.
They don't need to. I don't think that's the thing.
Why?
I mean, and they don't need to, but that's not unusual
Can
for
you tell us,
prosecutors.
what's depicted in
Prosecutors will
2Y?
usually just push as much as they can, right?
This was thought to have been impossible too.
Yeah,
which we did
no, I'll give
back
Oakland
in
County
2024.
prosecutors
Upon
props for
collecting
not
it, we realized it was
overcharging
not
this.
approved, so it was not.
Yep.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2Z. Is that a photograph of the rest of the room?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2AA. Okay, that's placard number 9. Can you tell us what placard 9 depicts?
Record 9 depicts a apparent bloody shoe impression that had been processed with a chemical called.
All right, so we got blood on the
Yeah,
wall.
did you
We
do the
got
processing?
bloody shoe impressions. We've got a
Okay.
Home
Now, is
Depot
that something
bag
that
with
before it's
some
processed, would that have been visible to the naked
stuff
eye, or
in
would
it.
that not have been visible until it was processed?
Tape and zip
I believe
strips.
part of it was, so the legal course of Violet works to enhance already visible prints and also develop ones that are invisible to the eye. So whether this one was fully visible before we sprayed the chemical, I don't recall.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as 2BB. Is that another angle of those shoe prints?
Yes.
Also, as part of your involvement in this case, did you have, as part of the
I don't
team,
have any
crime scene
updates on
diagrams
South
done
Park,
depicting
Mandy.
in relationship to each other where the items are?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to question what's show you what's been previously marked as 5A and 5B.
Is there? I mean, I did my video on
Where it was 5A is
the
diagram
lawsuit is
upstairs.
done unless there's something I'm missing.
and 5B, does that represent the lower floor?
Yes.
They were reflected accurately as it was drawn?
Yes.
Your Honor, people would move People's Exhibit 5A and 5B into evidence?
I have no objection. Those are part of the report that I received. Well, that goes.
Those are an enhanced version of what would be in a report, right? That was something
Correct.
that's to be done.
That was already, yes, it's a blown up version.
All right, I hear it without objection.
And just finishing up my questions for you. You have a specialty and expertise in fingerprint analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you process the scene to see if you could reveal any fingerprints that were left there by either? of the defendants?
Fingerprints should only
And
be
through your
used
investigation,
like
you were able to get a set of known prints from both defendants to compare it to.
Yes.
Okay,
like
so when you
tool
did your
mark
comparison, were
evidence
you able
on
to find any
bullets
prints
should be
anywhere
used,
you
and
looked
it
that
should be
matched
just
either
to
of the defendants?
exclude people, not
I'm sorry, are you talking about my
definitively
classification
state that
policy
it's an individual.
Yes, I did not develop any that I was able to.
The problem with fingerprints is that they don't match up the fingerprints like you would take like 2 photocopies and line them up. They look at like 3 to 6 points of comparison, and if it's close, then they say it's a match, which to me, it's a feeling. It's very subjective, you know, and it shouldn't be allowed to be admitted this way. It should be only allowed to exclude somebody. Like this fingerprint is so different from the defendant's fingerprint that we have to exclude them, that sort of thing.
It's so interesting you say that, because it's like now we're at this point where, like you say, it should only be used to exclude people, whereas fingerprints were, wow, fingerprints are a match. That's it, done.
Well, that's
Right?
the way you're brought up thinking about it in media and movies and stuff like that. But it's not. It's not like they take a like an image of a fingerprint and line it up, and every little crease and line matches, so it's got to be this person. That's not how they do it. They take like 3 to 6 points, and that's it. If 3 to 6 points in this range line up, they say definitively it's that person.
We've been so misled, and it's not just fingerprints, like hair follicles, for example. People were told for ages that hair, we're able to match a hair follicle to somebody, and that's not true.
Yeah.
Right. And then now we have this problem with touch DNA, transfer DNA, whatever you like to call it. That's a huge problem, but it's just exploding. Right. And so people have been brought up to believe now that DNA is the gold standard, and once you've got DNA, that's it, person found. Right. And
so
we have
Paul's
an issue
saying
now.
it's 9 to 12 points. Okay, we'll go with 9 to 12 points. It's still not. It's not lining up all the creases and crevices. It's still taking particular points of reference and matching them. It's still not. It's still not a scientific method. It's still a feeling. It's still subjective. Unless you're matching up the entire prints, CSI is to blame. Yeah, they really are. It shouldn't be used to specifically identify an individual. It can be used circumstantially to help narrow down suspects, things like that, but it shouldn't be able to be admitted in cases like this.
There are so many of these so-called scientific certainties that we're led to believe over time, and then we're supposed to like add that up with a bunch of the circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence can be completely fabricated, but it's fine because you've got this scientific certainty, right? But the scientific certainty then later on, as years go by, gets debunked. It's like we forget that in the past, fingerprints were cool. We were so happy with fingerprints, but no.
If it's done properly, overlap the images and compare prints. That's not how it's done, though. That's just not how it's done. In law school, I should bring my old crim law professor on one time. I interviewed him in connection with my documentary on Zachariah Anderson that I'm putting together. But he brought in a fingerprint expert from the FBI and to teach us about how fingerprints actually are examined and studied. And it's not the like certainty that you're led to believe. They don't overlay the images. They only compare certain points. Sometimes it's not even 9 to 12. They might not have enough. They might only have a partial print. So they're only able to get 3 to 5 points. So it's just not as scientifically reliable as people are led to believe. Well, let's see what this woman has to say about it.
Yeah. With me from the scene, collected the plastic and received prints from that plastic, and I was not able to identify the defendants on that plastic.
So everything you printed basically does not come back with the prints of either Mr. Hernandez or Mr. Zuazo. Is that correct?
No.
And in your
Oh, okay.
experience,
There you
if we're wearing
go.
gloves, would that
Gee,
prevent leaving
I found no
fingerprints?
prints. All right, we'll
I don't
deal
have
with
any other
that.
questions, Judge.
Okay, can you cross exam as well?
All that talk for nothing.
My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent
That's
Joshua
so relevant,
Zazi,
though.
the two defendants in this case. I have
Yeah.
some questions to ask you here this morning, and I'll tell you the same thing that I said when you testified at the preliminary examination about my questions. And that is, if you don't understand the question, just tell me that, and then I will rephrase it so that it's clear that you understand what I'm asking. Okay? All right. Thank you.
I don't know
So
about palm
following
prints.
up on this fingerprint business,
I would
Palm
imagine
reading?
it's
saw
similar.
a lot of
Palm reading.
duct tape or some type of tape, gray tape and black tape. Many pictures taken of that tape in the scene by yourself or others that went to the scene on the 11th of October to record all the evidence that was present, correct?
Yes.
And at least one of the pictures that we saw, if not more of them, showed a roll of duct tape, gray tape in particular. Is that correct?
Prints are where it's
And that was
at.
taken into
That's the
evidence,
future.
correct?
Yes.
And my question to you is either on that roll or on any of those pieces of duct tape, whether you check them or analyze them to see whether there were any usable prints, usable meaning latent prints that you could actually investigate.
There were no imprints developed on that tape.
Okay, none were developed. Tell me or tell the jury, please, what kind of work you did in order to get or to investigate to see whether there were prints on those items of tape that were collected, either the roll of tape or the pieces of tape.
Well, sometimes we have, the investigators choose if they want to have something tested for fingerprints or biological evidence. So sometimes they will choose one over the other, just depending on the circumstances. I did process a piece of the duct tape that was, I'm not sure if you have my latent print report, if I would be able to refer to that.
You certainly can. If that will refresh your recollection. Do you have that report there with you?
I don't have the latent print.
Hold on
report.
just a minute. Let me see. I think I might have it right here. Yes. I believe this is report 24-025385-073. Does that sound right to you? Maybe you'll know it better by looking at it. May I approach?
Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's true, Patty, but you don't hear about it much.
So
So first of all, is that your report?
yes,
And you recognize it as such?
I do.
And reading it, does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay. Now, you remember the question about how many pieces of this duct tape that you examined?
Yes. So investigators determined that they wanted me to process the bundle of crumpled duct tape that was used to bind the victim's hands for latent prints, which I did, and I did not develop any comparable.
She didn't even
prints
get
on
the
that.
officer's
Okay,
prints.
you said
Remember,
in
he
preface
wasn't wearing
what you
gloves.
Just told the jury or juries by saying the investigators determined that they wanted you to look at a certain bundle of tape. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So the only thing that you were asked to look at in the way of duct tape was, or that black tape, however you call that, whatever title it has, was the stuff that the investigators told you to look at. Is that correct?
That they've asked me to test back in the lab. That's correct.
Okay. So, but you were a person on the scene taking photographs and recording on those drawings that you put together. What was there on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And you've got places, because those two drawings are for the main floor of the house and the basement of the house, correct?
Correct.
And in both places, the main floor and in the basement, there were numerous pieces of duct tape that you identified when we looked at all the exhibits in Exhibit 1A through CC and 1B through 2B through, or 2A through 2BB, correct?
Correct.
Upstairs or main floor and down the basement. So out of all that tape that was there, the only one piece or bundle that you examined was the one that somebody else, not you, told you that they wanted to have examined, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So you don't have any control over what it is that you're supposed to do when you're back at the fingerprint lab, correct? In terms of what it is you're going to examine.
Correct. I'm examining whatever is given to me. Yes.
Exactly. And you, even though because not every case that you examine fingerprints on is a case where you were at the scene doing a crime scene sketch and all the other work that you did in this case, correct?
That's correct.
It's just a coincidence that you were wearing your crime scene investigator hat in the same case that you were wearing your fingerprint analysis hat, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you knew there was a lot of duct tape there, correct? I mean, you know that.
Relative. There were several pieces. Yes.
Several pieces and at least one roll.
Yes.
Is that right? And you said earlier during your
What is a lot,
that you
Ella?
wouldn't expect to find any fingerprints if a person was wearing gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever used duct tape? Have you ever used
I buy tons of duct
you know how it
tape.
sticks on the end?
Like, just
the duct tape does sticks and you got to kind of pry it off the edge of it to pull it from the roll.
He has
I think that's
nightmares.
very easy to do when you're wearing gloves.
Don't you?
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Are
Now,
you referring to then if they wouldn't have gloves on?
exactly.
Then I My testimony was that if you had gloves on, you wouldn't leave.
Right. But what I'm saying is, it's hard with gloves on to even pry it up, correct? If you got to use your thumbnail or your fingernail to get it moving, right?
Right.
Okay. And thank you. Now, you looked at a number of different things, besides duct tape, for fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And you have your report in front of you. Could you just tell the jury what other things you looked at? Thank you.
I like this line of questioning.
I processed the 3 pieces of plastic that were in the sink. So the larger clear plastic tarp, the Home Depot bag, and then the deflated red inflatable.
And there were no fingerprints that were identified, matched up with Mr.
Did you
Zalazzo or Mr.
swab the
Hernandez,
doorknob?
That's correct.
And did you have
Or not
samples?
swab,
I mean, those
but-
are the ones you're looking for. And you had samples of both men's fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And so, at least from fingerprint analysis, there's no evidence in this case of their prints being put anywhere, correct?
Correct. I did not identify their fingerprints on that plastic.
And as far as all the photographs that were done and all of the work that you did looking through the house and the scene sketches that you made, there's no evidence that you found that put Mr. Zalazzo in the Murray's house during your crime scene analysis on October 11th, correct?
As it relates to my involvement, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions. If I may just approach to retrieve that
Any
document.
cross exam for Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just wait 1 moment.
That's all right. Don't stop talking about duct tape.
Good morning, ma'am. So I want to talk a little bit about your involvement. So I know that you testified that there was
See
a
how
number of
skinny she
people
is?
from the forensic team that was there with you on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In looking at page 1 of your report, it lists personnel. I have totaled there was 9 people. Does that sound correct?
Could I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes. Let me know when you've reviewed it.
I used to be that skinny.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So how is
Not
it that
that
you divide
skinny.
up the duties?
I am that
some people, as you
skinny.
stated, you have some specialties in fingerprint analysis and crime scene analysis. I'm assuming other people have different specialties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how do you divide up the duties when you get to a live scene?
We're all trained to do all of the processing techniques that we use.
The defendant is 5
Sometimes,
times as
from a
thick as his
particular unit,
attorney.
They will just naturally do that portion.
At
of the
least.
processing. So we mentioned Sierra Ramirez earlier. She is from the biology unit. So she typically will do any DNA collection processing. that needs to
look
be
at
done on
him.
the scene. The other processing items that we do, such as the sketch or the measurements or photographs or note taking, is just kind of divided up. We're all trained to do it all, and we just divide it on who needs something to do at that time. As we get there, we don't all of them get there at the same time, so different things just naturally take place, and the duties are just divvied up, as needed.
So on that particular day, were you the one taking the photographs or no?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, when you get to a scene, are you first briefed by the officers that are already there?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Do they draw your attention to what they have found, or do you just go about your way and find all of the things that you can locate?
Yes, they will usually tell us what they have already found or seen at the scene, and then as we go through, we will look for any in addition to what they've already seen.
Okay. And who makes
Really?
the call on what evidence to actually collect, like put in bags and take with you? Who makes that call in this team of 9?
That is usually kind of a collaborative effort between the crime scene team and the investigators. Ultimately, it's the investigators' scene, so they will make the ultimate decision of what to collect.
And are you involved in the actual collection of the evidence when that decision has been made?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Were you in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And when you collect evidence, can you describe that to the jury? Is everything thrown in one bag? Is it separate? How does that work?
Yes, it's photographed, and then everything is put in their its own bag for preservation purposes and designated with the appropriate information on it.
Do you use paper bags or plastic?
It depends on the evidence.
Can you describe that?
Usually for biological evidence, we're using paper because it's able to breathe. Things that can go in plastic might be currency or things that don't, things that you're not worried about mold growth would go in plastic, but typically we're using paper.
Okay. And you said biological. Is that some type of blood or liquid substance on an item? Is that what you meant by biological?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know your approximate time of arrival on October 11th?
I believe it was 2:18 p.m.
Now, you had testified that not only do you take information from the officers as to what they have already found, but obviously you do your own search of the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the juries were shown a body camera where the
What
responding
time is it in
officer
Australia?
noticed blood on the wall and the handrail
What time is
leading
it?
down to the basement. I am not seeing
1:43
that at
p.m.
all in any of your reports. Do you recall, or if you need to refresh your recollection, do you know if that was photographed by yourself or any swabs were done of that particular area?
I don't believe that's. I don't remember being told about that. If it is in a photograph, it would be in one of the overall.
There's an
photographs
old man.
that it was just captured in. I wouldn't have taken a direct.
That's the
photograph
sound
of
of a
that.
cat
Okay, so we
falling.
did see a direct photo
Yeah.
of the
Hasn't
bloody
got
swipe. I think it was
good
described
balance
as
as it used
upstairs.
to.
So
Oh, there's
I'm
a
talking about
tail.
essentially a bloody swipe or some type of blood that was on a handrail. Do you have any recollection of seeing that and or documenting it in any of your reports?
Seems like this investigation, unless they have a different investigator,
I know
might
Mr.
be a
McCarthy
little
spent some
sloppy.
time going through all of the items that you tested for fingerprints. Is it fair to say, in looking at your report, you
David,
tested 98
do we
items or
ever
98 things
watch one of
tested?
these and go,
One thing
wow,
that was
this is such
collected?
a thorough investigation?
No,
No,
we don't.
we don't.
I mean, but how do you miss a huge swash of blood on the handrail? How do you not even take a look at that?
Did you? Okay, so you clearly missed the Brian Koberger Idaho 4 investigation. There was a huge thing of blood, male unidentified blood left on the handrail. Not
Well,
Brian
I
Koberger's.
know it was unidentified male. I remember the unidentified male blood, but they at least investigated it and
No, they
tested it. You said it was
Well,
unidentified.
Okay. So unidentified. So therefore, they managed to identify what was on the sheath, which wasn't even blood, but they didn't bother putting that one through Othram, did they?
Yeah, I don't. But again, I don't know if there's another witness coming up that actually did all the blood stuff. But so maybe this is more thorough.
Yeah.
Oh, just not this witness. Okay.
I developed 98 fingerprints on the clear plastic tarp.
Good.
Okay, so out of the 98 prints, you were unable to compare those to either Mr. Zuazo or Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes, all 98 prints were on that one item.
Nothing further, thank you.
Seraph emoji. What's a seraph emoji?
My God.
Oh,
You mentioned what time you arrived. Do you recall, or is it listed somewhere in your report what time you left?
Yes.
what emojis do
If
I
it refreshes
have?
your recollection, yes, you may.
Will. 21:05.
And for us people who use the regular clock and not military time, do you know what time that is?
5 after 9.
Thank you. All set, Mr. McCarthy? No further questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect here.
Just to follow up on a couple of questions that they asked, you talked about the fingerprint evidence and also biological or DNA evidence. Did you remember talking about that briefly? Is it sometimes that you have to make a choice that you can test it for one or the other, but not both?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes you can, the processes that we use for fingerprints can sometimes destroy DNA. And also when they are testing items for DNA, they will swab and potentially wipe away any fingerprints. So a lot of times we will have them choose one or the other.
Okay. And that picking or choosing, does that come in consultation with the detective in charge of a case?
Yes, that is up to them.
Okay. And it's not for you to decide what the detective believes should be tested for one thing and not the other. Is that fairly correct?
Correct, we can get our opinion on what we think would be the better choice, but it's up to them ultimately.
Okay. And you can tell the detective, I understand you want fingerprints on this marble, but I really think in my experience, we're not going to get fingerprints off of the marble.
Yes.
You've had that discussion in theory with officers.
Did
in the past.
Salvador's trial end?
There was also some discussion about
Yeah.
blood swabs at the scene. So you already
Conviction?
testified Sierra Ramirez was at the scene,
Yes.
and her specialty is the DNA.
Really? The
and
first
blood
guy was
collection.
acquitted. The second guy was
And if there was any
convicted.
blood collection, that would have been through her. Is that right?
Okay.
Talked about lack of fingerprints on the duct tape.
Well,
and
in
that also
theory,
means
we
that
could
there
have
was
one
no one
guy
else's
convicted
fingerprints
by
on that
one
duct tape
jury.
either, correct?
Here in this
It was
trial,
very
there's
crumpled
two
and,
juries.
if you know what duct tape is like, it's hard to pull apart. So it was kind of just a mass of.
They had nothing on either of them.
Finally, I know Mr. McCarthy asked you a little bit about the duct taping process, I guess, for
But
lack of
then
a better
again,
term, with gloves.
I'm amazed that the first
You're
one
not a
was
duct
found
tape
not
expert, I
guilty.
would guess, but is it also possible to open duct tape where you have your glove left on one hand and you pry it open?
In chat today, we were speculating on what crime Salvador would be have committed, because I said at one point we're going to stream Salvador's trial on his own channel. And the speculations were just great as to what Salvador is going to go away from. So it's kind of a toss up between stalking and solicitation. Is what we boil this
Solicitation
down.
of what?
Prostitution.
Oh,
With
okay.
the other to open a roll of duct tape?
Stalking.
I would think so.
Yeah, there's not
Yeah,
a single
yeah,
way
I
that you
feel
can
like
get duct tape off the roll.
Stalking.
Is that right?
I'm sure not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, all right, you're all set. Thank you. You may step down. Any objection to releasing?
No, Judge.
I have no objection.
No, okay, why don't you guys come up first?
All right, we're going to go on a break, and they show a bunch of the city of Detroit. All right. He is so big.
91950 FC and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945 FC.
John Petrofest and Andrew McGarrett on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of Ruth Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo standing to my left at the table.
All right, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
Paula John Lofton on behalf of Carlos Fernandez, who's standing to my right.
All right, sir, tell me your name.
Carlos Fernandez.
Okay, we're gonna start our afternoon session, so we'll bring in the juries. Okay?
Can we approach why that's happening?
Sure. Yeah.
Bring in the jury. I feel like this guy was the ringleader. And he's just sitting, he's like, that was a bad idea. Don't know why I had that idea.
It's like, oopsie.
That was just, I can go back. That was a bad idea.
Maybe he just, like, he doesn't know how strong he is because he's so huge.
That could be it, right?
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't know that when he lifted his foot a little bit, when he took that swing, that it added all of that weight. You know?
Yeah. Maybe he just went like that and the dude was like,
yeah. Okay, we got some sort of jury instruction. Let's see what we got.
Testimony. I just want to kindly remind the jurors that when you are out in the public within the courthouse, to not make contact with anybody. Please refrain from saying hello to anybody, whether or not you recognize them or don't recognize them. It's my understanding that a juror has said hello to one of the lawyers. We don't find that there was anything wrong with that.
There's so much jury nonsense in this case. I didn't even hear about this one because there was one other where juror number 9 was removed because he's like, oh, in fact, I do know the victim's family. So he was removed. Yeah, after he was already seated, the judge was like, we were here all day yesterday, and you thought about it when you went home. And then later on, there's a thing about one of the jurors is doing research on his own. He's like Googling shit at home and telling other jurors about it. So this one I didn't hear. There's just so much jury nonsense going on.
people are so stupid.
Three more jury issues. Northwest.
Oh, you meant not to go and Google it. So I thought you said I could go Google it.
To be fair, what he Googled was like the number quadrillion or something like that. It was some like astronomical number, probably after the DNA expert testified. And he was like, what is this number? How many zeros?
Or did that lawyer continue the conversation or respond?
Yeah, that's what he Googled.
Okay?
Yeah.
Please do not do that. That is
Oh,
structured
and the
very
judge.
poorly
That's
for,
funny.
The necessity to maintain even an appearance of impropriety. In addition, there are restrooms within your jury room. So I know that we might have staggered the time frame of when you came in today, 8:30 and then 9 o'clock. If you get here early, you are still welcome to buzz the side door. A member of chamber staff will let you into your jury room. Please try to use the restrooms within your jury room and not out in the public, as that could cause others to run into you in that situation. Okay?
One juror emailed the judge. I do remember hearing about that too. Yeah.
What, to knock?
That's not how we typically conduct our day-to-day.
To knock on the other juror?
No. I can't remember what the email was about.
Lives,
Maybe.
But it is important that we do that in this trial. Thank you. All right, people's next witness.
People call Thomas Colleen.
It's the county flag, Fox. It's the county's flag. Oakland County.
Derek, stop it. You're gonna knock me off stream.
To complain about jury handlers with the sheriff.
And then tell us your name.
My name is Thomas Keelan.
All right, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us how old you are, please?
51. Oh, no, 52.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
POCO employs me.
And what does POCO do as a
Traffic
company?
barricading company.
How long have you worked for them?
Over 20 years.
Okay. What are your duties with them?
Signs. I install signs.
Okay. Were you, as an employee of that company, were you given a company truck to take home?
Yes.
And can you describe the truck that you were given to take home?
It's a white truck.
Well, I have a
truck
feeling this
with
was
POCO
the
logos on it,
truck
side
that was
doors,
stolen and used.
DOT numbers on it, and a POCO plate.
Okay. Was it a Ford or a Chevy?
Ford.
And do you know what is it, 250, 150, something else?
I think it's a 250. I'm not sure.
Okay. And how long were you assigned that vehicle prior to September 29th of 2024?
We usually vary vehicles, so I've been driving that for probably a week or two.
Okay. So the vehicles rotate around?
Yes.
And what would you note as far as the vehicle regarding the doors and their locking ability?
The driver's side door wouldn't lock, so I had to keep that unlocked.
And what about the ignition? Did you need a key to start the ignition?
Yes.
And when you would drive that car home, would you park it in the driveway in front of your house or someplace else?
And when I'm at home, it's in my driveway. When my daughter's house was in front of the house.
Okay. And can you tell us, I don't need an address, but what area were you living in back on September 29th?
Dearborn Heights.
Okay. And do you call the evening of September 29th of 2024 with the vehicle? Did you park it someplace that night?
Yes.
And where was it parked when you went to bed?
In front of the house.
And what was the last time you recall seeing it that night?
Probably when I went to bed between 10 and 11. I didn't look at the clock, but it was probably about 10 or 11.
Okay. Was there any type of alarm system on the truck itself?
These guys aren't even being
As
charged
far
with
as,
Grand
grades
Theft
of
Auto.
truck, A being phenomenal and Z being not such a great truck, where would you rate it in that system?
It's middle of the alphabet. It's not that.
Okay. And
That's
did you
a
wake up
wide
on September
range.
30th?
Yes, I look up. That's
Yeah,
September.
A to Z, and he's like middle of the alphabet just because he doesn't know that the middle letter is. I don't even know.
L.
L? Yeah, sounds right.
Pretty sure it's L. But that's just go 1 to 10,
And did you
dude. Make it.
Yeah, right. They don't give me 26 options.
Jesus Christ.
Go out to your truck?
Yes.
And did you find your truck?
No, it was gone.
Did you call the Dearborn Heights Police Department?
Yes.
Did you report it as stolen?
Yes.
Find someone who holds you as tight as those buttons.
Right?
Oh, that's amazing.
I don't think it's consensual.
Oh, you know what? Those buttons are never mind. I was going to make a comment to the wife, but I don't want to.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number Q. If I could approach Judge, we're going to avoid the teleprompter. Do you recognize that license plate?
Yes.
POCO 32, is that the plate that was on your vehicle?
Yes.
And that was a company plate?
Yes.
And I'll show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 15A. Do you recognize that vehicle on fire?
Yeah, I recognize the vehicle. Yeah.
Your
How do you recognize the vehicle on fire? I wouldn't recognize mine on fire.
I don't have any objection to A. I would ask for more foundation as to B. He said he recognized it.
Definitely M.
3Q is the focal plate, right? And then what was the other one?
His truck on
I
fire.
understand it, but he didn't give us a testimony.
What exhibit number is that?
15A.
That's 15A. Okay, let's see if you can establish a little bit more foundation.
Hello, what are your thoughts on
Yeah,
men with nipple piercings?
Because of the bed and the brackets and the frames and all that. Yeah.
Is there a special frame on the back of the truck?
It's a bit gay.
It's to hold signs up when we lean signs against it, so they build that railing on it, so the signs won't be.
I'll let Salvador know.
And you're looking at it, that was your truck?
Yeah.
Go for your life.
No, I have an objection to that foundation.
All right,
Valhalla.
So that's 3Q and 15A both in.
Yes, Judge. I'm just going to ask you a final question. You haven't been to court before to testify in this case, correct?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you could look at the two individuals, and I'll move the podium out of the way, starting with the defendant over on the far side of the courtroom. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
You don't know him?
No.
Not a friend of yours?
No.
The second defendant, who's closer to me, have you ever seen him before?
No.
Don't know him?
No.
No contact before? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
I have no questions for you, Colleen.
And Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Just very briefly, you do not have cameras at your home, correct?
No, that was my daughter's house. No, there's no camera.
There's no cameras. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You're all set.
Okay.
Can this witness be excused?
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Is it on?
Yep.
People call Linda Murray.
It'd be really nice if they would show the actual exhibit Northwest so we could see that. Like, why did we not see a picture of the truck burnt out?
It's just a goddamn truck. It's not offensive or anything. Unless it's got a big penis on it or something.
Well, if it was Sal's truck.
If it was Sal's truck, but we know that Sal can't drive a truck.
Is it odd? I was watching Dumb and Dumber a couple of weeks ago, and I saw the dog mobile, and I immediately thought, you know what? Salvador would look pretty cool driving that thing around. I could see him driving that thing around. I immediately thought of him driving that thing. Valhalla doesn't stream anymore.
Mrs. Murray, if you could approach this way.
Oh, this is the wife.
Judge will swear you in.
Watch your step on the way up. I'll get you sworn in.
Yeah, it looks like her. Unless it's a nosy neighbor.
Right, face the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. All right, thank you. Please be seated, and then tell us.
Is this the wife?
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, that's the wife.
Really? That's the
I'm
one?
going to ask you.
Yeah, that's the wife. She looks.
Oh, it's going.
She looks like she aged a lot in the past year because we saw her on the body cam. Were you there for the beginning of the body cam?
No.
She looked a lot. Let me see here. Okay, what are we at right now?
But
We are at,
I mean, she's doing the whole cover up thing, and like that's very aging.
we are at 5:27. All right, I'll go
Yeah.
back.
I mean, she's no spring chicken anyway.
No, she's not, but she looked a lot younger in the body cam when the officer first arrived. Let's see here. Applause. That's what it picked up, was applause. I don't think it was applause. Okay, so this is, I think he's coming up to the door.
Yeah.
He's trying to get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I was just looking at it at a different speed or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
She is, I think they're Muslim too. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for there to be head covering. But I guess she
Yeah.
does look older.
Yeah.
I
Are
just
they in
thought-
their 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in their 70s. Okay, let's play this.
If it's possible, if you could stay standing and raise your right hand, against sworn in. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
5:27. Yeah.
Linda Murray.
You're with us.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to speak up very loudly because it's not just the folks to your right that need to hear you. The folks out in the first couple rows need to hear you. Okay. And if you don't speak up loud enough, we're going to see some hands from the folks there, meaning they can't hear you. Okay.
Okay.
If you don't understand something I ask, or if I'm not clear, just ask me to repeat it and I'll repeat whatever question it was. Okay. Mrs. Murray, could you tell us how old you are?
73.
And have you been married?
Yes.
And can you tell us the name of your husband?
Hussein Murray.
And how old was he at the time of his passing?
73.
Okay. How long had you been married?
54 years.
And did you have any children from that marriage?
Yes.
How many children?
3.
And do you have any grandchildren from your kids?
Yes.
How many grandkids?
11.
I'm going to direct your attention back to about a year ago. Was your husband still working at that time?
Yes.
And can you tell us how he was working?
He was a jeweler and he worked at his store every day.
Okay. And can you tell us the name of his store?
One was Gold and Glitter, which is a jewelry store. And then on the other side was Hamtramck Pawnbrokers
Okay. Where were they located, those stores?
in Hamtramck.
Okay. And he would go there on a regular basis?
Yes.
Did he have a regular schedule that you were aware of when he'd go and when he'd typically come home?
Yes.
Would he vary that schedule very much, or is he someone who was pretty consistent with his schedule?
Very consistent.
Okay. And during the week, Monday through Friday, what times would he approximately leave your residence and then go to those stores?
About 12 noon.
Okay. And what time would he typically return home?
7.
Did he work on the weekend?
Only Saturday.
Okay. What type of car did he drive at the time?
An Audi,
And was it a brand new one or an older one?
older one.
And he had had that vehicle for some time?
Yes.
How long do you think it was, best guess, that he'd had that car?
5, 6 years.
Okay. And did you have your own car?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have?
Infinity.
When your husband would go to these stores, were you aware of whether or not he'd ever carry a firearm for protection?
Yes.
And what type of gun was that?
A Glock.
Okay. And was your husband right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Okay. And would he wear that holster on the right side?
Yes.
Now, when your husband would go back and forth between the stores, where were you living at that point in time?
In Rochester Hills.
And can you tell us the address?
3730 Newcastle.
Okay. Was that located in the city of Rochester Hills in Oakland County, Michigan?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there at that residence?
26 years.
Because of the nature of his business, dealing with pawn and dealing with jewelry, did you have any type of safe at your residence?
Dealing with pawn?
Nothing in it, no wall safe, no portable safe, no safe.
I know that's a bad way to phrase that.
That didn't sound good at all.
Dealing with pawn.
You don't deal with pawn.
Would your husband keep cash otherwise outside of the safe in a mattress or something like that at your house?
No.
Would you keep any type of valuable jewelry at your house?
No.
Did you have any jewelry that was costume jewelry?
Yes.
And where did you keep that?
In the jewelry box in my room, my bedroom.
Okay. Did you have any jewelry that was better than costume jewelry?
No.
When we get
His
to
drug dealers don't use
October
their own
10th
supply,
of
right?
2024, do you recall the events of that day and that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Were you at home that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately 10 o'clock p.m. Can you tell us if anything unusual happened?
A gentleman, Hernandez, came to the front door and said that he was from DTE and needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay. Now, you identified him by name as Defendant Hernandez just now on the record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You did testify earlier at the preliminary examination back in district court December of last year?
Yes.
Okay. And you identified one of the defendants as Defendant Hernandez back then?
Yes.
Okay. Was Defendant Hernandez alone when he came to that door?
No.
Okay. Now, who was the other person that was at that door with him?
Zuazo was not at the door. He was standing on the walk.
Okay, there was a second person with him?
Yes.
Okay, was that person, what description of nationality, ethnic background would you say that person was?
Average size, average height.
I like how she's not playing the game. She's just like calling them out by name. She's not like there was another individual there. Oh, what did that individual look like? She's like, no, it was this guy's name and it was that guy's name.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like this, the prosecutor's like asking about ethnicity and stuff, and she's not even going there.
Yeah, she's like, no, it was defendant Z and defendant Big Boy. That's who was there.
Yeah, right.
Black.
Okay. Where was it when you were first attention drawn to somebody being at the front door?
My Ring camera gave me notifications through my phone.
Okay. And where were you physically at in your house when you got that notification?
Upstairs by the master bedroom.
When you say you had Ring cameras around the outside of the house?
Yes.
And those Ring cameras were set up to notify you if somebody came to the door?
Yes.
And was it a Ring camera system where you could actually view on your camera what was going on those cameras?
Yes.
And you could actually see on your camera what
Well, it
was going
sounded
on?
like she gave him kind of a hard time, and then she ended up untying herself and calling 911. So yeah, she's definitely not
She's
someone to mess with.
hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the front door?
Well, I don't get like
Now-
why
now,
did she let
after
them
you see
in?
She didn't want to. He ended up letting him in.
Oh,
Yeah, and she's like, "Don't let him in." So this is the
Right.
thing. This is the thing that's completely sus to me. So they showed
Yeah.
up at 10 o'clock on October 10th and said, "We need to check for a gas leak." And they
Yeah.
said, and she said, "Don't let him in." No. And they're like, "Okay, we'll come back in the morning."
yeah,
If there's truly a gas leak, the gas company is not going away and coming back in the morning.
yeah.
So when they
That's true.
said, "We'll come back in the morning," that's your first red flag. And then when they
Mm.
show up in the morning, be like, well, obviously the house didn't explode, so you're either full of shit or whatever. You know, there's a ton of red flags here. But she didn't want to let them in.
Yeah, and you can smell a gas leak.
Yeah, you could smell a gas leak. Fire trucks would be out. There'd be a lot of
Yeah.
other things. And so she, at least according to the opening statement, I haven't heard her whole testimony, but according to the opening statement, she was the one that didn't want to let him in.
That do you leave your master bedroom or do you stay there?
No, I stay in the hallway by the door.
Okay. And when we talk about the hallway, are we talking about where the banister is?
Yes.
And what do you see happen as you're standing at the banister?
My husband opens the front door and asks Hernandez, could he help him
Okay. Did you know where your husband was before he walked to the front door?
in the family room?
Okay. So what do you see happen when your husband opens the front door?
I see Hernandez standing there with a clipboard, asking my husband to sign it for permission to enter the house.
Okay. Were you able to hear the discussion that defendant Hernandez was having with your husband?
Only that he asked him to come in and check for the heat exchanger on the furnace.
Was there anything said about who?
See, the thing is that a heat exchanger, if there's a leak at the heat exchanger, DTE wouldn't know about it. You'd have to be the one that called. And also, if there is a gas leak or a gas emergency or electrical power out or anything like that, DTE sends me emails and text messages.
Mm.
So I'll get a text message on my phone that says, hey, we're experiencing power outage or whatever. You know, I get those texts on my phone from DTE. So, but they're not going to know if your furnace is leaking gas. They're only going to know if it's something with their lines, right? So this is nonsense.
This is terrible that they go to this much effort to scam these people and get in and steal their stuff. This is it's really bad.
Who they were at the door?
Just DTE workers.
Okay. Could you see any way that they were? Let me just say that defendant.
Every time, so I live in a neighborhood, for whatever reason, the power tends to go out quite a bit. But yeah, you talk to your neighbor about that. So it's funny. So if the power goes out, I'm like, oh, did I pay the bill? Or is it like a power outage? And so I check the neighborhood Facebook group, and then someone else will comment and be like, oh, power out again. Everyone else is power out, because they're all thinking the same thing.
Mm.
And so we always verify.
I'm sure they like can't bring this in, but like this can't have been their first try at doing this. There must be other instances of them.
You know, I don't
breaking into
know.
people's houses.
That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Was this their first go at it and it just failed miserably? It's been done before. This isn't the first time that people have faked to be utility workers, at least the first story that I've heard about. And so maybe they got the idea from hearing about some of those other stories, and this was their first attempt. I don't know. They did think ahead, though. They thought to steal a work truck with M dot or a D dot stick, numbers on the side. They thought to steal a DTE registered license plate. I mean, they were thinking ahead. This was definitely planned for at least a little bit.
This is terrible.
Yeah, they were targeted for sure. So they were definitely planning this out.
I'm gonna have to run, David. But
okay.
if you're still going later, which you seem to be sure
I'll
that
be
you're going
going.
to be, I might see you later on.
Thanks for joining.
This was fun. Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, let's see what this lady has to say.
Hernandez was dressed?
He had a yellow vest on and a hat and a mask,
Okay. And how would you describe his size?
very large.
Very large.
What did your husband say to them when when Hernandez asked about coming inside?
Well, he asked, well, why? And Hernandez said he needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay. Did you get involved in the conversation?
Yes.
And how did you get involved with the conversation?
I asked Hernandez, isn't it a little late for you to be coming to the door?
Okay. Was there any response to that?
No, he just said, I'm sorry, I have to check for the gas leak.
Did you say anything else in that direction to your husband while they were at the door?
Yes, I asked him if he had his gun.
Okay. And how loudly did you say that?
Loud enough for everybody to hear.
Okay. Was the door open at the point in time you said that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see that second person doing when that conversation was going on? The second individual there?
At that time, my attention was on Hernandez. I believe Zuazo was still on the walk. He wasn't up on the porch.
Okay. Were you able to see the second person from the ring camera?
Yes.
Okay. What ended up happening when they were at the door after that conversation?
They said that they were sorry to bother us and they'll come back tomorrow.
Okay. Now, I want to be very specific because we have two different people on trial here. So the word they doesn't help specify. So when you say they, is there one person
if it's
who says
really
that?
a gas leak, that's
Okay.
not what they say.
And what happens after Hernandez says they'll come back tomorrow?
They leave.
Okay. Did you have any discussion after your husband closes the door about what just happened?
I just asked my husband, I don't smell gas, do you? He said no.
Okay. Did you call the police?
No.
Did you call DTE?
No.
The next day, we're on to October 11th of 2024. Do you recall what you were doing that morning?
Preparing breakfast and lunch for the witness.
Okay. Did you go any place before you started to prepare breakfast that morning?
Yes, I had a doctor's appointment.
Okay. And did you go to that doctor's appointment with your husband or alone?
Alone.
And was your husband at the house when you got back?
Yes.
And did you drive your Infiniti to go to your doctor's appointment?
Yes.
Okay. When you get back into the house, where's your husband?
In the kitchen.
Okay. What is he doing in the kitchen?
He was fixing lunch to take to work.
And was that something he would commonly do, or is this a special occasion?
No, always.
Okay. And when you say people at work, approximately how many people would be working at his stores on a daily basis?
About 5.
So when you come back in, is he still cooking or has he finished cooking?
No, he's finished.
And this is approximately 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. As time goes by, is there a knock at the front door?
Yes.
What happens when there's a knock on the front door?
I hear through the ring camera that someone was saying DTE.
Okay. So do you go to the front door? Does your husband go to the front door? Does nobody go to the front door?
My husband goes to the front door.
Okay. And where are you at when he goes to the front door?
In that hallway by the front door.
Okay. He gives her, he can't lead, right? He can't ask her leading questions, which suggests the answer. But he's not really asking her open-ended questions. He's like, he says things like, did you go to the door? Did anybody go to the door? Did nobody go to the door? He's giving her options, which isn't leading, but it's also not, what if anything did you do? Right? I hate the what if anything. These are good questions. That's what I just wanted to point out.
Okay. You're able to see what happens at the front door from where you're at?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you see happen when you see your husband go to the front door?
He opens the door and Hernandez again asks him to sign the clipboard to give him permission to come into the house.
Okay, let me stop you there. When you say Hernandez, do you recognize Hernandez as the same person who was there the night before?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Sitting to my left wearing a polo shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified Defendant Hernandez?
The record reflects the witnesses identified the defendant.
Was Defendant Hernandez there alone or was there somebody else there?
No, Zuazo was with him.
Okay. Do they come into the house or do they stay outside?
No, they come in.
Okay. And how close do you get to who you just said by name Zuazo? How close did you get to him?
5 feet maybe.
Okay. And how was he dressed?
Just regular, ordinary work clothes.
Okay.
This is a vest.
Throughout this process, were you able to get a good enough look of the second person there to identify him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you identify him also at district court?
Yes.
I'm going to move the podium for 10 seconds. If you look around the courtroom, do you see I'm not sure if that helped. Do you see the second person in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Sitting to the end of the table with a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness as identified Defendant Zuazo?
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
So what happens once they both come into the house?
They start walking toward the basement.
Okay. Now, do you have any gas-related products in the basement?
Yes,
What do you have, as best you remember, that's in the basement that's a gas-related product?
2 furnaces and 2 water heaters.
Okay.
Why do they have 2 furnaces and 2 water heaters? I know the house is like 4,800 square feet or something, but that seems excessive. I have heard of 2 air conditioners, usually one on the 2nd floor and one on the 1st floor. But 2 furnaces and 2 water heaters seems like a lot.
When they're headed towards the basement, do they immediately go down to the basement?
No.
What happens?
To get clarification on they, who all were speaking about in that multiple.
Does Defendant Hernandez and Defendant Zuazo immediately go down to the basement?
No.
Okay. What happens before Defendant Hernandez? I don't want to assume he goes down, but what happens before that?
Zuazo goes into the laundry room, and I assumed he was going to look for gas leak, but he looked at the wall where I have artwork instead. And Hernandez.
Were you with him when he went into the laundry room?
He's scoping out the artwork.
And do you have a gas dryer in that room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see what
Don't
Hernandez
look
was
too
doing?
obvious, like
He
you're
was
trying to rob the place.
Standing by the garage door and the basement door, because a hallway that he was standing between.
Okay. And does anything happen before they head down? The 2 defendants head downstairs.
Hernandez tells me that he forgot his meter and he had to go to the truck to get it.
And were you able to tell from your observations whether or not he left the house?
No.
How big is their house that they have 2 furnaces and 2 water heaters? That just seems excessive.
I don't know if he left the house because the door would have a chime to it when you open it.
Did you hear the charm?
No.
How long would you say that Hernandez was out of your sight after he had made that comment?
I still don't buy it.
Maybe.
Okay. Does Defendant Hernandez return?
Yes.
What happens after he returns?
My husband starts to go down the basement steps.
Okay. When your husband goes down the basement steps, does anyone follow him down?
Yes, Hernandez does.
Okay. And who?
Oh, I'm sorry. Zuazo does.
Okay. I just want to be clear. Which of the 2 defendants goes down behind your husband?
Zuazo.
Okay. And does Defendant Hernandez go down the steps also?
Yes.
And does one of the 2 defendants or your husband close the door to the basement?
I didn't notice who closed the door.
Okay. Does the door get closed to the basement?
Yes.
Where do you go after they head down into the basement?
I finished up making breakfast.
Okay. And how long do you think that takes?
Oh, I was almost done, so 2 minutes.
Okay. And after you finish making the breakfast, how long would you say that the defendants were downstairs?
10, 15 minutes.
Okay. People have different tones to their voice. Would you categorize your husband as a soft talker or a loud talker?
Loud talking.
Okay. When your husband was down in the basement with the defendants, did you hear him at all?
No.
Did you hear any commotion at all?
No.
Did you hear any cries out at all?
No.
Also, folks have different abilities physically as we age. How would you characterize your husband's physical abilities at his age?
Very active and strong.
He was a strong man?
Yes.
And he was still a strong man at his age?
Yes.
What's the first thing that you remember after that 10 to 15 minutes passes while the 2 defendants are in the basement?
I was sitting at my kitchen table and Hernandez comes up from the basement and I stepped towards him to see if he needed something.
And what happens then?
Then he asks me, he said, where's the jewelry and where's the money? And where's the safe? I'm sorry. And I said, I have no safe. And he says, where's the jewelry? And I said, in the bank, in a safety deposit box. And then he says, where's the money? And I said, just what's in my purse and what's in my husband's pocket.
And how much money did you have, especially remember, in your purse that day?
About $300.
And how much would your husband typically carry on him in cash?
About $5,000.
And can you tell us after you
5,000
responded
in
that way,
cash
what
you
happens?
carry on him? Did I hear that right? I'm lucky if I got $20 in my wallet.
Zuazo comes upstairs also. And
So he comes up behind Defendant Hernandez?
Yes, yes.
And how long would you say the delay between Defendant Hernandez coming up and Defendant Zuazo is between that?
Seconds.
Okay. Were you still talking to Defendant Hernandez about your money and your cash and your husband's cash at the time Zuazo appeared, or was that part of the conversation over?
That was over and I asked him, where's my husband? Several times.
Okay. Are you asking Defendant Hernandez where your husband is?
I was asking both of them.
Okay. And what happens when you're asking about your husband?
Zuazo tells me that he's sleeping and I notice blood on his vest and I start screaming.
Okay.
He's
and
sleeping?
what happens as,
Why would they say he's sleeping?
let me ask you this. Does Defendant Hernandez say anything in response after Defendant Zuazo says he's sleeping?
Not that I recall.
What's your response after you see the blood?
I was screaming and Hernandez hits me in the face to cover my mouth.
Okay. And when you say he hits you in your face, there's a front, there's a right, and there's a left side of your face. Which side, if you can remember, he struck you?
The left.
Was it a hard or soft strike?
Hard.
Did you receive injuries from that strike?
Yes,
Did you later, after the events are over, end up going to get medical attention for the strike?
yes,
Did you end up losing your front tooth at some point from related to the strike?
yes.
How long was it after the strike that you ended up losing your tooth?
About a month, 3 weeks a month.
Okay. After you're struck, what happens next?
He asks me if I will stop screaming when he removes his hand from my mouth and sits me at the kitchen chair.
Okay. And what, if anything, is he saying to you at that point?
Again, he's asking me, where is the safe?
What, if
Where is the
anything?
jewelry? Where is the money? And I would reply the same answer.
At that point in time, where is defendant Zuazo?
He went up the back stairs, up to the master bedroom.
Okay, and you saw him go up the back stairs?
Yes,
Okay. From your recollections of that day, did defendant Hernandez ever go upstairs?
no.
What's going on as defendant Zuazo is upstairs? What's going on with you and defendant Hernandez?
Hernandez is binding my hands and my ankles together.
Okay. And is that against your will?
Yes,
Okay. Did you notice if any of your items were taken that day?
yes.
What was taken from you?
When Zuazos came downstairs, I saw that he was carrying a drawer from my jewelry box.
Okay. And that was without your consent?
Yes.
Was there anything taken from your
As
purse?
you're
that was
going
without your
through all
consent?
of this
Yes.
What
and
was taken from your
getting
purse?
like a drawer of costumes.
Were there any other items that you were missing after that day?
Well, my phone, Hernandez took my phone and put it in his pocket and took my iPhone watch and threw it across the table.
Okay. And obviously there was police involvement. Did you ever recover your husband's Glock? Was that ever recovered?
No,
While Hernandez is in the kitchen, do you see what else he's doing while he's there?
he nonchalantly goes to one of the kitchen drawers, opens it, looks at it and says,
Okay. Do you see defendant Zuazo return?
yes,
Okay. And
I feel like anytime I pay for stuff with cash, people are just odd and they don't know what to do with it. No matter how little it is.
after he returns, does he come down the front stairs or those back stairs again?
the back stairs.
How long were they in the house after defendant Zuazo returns from the upstairs?
A couple minutes because Hernandez wanted to put me in the closet, but because I was bound, I couldn't move. So he sat me back in the chair.
And what do you mean by he tried to put you in a closet?
He wanted me to, Hernandez and Zuazo wanted to put me in the closet and shut the door, I imagine.
Okay. And when you say they, I think you then specified, but what were each of those individuals doing at that point? Tell us specifically what was Hernandez doing to try to put you in a closet?
He grabbed me by the shoulder and the arm, but then I was really wobbly and he sat me down in the chair.
Okay. And can you tell me what defendant Zuazo was doing?
He looked a little nervous and was like moving from foot to foot and told Hernandez, let's go, bro.
Okay.
I didn't hear that quote from the co-defendant.
Ms. Murray, can you repeat, please?
Zuazo asked Hernandez, let's go, bro.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been. And did they exit the house?
Yes,
How did they exit the house?
through the garage door.
Can I have just 1 second?
I like this little lady saying, "Let's go, bro."
Did they go out the garage door, did you say?
Yes,
How long were they in the garage?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. And did you still have your Infinity keys?
No, Hernandez took my keys.
What do you hear coming from the garage?
I hear the door slam down, the garage door. I hear that slam.
And was any type of remote control clicker for the garage connected to your keys?
No,
Okay. How was it that you were able to free yourself from being duct taped?
around my ankles, there was a small tab of tape that was loose, and I worked it around until it came off.
Okay. And were you able to make a phone call to the authorities since the cell phone was gone?
Yes,
And how were you able to do that?
the house phone.
Okay. And did you call 911?
Yes.
And how long would you say it was after 911 that the deputies arrived?
I don't blame the
5
defendants
minutes.
for not looking for a
in that 5 minutes
landline.
before the deputies arrived, did you hear anything or any sounds or noises coming from the basement?
No,
Did you go down into the basement?
no,
Okay. And to this date, you haven't seen any photos of the basement. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. I'm not going to show you any photos today either, but I just want to ask you just a couple things. Did your husband wear any type of rings or jewelry?
Yes.
And what kind of ring or jewelry would he wear?
He had a diamond jewelry, a ring on his finger, and a diamond watch.
Okay. And when you say a ring on his finger, what hand was that finger attached to, right or left?
I think it was the right.
Okay. And you indicated that he had a nice watch. Was that a Rolex watch?
Yes.
Okay. Did your husband wear glasses?
No,
No glasses.
only for reading.
For reading?
Yes.
Okay. So let me show you what's been marked as photograph 1EE. It should appear up there. Those
I always have
photograph
2 cell
1EE
phones on me.
accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your face.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1FF. Does 1FF show a side view of the injury that you sustained to your face?
Yes,
I'll show you
Ooh.
what's been marked as 1GG.
That's a strong hit.
Does that photograph
Very
accurately depict the
purpley.
injury that you sustained to your wrist?
yes,
And I'll show you what's been marked as 1HH. Does that accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your shoulder?
yes,
Your Honor, the people would move those exhibits 1EE, 1FF, and 1GG, and 1HH into evidence.
The objection?
I have no.
No, are there?
Once the sheriff office got involved, they went through the house that day.
yes,
Okay, and I'm going to show you some photographs. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1D. Okay, do you recognize that as the top of your stairs?
yes,
Okay, you see the closet that's depicted in that photograph is open.
yes,
Would you have left that closet open when you were in the house?
no,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1F, leading into your
You keep
master.
a landline so
Do you
your mother
recognize that as
can
your
call you
master?
have
Yes.
Irish.
Do you recognize that chest of drawers?
yes,
Was it left that way when you were last upstairs?
no,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1H. It's a different view. Can you tell us what you see in 1H?
drawers scattered on the floor
Okay.
and items on the floor.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1I. Can you tell us what you see in that picture?
Drawers on the floor,
And 1K?
the armoire open,
Okay. And the drawers should be inside, but they're not inside. Is that correct?
correct.
Did you have any type of jewelry box upstairs?
Yes,
And where was that jewelry box kept?
in my closet,
Did you notice when you finally went through the house, was that jewelry box where it should have been?
no,
And can you tell us, do you recall where you found it?
was laying on the floor in the master bedroom.
And were any of the drawers missing from there?
Yes, one,
And what was kept in that jewelry box?
costume jewelry,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3BB as a boy. Do me a favor, look this way. Okay. Do you see 3BB?
yes,
Okay. Do you recognize that?
yes,
And how do you recognize that?
those are my costume jewelry in my glass case,
Okay. And the sheriff's department later recovered these items and showed them to you?
yes,
Did you identify those items as what was in the house before the defendants came in that day?
yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3CC. Do you recognize that as the contents of your costume jewelry?
yes,
I'm going to direct your attention to what's in the middle of that. It looks like some sort of award. Do you recognize that award?
yes.
And can you tell us how you recognize that?
That was my grandfather's sports award that he got when he was young.
And that had been passed down through your family.
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Yeah, the
3EE.
decoration in the house is a little dated.
You recognize that costume jewelry as some more of the costume jewelry?
yes,
All these items were taken without your consent?
yes,
As this case has progressed, did you turn over the Ring camera video to the sheriff's department?
yes,
And you had a chance to review the Ring camera videos both from the 10th and from the 11th of October?
yes,
Did they accurately reflect what occurred and what you remember happening on those Ring camera videos?
yes,
And you also testified to that at preliminary examination?
yes,
Your Honor, the people would move the Ring camera videos that have been designated 5C, 5D, and 5E and request to publish those.
Before we get to that, did you admit 3BB, 3C, that the witness just testified to? I see that as being admitted previously in this matter.
I didn't because the guy from Cato County is coming tomorrow, but I'll move those in today.
Okay, I mean, it's not, do it as you see fit. I just want to make sure we're not missing something. All right, so the ring cameras are which numbers?
They got renumbered 5C, 5D, and 5E. They were all on just 5.
Yeah, these defendants
Because of
were
things
not
that
the
renumbered.
smartest.
The parties have seen the ring camera. Is there any
That is
objection to admission to it? Okay, all right, it's done.
And that's 5C, 5D, 5D, correct?
Yes. Permission to publish?
You may publish.
All right, I'm gonna watch this in real time.
Thanks for stopping by. If you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Or DTE. We're trying for gas leaks.
We're trying for gas leaks.
Just a minute. It's the front door. I don't know.
It's DTE.
DTE. It's kind of late for you guys to be coming around.
I know we've been working in the neighborhood.
DTE, I don't know, business line.
Well, we just got a question. Have you guys had, are you Mr. who's been murdered? Yeah. Well, exactly. We're not. We gotta check your back, behind the house, for the meter. Well, thank you. On the seat.
See what's there?
Hello?
No, I'm having. Oh, I'm hearing you.
Is this the big
Yes, yes.
That's it.
And just for the record, just saw C. So just, yeah, indicated for the record that was call.
And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside. We go home. And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Listen, I did, how you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, do you want to read? What am I paying for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do is we have to check for like cracks in the heat.
And this next one is Exhibit 5D.
Did you go for that?
For the record, yes. And there's also 5E, which is the garage video, which I didn't mention.
Any objection to 5E?
No, I've seen 5E, so I, no objection.
Okay, same. All right, sir.
Come on, man. Let's keep you.
So that's when they're leaving, I think.
Let me ask you just a few questions. When we were watching the video, the October 10th video, it looks like Mr. Hernandez is wearing like a N95 mask. Do you recall him wearing a mask?
Yes,
And was Defendant Zazo also wearing some face covering at that time?
yes,
Okay, on the October 11th time that they were at your house, was Defendant Hernandez also wearing face covering?
yes,
And was Defendant Zuazo wearing a face covering?
part of the time.
Okay, when you say part of the time, was there a point where that face covering gets moved?
I think when he came up the stairs from the basement, he wasn't wearing a mask.
Okay, so when he came up from the basement, Defendant Zuazo's mask was not on.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-exam to last one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is going to be a hard cross-examination. You have to be nice about it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Murray.
Afternoon.
I know that you and I met back on the day of the preliminary examination, which was December 17th of last year. I'm just going to tell you the same thing that I said that day. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you here today regarding your testimony. And if I don't make one of my questions clear to you, please tell me that. Then I'll rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
I just want you to answer the questions, you know, that you understand the questions before you answer them.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now, the event of what occurred on that day, the 11th of October.
Hey, Gigi, welcome back.
Certainly nothing like that ever happened before in your lifetime, correct?
Correct.
Very traumatic, without question, correct?
Correct.
And now almost a year has passed, and it's given you quite a bit of time to think about what occurred, correct?
Correct.
And whether you wanted to be thinking about it or not, you have this constantly on your mind, correct?
Correct.
And coming here to court again is something which, if you were able to have it fade from your memory, brought it all back to the foreground a second time, correct?
Correct.
And you're here now giving your testimony.
Where's he going
And
with
certainly this has been something you've been preparing for and weighing, and it's been weighing heavily on you as this day, the first day of October approached, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to be able to testify, you had to sit down and speak with the attorneys representing the prosecutor's office, correct?
Correct.
And you had interviews with Mr. Petrofessa and perhaps with Mr. Magaro, correct?
Correct.
And you've also spoken with a number of law enforcement officers ever since the first day that this occurred, correct?
Correct.
They came to your house. Deputy Copeland was the first man through the door at your house. You remember that, right?
Correct.
And then that was a pretty upsetting thing when you
I
were
kind
talking
of see where
with
he's
him
going with
about.
this.
You didn't even know what had happened at that point, right?
Correct.
I mean, you knew that you got tied up. There was something that happened with your property, but you didn't know where your husband was.
Correct.
And as the day wore on, things just got worse.
Correct.
And then after you were asked to step outside of the house, another deputy came along, Deputy Hagelin, and he took you to his police car. So at least you could be sitting down away from the house instead of sitting on your front porch as you were when you first encountered him, right?
Yes.
And because when you were sitting on the porch, one of the things you observed, you were sitting right there, was all the other deputies that came to your home to see what happened, right?
Yes.
And they were heavily armed, correct?
Yes.
And obviously everybody was taking what happened at your house very seriously.
Yeah, she was basically
correct?
told
Yes.
that it's
All right.
this guy, and she didn't really see him.
And so then you didn't go back into your house. Instead, you ended up going to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And you had those pictures taken at some point during the day before you got to the hospital or before you got into a hospital bed. Is that right?
I'm not sure if it was the same day or the next day, but
Okay. But those pictures were taken so that there would be a record of the injury you sustained, correct?
yes.
And you spent the night at least of the 11th and the 12th of October in the hospital, right?
No,
No? How did that go?
I was released and after they did CAT scan, I was released to go home.
During your time you were in the hospital, you met with another detective. Isn't that true?
Yes,
Detective Weitzman, I think his name is, or Wigeman rather.
I assume.
Okay, but another detective
Yes.
came to see you while you were in the emergency room. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And then that same detective met with you some more times over the course of the next couple of days, correct?
Correct.
And those meetings were conducted at your son's home. Isn't that right?
I repeat that?
I said those meetings were conducted at your son's home. Isn't that correct?
There's a ton of hot mics going on, and if you're ever in this courtroom, there's microphones sitting right on the desks, both the defense and the prosecutor's desk, and there's little buttons you can hit to mute them. And when the news cameras are in there, they patch into the courtroom mic system, and that's why we have such good audio. But you should be muting those. You shouldn't be whispering to your client or to your investigating officer, or whoever's talking, because you can hear it all. Big Boy was talking with his attorney earlier in the case, and we heard that too. They need to watch that. You can just hit a button and it mutes it.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was a lot of discussion about this incident at your house in those first few days. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
And somewhere along the line, you learned what the name of the first person that had came to your door was, or had come to your door rather, was Mr. Hernandez. You remember that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how it is you came to know what his name was?
Police officer told me.
Okay. And then at some point, you came to know the name of Mr. Zawazo. Is that right?
Yes.
And how was it that you came to know his name?
Through the police officer.
Okay. Now, did you learn those names on the same day?
It's
or
a
did
good
you
line
learn
of
those
questioning.
At different times. In other words, did you learn about Mr. Hernandez's name and Mr. Zawazo's name at the same time, or were those two separate occasions?
At the same time.
At the same time. Do you remember when that was?
A day or two after.
Okay, so somewhere, this occurred on a Friday, so somewhere over that weekend or the beginning of the following week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because while you were interacting with the detectives that were working on this case, you were giving information to them. They had questions for you, correct?
Correct.
But they were providing information to you. Isn't that correct?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
Well, they told you the names of the
Yes.
two people who were the suspects they were investigating. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you weren't able to provide them with those names, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know the names of either of the men that came to your home, but at some point, the detectives told you those names, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, did you become aware of the fact that Mr. Hernandez was in custody?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because a detective told you that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was some news coverage of this story. You remember that, correct? Did you pay any attention to that?
Yes.
I mean, no one can blame you for doing that. I mean, this is something that affects you in the most severe way. So it would only be natural for you to be curious about seeing what the coverage was, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when that coverage was being provided, if it was on TV or in some newspaper, there were photographs, right?
Yes.
And photographs.
I want to say it was like 4 days or 5 days. I'm sure Northwest has the exact date that they were arrested. It wasn't that long after. There was a big news coverage about it. The Ring camera video that we just watched was plastered everywhere within a week. Yeah, Northwest is saying within a week. It wasn't that long.
Photographs of Mr. Hernandez, right?
Yes.
And a photograph of Mr. Zawazo. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you've been very clear in your direct testimony in identifying Mr. Zawazo, correct?
Yes.
And but you also, when you met with the detectives, you told them that this man, the second man in the house, was wearing a mask. Is that right?
When he entered, yeah.
Yes. But when did you tell the detectives that, if you did, that when the second man came upstairs, he was not wearing a mask?
In the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And when you were in the ambulance, who rode with you? Was that Detective Hagelin?
I don't remember an officer riding with me. I remember the paramedic.
You told it to a paramedic.
No, I told it to the officer.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I just want to get clarification. The first time you told anybody that the second person didn't have a mask on when he came upstairs into your kitchen was when you were in the ambulance?
Yes.
And that you're just sitting there in the ambulance, you hadn't moved yet, and the detective was there with you, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know that man's name that you
At
talked
the
to?
time, no.
No, and have you seen him since?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know his name now?
No.
Okay, fair enough. But somewhere along the line, you were shown a photograph of Mr. Zawazo, is that correct?
Days later, yes.
Okay. Now, when you were shown that photograph, were you shown one photograph or were you shown a whole bunch of photographs?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did the detective or whoever it was you were interacting with? at
They
that
did a
time,
photo lineup.
did he or she say, I'm going to show you some pictures or a picture and maybe you'll recognize this person, maybe you won't?
Yes,
Okay. And so you don't remember if you saw one picture or more than one picture, is that right?
I think it was more than one, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And you made an identification.
Yes,
Okay. And then in your mind, that identification is the thing that you said, correct?
yes,
And that is the thing that you've said consistently since the first time that you went to court and you gave testimony on the 17th of December, correct?
correct,
And then you said the same thing today, correct?
correct.
And you identified not only Mr. Zuazo, but also Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes,
So in your
I feel like
statement
Mr. Hernandez might
to,
be easier to identify,
the police,
mainly by the waistline.
and I think this is to Detective Wiggerman, who met with you a couple of times at the hospital and also at your son's house. You were being asked about the big man, and you were unable to provide a specific
What, did he just call him the big man? That's amazing.
height range for him back on maybe October 12th or 13th, somewhere in there, in the days following the incident at your home. Do you remember that?
I was unable.
That's, well, I mean, that if the detective wrote that in his report, that you said that the Hispanic might have been 6 foot tall, that your husband was 6'2", and he was about as tall. And
I
then,
was talking about Mr. Zuazo at the time.
okay, so you're saying that the person you were describing in the report was written down as the Hispanic man, but you're saying that you were talking about Mr. Zuazo?
Yes,
Okay, so you couldn't, and you
No
said
mailboxes
your
in this
husband was
case,
6'2", and he might have been
But welcome.
6 foot?
yes.
Okay. May I approach? I just want to show, yes.
And this is from.
This is from the report that was written
Imagine
by Detective Wiggerman.
if Rosalio
and it's got
Gutierrez had
contradictory
ring
information,
camera,
and I just
how
wanna
much of a
know if
different
she can
case we
look at
would have
that, if
watched.
This would refresh your memory about what you told him.
You want to, come on, first bunch.
Sure. Sorry for that interruption. Let me just get this clear. You did not describe the man, the Hispanic man, to be 6 foot tall.
Correct. I did.
Okay. And if somebody wrote that down in their report that you said so, that person is wrong about what you told them.
Yes,
Is that right? Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. Do you remember telling the same detective that the second man, who now you are identifying as Mr. Zuazo, had his face mostly covered?
yes.
Okay, so which was it? Did the man have his face mostly
They
covered?
call him Huggy Bear.
Or
That's awesome.
was it uncovered at some point?
I'm gonna object. She's already clarified. There's two different points in time. This is not a one-time question.
Well, let me just make that very clear. I'm not trying to imply otherwise. You've said that there was a point where Mr. Zuazo had the mask off, correct?
Yes,
Did you tell that to Detective Wigman, if you remember? And I know you might not, and that's fair. I get that. I'm just trying to make, I want to understand what your position is opposed to what it is he wrote down in this report I'm reading.
okay, the mask wasn't completely off.
Okay, and so when he wrote down had his face
Guys,
mostly
don't take
covered,
off your
that would be
disguises
inaccurate
in the
based on
middle
what
of
you were
committing the
reporting
crime.
to him.
Yeah,
Judge,
Okay.
I object again to the form.
You can ask questions on redirect, all right? It just, if we could be more specific about to whom she's talking to, because I don't know.
And I'll do that.
Insert that, but just making sure she knows who you're talking about.
It's Detective Wigman, who you might not recognize or remember exactly. I know you saw a lot of police officers, or detectives, but this is during one of those interviews that you had either in the hospital or at your son's home. It wasn't at your home. I don't know if that helps to refresh your memory.
It was in the ambulance.
Okay. Then was this individual didn't write anything down about him having a mask off at a particular time. And so if you told that to him, he didn't write it down. Is that correct? I mean, you can't explain what he did, but what I'm saying is if it isn't in there, it isn't because you didn't tell him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And it is your testimony today that he did not have, Mr. Zuazo did not have the mask on when he came up the steps. Is that right?
What?
Where was the mask? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, was it like hanging? Pardon?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I understand it's a very traumatic and upsetting thing that's going on. And you're very much involved in that. You didn't see anything hanging
That
out
has
of a
been one of my
pocket or anything
questions is
like
how they
that.
got onto these
No.
guys.
And it
'cause
wasn't laying on the floor.
I don't know.
No.
Correct,
It was
and it isn't something
all over
that,
the news. They were
to your
posting
knowledge, ever was found in your home.
like they were trying to identify these
Yes.
people, and then all of a sudden they found them. But I don't know how that
Excuse me
happened.
just one second.
I'll be curious to learn.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Murray. I appreciate your testimony.
Cross exam for Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Murray. Same goes for my questioning. If you don't understand something, just let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty. Now, I know Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on this. When you were giving your testimony, when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions, you identified the two people sitting at this table as Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, you did not know these individuals prior to October 10th or October 11th, correct?
Correct.
And as you testified, you were provided the names after being shown pictures by the.
Did she just admit that her client did the crime? Obviously, you did not know these individuals until October 10th or October 11th. Now, if they weren't the actual people, then she wouldn't have learned the names until they were arrested. Not on October 10th and 11th, the day of the crimes. I think that's a slip.
You did not know these individuals prior to October 10th or October 11th, correct?
Correct.
And as you testified, you were provided the names after being shown pictures by the officers that came to your house or came to your son's house to discuss with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on October 10th, you described that the individuals came at night and we saw a ring video of that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you were upstairs during that whole interaction the night before on October 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we can kind of tell from the sound, and I think you touched on this, when someone comes to your door and rings the doorbell, do you get a notification on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Are you then able to communicate by talking into your phone to the person that's standing at your front door?
Yes.
Is that what you were doing that evening, or were you just yelling from upstairs? If you know.
Yelling from upstairs.
Okay. You would
I
agree
can
with
see her
me,
doing that.
obviously, you described a much
Yes, I'm already
longer
doing Lego.
conversation and event that we saw on the Ring camera. So does the Ring camera only videotape
I am building, by the way, a Nintendo Game Boy out of Lego. Look at that.
for a certain portion of time and then stops?
Seems like it, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified previously that at some point, due to the lateness in the evening, you yelled to your son, "Do you have your gun?" Correct?
To my husband.
To your
yes.
husband. I apologize. And you testified that you said that loud enough because you wanted the people standing at the door to hear that, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that shortly after you made that statement, the two individuals decided to leave, correct?
Correct.
They did not force their way in that evening, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't receive any ring notifications throughout that night indicating that anyone else was around your home, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's fast forward to the next morning. As we saw, the doorbell was rung again, and that's when you got that notification on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, it seems from the ring video that you may have come to the door first, and then your husband came. Is that accurate, or did your husband go to the door first? We're talking about the morning.
Yeah. That part is a little unclear, but I think I was at the door also.
Okay. And again, your testimony is that Mr. Hernandez asked to come in the home, correct?
Correct.
There was no force to get into the home. There was simply a question, and then he was let in, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I think the force was the fraud.
Now, you made mention about the security system that you have, and if a door is opened or closed, you kind of hear a chime. Is that correct?
Yes.
But if the door is left open, someone could go in and out multiple times without hearing that chime, correct?
Correct.
Now, we can kind of tell from the ring doorbells that were played that the two individuals arrived at 11:22 and that the garage was shut at 11:41. So that's a total of 19 minutes. I know you described some time frames, like 10 to 15 minutes in the basement, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. Does the 19 minutes that I am using based on the ring camera sound accurate?
Yes.
Never at any point during interactions with either of the two individuals did you see any weapons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described that there was some conversation about checking the furnace downstairs, correct?
Correct.
And that it was Mr. Zuazo and your husband that kind of started to go towards the basement?
Yes, correct.
And it was at that point that you testified Mr. Hernandez said that he had to go back outside and retrieve something from the truck.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you did not know whether or not he actually went outside because you didn't hear the chime, correct?
Correct.
But as we established previously, if the door had been left open, you would not have heard that chime. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Your testimony was that
I have no idea what she's
once
getting at
Mr.
with these
Hernandez was
questions.
back in the house, your husband and Zuazo go downstairs, and then I believe you paused a little bit, and then you also said then Hernandez went downstairs. So prior to Mr. Hernandez coming back into the house, had Mr. Zuazo and your husband gone downstairs?
No.
All right. So was there a pause in after your husband and Mr. Zuazo go downstairs, then Mr. Hernandez, or were they all walking in a line?
They were walking in line.
Understood. Now, you testified that you did not hear anything out of the ordinary in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you testified at some point in time, Mr. Hernandez came back upstairs, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that at that time he actually went to check the stove and the dryer with a meter?
No.
Well,
Isn't it true?
Are you going
that,
to
in
introduce
fact, Mr.
evidence that he
Hernandez
was actually a
upstairs
DTE
for
employee?
a period of time, more than the seconds that you described, before Mr. Zuazo came up the stairs?
No.
So your testimony is that once Mr. Hernandez and once Mr. Zuazo were back upstairs, that is when Mr. Hernandez started asking you about jewelry or money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where was Mr. Zuazo during that line of questioning?
Behind Hernandez.
Now, I know that you had mentioned at some point in time during that conversation, you asked where your husband was. Is that before or after you saw blood on Mr. Zuazo's clothing?
Before and after.
Okay. Now, you described
He's just a bit angry, I
that
think.
you were not necessarily given an answer of where your husband was, correct, at
Correct.
first? And then I believe your testimony was following that, you were able to look at what Mr. Zuazo was wearing and you saw blood, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe that?
There was a stripe of red blood on his right side of his vest.
Okay. And at that point in time, I believe that you indicated that you let out a scream, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I see that you are wearing glasses today. Do you remember if you were wearing glasses during this time frame that we're talking about right now?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were hit in the face. Were you wearing glasses at that time?
Yes.
Were your glasses pushed into your face?
Yes.
At some point in time, you testified that Mr. Hernandez walked you over to the kitchen table and then you sat down there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall if he touches your arm to take you there?
Yes.
You then testified at some point in time that Mr. Hernandez took off your watch, correct?
Correct.
That was on your wrist?
Yes.
Obviously, he was close to you when he was doing that, correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him take your watch off?
Yes.
You then
What's with
testified
these
that he took
questions?
your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Where was your cell phone at the time?
On the table.
Was it close to you or far away?
Close to me.
Did you watch him as he took your cell phone and put it in his pocket?
Yes.
You then testified that Mr. Hernandez went through your purse.
Yeah,
believe
I
you said
agree,
he
Law
took
Kong. She's
your
not
key
helping.
and some cash, correct?
Correct.
I don't
How
understand
close
what
was
she's
your
going
purse to
for.
you?
Inches.
Did you watch him go into your purse?
I mean, how else would you establish that she could clearly identify these two people? He was inches away. I watched him the entire time. I watched him take my watch off. I watched him take my cell phone and put it in the pocket. I don't know how any of this is helping.
Yes.
You testified that it was only Mr. Zuazo who went upstairs, and I believe you could hear things being thrown around. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Mr. Hernandez never went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
You testified that while all of that was going on upstairs, Mr. Hernandez was putting duct tape on your hands and feet, correct?
Correct.
I'm assuming he was pretty close to you since he was putting the tape on your body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him as he put the duct tape on your hands and your ankles?
Yes.
Yeah, but they're not charged
Now,
with
I know
strong
Mr.
arm
McCarthy
robbery or
went
home
through
invasion
some of this, but you have
or
had
burglary. They're only charged with kidnapping and one count of unaliving. So none of that's relevant.
multiple interviews with the police, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You've also, I'm sure, met with the prosecutors a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And you've previously testified in a court hearing, correct?
Correct.
Now, in all of those close interactions with Mr. Hernandez, you have never reported that you saw any blood on Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Correct.
There was some questioning about your husband having a gun. Do you remember that line of
Okay,
questioning from Mr.
that makes sense. She was so close to him, her client, and that he had no blood on him, so therefore he didn't do it, I guess. But it's the whole bank robbery situation.
Petrofessa?
Correct.
Okay. You never saw that gun at any point after your husband went in the basement, correct?
Correct.
That gun was never pointed at you by either of the individuals that were in your house, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were never threatened with any weapons, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Just briefly. Is it fair to say the events of October 11th, there was a lot of police involvement, a lot of the sheriff's office involved in having contact with you?
Yes.
How many deputies or detectives would you say you had contact with either on that day or over time? Total, what would you guess?
4.
Okay. And how many of those 4 can you name?
None.
Okay. So they're kind of like you might have talked to some, but not know the name of the people that you talked to. Is that fair?
Yes, I'm sure they told me the name, but I don't remember who's who.
You know about the prosecutor, or I mean, not the prosecutor, the defense attorney? That hair is natural. She just has long hair.
Okay. When you gave your first statements to Detective Officer Haglin on that 212 on October 11th, did you describe the two individuals to him as one white or Hispanic male, tall and fat, very fat, possibly in his 40s, and one black male, average height, average weight?
Tall and fat, very fat, possibly in his 40s.
I believe he had a mustache.
What was the
or
first
beard,
thing that stood out
possibly in
to
his
you about
30s.
the
Is that how you
person you saw?
first described him?
Correct.
Okay, and that was before any names were attached to him later on in the world when you learned of names Hernandez and Zuazo, is that correct?
Correct.
And on TV, they were also identified on the television that you would watch?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to try to be specific about this because you were asked several times by counsel about mostly covered versus uncovered. Are there different periods of time when you're dealing with defendant Zuazo when his face covering is different, or does it remain the same throughout the entire interaction on the 11th?
No, when he comes up the stairs, it's different.
Okay. And before he was mostly covered, is that correct?
Yes.
And after he comes up the stairs, he's not covered?
Not completely.
Not completely covered. Was it enough for you to see his face?
Yes.
So let me ask you this one more step, which after defense counsel brought, I just want to go one more step because there's a period of time after defendant Zuazo is now up on the stairs. He's on your level, and then he goes to the upstairs area, correct?
Correct.
Then he returns and he comes back to your level, correct?
Correct.
And then both him and defendant Hernandez try to put you in a closet, correct?
Correct.
And then they exit the building, your residence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, specifically,
I have so many more questions about this trying to put her in the closet scenario. These are two fairly substantial guys. This woman is not that substantial. How is it that they couldn't get her into the closet? That's my only question.
and take time to, I don't think you've ever been asked this, but take time to remember before you answer. In that final time when defendant Zuazo comes down and they're trying to put you in that closet, how would you describe his face covering at that point in time?
He was covered.
He was back to being covered.
Yes.
You also identified the DTE truck. Could you tell us how it was that you were able to identify the DTE truck? How did you see it?
When upstairs by my master bedroom, by the banister, there's a window. And I could see through that window, I could see the truck in front of the house.
Okay. When you say you were upstairs, so we're talking about on the night of the 10th.
Yes.
Okay. On the day of the 11th, did you get a look at what type of vehicle was out there on the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you saw a vehicle on the 11th?
Through the door.
And let me just ask you, is there any doubt in your mind under oath that defendant Hernandez was one of the two men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th?
No doubt.
Is there any doubt in your mind that defendant Zuazo was one of the two men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th?
No doubt.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Murray. You may step down. Watch your step as you step down. And Ms. Murray, be excused.
I have no objection.
I'm already starting to think guilt here.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's
She
That's
can,
understood.
she can
see where the
attend
rest of
those.
this case goes. I am definitely on the guilty side. The tall, large, very large, or very fat man is definitely involved. I'm curious to see how the pieces fit together and how they got onto these two guys. Because looking at that ring camera video, unless you know them, you're not going to recognize them. I was that guilty at the end of day one. Yeah, we're almost at the end of day one. And I'm feeling like guilt. Well, we got to get some audio here. We're swearing witnesses in. Wife was definitely a tough witness for the defense. What's going on here? Did they forget to turn the mics back on?
Walk right in, watch your step, and then if you can just turn and face me, I'll give you.
Ooh, who's this?
So help you God? Yes. All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Hannah Hussein.
All right, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Yes.
And can you tell us your connection with the family of the victims in this case?
Family members.
Okay. And how are you connected to the family?
He's my uncle's son.
Let me direct your attention.
So your
back
cousin?
to last year. Were you employed in connection with the family?
Yes.
And how were you employed?
I was employed as the sales.
This trial is 4 days, for essentially 4 full days, which we're gonna all stream tonight into tomorrow. We're just gonna do a straight stream,
And,
but 4 days.
Okay. Now, I think you're going to be the first one that I'm kind of sure you need to speak up pretty loud so everyone in the first 2 rows can hear you too. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you employed?
Hamtramck Pond.
Okay.
It's the Golden Glitter Shop.
And was the victim Sam the owner of that?
Yes, he was.
And how long had you worked there?
20 years.
Okay. And what were your duties there?
Sales, inventory, clean and everything like
Okay. Did you work in both stores or just one store?
both.
And when you were working in the pawn store, were you familiar with the way that they would do transactions as far as people pawning items and then coming back to get those items back out of pawn?
Yes.
Were there type of documentation that you would do when you were doing pawns?
Yes.
And what was the documentation that you had standardized for that store?
We have to ask for IDs.
Okay. And when you say ID, do you take an individual's driver's license?
Yes.
Do you take any type of fingerprints?
Yes.
Do you enter that into your computer?
Yes.
Are these things just your store policy or are these part of state law?
State law.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with the pawn industry, but there's a rate of redemption. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that rate of redemption, is that a store specific or is that state law too?
State law.
Okay. And what's the redemption rate?
3%.
Okay. In your dealings
3 days?
with
You sure it's 3 days? Maybe. Thought it was
store, you're
4.
familiar with how to enter things into the computer?
Yes.
You're familiar with how to take fingerprints?
Yes.
You've dealt with a lot of customers?
Yes.
Okay, this case occurs and obviously it touches your family very deeply. Do you, as part of the store, go back through the records to see if, after Carlos Hernandez was arrested, if he had any connection with your store?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 13.
Come on.
Like an approach, Judge.
Yes.
I'll ask you if you recognize this computer printout.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us whose name is on that?
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, and do you have more documentation of pawns that were conducted by Carlos Hernandez and your store?
Yes.
Can you please look through those and tell us what you see in there as far as the documentation and the dates?
The date on the first one is March 7, 2022. And the second page is a picture of his picture in the system.
So they went and pawned stuff, gave over their identifications so that everything would be recorded, and then went and tried to rob the owner of the pawn store at his home. Knew that it had a ring camera because you pushed the button and you talked to it.
the ID.
Dummies. You're right.
And what's the next one?
The third one shows the date that he pawned it, this item for $100.
Okay.
It's October 18, 2023, and it was at 2:00, and it was 2:02:47.
And does it say how much was pawned?
It was pawned for $100.
And the next page?
This is a different page, but if it's for the same paper as this.
Yes,
one,
that's the receipt
same-
page.
It's the same one, yeah.
Yes.
And this ticket was also pawned on October 18, 2:06, $400.
And what was that?
What was the item? This page does not show me what was the item, but there should be another paper that shows each one, each ticket.
And the next transaction?
This page also goes for that.
This thing is cool. Look at this.
The third transaction was on October 18, 2023 for $1,200.
And does it say the item?
It's at
On this page it
1.25.
Does it say it on the next page?
Oh no, I'm normal.
This
Hang on.
page. It should say right over here in the red, but to be honest, I cannot read it.
Okay.
Oh, I do see, actually, sorry. I do see it's a pair of glasses.
Are those Cartier
I
glasses?
forgot I slowed it down.
Okay. Is there
for
another
the
transaction?
wife.
This transaction also on October 18, 2023 for $1,100. This is a charm, 10-karat gold charm.
Okay. And what date was that?
October 18.
Are there any other?
2023.
Does that complete all the transactions?
Yes.
Are there any redemption documentation when he came back in to redeem any of those items?
We don't have him here, but I know that I took a picture and I sent it to
Okay.
keep it on file.
And when were they redeemed, as best you remember?
January, February.
Of-
I don't know the exact date.
Of what year?
2024.
Are those items kept in the ordinary course of the business? The items I've shown you?
Yes.
People would move people's exhibit number 13 into evidence.
I have no objection on the evidence, Mr. Suarez.
Now, in addition to the receipts that we just discussed, was there another occasion that stood out in your memory after the arrest of Defendant Hernandez?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that occasion?
He came in and he asked about a Rolex watch.
And when you say he, you're talking about Defendant Hernandez? Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to an identifying article of clothing that he's wearing? You're going to have to say what color his shirt is. if you
Please
can-
tell me he tried to pawn everything at the store after he just stole it from the owners.
May the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant Hernandez.
The record reflect the witness identified Defendant Hernandez.
Can you tell us what you recall about that occasion?
Me and Mr. Sam were doing inventory.
Who's the first person you referred to before you said Sam?
Me and Sam were doing the inventory.
Okay.
And he walked in towards us and asked about Rolex watches.
Do you have a special section in the store where the Rolex watches are kept?
Yes,
And is it in a display case in part of the store?
it's in a display.
I kind of want to go
And
visit
what
the
happened after
store
the
now.
defendant asked about that?
I walked with him towards the watches, and I'm sorry. I walked with him towards the watches, and we talked a little bit about the watches. Then he asked me about the owner, and I pointed at Sam. Then I called Sam towards us.
And did Sam come over towards you?
Yes.
And what happened when Sam came over towards you?
They shook hands and they talked, but at that time I walked away.
When defendant Hernandez had come in that day, was he accompanied by anybody else?
No.
He was alone?
Yes.
On the, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Any questions?
Yes, I do. I just to get some clarification. When this introduction was conducted with the Rolex watches, when did that occur?
I don't remember the date.
Okay, without a specific date, just in time. Was it before the transactions that are recorded in exhibit number 13 that
I
you
don't
went through?
remember the dates.
It could have been beforehand or afterwards,
I don't remember.
but you don't have any doubt remembering that Mr. Murray and Mr. Hernandez shook hands in Mr. Murray's pawn
I do
store.
remember that.
Okay, you just can't tell us when it occurred.
Yes,
that a
I
yes?
remember.
So you recognize Mr. Hernandez because of them shaking hands and you talking to him about Rolex watches, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so when did you make that recognition?
When did you see Mr. Hernandez's picture?
When we looked him up on the computer to see if he was one of our customers.
And you saw the identification card?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll get it for you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If I ask you something that you don't understand, could you let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way?
Sure.
Okay. You stated that you worked at Hamtramck Pawn for 20 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a busy pawn shop?
Not really.
How many customers do you usually have on a day?
It depends on the season.
What's the busiest season?
Around Christmas.
Okay. So on an average day during Christmas, how many customers do you have per day?
Is Christmas a big pawn season? I guess.
Okay. 4, 10, 50?
No. Something around that.
Around what?
Around the 50.
So 50 people per day during Christmas. What's the average in a non-busy season?
10.
Have you worked the same shift all 20 years or does your shift vary?
No, my shift varied.
Do you recall what your shift was back in March of 22?
I don't remember.
You remember what your shift was in October of 23?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your shift was on this occasion that you just described that my client came in and shook hands with the owner?
I don't remember because as I said, I work with the family and I work with a flexible schedule.
Now, you were provided copies of paperwork for the transaction
My
when
Game
it's
Boy
alleged
is
Mr. Hernandez
done.
came in to pawn his items, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You then testified about a whole other set of paperwork that you weren't shown today, showing that it was at some point in January or February where Mr. Hernandez came in again, this is 2024, and redeemed or picked back up his property. Is that correct? How long does the store keep the property?
Usually we do keep them for like about a year. Sometimes like when special kind of cases, we hold on to the receipts till we're told we can get rid of them.
Okay. Is the redemption paperwork the same type of records that you were just shown with the pawn? Is it the same kind of records?
It'll be one of those papers, but it will have his signature that he picked up his items.
Okay. And when someone comes up back to pick up items, do they have to show ID?
Yes.
Do they have
the
to
ID or the ticket?
Okay, ID or the ticket.
That Game Boy is very cool.
So this conversation that you are describing, you are not sure if it's January of 2024 or February of 2024, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now the conversation, let me back up, and I may have confused myself, so I probably confused you. The conversation where you are alleging Mr. Hernandez came into the store and shook the hand of the owner, Sam, you have absolutely no idea what year, month, anything about that interaction, correct?
I know it was 2024, but what month, what date exactly, I don't know.
How do you know that it was in 2024?
Because when when the accident happened, I know it wasn't too long when the time that I have seen him.
Did you say when the accident happened?
You remember if it was cold outside, warm outside?
It was cold.
When you had this independent recollection of this conversation that you saw, did you alert police?
That's a little
Did
condescending.
you ever write out a statement and send it to the police saying, I think this is very important, here is what I know?
About what? About him?
About the shaking hand situation over a Rolex?
No.
You obviously think that detail is extremely important, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Did Defendant Hernandez stand out in your memory because of his size?
Yes.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me sit down. Any objections, Bill, to this witness?
Oh, no objection.
This man's size is being used against him so much. It was clearly this guy. Look how big he is in the ring camera. Look how big he is. I distinctly remember the conversation and the shaking of the hands. Can't tell you when, but I've seen that fat ass before.
Can she remain in the courtroom to watch the rest of the proceedings if she just desires to?
Sure, if there's no objection, then then recall.
Your Honor, we could reserve that for a potential argument at some further time. We do that now by the approach.
Well, all right, why don't we ask them to stay out of court right now? And what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, it's been about a couple hours, so I'd like to swap the juries as well. So let's take about a 15-minute break and then we'll bring everyone back.
Swap the juries. We got to swap the juries. If you guys are just joining us, there are 2 juries and 1 trial, 2 defendants. Each of them gets their own jury because that's the thing that happens.
So I do think that's relevant. So I would like to know if I want to make sure that I have.
Remain here for whatever reason. I don't care. I'll just tell her she can't stay in here.
Okay, I'm going to slow this down a touch, see what this argument is.
I just talked to Ms. Lefton. If she doesn't want that witness to remain here for whatever reason, I don't care. I'll just tell her she can't stay in here.
I'm more than happy to give the reason on the record, Your Honor. Ms. Hussein testified that there are documents that she sent to the police or sent to someone about the redemption period that I want to make sure that I have. Or if that isn't true, that the prosecutor's office or the sheriff's department did not receive those documents, I do think they're extremely relevant, especially since they are trying to put my client in the store in 2024. So I do think that's relevant. So I would like to know if those documents were actually received. And if so, I will put on the record, I don't believe I have them. So I want to make sure that we have everything we need. Obviously, the prosecutor is not intending to admit those, which is a little difficult to understand since he's admitting the other records that he received from the store.
So you might recall her? based on that, or would you question a detective regarding that?
So I think I would probably question a detective unless all of a sudden I am presented with this document that I would like to cross-examine this witness with that document.
Understood. Okay, so Mr. Zane will stay outside of the courtroom until that's determined. If you just let me know at any time that that's not your position anymore.
That seems appropriate.
It is an open courtroom.
Absolutely.
That did stand out to me too when she said, "Well, I know I sent over other documents that I don't see here in the stack." That was a little interesting.
Okay, and so we'll take our break now, about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right.
Just want you to clear.
Looks like they're going to call her back to the stand.
Was Owazo, case number 2024-291-5950FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291-945FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew McGarry on behalf of the people.
I was just gonna say, I see everybody, nobody's changed, right? We're all
No.
here, okay. Mr. McCarthy, Ms. Lofton, both defendants. All right, we'll bring in the juries.
Yes, I'm recalling Hannah Hussein for 60 seconds. The attorneys have all talked during the break. We just want to clarify one thing.
Let's do it.
Are you talking about Big Boy? Did Big Boy end up in a Elvis collar jumpsuit at some point during this trial? That's going to be amazing.
Welcome back. Please be seated.
People are recalling Hannah Hussein.
All right, we probably missed this.
Approach, you're still under oath.
Yeah, Mr. Singh, you're still under oath, okay? I'm not gonna re-put you under oath. I know you just testified, so that will still remain. You may be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hannah, at the break, the attorneys discussed exhibit number 13, and we just want you to clarify a couple of things for the jury, okay?
Sure.
We talked to you about the redemption payments, and I think maybe we need to clarify that for the record. Do you recognize exhibit 13 regarding the transaction with a pawn date of October 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Is there in fact redemption payment information
Yes.
on this? And this is dated January 26, 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And that took place at 3:15 p.m.
Correct.
And the item was pawned on October 18, 2023 for 100, and it was redeemed on January 26, 2024 for $124. Is that correct?
Correct.
The attorneys also talked about documentation regarding the pawn slip regarding item that was pawned on October 18, 2023 at 2:06 p.m. for $400. You see that?
Yes.
And it correctly has a redemption payment for January 26, 2024 at 3:15 p.m. for
Of course, I'm muted. The Lego Voltron is in my dining room. I should get it out here, though.
$460.
Correct.
And all this paperwork was pulled up, if I'm reading your information right, December 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also regarding transaction also dated on October 18, 2023 at 2:10 p.m. There was an item pawned for $1,200. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was a redemption that was received on January 26, 2024, 3:15 p.m. for $1,356.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And finally, pawn for October 18, 2023 for at 2:12 p.m. for $1,100.
Correct.
And there was a redemption made on January 26, 2024 for $1,244.
Correct.
And that was the redemption information that you had discussed that you didn't confirm until just now.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, were you nervous when you were testifying?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to add to what we just discussed?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
You have any cross here?
I have no question.
That's what this cross for Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, you indicated that you can redeem in one of two ways. One, the person can show their ID, and if the ID matches the person who pawned it, they can pick it up, correct?
Correct.
Or if you have a ticket or a slip that the store gives, you can pick it up that way, correct?
Only the ticket.
Only the ticket. Okay, so if you have the ticket and you're not the person that pawned it, you can still pick it up, correct?
With your ID.
You have to have your ID and someone else's ticket.
Okay, but your ID does not have to match the person who pawned it, correct?
If you have the ticket.
If you have the ticket, yes.
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Do you note it any differently than we just saw if it's a third person who's picking it up?
No.
I don't know anything else.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. And I believe you are now excused as a witness.
No objection.
No objection. All right, so you may remain in the courtroom if you see that. People's next witness.
People call it Brian Kelly Broad.
Brian Kelly Vaughn? Is that who they said?
You can have a seat and just tell us your name.
Brian Kelly Broad.
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, can you spell your first name and last name for us, please?
B-R-I-N-B-R-O-E-D.
Okay, and Mr. Broad, do you know what Joseph
Bald
Ozozo-
Santa.
Yes. And how do you know that?
He worked for me as a temporary employee, and then later on we hired him into the main company,
Okay, and where was that employment at?
St. Mary's Cement.
Okay, is that your company?
Not my company, just I'm production manager there.
Okay, and
Kelly Broad.
thank you, Your Honor. And sir, can you spell your first name and your last name for us, please?
B-R-I-N-B-R-O-E-D.
Okay, and Mr. Broad, do you know what Joseph Ozozo was at?
Joshua Lazo?
Yes. And how do you know that?
He worked for me as a temporary employee, and then later on we hired him into the main company,
Okay, and where was that employment at?
St. Mary's Cement.
Okay, is that your company?
Not my company, just I'm production manager there.
Okay, and do you remember when that was that you guys hired him in as a temporary employee?
You know, I could go get documents and look at it, tell you exactly what dates they are. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been probably a year and a half ago.
Okay, so would it be fair to say it was sometime in 2024 that he was employed there?
Yes.
Okay, and when he was employed, he was a temp employee, or was he an actual employee of the cement company?
He was a temporary employee. We initially hired people into through a temporary service, and they do some cleanup activities and stuff like that for us. Gives us a chance to evaluate the employees. You know, what's their work ethic like? You know, what kind of person are they? Do they get along well with other people? And then from there, we take the next step and bring them up into the employment of the company itself.
Okay.
St. Mary's Cement.
And with Mrs. Owazo, did you do the actual hiring of him as a temp, or was that just done outside of you?
Well, they come in and they have to go through a certain amount of training, and we also interact with them. You know, kind of walk them through, kind of walk them around, kind of give them an initial interview and that stuff. And we have to do that because it costs us so much to train them. And we've had quite a few people. It's not a job for everybody. It's dirty. It's hard. It's nasty. It's hot in summer, cold in winter. And it's not for everybody. So we've had a lot of temporary employees that come in and take the training at $500 crack, and then they'll come back the next day.
Okay.
So we use the process where we walk them out into the field so they can see what the other temps are doing, and so on like that.
So would it be fair to say the temporary employees that are hired there during this process, are you intimately involved with their supervision and training at that time?
Yeah, quite a bit. I actually have a supervisor that runs the crew, but I interact with them quite often.
Okay. And so it would have been sometime in 2024, you believe that Mrs. Owazo started working there?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you work shifts with him as a temporary employment or a temporary employer?
I work shifts.
Yeah, shifts. Were you, when he worked, were you
The
working?
temps work pretty much straight Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30.
Okay. And was he working with you at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did he remain a temporary employer or employee during that time, or was he ever hired in through your company?
He did get hired. Yeah. So he was a temporary employee for 90 days. It gives us a look at them, how they're doing, like I said, what's their work ethic? Do they get up and get it? Are they on time every day? Do they come every day? Right. So
And so at some point he was hired on.
He was.
Okay. And did he remain employed there?
No, he didn't.
Do you recall how long he was actually employed as a employee of that company?
It was approximately 60 days. They go through a 90-day probation period for the union.
He couldn't even
And
make
that
it through the
90 days,
probationary period.
Josh, even though he was, was good work, you could ask him to go out and do stuff for you. He has a problem with wearing safety gear and sometimes not doing the right things when it came to safety. He was, and I had several complaints about him being.
Well, I'm going to object to the complaints. What this
Yeah.
witness knows that he
It's
observed
irrelevance,
something,
prior
but
bad acts.
somebody else is hearsay.
I agree. Please back
Yeah.
that.
And,
Prejudicial over
Mr. Brown,
probative.
at some point he was no longer retained through your company. That'd be fair to say. Okay. And do you recall how often during that time period, during that 90-day probationary period, did you work with him?
I saw him usually every day.
Did you have lunch with him?
No, I'm a manager.
Okay.
So I don't eat lunch with the guys. Matter of fact, I don't eat lunch at all. Most.
I don't eat lunch with the low-level peons.
Okay.
No,
But
I would see him in the field when he was working, passing by, so on and so on.
did you talk with him?
Yeah, sure.
Like, did you make small talk, become friendly with him?
I try to be friendly with all the guys that work with me. It works out better that way.
Okay. And as part as while he's a temporary employee, is he given materials of the company like clothes, boots, work tools, anything like that?
Not as a temp, but once they hire him to the company into St. Mary's Cement.
Santa
we
would
have
eat
uniforms,
lunch with his elves.
Steel
That's all I'm
boots.
saying.
They're issued at least one pair a year. Safety glasses, they needed them, and that was something that he needed, so we got him some safety glasses. And not the kind that you just the plain ones. We bought him prescription glasses, specific.
So not like the cheap plastic ones you get at Home Depot.
They were, well, I say very nice. They're prescription safety glasses, right? They're a step above just the normal plastic ones that folks are getting.
And he was given those glasses.
Yes, sir.
And you said that employees would get work boots. Did he receive work boots as well?
Yes, he did.
And then did he receive any sort of clothing that would signify St. Mary's Cement or anything like that?
Yeah, we have fire resistant, fire retardant clothing that are uniforms that they're required to wear. They're high visibility, and then they have stripes on them that are reflective. And then usually the guys get like a blue colored, I don't know, looks like a Carhartt class. They're actually Carhartt, but they look like khakis or something like that, or work pants, right?
And if their services aren't retained after the period, do they give those items back or do they retain them?
Well, we request that they give them back. The circumstances in which Mr. Zuazo left employment were less than, he was pretty upset.
So it would be fair to say,
It would be fair to say that he probably had uniforms that he hadn't turned in, or he was actually in a uniform when he left, I believe.
so you're unaware if you were able to collect those items?
No.
Okay. And while he was working with you, did you become familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Right. How about the way he walked?
Yeah.
Was that distinctive in any way to you?
Different than, well, I mean, everybody walks different and has a different manner each day.
Okay. And at some point back in October 2024, did you see a Ring video camera through the media that caught your attention?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that, did you recognize, how did it draw your attention?
When I saw it, I thought to myself, gosh, that looks like Joshua Zuazo. He had that same black hat, that floppy hat that he always wore to work, and that black satchel. And the uniform, I was like, God, that's our shirts.
And when you saw that, that immediately sparked the memory for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw that, what did you do with that information?
I talked to Packmeyer.
Would that be Detective Packmeyer?
Yeah.
And would that be of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you explain to him what you saw and who you thought that was?
Yeah.
All right. And while you were working with him during that period, did you know him to have any other nicknames or names?
Well, I've heard guys talk about.
Well, I'm going to object again. If it's hearsay, then I don't think he should be telling me, this jury, what he heard other people say.
What's your position about that?
I don't believe it's hearsay. May I follow up real quick?
Well, why do you believe it's hearsay?
I'm going to ask him a follow-up question regarding whether or not he knew him to go by a different name.
Well, I think it's not hearsay, so I don't think it really goes to the truth in the first circuit. So you can ask the question.
Did you know him to go by any other names?
I knew him to go by Yogi.
You knew him to go by the name Yogi. Did you ever call him Yogi or did you always call him by name?
I always called him Joshua.
Okay. I'm going to play something for you. You can see that on your screen, okay? I'll play with the mark as People's Exhibit 5.
16 wide.
Yes.
Did you say you?
And I didn't know why you guys were late when you had to check the outside. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Listen, I did. How you doing today, sir? Good. I'm all right. So, you want to read? What am I paying for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do is we have to check for like cracks in the heat.
And that person that came walking up to the driveway and standing on a porch, is that the person you believe to be Joshua Zuazo that you were working with previously?
Yes, sir.
And what was it in that particular video that we just saw and that you previously watched that struck your?
Well, what I noticed here is the way he's walking up, he's got that black satchel that he always carried with him to work and that stuff. There was a different video I saw in which he had that black floppy hat on.
Just 1 second. And are you pretty sure that's the person you know to be Joshua Zuazo in that video?
Looks like him.
I'm going to play Your Honor what's been marked as People's Exhibit 5 that had already been admitted, Your Honor.
Come on, man. Let's keep
Did you just hear that voice in there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Does that voice sound familiar to you?
Sounds like Joshua.
That's Joshua. Okay. And that person that you help supervise and you work with, that you know to be Joshua Zuazo, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him, identify by something he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue shirt and glasses.
Now let the record reflect an inquiry ID has been made in Defendants Zuazo.
The record reflect the witness says identified defendant Zuazo.
That makes sense now.
All right, cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This guy's got to go to town on him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rudd. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo, and I have some questions to ask you here this afternoon regarding your testimony. Now, if I don't make myself clear to you with a question that I ask, please tell me that, and I'll rephrase the question, okay? Is that a yes? Okay, good. I understand it's a little hard to get used to this, but we are making a record. We got to use yes and no's for answers. So Mr. Zuazo was brought to the St. Mary's Cement Company as a temporary employee through some agency that your company works with. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you said, that, excuse me, when he was hired in as an employee, after 90 days, your company issued things such as boots to him. Is that correct?
So, yes, the 90 days that I was speaking of originally was as a temporary employee. While they're temporary employees, there are some folks that we've had to buy boots for because they couldn't afford to buy boots and they were in horrible condition. That wasn't the case with Joshua. He made the 90 days. He always had his, his boots and all that stuff and clothing. He did use, I can't remember whose it was. But sometimes we'll have extra clothing there and he would use those shirts that were not being used by somebody else, right?
You mean while he was a temporary
Yes,
employee?
yes.
Okay. And so then after he became an actual hired employee of St. Mary's Cement Company, then these Wolverine steel toe boots were issued to him. Is that
Yes,
correct? And the reason that your company didn't have to provide him with footwear prior to that time was because when he came to work, he had the appropriate footwear to do. Now, he was in the cleanup aspect of the concrete production?
Cement, sir.
Cement production.
Yes.
And so this
Not
is making the
concrete,
powder
cement.
that goes into concrete mix. And he worked in a factory, is that right?
An industrial environment. Yes, it's a factory. When you say factory, a lot of people think GM.
Well, I'm just thinking.
It's not clean. It's not clean.
I didn't ask you whether it was clean. I take your word for it that it's dirty, but it's a place that it's a regular spot that people go to every day where cement is produced, correct? And so he was not on the production side. He was on the cleanup side, correct?
Originally, yes.
And then eventually he moved up to being on the production side?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Funny. So my dad has steel toe wingtip shoes because he worked at a essentially a factory that required employees to dress nice, but he also worked in an environment as an electrician, so he had to have steel toe wingtips. I don't know if they make those anymore, but I'm going to get a pair.
he was on the cleanup side. Were you the supervisor of the cleanup people or were you the supervisor of the production people?
No, I'm the manager of production.
Manager of production.
I have people that are supervisors below me. There is a supervisor that manages a cleanup crew every day, and I've got a couple other supervisors that manage things.
So you have another supervisor that manages the production then too, is that
Yes,
right?
I have.
You're a higher up, couple levels above the laborers, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, if you got people working for you that are supervising other people below them, then you're a couple levels up, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's the reality of your job, correct?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you're going with this, but if you're going with,
I'll ask the questions. And if I ask you if you're wrong about knowing them, I'll get to that, okay? But right now, I ask the questions and you answer them. The last question I asked is you were
this
2
guy's
levels above
feisty.
Mr. Zawazo and the other workers that were at his level, correct?
1 level above.
Well, I thought you said you had supervisors working below you.
Different places.
Well, how about in cleanup?
There was one person who supervised the cleanup that worked directly for me.
Okay, and below that person was the workers, right?
Yes.
So that's 2 levels. You've got a supervisor
Take
working
care,
for you
Gigi. Have
who
a
is
good
in
night.
charge of the workers at the lowest level, correct? So that you're 2 levels above, right?
Okay.
No, it isn't okay. You can add, can't you? You got the little people down on the bottom. You got the supervisor.
We're back to math with this guy. I don't know why this is such a hard question. I know what the defense attorney is getting at, and the witness knows what the defense attorney is getting at. It's that you didn't hang out with this guy. You weren't best buddies with this guy. You didn't work with this guy all the time. So your identification of the defendant, Z, as the perpetrator could be off, right? That's what the defense attorney is getting at, which is an appropriate examination. Why this witness is fighting so hard, I don't know.
that you hired or you put in place, and then you're that supervisor's boss, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, how much time would you be spending with a guy that's 2 levels below you in what you refer to as the field?
I spend quite a bit of time in the field. Actually, about 50 to 60% of my time is spent in the field.
So I grew up in a family of construction people, and I spent a lot of time in what we call the field. And the field was where the construction was actually being done, the job. But what you're telling me is that you're calling your factory situation the field. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's indoors or in a yard, correct?
Yes, in both indoors and outdoors, several different buildings.
And there's all kinds of activity going on. Is that right? But you're 2 levels above the workers who are doing the cleaning. How often would you be out there seeing whatever it is that Mr. Zawazo was doing as a temporary employee?
Quite often, because
Well, how often? Not quite often, but are you doing that every day?
every day.
Every
Every
day.
day I'm out in the field. I spend at least 50 to 60% of my time out in the field, sometimes even more.
How many men or women or both work out in the field?
There's 4 people on shift. There's 6 to 7 temporary employees that do the cleanup, a supervisor, and a control room operator. He's not actually in the field. He's in
So, and then how many of those supervisors are you on top of?
the cleanup supervisor
And the production.
CRO, and the production supervisor actually works at night shift.
Okay, so and you're not there at night because you're working during the day?
Yes.
So you're seeing, you're interacting with, it sounded like 7 people in the cleanup crew and then the supervisor and one other job that you mentioned. So you got about 9 people there, right?
Yeah, usually.
And then this is a big place, right?
Yes, sir, I guess.
Well, I don't want you to guess. I haven't been there. The jury members haven't been there. Is it a big place or is it some little tiny thing where 7 people are all shoulder to shoulder in the factory? All right, there's a lot of moving around because you said some of it's outside and some of it's inside, right?
Mhm.
And
Yes,
that's a yes. And so the fact is, and you're supposed to be checking out what's happening and making sure that the production is going correct.
Yes, sir.
Also seeing that the cleanup is being done correctly, right? Because if the cleanup isn't done right, then that affects the production, correct?
And many times the cleanup requires somebody to go by and tell you why we have cleanup needs. You know, what's spilling, diagnosing what the problem is. You know, does the skirting need adjusted? Is the belt tracked over? Why are we having that spilling?
And you're doing that, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's your job. That's your primary function of being the supervisor there, the manager, whatever the title that you said earlier that I forgot, production manager. It's making sure that that cement is being produced so that it can go where it needs to be in order to become concrete, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got contracts that there's demands for this stuff, correct? So your real important responsibility is make sure that that cement is going out the gate of the factory operation.
Yes, sir.
And making sure that all the machinery is working correctly, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the meanwhile, you got 7 people there that are working at Mr. Zuazo's level. Are you interacting with all of those people a lot every day?
At least once a day, I would encounter the cleanup crew, if nothing more than to check on what was going on with the crew and the particular job they're working on. And like I said, take a look at what's happening with that spillage and why that spillage is there.
So you're seeing Mr. Zuazo all the time, and he's there for those 90 days, and you didn't object to the idea that he was hired in as a regular employee. Is that right?
No.
Was it your idea that he get hired?
I talked with my supervisor.
Okay.
We discussed, merits, and we do that with everybody.
Okay.
We hire in, just so that we have a sounding board for, if what I'm seeing is what he's seeing, right?
Okay. And whatever it was that was being observed was good enough for him to get hired, right?
Yes, sir.
So he wasn't a bad employee at that point.
No, not a bad employee, no.
Okay. And then after the 90 days of being a temp, where he gets to the point where he's hired in, 60 days later, now he's not an employee anymore because he's not wearing the safety glasses that you got for him as often as is required, which I imagine would be 100% of the time.
Yeah, it wasn't just the safety glasses. There were other times where he didn't have his proper PPE on.
What's PPE?
Personal protective equipment. That's the safety glasses, hard hats, steel toes, gloves.
Okay. So sometimes he wasn't dressed properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the reason that led to his dismissal?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. Well, that was the reason you gave during direct examination. And so did you become aware of Mr. Zuazo applying for unemployment?
No, I don't.
You have nothing to do with it.
That doesn't filter down. That's handled by HR and all that.
Okay. And you had an interview with Detective Packmeyer when you first contacted the police because you saw this ring video and you thought you had valuable information to provide to the investigators, correct?
Yes,
and you said that there was animosity when Mr. Zuazo was informed that he was fired. Is that right?
Yeah, he threatened to kill me.
Okay. So he threatened to kill you, but he didn't kill you, did he? No, he didn't. That didn't happen. And this occurred, you getting let go. When was that? Or not you getting let go.
Huge difference
This was
there.
like February or March
Huge.
2024?
I believe so. I couldn't tell you without looking at the actual documentation and what the dates are.
And that's fair enough. But it's at least 6 months later that you see this video on the news. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And of course, there hasn't been anything bad that happened to you in between the day that he was dismissed, correct?
No.
And you don't know anything about his unemployment request being objected to by your company.
I never even heard anything.
Okay. I mean, that's not your responsibility there at the job. When he threatened you like that, did you go to the police and tell them that I discharged this person and he threatened me?
The reason I didn't go to the police.
Why? The question is not why, yes or no. And it sounds like the answer is no.
It would be no.
Yes. And then here this time goes by and you remember this man, Mr. Zuazo, if for no other reason than because he said something to you that was unsettling. Is that correct? Threatened to kill you?
You're going to have to rephrase that. I don't understand
All
what
right.
you're saying.
When you saw the video, you recognized, you say, Mr. Zuazo, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is this guy who threatened to kill you when he got let go from your company, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Because we're making a record. I know you're saying yes, but we got to just get it.
I'm with it. I
All
apologize.
right, no problem. And so that was something that stuck in your mind. You didn't forget that, right?
What, did he threaten to kill me?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I've had several employees that we've terminated that have threatened to kill me. I mean, I had one that called the tech for 4 or 5 months afterwards saying they were going to kill me. And the reason I didn't call the police for Joshua was because I called the police on the other guy and I couldn't get anybody at all to give me any help. Nobody. Not Taylor, not Downriver, not the Detroit police, none of them. So,
But in fact,
So that actually weakens the argument that the defendant is a violent person because he threatened to kill him. It's like everybody threatens me.
in my mind, I wasn't getting any help if I called. So you got to understand that the
Okay.
reason behind why I didn't call.
that's fair enough. Nevertheless,
No, I disagree. I like this attorney. The fact that he gets threatened all the time by people that get fired minimizes the the viciousness of the defendant.
Unless you say that regardless of whether you told police, you did tell it to Detective Bachmeyer that he made that threat against you.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
And by doing that, then this trouble comes Mr. Zawazo's way, right? Because you're making this identification.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you feel a little bit of justification about that, correct?
No, sir. That's
No?
the reason I called.
All right. Now, in your written statement, because when you met with Detective Bachmeyer on I think it was like the 17th or the 18th of October, and you wrote out this statement, you said that what you heard Joshua Zawazo say on the Ring video was, "Come on, let's go." You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the person who's doing the speaking, you saw the video just a few moments ago, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what the person who's doing the speaking and walking away from the garage says is, "Come on, man." Did you hear that?
Yes. It was in the video.
Well, did you note that? Did it impress you that he said that? "Come on, man." That's the only statement that's made by whoever that speaker is. Not "come on, let's go," like you wrote in your handwritten statement that you gave to Detective Bachmeyer on whatever date it was, October 18th.
You're asking me to say exactly what I heard on the video, but
I'm not
I know
asking
I
you.
heard.
Well, let me just hold on just a second. May I approach? I'm going to show you your statement.
I know what I said. I know what I wrote on there. You don't have to approach me with it.
Well, did you see the part where you just
witness
that
this
statement, "Come on,
feisty-"
let's go," is in quotation marks. Your handwriting, right?
Should be.
Well, let's get it verified. May I approach, Your Honor?
Do you have a difficulty remembering, sir, what's on there, on your statement?
I wrote the statement a year ago.
Okay, are there the house refreshing memory, me approach?
Take a look at that. I'm just going to ask you, is that the statement or a copy of the statement you wrote for Detective Bachmeyer?
Sure looks like my handwriting.
Well, you remember writing it, right?
I remember writing the statement, yes.
Okay. And,
Exactly what I wrote in the statement, I don't remember from a year ago, but
well, is it your handwriting that says, "Come on, let's go"?
yes,
Those quotation marks, were those yours?
yes.
Is that the way that you customarily would quote somebody, by using quotation marks if you were writing something out?
Usually that's what they taught in English in school.
Well, I understand that. I'm just asking you because you meant that to be a direct quote, correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't have put those quotation marks around it, right?
Okay, yes.
And you wrote that right after you were sitting in the squad car or the police car with Detective Bachmeyer, and he showed you the Ring video on his laptop computer. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was bright and early, or not bright and early, it was before sunrise on the morning of the 18th of October.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true also that you were wearing a uniform from St. Mary's Cement Company at that time?
Yes.
And on that uniform, over, I believe it is the right side, is a kind of a green color name tag. Is that?
No, we don't have name tags.
Do you have some kind of green emblem there?
No.
A patch of some
nothing
sort?
over here.
How about up on the upper left side?
Yeah, there's a St. Mary's tag up here.
Okay, so it's not your name. I watched the video. I couldn't read it. I could just see it. But that does identify it as St. Mary's, correct? The uniform that you wear, the shirt that you wear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that shirt is different than what you observed in that video, correct?
Yeah, it looks like somebody removed the St. Mary's patch on it.
So
They're not hard to remove.
if you take the St. Mary's pack off of a uniform that you or customarily wear, it looks like any other jersey then, right?
There is one other identifying thing. If you can bring the video up, I'll show you on the right pocket. There's a small patch that on there. It says Carhartt, or has Carhartt emblem and has FR beside it.
Okay, well, we can run it again if that's, it might be a
You were
problem.
asking me, I was telling you how else. to
That's what you would say, but I mean, that's what you say. I understand that. You have.
What is FR?
The fact is, you finished with the exhibit there, correct? Not exhibit, but your statement. I'll take that back. And if you want to go through that again, do it another time.
Mike was the first one.
It is the last one. I believe is what he was talking about. That's what I was talking about. That's where the questions were.
You gotta be able to see the front of the uniform. There's one.
So on that one, there's no front of the uniform.
No.
All right. Oh, by the way, you talked about the bag. You said during direct exam.
So if fire resistant is what the FR stands for, Carhartt, which by the way is a Michigan company and makes quality work clothing, they put their emblem on all of their clothes. So the fact that it says Carhartt fire resistant does not mean that it came from that particular factory. If they removed the factory's logo or the company's logo.
Examination that you saw the bag that Mr. Zuazo customarily carried.
Yes, sir. Looks like the one he carried back and forth to work.
Okay, looks like.
I
it.
have
You
a
can't say that's
satchel
the same
sitting
bag
right
that
next to
you-
me.
And you don't know where that bag that you see in that video came from, correct?
No.
And the bag that you say that Mr. Zuazo would bring to work with him, you don't know where that came from either, correct?
No.
And you can't say for absolute certainty that the boots you see the individual in that ring video wearing are what you described as these wedge toe boots, not wedge toe, steel toe, but by a company that begins with a W, correct? Pardon, Wolverine. You can't say that those are for certain Wolverine steel toe boots, can you?
They sure look like it.
They look like it because they're brown, isn't that right?
No, sir.
No?
It's the style, it's the sole, it's the way the boot looks. You can see that it's a natural steel toes away from the boot. It's formed.
So your testimony, just like those are Wolverine steel toe shoes.
I don't know. Okay, so I've owned Wolverine steel toe boots. I probably have a pair in the closet. I've owned Carhartt. None of that stuff is particularly distinguishable. I don't know.
Is the same as what we just
The
talked
walk
about.
is the thing that got me.
Come on, let's
when
go.
Santa
Same
testified
thing,
about
right?
the walk
You're
of
sure?
the defendant, that I can resonate with.
Yes or no?
I'm sure what the boots look like Wolverine boots.
Yes.
Yes.
Just like you're sure when you wrote that statement, what the man in the video said. Come on, let's go. Nothing further. Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Okay, thank you, Cross-exam Hernandez.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Redirect people.
Yes. And I want to play that video that we played earlier for you, okay? And
Excuse me, you got the video where he's already.
I was driving for lane, but we had to check the outside. Listen, how you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, you want to read? How much time for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have.
That tag right there.
And so, I want to ask you some questions. So what we just saw, the tag that's on his left chest, okay? And that's familiar to you?
Yes, the Carhartt tag right here on the flap.
Yes, and why is that familiar to you?
Because it's on every last one of our shirts.
Okay, and then you mentioned on cross-examination something about the letters FR.
Yes, which makes those pretty unique because they're fire resistant, fire retardant. and
Yeah, but you're not the
most
only one that
places
uses it.
Don't buy fire retardant clothing for their guys. We do because they have to energize, de-energize breakers, which puts them in risk of an arc flash explosion when we're doing that. So we buy and require everybody to wear fire resistant shirts and pants.
So you're the temporary employees and then the employees who attempt to eventually become employees, your company buys the fire retardant Carhartt shirts.
Yes, sir. Once they're hired in.
And based on your time with St. Mary's Cement, employees are given those shirts.
Yes.
And was Mrs. Uwezo given one of those shirts?
Yes, he was. He was given 11 shirts and 11 pants.
And then you testified on direct that
A lot of clothes.
You aren't
I'm gonna
aware
go
of
get
the
a
shirt
job
given
there
back.
so I can get a new wardrobe.
And that shirt resembles the ones that you've given to employees.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I know there's some question across examination regarding the boots. Do you wear boots to work every day?
I do.
Have you been wearing boots your entire profession at St. Mary's?
Yes, St. Mary's for the other 20 years that I was in cement.
Fair. So are you, and most employees that are working under you and with you, are they required to wear boots?
Yes.
Are they required to wear a certain type of boot?
They are required to wear at least an ankle high steel toe boot.
And like you said, if the employee does not have it, that's provided through the company.
Yes.
And it was your testimony direct that Joshua Zuazo had his own boots at one time.
Yes.
And was he ever given boots?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And the boots that he was given, do those resemble the boots that you saw on the ring camera videos that you observed in front of Detective Packmeyer and the ones that we just played for you in court?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there is a testimony that he would get complaints or get in trouble for not wearing the personal protection equipment.
Yes.
Okay. When those complaints occurred, did they go directly to you or would it be through someone above you?
It depended because most of the time it was me seeing him not wearing his safety glasses. There were times where a supervisor that worked for him would come to me and say, "Look, he's not wearing all his PPE, etc."
And so, as part of your employment at St. Mary's and having him work underneath you, did you have to address that particular issue while not wearing PPE while he was working?
I did.
I still don't know why that's all
At the
relevant.
point where we started to discuss the fact that he needed prescription glasses, and we bought the prescription glasses for him.
So it's
They bought glasses for him. They gave him clothes and boots. Sounds like a good gig.
And so,
all you gotta
did he
do is
speak
wear
to
your
you
damn
about that?
safety
You had a
glasses,
conversation.
man.
Yes, we had several conversations about the PPE. The other thing you got to understand is that within that 90-day period that they're working for St. Mary's, I don't have to have a reason to let somebody go. If they're not working out for whatever reason, we can allow them to go their own way. So,
and that's what he did. in this instance?
But no, in this instance, it was directly because of his willingness to wear the correct PPE.
Okay. And when he was terminated, he threatened to kill you.
Yes.
Okay. And it was your testimony across that this has happened not just from him, but from other employees.
Yeah.
Okay. And those other employees you didn't take out on every video, did you? Those other employees that tried to kill you, they weren't?
No, never encountered him.
Okay. And in between the time that he was let go, threatened to
You know
kill
what? I'm going to go apply to be in-house counsel there.
situation where you saw Joshua.
Give me
No,
some
not
Carhartt and boots.
And so, would it be fair to say, when he threatened to kill you, was that something you harbored, you kept in, or was it just normal part of the job?
It's one of the things that comes along with managing people and letting people go. Nobody wants to get fired. Nobody wants to get let go. People have families. But sometimes it's part of what you have to do.
And you testified across that when he tried to kill you, that wasn't the reason you called Detective Pat Meyer.
No.
What was the reason you contacted the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Because the video I saw, it looked like Joshua Zuazzo. I knew the guy. He worked for me. I felt that I needed to tell somebody that this is what I believe was going on.
Why did you?
That I knew this guy.
Why did you feel it was necessary to tell the police that it was somebody you knew, somebody that worked for you, someone that you knew in the past? Why did you feel that was necessary?
Because I feel it was the right thing to do. I feel that, somebody had to speak up about it. It wasn't just me that recognized him on the video.
Well, objection to that last statement, I asked it to be stricken.
It's stricken.
Thank you.
1 second.
Mute your microphones, guys.
You may with what?
Exhibits.
Or which ones?
There'd be exhibits 3JJ, 3KK, 3LL, 3MM, and 3NN.
All right, Matt.
So I'm going to hand you all those numbers that I just said. You can take a look at these, please. And let me know when you're done with those. Do those at all look familiar to you?
Yeah.
And how do they look familiar to you?
There's safety boots that are pretty common for us to buy from employees.
Are these the same type of boots that you would purchase for temp employees or employees after they become hired?
Yeah, we buy. It just depends based on what the employees desire, or sometimes we buy different boots. Sometimes it depends on. It depends on I hate to say this, but if one boot's cheaper than the other, we'll choose to buy the other boot.
So it'd be fair to say that it's not one particular brand or one particular style that same area purchase.
And the other thing that we do too is
Excuse me. He's already testified that he gave him those Wolverine steel-toed boots. Now it sounds, because the pictures look different than those, he hasn't identified them to be that he's got another.
Well, what's the objection here other than testifying on the record?
Well, the objection is that there's no foundation for those pictures, and he hasn't identified them.
Well, I mean, that's what they're working on.
What? All right, then I would ask that because this exhibit's being put in, I get the opportunity to cross that.
All right, let's see where it goes.
And Mr. Ron, you said these type of boots look familiar because you didn't want the same area purchase. That's what you just like.
Quite often, yes.
And do these appear to be boots? These are Timberlands. These are a brand that you got to purchase.
Yes.
And do you know if Joshua ever wore these particular boots while he was employed with St. Mary's?
Those particular boots, I couldn't tell you if those particular boots were the ones that he wore there. They look like the ones that we purchased for employees. And there's a third method by which they get boots through us too. They can go out and buy their own boots and then get reimbursed for them.
And the St. Mary's would
reimburse them for, yeah.
Oh, that was, that questioning was outside the scope of your original
Yes,
direct.
and
So
you're-
I'll allow
I'm not-
follow-up questioning.
I'm not going to move to these.
Okay, so I'll allow follow-up questioning by Defendants Counsel.
Thank you. So I understood in your at least cross-examination testimony that Mr. Zuazzo came to the job with proper clothing in the way of footwear, and that you didn't have to provide anything to him like you would other temporary employees, correct?
Yes.
And then when it was decided that he would actually be employed, then the Wolverine steel-toed boots were purchased for his benefit and given to him, correct?
Yes, I actually have a receipt for purchasing the boots, and I can tell you exactly what boot was purchased for.
Well, but your testimony today, unless you have that receipt with it, your testimony was, well, your testimony today was that it was Wolverine.
What is he pulling out? He's like, actually, I do. And he starts whipping out his phone. That's not how exhibits work, sir.
Steel-toed boots.
Oh, all right.
Go ahead.
So are you changing your testimony about the Wolverine steel-toed boots that you bought from Mr. Zuazzo when he began working as a full-time employee?
No.
Okay. And he had his own shoes when he came on the job, correct?
He did.
And you said that you couldn't say that the pictures that you just were shown were pictures of boots that you ever saw Mr. Zuazzo wear, correct?
No.
The only thing you can say is that you think those boots in that video from front of the garage are, which it's not up there anymore, they changed it to a different one, but the boots that the man in that video from the garage are wearing are Wolverine steel toe boots, correct?
They sort of appear to. They like those two. They all look quite similar.
That's a very good point. Brown boots look pretty similar, don't they? Especially when all you're seeing is the toes part of it and the heel part of it, because the individual wearing the boots is also wearing long pants.
So let's go back to actually the videos right there.
The question was,
if we look at those boots right
excuse
here,
me.
look at those boots, they look identical.
All right, we're doing question answer format here, and let's not keep asking the same question over and over again, Mr. McCarthy. Is there another question?
Well, I'd like to get an answer to the one that I just asked, which was the reason the boots look similar is because all you're seeing is the toes and the heel part, the soles, and because the person who's wearing them is wearing long pants too, right?
No, you can see the toe and everything on these boots right here.
That's what I just said. The toe, the heel, the sole, that's what you get to see, right? Not the tops.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Can you direct these on that?
No,
Okay, all right, Mr. Brock, you are all set. You stepped up. You didn't have any questions, did you, Ms. Loctite? Okay. All right, can this witness be excused?
No objection.
Okay. Oh, okay, all right.
That witness was a bit feisty.
How long will this witness testify for?
40 minutes, maybe.
All right, we can do it then. We'll go for another half an hour, it's about 4:30.
But I don't think that includes Connor Cross. Detective Catmeyer was very involved with the case. I didn't have any questions.
That's true.
Well, at least let's get the direct out of the way.
Quick call, back here.
I took a clip from Broken Baker the other day. I love this.
Oh, I don't what? I don't know.
it was just perfect.
Oh, I don't what? I don't know.
Good afternoon, I'll be sworn in. According to the truth, you swear from the testimony that you provide the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
David Packman.
All right, your witness.
Yes, thank you. And sir, can you state your full name still for the record? First,
Yes, David Packman, second, DAVID, PACHMAYER, the second.
And so where do you employ at?
Old County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Old County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2016.
And what is your current title with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a detective in Rochester Hills.
And how long have you been a detective?
A year and a half.
Okay. And prior to being a detective, while you're employed with the Old County Sheriff's Office, how were you employed with the Sheriff's Office?
I originally began as corrections officer, then road patrol.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Old County Sheriff's Office, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
I was a reserve in Macomb County.
And how long was that for?
Probably about 7 years, 6 years.
Okay. And back in October 2024, were you assigned to the Rochester Hills substation?
Yes.
Were you a detective at that time as well?
Correct.
Okay. On October 10th or October 11, 2024, were you one of the detectives that arrived on scene to the house in Newcastle Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And as a detective that was involved in this case, can you describe some of your duties or what was your responsibilities when you arrived on scene?
I initially arrived on scene, started the investigation with other detectives there. Eventually, I handled a lot of the work on the case, retrieving videos, finding evidence for the case.
And how do you get assigned those particular tasks?
Usually there was an OIC. Originally was Detective Connolly, and then I kind of helped him out with it because I think he was ill. And then our detective sergeant signed a lot of details.
So would it be a fair characterization that you were heavily involved in the investigation, but you weren't the assigned officer in charge?
Correct.
Okay. During your investigation, were you made aware of a vehicle that may have been involved with the incident at Newcastle?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Detective Donnelly actually received a call from Officer Hill from DPD. He mentioned that earlier in the day, around 12:15, he came across a vehicle flare.
So there was you got contact by the Detroit Police Department about a vehicle that was on fire.
Correct.
And how did it come to be that this particular car was that you thought to be involved with this incident?
That officer there, I seen took some pictures at the time while it was burning because he thought it was suspicious, and he sent it to us.
And prior to that, did you guys put out any information regarding what type of vehicle it could possibly be?
I believe there was a vehicle put out.
Okay. And then you were contacted by another law enforcement agency that vehicle may be important in your investigation.
Correct.
Okay. And when another detective in your office received that information, what did you do personally with that information?
Actually, myself and Detective Downey went down to the DPD impound yard to look at the vehicle.
And where is that impound yard at?
I can't recall the exact crossroads on it.
It was in the city, right?
It is.
Okay. And do you recall what day you went down there?
It would have been the same day, October 11th.
And what did you observe about this vehicle that you saw in that impound lot in the city of Detroit?
The vehicle matched the description that was captured on the ring camera on Newcastle. The vehicle also had a DTE license plate on it. I found out through Lean and SOS.
And when you say Lean and SOS, I know what that is because that's what I do for Lean, but what is that?
That's our law enforcement information network. It stores all the SOS information on vehicles, meaning registration of the cars, your driver's license information, things like that.
And when you say SOS, what is that?
Secretary of State.
Okay, so this Lean has data regarding license plates, registration, cars, things like that. And when you got that license plate number off of that car that was in an impound lot, what was the information that you gathered from that?
That plate came back to a DTE truck.
Okay. At that time, it came back to a DTE truck.
Correct.
Okay. And
It was a Freightliner.
okay. And
did that car or that truck remain at the impound lot?
No, actually, I stayed there with Detective Downey. We watched it get loaded up on a flatbed. It was taken to buyer's towing in Rochester City.
So it came back to your jurisdiction. And there, did you look through the car? Did you notice anything about that car? Did you take time to investigate it?
We did look at it, yes.
Okay. Were you able to receive a VIN number off of that car?
Yes, the truck was poor. It was badly burnt out, but we were able to find a hidden VIN on it, recover that.
Okay.
What's a hidden VIN? Like, I mean, they have VINs on the transmission and the engine, and
I am coming up with People's Exhibits 15B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Okay.
Okay, look at these ones. Did you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs taken from the scene by the original tow truck driver that took it to the DPD lot.
But is that fair and accurate description of the truck that you saw that day that was in the impound lot, eventually made its way to buyer's towing lot in Rochester?
It is.
Okay, that hasn't been changed or altered.
why are they not showing us pictures of the truck? I want to see the truck.
So 15B through 15G.
We haven't seen it yet.
Okay, okay, right.
Okay, and may I just say, can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, of course.
Detective, this one, what is that depicting?
That would be the inside cab of the truck, where the steering wheel, dashboard would be, the front seat.
You're saying where it would be? It's not in there?
No, it's not.
And why is that not in there?
It is burnt up.
And then you was already marked, or the minute 15F. Is that the license plate that was attached to the vehicle when you observed it?
It is.
And is that the license plate that you ran through your lien system that corresponded to DTE truck?
It is.
And 15E, is that fair to say just another picture of the burnt truck?
Correct.
In the same state that you saw it?
Yes.
And the 15D?
Driver's side, same state.
And 15C?
And passenger side, same state.
And then 15B?
Yes. That would be underneath the hood where the engine would be.
And so it was your testimony that this car was pretty badly burned?
Yes.
Okay. Was there, when you were observing this vehicle, was there any DTE markings or anything on there?
Not when I observed it, no.
Okay. And after observing this truck and going through there, when you got the VIN number, what did you do with that VIN number?
At that point in time, when I got the VIN number, I ran through lien SOS again. It came back to a sold truck.
And so this lien information, when a car is stolen, how does that get in? If there's a report made, not that a car is stolen, but if a report is made, how does that get placed in lien?
Yes, if your car's stolen, you make a report. Law enforcement must enter the information for that vehicle into our system, lien, and we'll get notified if we enter that VIN number in, that the vehicle stolen.
And so the vehicle VIN number on that truck that was burned came back stolen.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what the reporting agency was out of?
I believe it was reported on September 30th out of Dearborn Heights.
Okay. And then based on the information that you have with the lien information, the stolen vehicle information, lien, and this plate that was on that vehicle, did that plate register to that VIN number?
No, it did not.
It did not. Okay. And were you eventually able to figure out?
He has to sit on top of the entire witness stand. He can't sit in the chair.
Down at their Trombley station.
And so, but just it was not registered or associated with the truck that you were reviewing?
No.
Okay. And then you said you recovered this truck at tow lot in Detroit. Did you go to the scene where it was reported to have been recovered?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall what area that was recovered in?
Yes, it was, I want to say it was 18200 John R.
Okay.
Which is between 6 and 7 Mile and John R.
Okay. And you drove past that. What type of area is that?
It's very desolate.
Okay.
It's kind of vacant.
Would it be fair to say there's a lot of vacant lots?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like an industrial complex or okay. And part of your investigation, did the sheriff's office request or go look for any sort of surveillance videos from any houses or businesses that were located there?
Yeah, I think the day of the incident, our FACT team was sent down there to look for video on houses, the few that are down there.
Okay. And so the few that were down there? And based on your
from
investigation,
on top of the defense team.
you and your team able to recover any videos in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that video located?
The video is located about 2 blocks north of where the truck was found on 90 East Greendale.
In Madison City, Detroit as well?
Yeah. Actually, that's Hamtramck, I believe. Zip code.
And were you able to obtain that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review that video?
I did review it.
Okay. And did you review it before coming to court as well?
Yes.
Okay. And the people are going to move to admit and publish people's exhibits 21A and 20.
We're going to actually see something.
Excuse me, could we take down the exhibit that's been up?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, we'll take that down, but is there, I'm assuming the parties have seen 21A and B?
Yes.
Do you want any additional foundation to be established before admitting it?
No, I think we were satisfied.
Okay, all right, 21A and B are.
Thank you. And the people will publish it this time.
Go ahead.
And then after done playing, I'll probably just ask you a couple questions. As you know, you can see that right there.
There's one courtroom out there that has like drapes in the background, and it looks like it's a sounds like a like a high school play or something. It's really weird.
And Detective, do you recall what time of day this video was that was recording?
12/11.
And what day and what date was that?
It was on October 11th.
Okay. And so at about 12 o'clock afterwards, was that after the 911 call that came through from the Newcastle address?
Yes.
Okay. And when we were watching that video, we see a truck drive up and to the left of that video. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. It was driving westbound.
Westbound. Is this that street? Is this a two-way street, one-way street?
It is a one-way street. You want to go west.
Okay. And so west of what we just saw there, what's over there?
It would be John R.
Okay. And it was your testimony that it was a couple blocks away that this burned out car that you reviewed was located there.
Correct. It would be south of there.
It would be south of there.
Yes.
Okay. And like 21B at this time.
Is that honking?
Detective Packmeyer, was that the car that we just saw, was it traveling in the same direction that we just saw that white truck?
Correct.
Okay. And based on the information you have in your investigation, that car that we just saw, was that significant in your investigation of this particular crime?
Yes.
And how did that particular car that we just saw in there, how did that become important to your investigation?
That car was eventually identified as Defendant Hernandez's.
And what type of car was that?
It was a Grand Jeep Cherokee, I think it was 2020.
And so during your investigation, that car came to be linked to Defendant Hernandez?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what time of day, this clip that we just watched, what time of day that was after the first one that we saw?
That was 5 minutes after.
So they're driving around in their own cars, chasing down the stolen car that they used to commit a crime just before they're going to set it on fire. These guys are not the smartest.
The DTE truck went by 12:16.
The first video showed the DTE truck, and then the second video shows a car that resembles a car that was associated with Mr. Hernandez.
Correct.
And then just off the screen, a little while later, that car is recovered, burnt out.
Correct. You'll hear the explosion in the video.
That's the sound that you believe you're hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, were you made aware or were contacted by Home Depot asset protection, or how did that come about?
Yes.
She was driving.
Home Depot asset.
So if you guys are just joining us and you don't know about the wife, Amanda, Big Boy has a wife who is on the witness list, but apparently is pleading the fifth. I also understand there's some text messages coming up that heavily implicate her. So that's interesting.
Protection to see if they could link up purchases of certain items at the same time.
This case is in Michigan.
In royalty.
Okay, so would it be fair to say you had information or items that would potentially be associated with the Newcastle address for your investigation?
Correct.
And that information was then relayed to Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that Home Depot then reached out to you guys and provided video and possibly receipts?
It was requested. We requested Home Depot to look up these certain items, see if they were purchased, and then look into the video.
And as a detective, is that common practice or something you have done in the past during investigations?
Yes.
Okay, so you reaching out asking for a reverse item lookup. This wasn't outside of your normal standards of investigation?
No.
Okay. So be fair to say that certain items are given to an LPO or asset protection person from Home Depot. They do what they do and then potentially submit either video or in-store receipts related to those items.
Correct.
Okay. And then after receiving items and other investigations, you can review videos and see if that matches anything that you guys are looking for.
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case, did they send you videos that were associated with those type of items that you requested?
They did. They sent us a transaction receipt and video.
Okay. And when those were obtained, did you review those items?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, people are going to move to admit and publish People's Exhibit 19A at this time, and I'll hold off on 19B after a couple questions.
What happened? Why aren't we playing? It stopped playing. Did I do something? It's on normal speed. What happened? All right. We are at, it's still counting. 8:45. Let me refresh this. Let's try this.
Anything like this to happen. We've been together for the past few days.
All right. 8. Okay. That's great now.
We're all the tape.
Okay, so you had, would it be fair to say you had information or items that would in your investigation of this particular crime?
Yes.
And how did that particular car that we just saw on there, how did that become important to your investigation?
That car was eventually identified as Defendant Hernandez's Jeep.
And what type of car was that?
It's a Grand Jeep Cherokee, I think it was 16. You hear the explosion in the video.
That's the sound that you believe?
There were actually
with
the certain
you can read those out.
Yes.
It cut off
And,
for everyone that day, but I saw it. Hang on. Let me just scooch.
They broke it up in clips and things like that?
Yes.
What is flock and what is that used for investigation?
It is a license plate reader camera, so it tells us where people are that have warrants or made for looking for certain vehicles, such as we were in this incident. There's public ones, there's private owned ones also, like Lowe's has.
You said certain transactions that you got to look for.
Correct.
Okay. And based on information you had, that based on the video they sent you, those transactions correspond to people around who you were looking for that date time.
Correct.
Okay. People moved to admit and to publish at this time.
Okay. Well, we're going to get some video.
No, all right, then.
I'm going to publish on here so it's not too clear a copy. What on this receipt, Detective Packmeyer, based on your investigation, are there any items of note during your investigation on this receipt?
There's multiple items. The Gorilla Black duct tape, the respirators, cotton spray socks with hood, safety vest, the gloves, I believe the puncture.
And why were those important or significant to your investigation?
The Gorilla Black duct tape was used at the scene of the crime. The suspects were wearing the respirator with the high-vis safety vest and the gloves, along with the cotton spray sock.
And that's based on your observation of the Ring video camera that was taken from the Murray's household from the night of the 10th.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, may approach with.
Also, maybe lose some weight so you aren't the biggest
reach out and
person
contact
within the
by
Metro
Lowe's?
Detroit area.
We did reach out to Lowe's after we got the information.
Yeah, and why did you reach out to Lowe's?
I ran the white Grand Cherokee that belonged to Hernandez through our flock system.
And then what is, I know we had someone testify a little bit for flock. What is flock and what is that used for investigations?
It is a license plate reader camera, so it tells us where people are that have warrants or made for looking for certain vehicles, such as we were in this incident. There's public ones, there's private owned ones also, like Lowe's has.
You said Lowe's has their own flock system?
Yes.
How would you have access to that?
We do get access to it, but they put them in on their grounds.
Okay, so if you're looking for something, you can reach out to Lowe's and say, hey, see if there's a block hit on a particular license plate.
Actually, I didn't look at it myself. We can view their cameras.
Okay, and so you have a license plate belonging to that vehicle, that Cherokee that associated with Defendant Hernandez.
Correct.
Okay, and tell us how you went about using the flock system to.
Okay, so that's interesting. So Lowe's has its own camera recording system that scans license plates. You guys hear that? A private company has its own way of tracking your license plate.
Find out about Lowe's.
I did enter it into the flock system. I can't remember how many days. In the morning of October 11th, it revealed that that vehicle went to that Lowe's location. I believe that was also in Ellen Park. Their cameras capture images going in and out of the parking lot of vehicles from their driveways.
So you plug in or type in the license plate into their Lowe's system, and this particular occurrence that you're about to testify to pops up.
Yes.
And then
with pictures of the vehicle.
Okay, and then once you receive that, what do you do with that information?
At that point in time, I had, I believe, Detective Durfee contacted Lowe's, and we were able to recover surveillance videos of the subject in that vehicle there.
Okay. That time that is recorded on flock through a low security video, do you recall what day it was and what time of day it was?
It was October 11th. I want to say it was around 9:30 in the morning, 9:34.
And based on information that you had from the investigation and responding to the Newcastle address, would that be before the incident that you responded to?
That would be before.
Okay. And do you recall what city this Lowe's was located in that was the Hernandez vehicle was spotted on the flock
I
camera?
believe it was Ellen Park.
Ellen Park. Okay. Now, people are going to move to admit and publish people's exhibits 20A and 20B at this time, right?
Any objection?
No, I haven't.
No, all right, the A and B are in and you may publish.
Thank you. And Detective, when you received the videos, did you review those videos?
I did.
Okay. And when those videos came to you, were they broken up in clips and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective, is that the Cherokee that you had the license plate to that popped up on flock?
Yes.
Okay. This video is going to be a couple minutes long. So. And Detective Packmeyer, is that a timestamp down the bottom of the screen?
There's the bucket hat.
What is that?
Is right now currently at 9:27 a.m. on October 11th, 2024.
Thank you.
It's actually kind of hard to see the second defendant, Josh. I still haven't seen his face in any of these videos. Granted, this is a video of a video, you know, taken off of a camera. Or, I mean, a monitor in the courtroom. He's so tiny. I mean, you could definitely see the big dude. Big boy is definitely visible. You know, the defense attorney for Josh isn't wrong in saying, can you identify this guy? It's like the light that should be reflecting off of Josh's face is getting trapped by the gravitational pull of Big Boy. Did you? I missed your joke then. He's cosplaying as Rorschach.
Detective Packmeyer, they all came up with clips, and it would be fair to say that I just presented these all together.
Yes.
You gotta watch more video now? Yeah, zoom in. Oh, there they come. Yeah, you never see his face. That's really either clever or odd. I mean, seriously, step back and take like an objective view. Do we have anything that identifies that guy there, the Josh being there, except his boss that he employed him for 60 days said, I recognize the way he walks and he's wearing a Carhartt shirt. I mean, that's the thing, though, is that can we really rely on a boss that he worked for 60 days to say, yep, that was definitely him because of the walk? I mean, Big Boy is toast. Big Boy is clearly there. But who is that other guy? If he wasn't walking around with a human moon, oh my God, yes. Yeah, if he wasn't walking around with a human moon, you wouldn't be able to pick him out of a lineup of one, right? Little man with, okay, so they have a history. Like, so who else would Big Boy be walking around with but the defendant?
Want to see?
Thank you. Yes. Can you take a look at that? Yes, it's a Lowe's receipt. And is that the fair and accurate copy of the Lowe's receipt that was given to you by?
Nope. Okay, that's it. I think it cuts out. Yeah. All right. That was it for day one. I don't know why it cuts out like that. Let's go on to day two. All right. We're going to marathon our way through this. Day two, here we come. Get the closed captioning on. We are going to go at 0.25 because I think there's a motion coming up that I want to address, or at least I want to hear. It's a living embodiment of the movie Mice and Men. That was a book at first. Oh, he's got a different shirt on. Look at that. That's a... Man, that's like the size of my sheets on my bed. And they're just covering his upper body. Like, that's several layers of sheets. That'd keep me warm out in the elements at night. The dude is huge. 6XL. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. 6XL. All right, let's get this going. Get some audio here. Let's see.
Your Honor, calling the cases of People versus Joshua Flores, case number 2024-291950-FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945-FC.
Well, that's because Big Boy, you know, he sweated through his shirt so bad they had to burn it when they got back to jail. So they had to give him something else to wear. Let's see. Camera goes to him. Yeah. Well, and the camera also adds 10 pounds, right? So, you know, he was 450 and right, I think 450, so he's 460 in this image.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, John Patrick Fuss and Andrew McGarrell for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of with Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo is standing to my left of the table.
All right, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paula Michelle Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who's standing to my right.
All right, sir, tell me your name.
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, all right, everyone can be seated. We'll bring in the jury in a moment. I have a jury instruction that I was handed this morning that Mr. Hernandez wants to argue be placed into the final instructions.
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, I am requesting 16.26 felony murder co-defendants. I understand that there is no specific instruction that says whether or not this can be given if co-defendants are being tried together but do have separate juries. But I do think it's applicable here, and that's why I'm asking for it. Also, if you look at the note, it says that it may be used in conjunction with 2.19, which I believe is the jury instruction that was previously read to the jury. I do think it's relevant in this case because they are hearing testimony about the co-defendant. And I know we touched on it in voir dire that they're only to decide the actions of Carlos Hernandez, but I think it would be good to remind them, and I do think this is applicable, and I am asking that it be read to the jury.
All right, 16.26 felony murder co-defendant. I have had an opportunity to review it. My immediate thought goes to it's contradictory to the aiding and abetting instruction. What's the people's thoughts?
Judge, there was a number of instructions that counsel had asked that we add before this, including Mr. McCarthy, and they've submitted those. I've been in agreement with all of those that have been added for the court's pack. This is the only one that's outstanding. Mr. McCarthy and Ms. Lofton had requested a jury instruction. I think it was 2.22, which I think covers this topic that we did add to the pack earlier in the week. But and just for the record, this is not joined in by Mr. McCarthy requesting this instruction.
All right, so Mr. Zuazo is not asking this the instruction be read. Is that right, Mr. McCarthy?
Well, yes, because I think that the jury is going to be instructed separately. My jury will be instructed separately. And the whole point of that is that those jurors would consider the instructions that have to do exclusively with Mr. Zuazo and not with Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, if you guys forgot or if you're coming in late, there are 2 juries and 1 trial. And sometimes they'll be shuffling in and out different juries. Sometimes both juries will be there. Sometimes only one jury will be there, depending on the witness and what they have to testify to. This is very unusual. I've never really seen it before, but apparently it can be done. Each defendant is entitled to their own jury. And if you remember James and Jennifer Crumley, they bifurcated their trials. Well, in this case, they're doing 1 trial, but they have 2 juries. Yeah. 2 juries, 2 sets of jury instructions, 2 staircases, 2 water heaters, and 2 furnaces. We have a lot of 2s in this case.
So the people's position is that this instruction is very confusing because it starts talking about you should consider each defendant separately. Okay, they're not considering the other defendant's guilt or innocence. And then it says they are entitled to have their case decided on the evidence that applies to them. We're not talking about deciding anybody's case, but Hernandez for his jury and Zuazo for his jury. And then it goes on in paragraph 3, which is most disturbing, I think, out of all of it for confusion, is instead you must determine as to each defendant separately. You're not deciding the other defendant whatsoever. So I think that does nothing but confuse what their responsibility is.
Okay, I do agree. I think the nature of having 2 juries for each defendant negates reading an instruction to each jury then, as if they are associated with their defendant, and telling them to consider each defendant separately when we're actually going to instruct them to not take into consideration any evidence that they heard against the other defendant. So I do think it's contrary to the intent of the 2 juries. So 16.26, Ms. Lawson, will not be read in. Okay, anything else before we bring in the jury?
People.
Okay.
You're on, no, you want it.
Yeah, let's bring in our witness.
I have been in front of her before. I like her. I think she's nice, pleasant. She's not a tough judge. The conduct that I've seen of her in this trial is consistent with my experience with her. She's just a nice person.
He's already seated. Come in.
As far as her rulings, like many judges, they tend to maybe favor the state over the defense, but it's not in like a vindictive manner or anything. She's a good judge.
Who was sitting out there yesterday? Do you recall?
I believe A was here.
A was there. Okay, so let's put A here and then B. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
I'll be right
I
back.
apologize for the delay this morning. One of our jurors did get stuck in an accident, but luckily everyone is here and is safe. So we're going to get going. So Kesha, I believe Detective Packmeyer was on the stand yesterday, was under oath, and he remains under oath today. And you can continue, Mr. Magaro, with your direct. Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective. Good morning. You reviewed that video from Lowe's, is that correct?
Correct.
And what city or what location was that Lowe's video?
That was Ellen Park.
All right. And based on your investigation in this matter, were you able to determine an address that was associated with Mr. Hernandez while he was in Michigan?
Yes.
And what city was that?
It was in Lincoln Park.
All right. And what's the relative distance from Lincoln Park to Allen Park?
Roughly 3.5 miles.
Okay. From that Lowe's to Lincoln Park, about 3.5 miles?
Correct.
Okay. And that Lowe's video was taken in the morning of the homicide in Rochester Hills?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to interview Kelly Broad in this matter?
I did.
Okay. How did that come to your attention, Mr. Broad?
Mr. Broad contacted our office, I think, on the 17th of October. I believe that was the date. He indicated that he had some information he wanted to talk to me about. He described Defendants Zuazo as being an employee of his and being in the video. Therefore, I went down and met with him. He based the information on ring video that he saw released to the media.
And that was a video that the sheriff's department released to the media?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you meet Mr. Broad?
It was at the Krispy Kreme, I believe, down south of St. Mary's cement factory.
Okay. And when you met with him, was it in the parking lot?
It was.
Was that in your squad car or patrol car?
My detective car, yes.
Okay. And did you play for him those ring videos?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you played those videos for him?
I know the one we rewound, I think, twice because he wanted to hear something that was stated in the video.
And was that the video of Mr. Hernandez leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you play that video for him?
On my county issue computer. laptop.
So you had a laptop, and then
Yes.
were you sitting in the driver's seat? You were
I was in
sitting
the driver's seat. He was in the passenger seat.
Do you recall how long this meeting lasted for?
Well, we talked about Krispy Kreme a little bit, maybe a half hour tops. He had to get to work.
Okay. And did you play one of the other
Unpopular
videos,
opinion.
where
Krispy Kreme is disgusting.
when the defendant was on the porch?
Yes.
Okay. And did he identify anybody in either one of those videos?
He did identify Zawazo.
In the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have him write out a written statement about
I
it?
did.
Okay. And did you play the audio in the video of him leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And also, when were you involved in the apprehension or taking custody of Mr. Zawazo?
No.
No. Did you happen to see him afterwards?
Yes.
And did he have any type of facial hair at that time?
He had very similar facial hair as he has today.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right, so then cross-examine by the law.
Thank you. Detective, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zawazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So just starting right where you left off on direct with the meeting you had with Kelly Broad on October 18th, I think it was.
Before we get into the cross-examination, I want to expand upon my Krispy Kreme comment, and then Chris, your comment. It's like gritty, right? It tastes like you're eating kind of super sweet sand. It's too sweet and it's too like gritty. Yeah, I don't like it at all.
Wrote out a statement for you, correct? And he put in a quotation from the video that you watched with him, I believe you said 2 times.
Correct.
And you got a statement, when he wrote out that statement, you got a copy of that statement, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what he wrote in the quotation marks as a quotation from purportedly from Mr. Zawazo?
I believe he quoted the "Come on, man," which was stated in the video of leaving the garage.
Come on, let's go.
Come on, man, is what he told me, is what I recall. I would have to review the statement.
Okay, well, let me just, I thought I had it right at my fingertips for whatever reason. Just 1 second, please. You have it here. Thank you. Yeah.
So I also wanted to comment too, because Northwest was saying at the end of day 1, the consensus was guilty, and I would have to definitely agree with Big Boy. With defendant number 2, with Josh, I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything really that would tie me together. Again, we have one boss that worked with him for 60 days and maybe saw him once per day. And that was it. To me, that's not enough. Not beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't see his face yet. We need more to connect the case, or to connect Josh to the case.
I'm handing you a document. I asked you first of all whether you understand or recognize it.
I do.
And is that in fact the statement, or at least a copy of the statement that Mr. Broad prepared for you back on the 18th day of October last year?
Yes.
And you see the quotations in either the second last line or the last line where it says, "Come on, let's go"?
Yes.
Okay. Now you've listened to this video on a number of occasions, correct?
I have.
And would you agree that what is actually said on the video is, "Come on, man"?
I believe it was "Come on, man," and then after there was "Let's go" was stated, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so that's what your recollection
Yes,
is.
it's combined, it's separated, is the way he wrote it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll retrieve that document. In your work in this case, quite a bit of it was finding locations through Flock, correct? And you obtain those videos from Lowe's in particular, and then also at a Home Depot, is that right?
Correct.
And so let's talk about the Lowe's one. That is at about 9:30 in the morning on the 11th day of October, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in that video that shows the departure of the vehicle, is there?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so
Yeah, the widow, she did well identifying Little Man. Little Man was had his mask down for some of it. You're right. I forgot about widow. Yeah.
obviously it's the Flock that is the mechanism by which you were able to find this white Jeep pulling into the parking lot at the Lowe's on that.
Next
morning.
time I get to Kalamazoo, O line red, I'll check it out.
What date was it?
It would have been October 11th.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about the statement with Mr. Rogers. I am corrected. October 11th. So it's 9:30 in the morning. Your investigation makes you know that the arrival of the two people that come to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Murray is at about 11:30 in the morning. Is that correct? So this is about a 2-hour difference in time. There's no Flock that shows the departure, at least of which you are aware, the departure of that white vehicle from the parking lot after the purchases were made, correct?
Necessarily, they may not have cameras exiting and entering. Therefore, when it captured, Flock is not always 100% reliable in catching images either. So I can't recall to say if there's a camera leaving that it would have captured it or not.
Okay, you would agree that's not something that you
had put into the materials that you submitted to the prosecutor's office. And so we don't know exactly who got into that vehicle after the purchase was made on the inside.
That's fair to say, yes.
Now, we do see the vehicle again later in the day at about 12:16, as I recall from your testimony yesterday. And it is going in the same direction as that white truck was going by, the DTE truck, correct?
Correct.
There's about a 5-minute difference in time, correct?
Correct.
And so we know, based on your testimony, that that vehicle belonged to Mr. Hernandez, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the white DTE energy truck, you don't know who was driving in that vehicle at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how many people were in it as it goes by that address on Manchester Street in Detroit, where Highland Park Road is. So what we do know is that in the theory that the DTE energy was occupied by at least Mr. Hernandez, correct?
In theory,
At the house on the street in Rochester Hills, where this incident occurred, correct?
The video shows both subjects leaving the garage going to the DTE truck.
I got that part. But in terms of the vehicles, the white Jeep vehicle is not occupied. I mean, it is on the same street within 5 minutes of the DTE energy vehicle seen on the Castle Rock Street near that address where the Murrays live, correct?
Are you asking if the Jeep was on Castle Street?
No, the DTE energy. If I
Yes.
said Jeep, I misspoke. I apologize for that.
Yes.
So there is that difference.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Defendant Hernandez.
Good morning. So thinking back to yesterday, we watched the videos from a home. Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on that. How did you establish the time on those videos?
That was the recorded time, I believe, on the videos.
Okay. And did you make contact, or did someone from your department make contact with that homeowner? How was it that you were able to get those videos?
Detective Jones, I believe, from the fact team made contact with the homeowner and retrieved those videos.
And there's been some questions, both from the prosecutor and from Mr. McCarthy this morning about the white Jeep. In any of the videos that you retrieved that we're just speaking about now, nothing shows the license plate on that black Jeep or on the white Jeep, correct? No. Also, we were shown a video of a Home Depot store, but we did not see the checkout. So I know that you stated there's one of two ways that detectives can try to get information from stores like Lowe's or Home Depot. I know Lowe's, you can use their flock and see the cars that come in. Home Depot does not have that, correct?
That Home Depot, I don't believe so.
Okay, but you can call a particular Home Depot and ask if certain items that you find relevant were purchased, correct? And that's what happened at that Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay, but you were not provided a video of the actual checkout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was it Home Depot that told you that this is the checkout of these two individuals, or how did that happen?
That I can't recall. I know contact was made there to cross-reference certain items, and you were able to come up with that transaction, and then they backtrack timestamp.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further redirect?
Just real quick, and Heckmeyer, there was a question that you about regarding the license plate application, and there was not a license plate.
There was a
Okay, but was there
at the house going by? We cannot see.
Okay, but when you noticed that white Jeep in the video going past the Greendale address, was there anything significant about that particular Jeep noticeable to you?
Yes, there's a lot of things significant. Number one, it has the moonroof. It appears to be a limited X, which has more of a sporty package. It has a ductwork vent. They may be real, they may be faking a hood. They have a different front fascia on the front of the vehicle, a little more sleek looking. The fog
I did think that the vehicle looked particularly distinguishable. Like there was something about it.
Grand Cherokee, that model here.
You're pretty specific there and seem pretty certain about those items. How do you know that?
I'm a Jeep guy, number one, but we researched and watched over and over to link it. The wheels are the same in all those videos. All those things match up on the Jeep.
And that Jeep they saw go past that 90 Greendale, having about an hour and a half after the homicide, was that similar to the same markings and things that to that Jeep you saw in Lowe's block camera?
Yes.
And the first question.
Okay, all right, thank you. Second, you step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
People call Officer Hill this day.
What is Mr. Hill going to say?
And stay standing, raise your right hand, and I'll get sworn in. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Eric Hill.
Okay, here.
And Mr. Hill, can you spell your first and last name for us, please?
ERICHILL.
And where are you employed?
I think they got his last name wrong.
How long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
9 years.
Okay. Prior to your employment with the Detroit Police Department, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
And what's your current title with the Detroit Police Department?
Police officer.
Okay. I want to direct your attention back to October 11th, 2024. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, did you locate a car that was on fire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where that was located at?
Yes, it was located on East Margaret Street, just east of John R.
Okay. And where? What type of address was this that you located?
It was in vacant field.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day that was when you located it?
12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. In 12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed, where were you when you first saw it? Did you see smoke or did you see the car? What did you see first?
I was driving east on 8 Mile Road by John R. when I observed smoke south.
What's God? What's her name? Connie. This is like Bobby and Connie's son, right? If they got together.
East of that intersection.
And when you observed that smoke, what did you do?
I immediately drove to go investigate that area.
And what did you first observe when you arrived there?
A white F-250 on fire with 2 firefighters standing by watching.
There was already 5 fires there.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next in your investigation of that burning truck?
I was in plainclothes in an unmarked vehicle, so I got out, identified myself as Detroit Police firefighters, and asked what was going on with the burning car.
And at some point during your investigation, did that particular car were you made aware that this car could be of interest in law enforcement?
Yes. So in my experience, little backstory, I worked at the 11th precinct where this car was located for about 6.5 years. Knowing that there's almost nothing in that area, and for something to be burning in the middle of the day would be highly unusual, likely tied to something violent.
And so when you were over in that area, you had concerns about this?
I was fairly certain, yes. I didn't have any definitive proof at the time.
Okay. And did you get notified by dispatch or over the radio that this car could be of interest?
So I asked, upon determining if the car had DTE logos on it, I immediately contacted our dispatch, asking if there had been any reports of a stolen DTE truck to Detroit Police that day.
And then were you made aware that there was?
At the time, I was told no. I didn't learn it was related to anything until later on in the day, around 4:30, 5 o'clock.
You want me to first witness? Yeah. And also, I'm hitting it with the mark that People's Division committed People's 15. Can you take a look at this first?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the picture I took before I sent it to Investigator Downey, I believe it was, for Oakland County.
And that's exactly what that truck looked like on fire in that 11th precinct that you
Yes.
were using. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross-exam Lazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Hill, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Swazo. I just have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. So this vehicle was south of 8 Mile Road and east of John Hart?
Correct.
Was it as far down as State Fair, which is 7.5 mile?
I don't recall exactly where. I believe it was between State Fair and 7 Mile.
Okay, so south, closer to 7 than it was to 8.
Somewhere in that area. I can't give you exact.
And then the
Ooh, I'm looking at a house in that area.
Because you were familiar with it, did not have much in the way of buildings.
Correct.
And so the fact that there was a fire going on in what was, in your mind, pretty much vacant neighborhoods was a matter of interest to you, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived there, Detroit Fire was already present, is that right?
Yes.
And so they had the fire under control?
No, so they didn't actually have a fire truck there. They had been 2 firefighters driving the
Yeah, I don't know why you would
vehicles on the way to lunch,
cross-examine
and they
this
observed the
guy.
same thing to investigate.
Oh, so they were just calling for a fire unit to come to put it out?
They were there on scene. They investigated. Once they located where the fire was and what was going on, then they called the main station to send a fire truck out.
And you were present when that occurred?
Yes.
And then did you have anything to do with the disposition of that vehicle, having it pulled away?
It's an old historic house
in order
built
to
in the
tow the vehicle, we
1920s.
need a program called GovTow in a
Huge.
which I did not have because I was in our marked vehicle up here at the time. So I called for over dispatch to send a marked unit to recover the vehicle.
I won't have a tree house. I'll have a playhouse in the back garden.
I have no questions.
Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Officer King, you may step down.
No objection.
People call Lieutenant Martez Dixon. Come this way to be sworn in.
Mr. Dixon.
My
name is Martez Dixon.
Good morning. If you could tell us how you're currently employed.
I'm employed through the city of Detroit.
And just if you could do me a favor, there's folks that are in the first 2 rows that are also jurors that need to hear you. So if you could get your voice up loud, it may be loud enough,
there's
but I just want to
jurors
make sure.
sitting in
so
the
you don't have to repeat it,
audience.
okay?
Yes, sir.
If you could tell us how you're employed.
I'm employed through the city of Detroit, Detroit Fire Investigation Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Been doing that since 2021, 4 years.
Okay. And you have a rank of lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And is that rank of lieutenant through the fire department or is it through the police department?
It's through the fire department.
Okay. And did you have specialized training for your duties currently?
Yes, sir.
And what are your duties currently?
Well, you know, compromises need to be made, half Irish.
And could you explain to the jury basically what that means when you have that specialty?
When you have that specialty, you are assigned to any fires that's in the city of Detroit. And I investigate the fires. And like I said, I determine the origin and the cause of the fires.
And have you testified multiple times before?
Where's everyone's
No,
thoughts
this is
about
the first time?
cat
Yes, sir.
showing
Ever?
up on
Yes,
the
sir. Okay.
screen?
Let me direct your attention back to
Been
October
seeing
11th
it
of
more and
2024, where you called out as part of your duties to investigate a suspicious fire.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that entailed?
That entailed I had a call out on a vehicle fire on the east side of Detroit. So that's
Did you take photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced. I can approach you. Exhibits 15B. 15C.
Tell me in chat on the screen what
15D,
you think of
and
chat on the
15E
screen.
and F. Do you see all those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those?
These are the photographs that I took of the vehicle once I arrived.
Okay. And can you tell us from your training experience what you noticed when you got to the scene and looked at the vehicle?
Okay, so this is the second witness testifying about the car being burnt. I don't know why we need a second witness. There better be something like spectacular coming out of this. Because the first witness was, yeah, I pulled up and the car was burnt. And the witness before that testified that he ran the VIN number from the car that was burnt and connected it with a stolen vehicle and a DTE license plate. So how many more witnesses do we need to hear about this burnt out car?
I know there's significant fire damage that originated.
Yeah, that's how I
to
am. I'm not sure yet
exterior.
either about the whole chat.
Were you
on
there
the
when the
screen
fire was still
thing.
going, or did you get there after that?
I was there after it was extinguished.
Okay. And you photographed the license plate
Oh,
also?
Yes, sir.
If that's
And
what you're
this
talking about.
investigation ended up getting involved with a homicide case that is out of Oakland County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do anything.
My understanding is that they're being charged with 2 counts of kidnapping and 1 count of unaliving. And that's it. So there's no arson charge, there's no grand theft auto charge, there's no breaking and entering charge, there's no larceny, there's no robbery charge, there's none of that stuff. So again, why? I mean, we could go to consciousness of guilt and burning stuff. Okay, great. But we've already established that they burnt the car, and we've already linked the car to a stolen vehicle. We've already had a witness place at least the one defendant, big boy, in the car driving it, right? And then another guy with a bucket hat in the passenger seat. So we've already done all this stuff. Why are we still talking about this? And there might be a good reason. I just don't know what it is, but I hope there is, and we're not just wasting everyone's time. It is now 3 a.m. And if we get like 12 witnesses all talking about a burnt out car that has nothing to do with the unaliving that they're actually being charged with, I'm not going to be happy.
Testing on the interior of the vehicle of anything of that nature, did you?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross exam, Delano.
Lieutenant, my name is Michael Kersey. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zwazo. I just have a couple of questions to ask you this morning. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So you are a lieutenant in the Detroit Fire Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your job is to investigate fires.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you the only reason why I like the chat on the screen is because sometimes, like Half Irish was talking about earlier, about peeing on the chickens, and I said compromises needed to be made. But that chat, I didn't pull it up. I didn't like click on this and pull it up. So if you go back and watch it, either myself or somebody else, you can kind of see what I'm referencing. That's why I like it, because I don't have to pull up the individual chats.
So you got called to that scene.
Or not like it. That's why I'm
You were able to
considering
determine
it.
through your investigation that the fire initiated or originated rather in the passenger compartment of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to do that?
Through the fire patterns, through the fire effects.
And the fire patterns, were you able to determine a source of what ignited the fire?
No, sir.
And when the fire, you talked about the fire pattern, that means the direction in which the fire goes, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your direct testimony, you said something about in the back part of the truck, meaning the bed of the truck. There was fire damage there, correct?
Yes, it was fire damage in the bed of the truck, but it originated in the passenger compartment and extended towards the bed of the truck. Yes, sir.
Did it engage with the engine of the truck?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, was the fire still ongoing or was it already extinguished?
It was already extinguished, sir.
And when you conducted your investigation, did you do that on the scene there on John R. Street, or did you do it at some place?
Why
where
so many
vehicles are towed
questions
by
about
the fire
this?
department and investigations are conducted in a garage?
Why is this relevant, counselor?
And the photographs that you took are right there.
Yes, sir.
And then you made a determination that it was originally ignited in the passenger compartment, but you could not tell what was the cause of the ignition. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross from
Ms. McCarthy asked my question, so I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, no cross from Independent Hernandez. Any redirect here?
No, you're right.
Right, Lieutenant, you may step down.
People call Detective Casey Jones.
Why is he dressed identically to the cement manager, Santa? Wait, did this say Casey Jones? We gonna play a little baseball here?
Raise your hand. I'll get sworn in here. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today?
Is his name Casey Jones? That's awesome.
All right, thank you.
My name is Casey Jones.
Yours.
Good morning, sir. If you could make sure you speak up very loudly, because folks in the first 2 rows need to hear you.
He looks
also.
happy.
Detective
He looks
Jones,
like
can
a
you tell us,
baseball
how you're
player
employed?
too.
Yes, sir. I work for the Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Wait. Casey Jones. Casey Jones, a baseball player, or he was a train engineer? He was a train engineer that saved a bunch of people, right?
I worked there for the last 20 years.
And are you have any special assignments?
Right now, I work on patrol as a supervisor. But for the previous little over 9 years, I worked as a investigator for the Detective Bureau.
And let me direct your attention back to October of 2024. Were you an investigator and detective back at that time?
Yes, sir. I was a supervisor
Yeah,
over a
train
persons
engineer.
property division.
Okay. And can you tell us, as far as being a detective in that location, what your duties would basically involve?
investigating criminal matters involving crimes against persons or theft of property.
Not having been to Cato Parish before, and that's parish, not county, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Not being in Cato Parish before, are there any major cities that I would know of that are in Cato Parish?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
And are there any major highways that run through Cato Parish?
I-49.
And can you describe that highway?
I-49 is a highway that goes through Caddo Parish, and if you come out of Arkansas south, it'll go all the way to I-10 toward Baton Rouge.
Okay. And if you can tell us, as best you remember, your department became involved in a traffic stop of a Carlos Hernandez back in October of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recall what day that traffic stop occurred?
October 12, 2024, about 3:43 p.m.
Okay. And does that highway head in the direction of Texas or going that very route?
Yes, sir. That interstate could lead to I-20 to go to Texas.
Okay. And the directional path that Defendant Hernandez was going, was that north or south, east?
Well, Disney made a little short cartoon about Casey Jones, but Casey Jones was a real person. And I thought he was a baseball player too, so maybe he is both. But Casey Jones, the real life Casey Jones, at least why he's remembered, is he was a train engineer. And he stopped a train from colliding head on with another train, or he did something to prevent or minimize the damage. And he ended up dying in the wreck, but he saved like hundreds of people. And there's actually a memorial to him in somewhere in the States. I can't remember the whole story, but he's known as an engineer hero. And maybe he also played baseball. I can't remember.
Or west on that highway?
Southbound on I-49.
And were you familiar with the deputy?
Now I got to look it up.
Engaged in that traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Deputy Michael Rocco.
Okay. And was there any other assistance by any other law enforcement agencies at that time?
Yes, sir. Corporal Dennis Williams assisted with the traffic stop, and then other deputies came afterwards. And then we got called as the investigative bureau.
Okay. And had your department, along with other law enforcement in Louisiana, been notified by interest by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in a white Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
And what information did you get provided for you and your department?
Casey Jones was born in 1864 and he died April 30th, 1900. He was an American railroader who was killed when his passenger train collided with a standard freight train in Mississippi. That's where it was. He was a locomotive engineer on the Illinois Central Railroad, and he saved a bunch of people. How many people did he save? So the accident took place in Mississippi, and so I think that's where he was also a baseball player. Jones was an avid baseball fan, and during the 1880s he did play baseball in the 1880s. So I was sort of right. Everyone was right.
Regarding what vehicle was of interest to Oakland County?
Louisiana State Police was notified by a task force that there was a wanted vehicle.
Oh, I forgot about that guy. Yeah.
Was helping with the pings, and then determined that was in Caddo Parish, and then called upon us for assistance.
Yeah. And that traffic stop, Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody?
He was.
Did you ever have contact with Carlos Hernandez over the time that this case was down being investigated in Louisiana?
Not in reference to this, no.
Okay. When Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody, was Oakland County notified by your department that he was in custody?
Yes.
After he was taken into custody, did your department basically process the scene by taking photographs and taking items into property?
Yes.
And was that by search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been, you've had an opportunity to review those before coming in today, the photographs. Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 3A. Hopefully technology works and it is up there on your screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For reference, Exhibit number 3A is photographed by your department showing the white Jeep front. Is that correct?
Yes.
Going to Exhibit 3B. That is a photograph from your department showing the passenger side of that white Jeep.
Yes.
Exhibit 3C shows the rear of that Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that also has the plate that comes back to the Be on the Lookout that your department received.
Yes, sir.
Going to Exhibit 3D. That is the VIN number that is assigned to that vehicle.
It is.
Photograph 3E. Is that the Jeep driver's side?
It is.
Showing you 3F. Is this a photograph of the Jeep passenger side and glove box?
Yes.
And they made a stamp of him too.
Is that a close-up of the Jeep glove box?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3H. Is that the clipboard inside the glove box?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3I. Is that a photograph of the rear seat of the Jeep?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3J, which is the Jeep trunk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3K. Is that a pair of black Nikes?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3L. Is that a black Nike on the right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3L. Is that a black Nike 3M? Is that showing you the Nike sole of that right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3N as in Nancy?
Okay. Here's the thing, criminals. If you are going to commit a crime, anticipate maybe footprints will be left, whether it's in blood or mud or dust or dirt.
Showing what's been marked as 3L. Is that a black Nike 3M? Is that
that pattern is extremely unique. Don't wear those. Just don't.
showing you the Nike sole of that right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3N as in Nancy. Is that showing you the left black Nike?
Is the left
That's
side?
still in.
Yes, sir.
The 3N. We have 3N. Is that the left side of the black Nike?
Yes, sir.
3O. Is that showing you the sole of the left shoe of the black Nike?
Yes.
Yes.
Moving on to
we'll
3P.
consider that legal
Does that photograph
advice.
show a
Why
placard
not?
for DTE sign?
Yes.
I'm
Showing
a
what's
lawyer,
3Q.
not your lawyer, though.
Is that showing a license plate with the identifying POCO 32?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3R? Is that showing you a bucket hat?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3S? Is that showing a white mask?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3T? Is that showing a Home Depot bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3U? Is that showing a pair of brown boots?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3V?
I just want to get this straight. I was reading a whole bunch of stuff about Casey Jones. All of the evidence of the crime was found in the one vehicle. All of it, like the shoes, the bucket hat, the masks, the sweatshirts, the hoodies, the everything was in one vehicle.
Is that showing you a black sweat jacket?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked 3W? Is that a white t-shirt?
Yes.
I mean,
Showing you what's
man,
been marked as
you
3X?
drove
Is
to
that
Louisiana. You could have stopped at every third gas station and thrown out one part of it.
Showing you the interior contents
One
of the
thing.
vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Y? Is that showing you the roof rack that was attached and some of its contents?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Z? Is that a black Nike bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3AA? Is that opening for the contents of the black Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3BB? Is that showing you a chest drawer from inside that Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been
kept-
marked as 3CC?
You kept the drawer. You kept the drawer. Throw it out the window, man. Throw it out the window.
Is that showing you the contents of that drawer?
Yes, except for the green Bonita that was on top of the clipboard inside the glove box.
Thank you. Showing what's been marked as 3DD? Is that showing close-up of the contents?
Yes, sir.
Showing what's been marked as 3EE? Is that showing another angle of that drawer's contents?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people would move the exhibits we just discussed. 3A.
Okay. The nail clippers. The obvious costume jewelry. You know what? The safety pins with the American flag. Do you know what kind of value that holds? You know what? I don't fault them from hanging on to that stuff. There's like tens of cents there. I mean,
Through 3EE into evidence.
I have no question.
They're all in.
Now, that's the photographs that we had discussed that was taken by Cato Parish, but they also took physical items into custody. Is that also correct?
Yes.
I'm going to try to do this as efficiently as possible, just for counsel's sake and for the record. First, we're going to discuss 6A through 6I, which I believe are.
it's not even $1 or $5. It's tens of cents.
No,
All right, so I'm moving for
Tens of cents.
Judge,
Just trying to move it along. If you move it for admission, there's no objection.
I am going to move for admission, and then I will accept the stipulation to publish. I just want the record to note they do have all Cato Parish evidence
You
tags.
can ask all those questions, but just move it along. No objection. 6A to 6I. Was that your question? 6B part of that.
And for the record, 6A is the physical clipboard, 6B is the DTE sign, 6C is the POCO plate, 6D is the Pandora box, 6E is a turtle pendant, 6F is a home flex gas meter.
I was
reader,
disappointed
6G
with these
is the gray
guys
fisherman
when they
hat,
got just
6H
that
is the
random
Home Depot
box
bag
of
and tools,
shit.
and 6I is a hammer. Also, the next batch of exhibits, which were also taken in by Cato Parish, these are the ones that went to the Oakland County lab.
They got
That's why they're
literally
numbered differently. These are
nothing
lab exhibits.
from this couple.
These exhibits would
Nothing.
be 7A through 7G.
Didn't even get a
If
few
counsel
$100
wants to stipulate to that. We'll accept that stipulation, and I
Or
will
did
just read
they?
what they are on the record.
Am I mistaken? Did they get a bunch of cash? Because she testified that her husband carried around like $5,000 in cash. So maybe they got cash.
No objection to the admission.
But why are we still keeping the evidence of the crime?
So they're in. I got a question. Did you move for 6J?
No, I crossed that one off.
Yeah.
7A for the record
They
is
kept the plate
tan
from the
boots that were
stolen
taken in
truck.
by
Everything that they used in this crime was contained in this vehicle. It drove thousands of miles, or at least 8,000 miles.
Cato Parish. 7B is a white mask that is taken into Cato Parish. 7C is a face covering that was taken in by Cato Parish. 7D is an N95 mask. 7E is a white T-shirt. 7F is black Nikes. 7G is a pair of black and brown gloves.
My God.
Yeah,
Didn't think this one through.
The key part of your travel up here has been now covered with the exhibits. Just briefly, I just have a few follow-up questions. In the traffic stop and the reports that you had reviewed, was Defendant Hernandez alone, or was there other folks in the vehicle with him?
I wasn't on the scene, but on review of everything, there were 2 other individuals with him.
Okay, and one of those was his wife, Amanda Diaz?
Correct.
And one of those was a minor child?
Was.
And there were a couple pets in the vehicle as well?
That's what I heard, yes, sir.
Okay. And Cato Parish later transported Ms. Diaz, the children, and I guess Hampton Inn is pet friendly to the Hampton Inn?
That's where they ended up, yes, sir.
When the defendant was booked in by Cato Parish, you booked him in at 6'6" and 450 pounds. Is that correct?
That sounds right, sir.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, all right, come on.
Does that help?
No.
Okay.
£450. This dude, what does he got to be thinking? Done fucked up.
Record conversation. Do you have any further direct questions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examine Gelato.
Lieutenant Jones, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zawazo. I have just a few questions to ask you regarding your testimony here today. You were the person.
This defense attorney definitely has an MO. He starts everything with that. Every cross-examination.
The other deputies from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office that went to the scene of where the vehicle was stopped and took the items that are now admitted into evidence from that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The vehicle was brought to our division where it was stored safely.
And then that's where the search was done.
Yes,
it was
sir.
in the police sheriff's garage,
Yes,
as we saw in those photographs. And in those photographs, one thing I did not notice was a child seat, a safety seat for a child riding the vehicle. Was there one of those in there? If you know.
I don't remember if there was a child seat in there or not.
Okay, there was quite a bit of stuff crammed into that vehicle, correct?
There was. Yeah.
And but I just didn't note that, and it's not in any report that there was one recovered.
I got you. I don't know that there was one in there.
Okay, thank you. And then these items that were taken out of that Nike bag, that was where this pair of brown shoes was found, as well as the Nike shoes. Is that correct?
A white trash bag.
A white trash bag.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah.
So, and that white trash bag was in the back part of this Jeep?
That's right.
And the Nike bag was actually up on the roof, in the rooftop carrier?
I believe so, in the cargo holder.
Yes.
So it was any shoes taken out of it. It was a pair of Air Maxes, but a female pair.
Okay.
The wife is definitely implicated here.
Shoes, not male shoes.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. And this vehicle, you and other members of the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office had communication from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office about the fact that they were.
I can't wait till they call her to the stand.
Jeep, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, the only people that were in that Jeep in Louisiana headed toward, or at least pointed in the direction of Texas, was Mr. Hernandez and his wife and his child.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross out Hernandez.
Should I start another Lego? I have another Lego.
So you have obviously had an opportunity to talk to the officers that were responsible for pulling Mr. Hernandez over, correct?
Yes.
And to your understanding, did that officer put the lights on and do
In
conduct a
light
normal
of
traffic stop
the
like all of us were running with?
appearance
Conducted a felony traffic stop. Lights.
of this defense attorney, I'm going to build a Wednesday flower.
And Mr. Hernandez pulled over the vehicle?
He did.
And did he follow the commands of the officer to exit the vehicle?
He did.
There was no running or attempt to flee, correct?
No.
All right, so I want to go over some of the items in the photographs that were just discussed. Were you there during the search of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people were involved in the actual search and recording of what was found in that vehicle, if you recall?
It's
Four, including myself. And
it's
then,
a
since I was
Wednesday,
attacking,
Adams Family
So I have in my
Wednesday
possession
flower.
a return on search
This is
warrant. I
from
have
Wendy
a 2-page
H.
document. Is that where someone from
Who
your
I
office or
think
yourself
is in Ohio
wrote down
now.
all of the items that were taken?
Detective Ellis.
Okay. So is it your policy to write down every single thing on this return of search warrant that was removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so I have reviewed the return on search warrant and I don't see that gloves are written down. I also, when we were looking at the photos, I don't see a picture of gloves. Do you specifically have any recollection where these gloves were located?
Gloves. I don't remember gloves.
Okay, there is an exhibit that was just entered, which is 7G. Mr. Petrofasa had those entered. So in your recollection, were any gloves found in that vehicle?
Not that I remember by offhand.
Do you have your report? I would refresh your recollection.
Yeah.
And I'm specifically looking at the return on the search warrant.
You guys ever see that video of that construction
it's not on the
worker
return.
I am not.
who's there's like a semi truck running through a barricade and the guy can barely run out of the way for his life. This big boy's not running. This big boy is listing to the right as he drives down the road. He's not running.
Seeing it.
You know, if you're gonna do crimes, don't be the only guy that looks like you,
You got a chance just
that
to
could
review the
possibly
return.
look like you. I mean, if you're gonna go to the Cleveland, Ohio area and you want to commit some crimes, then maybe you can blend in with a certain someone else down there. But otherwise, dude, you stand out. You stand out in a crowd of 100. Don't commit crimes, man. They're gonna spot you.
On the search warrant, those 2 sheets.
Yes.
That's different. Okay. Do you agree with me that gloves are not reflected on
Yes,
this?
I don't see gloves.
Oh,
But your testimony is
Aaron
that all of the
Olivia,
evidence that
night,
was
night.
removed from-
Yeah, I'm going to be streaming all night. We are 2 hours into day 2 of 9 hours. The day 1 was 9 hours, and we got through it in about 5. So I anticipate another 3 hours or so for day 2, 4 hours for day 2, and then we're going to hit day 3, and we're going to keep going. So after you get your sleep, come on back and join us. Tell your friends. We'll be doing it all night long. All night long.
Bars listed on
all
the return on the search
night.
warrant, correct?
Should have. I know we had one error on here where the Benita case wasn't. We tried to cover that in the narrative report as well. So if there's any errors, we try to cover that in the narrative.
All right. Were you responsible for taking the photos?
No.
Someone else was responsible?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Judge. And on that discussion of photos, I did not turn the page on your photos. There was another set of photos that continued after 3EE. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3FF. Do you recognize a photograph of that as part of the jewelry contents?
I do. Yes, sir.
And 3GG as a man's white shirt.
Yes.
3HH. That's placard from one of your investigators who was involved in processing the scene.
CSI investigator. Yes, sir.
3II. That's the pair of the black Nikes.
It is.
3JJ. That's the pair of the brown boots.
Yes.
3KK. Another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3LL. Another close up of the brown boots.
Yes.
3MM. Another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3NN. The size 11 of.
Thank you very much, Chris, for the 5 gifted memberships. And those went to Patty B. Over the top. Nicole Hernandez. Hernandez in relation. Is that the wife? Nick and Watchdog. Thank you very much for that. And here is my little Wednesday. Look at little Wednesday with her book on spiders. Thank you very much, Chris. Much appreciated.
Those brown boots?
Yes, sir.
300. Black Nike close up.
Yes.
3PP. Bottom of the shoes of the black Nikes. Is that
Yes.
correct? 3QQ.
I took a nap for
Black
that.
Nike from the side.
Yes.
3RR. Another photograph of the black Nikes.
Yes.
3SS. Black Nike close up showing size 13.
Yes.
3TT. A close up of the clipboard.
Yes.
3UU.
So they're gonna get life if they get convicted, pretty much. So they'll be into the Michigan Department of Corrections, which has about 10 facilities throughout the state. So they could end up in any one of them. They probably won't end up in the same one because they were co-defendants. The MDOC wants to split them up. So they could be anywhere from Monroe to Jackson to up in the UP. They could be all over the place. So I won't know exactly where they'll end up. If they were women, there's only one place, and that would be Saline. That's just south of Ann Arbor. But since they're men, unless they want to identify as a woman, there'll be any number of places.
Photograph of the Home Flex gas reader.
Yes, sir.
3VV. Hammer.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't the wife. It was a woman, and it was Hernandez, so I thought
WW. Two
I
other pairs
would
of men's sneakers.
implicate them.
3XX. One of the pairs of those sneakers, size 13.
Yes, sir.
And 3YY. The other pair of the sneakers, size 13. Is that correct?
Yes.
People move 3FF through 3YY into evidence.
I have no picture.
And
Let me just take it to the floor, maybe.
I know Ms. Lofton had discussed a pair of gloves, and there's a couple
I
of
need to
places in these
scan
reports where items are documented. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's part of it from the typewritten up near the front of the reports. There's the handwritten, and there's also another.
They're all over the place.
Group of itemization of the items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to item 37G. Am I correct that the black and brown gloves are noted here in this part of the report.
They are.
And this is the black and brown gloves. Do you recognize that as your department's code on the front with the sticker?
Yes.
Can you check that? Sure. Thanks. Can you open that and show us what's inside?
Size 13 shoe was the answer. Yes. I said 16, right? Size 13. But was it a size 13 wide? I feel like it's a wide foot.
One black glove. Looks to be a right-handed glove. And then another black glove, which would be the other one for the left hand.
Don't keep the implements of your crime.
I do not recall seeing those.
So we're taking in though with the other round. Right. If you could just put those back in, of course. And all these physical items were turned over to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
They were.
We'll send out two detectives to pick these up.
They came down and
I think 13 is like the right size for his height, which I feel like your height determines the size of your feet. You know, the whole like you need to have some sort of base to support yourself with. The weight is on him. Like God designed him to have size 13 feet for his 6'6" stature, but the weight's on him. Or 6'2" or whatever it is.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant, just to follow up on that last item, the 7GG, I think it was, that pair of black gloves. Were you able to determine when you looked at them whether what size they were?
I didn't see a size.
Okay, and is it just for filling out the record here a little bit? Are those like latex gloves or?
They were made of rubber.
Made of rubber.
Yeah,
So
some cloth on the end of them.
and cloth on the inside, but there was nothing that indicated what size it was.
I didn't see a size myself.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
What do they say about
Just
big
to follow
feet?
up, I know we discussed the return
Small
of the search warrant.
peen?
Would you agree with me that using that sheet, it also dictates or leaves a space where whoever is doing the search and finding the evidence has a place where they can put the location, so the location of the item and where it was found, correct? I know you were already asked that you don't have any independent recollection of the gloves being found in the car, so is it safe to assume you don't know where those gloves were found, correct?
Right.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, thank you. You sit down.
Judge, can I check the hall for one of our witnesses to see if she's here yet?
For the record, I have no objection to Lieutenant Jones from Milwaukee.
All right, you're excused.
All right, we're missing a witness.
Testimony that you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Sierra Ramirez, Siera, last name Ramirez.
Thank you, Judge.
And who are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dolly is sleeping off a hangover.
I currently work for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I work in the forensic laboratory. I'm hired as a forensic laboratory analyst where I work in the biology unit doing DNA testing. And I'm also a member of the crime scene response team.
Okay, and how long have you had the duties of doing
Could
DNA
be
testing?
DNA.
Almost 5 years.
And have you had specialized training in that?
Yes, I have.
And regarding crime scenes, that's also something in addition to doing DNA testing.
That is correct.
And do you have specialized training in that also?
Yes.
And what does that training consist of?
For the crime scene or the DNA, or for both?
For both.
So for the DNA aspect of it, I have a master's degree in forensic science where I have an emphasis in DNA. In addition, I did a internship at the West Virginia State Police, which incorporated DNA. I also, when getting hired into the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, underwent a year and a half of training, going through hundreds of samples, doing interpretations, and doing the testing from start to finish, and before being competency tested by my peers, other qualified analysts.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert before in DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified as such?
Yes.
And were you also qualified as an expert and testified as such in this case down at district court?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, the people move Ms. Ramirez into testify as an expert in the field of DNA testing.
Your Honor, I am in receipt of Ms. Ramirez's curriculum vitae. I also participated in the examination. I have no objection to her being qualified to testify as an expert. Yeah.
Take notes. I'm not taking notes on this trial.
Can you tell us how it was that you first became involved in this case?
So in addition to the DNA testing, I was also a member that responded to the crime scene itself. In October of last year, at the scene, I participated in evidence collection where I collected most of the evidence that was being tested in this case from the crime scene itself. In addition, afterwards, I received the biology request where I went on to do all the DNA testing in this case as well.
All night long, all night, all night.
As part of your duties, you compile a report regarding your findings and what you've processed.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you do that, you have a laboratory number that corresponds to the case.
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the laboratory number that corresponds to this investigation is?
24-2071.
And did you complete reports plural in this case?
I completed 3 separate DNA reports.
And those DNA reports, each one is also labeled separately for your reference under that lab report number. Is that correct?
Yeah, each report has its own request number associated with it.
And for the record, one would be request number 0003. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And 0004.
That's correct.
And 0005.
Correct.
And do you have copies of those reports with you?
Yes, I did bring my own copies.
Okay, if I can approach, I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 9. Does People's Exhibit number 9 reflect your lab report number 0003?
Can I look?
Sure.
I look at my notes as well,
This
teenagers.
is a well-experienced witness. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Yep, 6 pages. That's correct.
Let's see how her
I'm sure
testimony
you can mark
is.
this because exhibit number 10, does that correspond with your lab report 0004?
That is correct.
And I'm sure it's been
This
marked as
witness
request number
screams
0005.
demonstrative,
Does that correspond with your-
but all DNA witnesses scream demonstrative chart needed. The problem with the demonstrative chart in DNA is that it's hard to qualify. And I know exactly why you're saying this, because clearly one of the jurors needed some explanation and went to Google for it afterwards. There's a great DNA expert that I interviewed with connection to my Zachariah Anderson documentary, and her name is escaping me right now. But she explained to me DNA in a very in a way that made I absolutely understand it now. Whereas a lot of these witnesses are a disaster on the stand. So that's why I say I'm curious to see how this woman testifies. We are doing it a little fast. But if we need to slow it down, we will.
Exhibit number 11.
That is correct.
And these are kept in the ordinary course of your business and your records,
Yes.
the sheriff's office. People remove people exhibit number 9, 10, and 11.
Her hairstyle is living in 1981. So I went to the mall, and there was a young girl. She was probably like 17, 18. I don't even know if she was 18. And she had a purple cell phone to her ear. Other than the purple cell phone, you could have plopped her into 1983, and she would have absolutely fit in her hair, her makeup, her clothes. If you had changed her cell phone out with a small radio that she was holding to her ear, she could have fit right in. That style is so back. This is it's kind of sad. I mean, the mullets are back. I see kids with mullets.
I have no objection. You see all these.
No, 9, 10, 11 aren't.
Now, let's start with your response to the scene itself. Did you respond there?
Yes, I did.
And there were other members of your evidence collection investigative team?
Yes, I was not the lead investigator, but I was a member of the team that assisted in processing the scene.
And Valmira was part of that team?
Yeah, she was the lead investigator who authored the crime scene report.
And have you worked with her on many occasions?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do me one favor, because I started out this way, but not with you. Can you make sure you talk very loud, because the folks in the first and second row need to hear you also.
I will try to do better.
I'm not saying you weren't doing well. I'm just saying, just going forward. When you went to that scene, did you have any specialized duties as far as looking at that scene and processing it?
I came in with a DNA mindset, looking for evidence that could be collected for possible future DNA testing. My job there was evidence collection, where I swabbed several items for DNA testing in the future, and also helped collect other items of evidence as well.
Okay, so you physically collected exhibits yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you swab items at the scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And then did you test items that you didn't necessarily swab at the scene that you tested back at your lab?
Scrunchies, I feel like, are more
I'm
than
gonna direct your attention
90s.
first to exhibit number 9, which is report dealing with request number 3. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Okay. In request number 3, did you take a look at the items that have been collected from the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And when you work on a case like this, do you work with detectives?
Yes, they're typically at the scene as well.
When it comes to deciding what to process for DNA, is that somewhat of a complex decision to make what items get processed and what items cannot be processed?
There can be a lot of communication involved. Ultimately, it's dependent on what the detective or the officer in charge would like to be tested. But we can sometimes, as in myself and other members of the crime scene team or other members of a DNA unit, can give input on what might be the best items to have probative results.
Okay. And you've done that on a regular basis?
Yes.
There's communication back and forth?
Yes, sometimes.
Hopefully, but ultimately, it's going to be the detective's decision where to direct your talents.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, based on things that get processed and then things that collected later and then request for process, that again is a discussion with you and the detective.
Yes.
Starting with exhibit number 9, did you process an exhibit that was a white mask?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you have your own set of numbers regarding what you're processing.
Oh,
for
you
evidence
should
property.
have seen the bangs, the teased bangs on this girl. And then just sort of the blowout with hairspray, and it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. It's almost like she was going to a 1983 themed party. It was so spot on. I kind of wanted to take a picture of her, but I didn't want to be weird. So I was like, well, maybe if I say, hey, can I take an Ussie? But then I thought, well, then I'm the old creepy guy that wants to take a picture with like a young 17-year-old. So I didn't do it. But she was so spot on. I wanted to show you all.
Tag, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that evidence property tag number is not going to match up how we're calling it today in court. Okay. So that
I saw a
white
video
mask
on how to
property that
peg your
was pulled,
jeans
was given your property number 172
on TikTok.
Is that correct?
It's coming back.
Yes, there were 2 white masks submitted for this report, but one of them is item number 172985.
Okay. And I'm going to ask to approach these we've already been admitted into evidence because they came from Geo Parish. But do you recognize this item itself?
This is item 17/2985, and my signature is across the seal.
Okay. And for the record, this one's been labeled 7B. I'm going to ask you, because of your responsibilities, do you deal with biohazards?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Would it be a hazard for you to open this up, or would you be able to open up the mask to show us what you tested?
That can be up to you guys. Most of the time, I don't prefer to open up just in case future DNA testing, because I don't want to be responsible for contaminating, but that is the decision of the board.
I'll leave it in the bag. If defense counsel wants it removed, we can do so. If the jury wants to see it out of the bag, we can do so also at some other point. But I'll refer to it.
Plastic gloves or latex gloves.
Gloves and possibly mask, yes.
Okay. All right, so if we're taking out the biohazard evidence, we'll provide that to you.
Thank you so much.
So regarding Exhibit 7B, what did you do regarding?
Compare that with like some other experts or witnesses in other cases that just like dive in with no gloves and start handling stuff. It's just like, I don't even want to take it out of the bag unless I really have to.
Yeah, exhibit.
So the item was one sealed brown paper bag containing one off-white balaclava mask. This mask was submitted where I collected a sample of DNA from the mask that then went forward for DNA testing.
Okay, and did you swab the inside or the outside of the mask or both?
Per my notes, if I'm recollecting correctly, I swabbed where the nose and mouth covering would have been. There was a seam on the interior of the mask, so I could make an assumption of the interior. So I was able to swab where I believe that.
Do we know where this mask came from? Is this the mask? And the reason why I'm asking is I wonder if the this is going to have Josh's DNA on it. And was this mask found in the car? Did they say where they got this particular mask from?
Covering would be.
Okay, and for any of these results to even start taking place, you have to have some standard known samples of folks that we're interested in.
No
for
shaming
comparison
here.
purposes. Is that correct?
That would be correct. I do want to put out there that in cases where there's evidence and knowns, I do process the evidence first before processing the knowns to ensure that there was no contamination between the known evidence with the evidence that is being tested.
Okay, and when you finally got to the point of making comparisons, what were the knowns that you were given in this case for comparison purposes?
There were 4 different knowns that I received. Do you want me to read the item numbers associated with them as well? Or just the names?
No, at this point, we're going to go item by item when we get to that with the results, but who just in general did you have for comparison purposes?
There were 2 victims and 2 suspects. The names of the associated individuals were Joshua Zuazo, Linda Murray, Carlos Hernandez, and Hussein Murray.
And what type of samples did you have for comparison purposes?
For Hussein Murray, I received a blood card. And for the other 3 people, I received a buccal swab, which is a sample from the inside of their mouth, which collects skin cells that can be used to develop a DNA profile.
Okay, so going back to exhibit number 7B, were you able to get any connection between any of the knowns and that inside of that white mask?
For the results of this and the interpretation, a DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. After we as in the laboratory part of procedure, but I did a statistic. I need to go into this real quick before I read the statistic so it makes a little bit more sense. It's a likelihood ratio where I'm comparing 2 different hypotheses against one another, the person of interest versus an unknown, unrelated person. You can think of it as a teeter-totter where both of these hypotheses are competing, and whatever one is stronger, there will be a value associated with it. And there's also a verbal qualifier as the last sentence to tell you how strong of a support that person may or may not be a contributor to the sample. So it's
Okay, so far she's doing it right. Unlike what we heard in Zachariah Anderson and some other really bad DNA evidence where they say to a medical certainty, this is DNA from this person. She's explaining that it is, it's a ratio, right? We're saying what is the likelihood that this DNA came from this particular individual. She uses the teeter-totter analogy, which I don't really get. But she is, in my humble opinion, not a DNA expert, but as an attorney that's interviewed DNA or DNA experts and discussed it in legal context, doing it appropriately.
kind of a lengthy statement, but I'm going to have to read the entire thing, so it's all together. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9.68 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This now.
Okay, so Joshua's DNA, it's more likely that it's his than someone else's, by action, whatever that number was, which has like 26. No, is that right? I can't remember how many zeros. 80. Anyways, a lot of zeros behind it. More than the population of the earth. That's the way you should be admitting this information. She's doing it correctly. And if it's Joshua's and it's found in Big Boy's car in Louisiana, that's a pretty good sign that they were together at some point, right? And so then we combine that with all the other circumstantial evidence, and I'm starting to think they're both guilty.
Process provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
Okay. I'm going to move to Exhibit 7C, which corresponds to your lab property number 172991. and also 7D, which is also part of your 1792991B. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. And real quick, back to that first mask. Carlos Hernandez, Hussein Murray, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible
Yeah, that's what I
contributors
thought it was.
to that DNA results that were
27-0.
obtained. So
Which item are we talking about?
I apologize. Item, the first balaclava mask we were talking about, item 172985.
Linda Murray and Hernandez, and the third name?
Hussein Murray.
Very good, thank you.
Now, approach you, people who did 7D, which have the face covering and mask inside. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the item number associated as well as my initials on the tape seal when I reseal the evidence.
I'm not going to ask you to open that, that's again biohazard, but did you do testing on that item?
Yes, I did.
Okay, regarding the face covering, did you come up with any observations of the face covering or the N95 mask as far as your visual observations?
So in this package, there were two separate masks. One was an N95. The other was a balaclava off-white mask, again, similar to a ski mask.
The M95 masks, those are the ones we saw them wearing in the ring camera video. Why keep it though? Why keep the evidence of your crime?
For this result, for the balaclava mask, I simply took a collection of the interior of the mask again around that mouth and nose covering. I did not observe any other biological stains on that item. And for item B, the N95 mask, I took a swab from the interior of the mask, and I also took a swab from the exterior of the mask because I had observed a red-brown stain that was presumptively tested and tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
And did you get any results that were relevant to the knowns that you were given?
For the balaclava mask, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I compared all four people to this as well. Items, so Joshua Zwazo, Hussein Murray.
I just mapped it out. It's 1,110 miles approximately that they drove. You're telling me nowhere along the way you could have dumped this stuff?
And Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. I then did a following comparison that based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 166 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
People's exhibit that's been numbered 7E.
Would you like me to read the
Oh, I'm sorry.
the N95 mask?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
The N95 mask, there were two swabs that were collected. One from the interior of the mask, which was the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of three individuals. So Joshua Zwazo is excluded as a possible contributor from the DNA results obtained. And then another comparison was completed. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 15.4 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and two unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from three unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So then.
Okay, so she probably does need to explain this a little bit more rather than just rattling off the numbers. We'll see if the state gives her an opportunity.
Moving on to the stain on the exterior of the mask. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. Joshua Zwazo is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 5.44 trillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and one unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Sorry, one more comparison. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
I'm going to direct your attention to property report number 173005, a white T-shirt. That's going to be People's Exhibit number 7E. Can we approach that exhibit? Do you recognize this exhibit? You have your initials?
Yes.
Item number?
Yes.
I'm sorry. It's 173005. And did you examine that white T-shirt that's been labeled Exhibit number 7E?
Yes, I did. I collected two stains from the white T-shirt. There was a red-brown stain on the exterior of the T-shirt that indicated the possible presence of blood. I collected a stain example from this stain. I also took a swab of the interior T-shirt collar for a DNA analysis.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you have any results that were relevant?
For the stain on the exterior of the white T-shirt, the DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zwazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Josh, why is your T-shirt in your buddy's car?
17.2 times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the other sample that I collected, which was a swab of the interior collar of the T-shirt. I collect this and trying to determine who may have been a user of the T-shirt. The collar swab, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of three individuals. I then completed two comparisons. The first comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1,820 times more likely if the DNA originated from three unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zwazo and two unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zwazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. The second comparison, Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 10.5 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Wait,
This
now I'm
analysis provides very strong
confused.
support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the
Josh
DNA
was
results obtained.
excluded. Okay.
Next, property report number 1729981, which are the brown Timberland boots, which is marked 7A. Do you see that in your report?
Yes, I do.
I'll show you what's marked as exhibit 7A. So you introduced, do you recognize this with your initials on it?
Yes, I tested these 3 separate times, so there are several tape seals with my initials on them.
And can you tell us what part of the boots on this first request did you test?
A sample was collected from the interior right boot for DNA analysis. I also found evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both boots, but another sample was collected from the stain on the exterior of the right boot. So a stain indicating the possible presence of blood was swabbed in addition to the interior of the boot.
And did you get any results that are relevant to this case?
For the interior of the right boot, due to the limited nature of the results from this item, the data is not suitable for comparison purposes, so I did not do any comparisons on this. The stain on the exterior of the right boot, the DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I then completed comparisons. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 13.2 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 7.
Wait, so the DNA on the inside of the boots is from the victim. Is that what I just heard? So why do they have his boots? They stole a junk drawer in boots?
F. Do you have black Nike shoes? Do you recognize your initials on that?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us, was there anything relevant to this case when you processed those shoes?
So this is item 172992. A sample was collected from the interior of the right shoe for DNA analysis. Evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both shoes, and another sample was collected from a stain on the exterior of the right shoe for DNA analysis. Moving on to my interpretations. From the interior of the right shoe, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals. I then completed 3 interpretations. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 523 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 1 unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA results, it is approximately 3.63 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 1 unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor
Outside
to
of
the
the
DNA results
boots. I
obtained.
thought you said
Last
inside.
comparison. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.9 million times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. And one last comparison for this item. Based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 22.8 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Are there any other relevant results that you had from your first request?
Some items were not tested on this request and they were tested on a future request. I'm not sure if I went through all of the items that were tested on here. Would you like to go through any more? There's a lot of items tested. I don't know how
items
much.
that have relevant test results. I'm not going to ask you about the irrelevant ones. Defense counsel can ask you if they want to about any of those. I'm just going to ask where we have relevant responses. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to direct your attention to request number 4, exhibit number 10. Directing your attention to property number 17.
So the inside had no use.
2871, the duct tape from the kitchen floor. That's going to be labeled People's Exhibit number 8. 8E. You test that item?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us? Sorry, Judge. Test 8B.
Which was
that duct tape?
the 3 pieces of duct tape that was found in the kitchen?
Yes.
I did test that.
And can you tell us what relevant results, if any, that you found?
There were comparisons to all 4 individuals. If you'd like me to go through and read all of those.
Yes, please.
Okay. So these 3 pieces of duct tape, I received them and still intact. I took a swabbing of all 3 of those items and then obtained a DNA profile, and the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. So all 4 people in this case were compared. So I'm going to read all of them. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 4.95 billion times more likely the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1.42 million times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 3.57 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals, then if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 947 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Linda Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay, so the wife's DNA was on the duct tape that was attached to the wife. Okay, we saw it in the video. We didn't need DNA testing on the duct tape.
And my fault.
That was attached to the wife.
Exhibit 8B in a smaller bag. It's actually in this box. Do you recognize that with your initials is what you tested?
Yes, it was in the box to ensure the tape did not get squished together in a bag.
Ask you, did you test property number 172856, which was the duct tape from the victim's hands?
Yes, I took the swab.
That's going to be marked as 8C for the exhibits.
So I took the swab while I was on scene. It was a swab of the duct tape that was wrapped around the victim's hand while I was on scene.
Okay, I'm going to approach with that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what results, if any, you found on 8C?
I took a cut swab and the DNA results I obtained. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Then based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 18.6 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Wazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's property number 172894B, People's Exhibit number 8D. Look at approach. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's your initials on there?
Yes.
Are there any relevant results on People's Exhibit number 8D?
So this item contained the duct tape swabs and additional zip.
So experts are allowed to read their reports, and there's no objection. Nobody's objecting to her reading her report, so that's the first thing. But they're allowed to read the reports to some extent, because they're the ones that experts get special treatment when it comes to that sort of thing. DNA Dave's favorite. Yeah, so much so.
Ties that were taken off at the MEs for additional
I was
testing.
just
And
thinking
swab
about
tape
maybe
back when she
jumping
ordered the examiner
forward
for further
and
testing, but I
skipping
did DNA
this
testing on the zip tie pieces, because those were not
witness's
viewable during the
testimony.
time of the first swabbing.
I was thinking I
So the
might
zip tie
jump
pieces,
to cross.
The DNA profile is originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately
So it looks like
14.8
they're almost
octillion times more
done
likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual.
see how it
This
goes.
analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Wazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 8D. Do you recognize that exhibit regarding the zip ties?
Yes.
Do you recognize it with your initials?
Yes.
And those zip ties and duct tape, those correspond with property number 172894B.
Yep, that's the zip ties I just read.
And were there any relevant results found there?
Those were the zip tie pieces I just read a moment ago. Those were the relevant results.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 7G.
Let's talk about the 8D.
Judge, I approach for a second.
Okay, they're going to go on break. Then we're going to come back.
Individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Let's go to
Joshua Wazo, Carlos Hernandez,
cross-examination.
and Linda Murray are excluded.
Representing Joshua Wazo, I have some questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. And if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. I'll rephrase the question.
Sounds good. Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to address is the terminology that you used after you gave the various calculations or numbers related to various pieces of evidence. There's a chart that is provided with your report that gives a definition of those terms that you use. I'd just like to go through those with you. If there's a likelihood ratio of 0, the qualitative equivalent is exclusion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then if the likelihood ratio is from 1 to 1.99, that qualitative equivalent is uninformative, correct?
That would be correct.
If it goes from the number 2, then
You missed Josh's DNA in the basement. Okay. I mean, I know he's there. His DNA is on the masks in Big Boy's car. The wife testified that she saw his face and recognized him. While that could be influenced by the police, maybe his DNA is already in the other defendant's car.
99.9 the qualitative equivalent is limited support, correct?
That is correct.
If it goes from 100 to 9,999, the qualitative equivalent is moderate support, correct?
That is correct.
And if it goes from 10,000 to 999,999, that's strong support, correct?
That is correct.
And then anything from 1 million beyond is very strong support, correct?
That is correct.
Now, we've dealt with a lot of numbers this morning. Some were rather small, but others were up in quadrillions, billions, septillions, and octillions, correct?
That's correct.
So all of those fall into the same range, that last qualitative analysis or equivalent on the scale of very strong support.
That is correct.
But a million is not as very strong support as an octillion, correct?
Correct, based on numerical value.
Exactly. Thank you. So I just want to go through a few of these numbers that you provided based upon your analysis. And the thing that I wanted to go back to, first of all, is this N95 mask. That's something that was recovered in Cato Parish, Louisiana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then it ended up that a detective involved in the investigation of this case brought that to the forensic science laboratory where you're employed, correct?
Yes.
And asked that this testing be done. And the one thing that I noted about it is that Mr. Zuazo was excluded on that, correct?
May I flip to?
Yes, sure. That would be, I believe, in your report 003. And it's item 172991B.
Yes. Joshua Boswell was excluded as a possible contributor to those DNA results obtained.
And it was also found that Mr. Hernandez was the contributor by a substantial quantitative analysis, correct?
For the interior of that N95 mask, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. And we have these black Nike shoes, and that's 172992. And there is a conclusion that Mr. Hernandez is, and that's, like I said, the black shoe, he's a contributor to the DNA that was found in the shoe, correct?
Are you talking about the interior or exterior?
Interior.
Interior right shoe. This provides moderate support that Joshua Boswell is not a contributor to the DNA results. And for Carlos Hernandez, this analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So on the black Nike, neither one of them are contributing to the interior, is that right?
There's support that they are not a contributor. The likelihood ratio is a teeter-totter effect. So there is one hypothesis against the other hypothesis. So you have to think about it as the numerical value indicates how strong they may or may not be a contributor to that result.
And the one person that is a contributor there, 22.8 octillion, was Hussein Murray, is that correct?
That is jumping to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe.
Yes.
And for that exterior right stain, Hussein Murray had a DNA typing result of 22.8 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual.
Now, I want to address, and thank you, I want to address 173005, the white t-shirt. On that particular t-shirt, Mr. Zuazo was excluded, correct? As
For
a
the
contributor?
interior color of the shirt.
Any part of it?
So on the stain on the exterior of the white shirt, that red round stain that I collected, Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible contributors. On the interior color of the shirt, the analysis provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I mean, there was a contributor that you were able to identify for that same stain there, correct? Or the
For the
color?
interior color?
Yes.
The other comparison that was completed for Carlos Hernandez, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Now, in just the mechanics in your lab, that item came from a detective who brought it to you, correct? And
Yes.
you understood that to be something that was seized from, or picked up from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
And so that t-shirt, when you received it, you not only did the DNA analysis on the sample that you took from it, but you actually, you or someone else in your office took that sample from the shirt, correct?
May I reference by
Sure.
how exactly I collected it? So 3055. Yes. So for the collar, I took 2 wet swabs and swabbed into your collar for DNA. For the red blood stain, I took a small 0.5 by 0.5 centimeter cutting and moved that forward for DNA analysis. There would be additional stain remaining.
This was a large size shirt, like a 6X, correct? White shirt?
If you know, right, in my notes I have brand HB and size
6X.
Thank you. And so that is a fairly substantial shirt, correct? I mean, size shirt.
Yes.
And there on the collar, you found Mr. Hernandez's DNA. You did not find Mr. Zuazo's DNA anywhere on that.
Yeah,
shirt.
because
There was moderate support that Joshua Zuazo was not the contributor.
little
to the interior
boy
color of
would
the
be
shirt.
swimming in that
So you
shirt.
got a couple of, I guess, negatives in there. You've got those analysis that lead you to conclude that someone is a contributor, correct? And such as the contributor to the blood stain was Mr. Murray in that case, as far as the white shirt goes, by 17.2. No, I got the wrong one. 17.2 was Mr. Hernandez on the collar, but there was the blood for the dark stain on the white shirt. You analyzed that as well, correct?
Yeah, so the stain on the exterior of the shirt was 17.2 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. The analysis provided very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So we got in that shirt, you got very strong support that 2 individuals contributed to the DNA found on it, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Murray. And then we have moderate support that Mr. Zuazo is not a contributor, correct?
Yeah, so the samples, because they were processed separately, for the stain on the exterior shirt, that's considered a single source profile. It's separate than the collar of the shirt that indicated a mixture of 3 individuals.
The moderate support that someone is not a contributor, I just want to get an explanation given to the juries about the difference between being positive is a contributor and being negative is not a contributor. How do we use that scale in order to make that determination about not being a contributor?
So kind of going back to that likelihood ratio, where I said you have one hypothesis on one side and the other hypotheses on the other side of this theoretical teeter-totter. So on one side of the teeter-totter, there's 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And on the other side of the teeter-totter, there's Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. It is indicating there's more support for there to be 3 unrelated unknown individuals, and therefore it's more likely that is the reason for the statistic, and that is why it provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results.
And so this is doing the statistical analysis through some sort of a formula where you come up with the conclusion about moderate support that he is not a contributor, correct?
So all the numerical values that are generated, the verbal statement, that verbal qualifier is very strong, moderate, that is based on our verbal scale that is in all of our notes and all of our reports when we do comparisons. I don't come up with those numbers. Those numbers have been previously determined for our laboratory.
Meaning the numbers are from 0 all the way to 1 million plus.
That is correct.
Okay. But the idea that somebody is not a contributor, and there's no evidence on that T-shirt that Mr. Zuazo is a contributor, correct?
So I think I understand. He is not completely excluded from this mixture. There's still maybe some types within that DNA that could be reason for support that he could be in there, but overall in the entire profile as a whole, it's more likely that he is not a contributor based on the DNA results.
Okay. And so while this isn't an exclusion, you've got nothing other than what you said could possibly be. You've got no evidence to say that he is a contributor, correct?
The statistics did not indicate that he was a contributor.
Okay. And let's talk just a bit about that statistical formula. Can you explain to the jury where these numbers come from and exactly how it is that you do the analysis that gives you that bottom line of either moderate support or excluded or whatever the final determination is?
Would you like me to just explain the software that we're using, or would you kind of like a baseline of all of DNA analysis?
Well, what I'd like for you to explain is the formula. How do we come up, or how do you rather come up with these numbers? What is that formula?
So we use something called StarMix. It's a software that has been validated and used in many forensic laboratories across the country and even globally. I do not.
That's not the question. Don't go over we plug it into this computer and the computer tells us. That's not an explanation.
A software company, and it's a biological modeling software that includes many different factors that a human cannot just simply do. It's a continuous statistical method, so it will have different peaks, how likely different contributors are. So when I'm looking at DNA profile for interpretation, there are many things that I'm determining. The only thing I do is determine how many people could be within the mixture. That is the only thing I put into the profile or for the StarMix to do. StarMix then has its own algorithm that will produce the statistics, how likely someone could be a contributor. Also going in, it will parse out what types of DNA per person might be part of that contributor itself. I hope that makes sense without a lot of context going into it.
So it isn't that you sit down with a calculator or a slide rule or a piece of paper and a very sharp pencil to make a calculation to make a determination of it's 1 in 572 octillion chances that it's anybody
He
other
just
than
bring up
whoever
a
you are.
slide rule.
You get this information, you do the testing, the DNA profiles, and put into this StarMix program. And it spits out a number.
Yeah, the software.
How old is this guy? I bet you he used a slide rule in high school. Just bringing up a slide. It's not like you sat down with your scientific calculator or the calculator on your phone. You know, he goes to a slide rule. Dropped a Lego. 40 years as a lawyer. So that means he's at least 60. All right, that put him in the slide rule era, I suppose.
Has been validated by our agency, and the DNA profile is input. I add in how many contributors I think it is, and the software does the rest of the work for me.
Okay, and just going over that last part, the contribution that you make is you say how many contributors you suspect might be in the sample that is being analyzed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so that's a hypothesis that, in this case in particular, there's a number of these samples that were submitted that have all 4 names in there: Mr. Zuazo, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Murray, Mrs. Murray. Correct?
Correct.
But you don't know when you start out for sure who it is. Correct?
Correct.
Your DNA analysis really is to get the sample off whatever item is brought to you for analysis, and then take that sample and put it through this StarMix program in order to come up with these numbers. Is that right?
Yeah, I decide how many people could be part of a sample through interpretation. Very, very briefly, you inherit DNA from your mother and your father. So you get one DNA type from your mom, one DNA type from your dad. And when I'm looking at the DNA profile, it looks like peaks. So when I'm looking at an area, look at 24 different areas, that if there are more than 2 types, there's indication that that's more than 2 people then. And for the most part, you might have that 2 different types, but sometimes they might give you the same DNA type. So when looking at the profiles, if there's 3 or 4 people, I was seeing several different types at several different contributions and percentages. There's a lot of looking at the types and what could be likely for different people contributing different amounts. I have an idea going into the software what might be generated, but the software ultimately incorporates more aspects of biological modeling than I can do as a single person.
Thank you. Now, I think it's to number 5, your report 005, dealing with the black or the brown boots.
Yes.
And in that analysis, as I understood, what you concluded was that Mr. Zuazo was not a contributor to the brown boots. Is that right?
That was from the exterior stain I collected from the left boot.
And isn't it true that there was a collection made from the interior of the boot as well?
Yeah, so the reason the boot was tested all 3 times was every time I collected a sample, I was not able to get a usable profile for comparison purposes. That's why it was tested over and over. Again, I don't know where the DNA is going to be in the boot. I don't know where the best cells will be, quote unquote. I don't know what kind of sample I'm going to get when I'm swapping an area for DNA. So because of that, I tried a couple different times to get a profile that could be used, and ultimately I was not able to get a profile that could be used for comparison purposes.
And you're talking about the interior of the boots?
That is correct. Interior. For the exterior on both boots, I believe I had comparisons that were completed.
Okay. And in those interiors, there was nothing. So there's nothing to say that those boots had Mr. Zuazo's feet inside of them, correct?
I believe, without going back and looking at my notes, that a couple of those interpretations I had more than 5 people. So another part of our interpretation is we only do statistics with 1 to 4 people. If it looks like it could be more, we don't do any comparisons on that because we don't want to be essentially guessing on how
Hey, there's 5 people's feet have been inside those boots.
people may be contributing to the sample. So we do have a cutoff of how many people we will utilize for a comparison in terms of the evidence sample. So when looking at these samples, there might have been a lot of types there, so I wasn't able to determine how many people may be there, or a scenario where there was 5 or more people and we do not do anything with those samples.
And these were timberline boots, correct?
Yes.
They were not any other type. You're quite certain that they're timberline, not Wolverine steel-toed boots.
May I just check my notes to ensure that I'm not misspeaking? Yes, 1 sealed brown paper bag containing 1 pair of tan Timberland boots.
Thank you. Now, one other thing about the DNA analysis that you do on any sample that you receive, on any item of evidence, you're unable to tell when that sample was placed on that item, correct?
That's correct. DNA is definitely more able in helping of who may be a contributor. I don't know why the DNA got there, and I
Rose,
don't know when
I don't
the
want to
DNA
buy
was placed there.
used
It's a great
boots.
tool for
No.
assessing who
Well, I've
would be a
never
contributor to
bought
that
used
DNA profile
shoes,
that I'm
but
looking at,
who
though.
would want to?
If you had that information about the when.
For the interpretation, it does not matter for us when it happened. We're just looking to see who could be a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Your testimony. I have no further questions.
Cross your legs.
I'll be right back.
Safe to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I have a few questions. I know you described to Mr. Petrovesso when he asked how you got known samples. And I believe you described that in some of them you had a swabbing of skin cells inside the mouth, or what we call a buccal swab. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And then you also had, I think, what you called a blood card, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury essentially what is DNA? Is it always blood? Is it skin cells? Can you describe that to the jury?
DNA, so deoxyribonucleic acid, it's a genetic material where you inherited from your parents, from your mom, and from your dad. It can be found in many cells in the body, types such as skin cells, blood cells, like in blood, it's white blood cells specifically, and in sperm cells, for example. All the same cells will have the same DNA profile that we will obtain for the reference samples.
Okay. So for instance, I could make someone a cup of coffee and I'm touching that coffee mug. So I would probably be leaving some sort of skin cells, correct? It's possible at least.
It's possible. In addition, we also kind of have a statement that goes along with that activity levels, what we call it within the DNA world of, can I just read the statement at the bottom of my report?
Sure.
Yeah, so DNA can be deposited and removed in a variety of ways. In addition, its persistence is highly variable given a multitude of factors. Any discussion of the activities that result in the presence, absence, or persistence of DNA is outside of the scope of this testing. Essentially what that means is I'm more than happy to go through how DNA may or may not be removed, but going through hypotheticals of could this be possible, could this be possible, can be kind of outside of our scope because we are speaking on, myself is speaking on who could be a contributor, not when or how that DNA got there.
So as Mr. McCarthy asked you, you can't say how it got there. You don't know when it got there or what type of, what part of someone's body touched it to get that DNA there, correct?
That's a
Yes.
typical
So in many of
attack.
these instances, you list that it is a mixture
see
of
how
2
it
or
got
3
there.
individuals, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And obviously you only have a limited amount, I think you had 4 here, of profiles to actually test against what was found, correct?
Yeah, there are the 4 reference samples that were compared to many of the evidence samples.
Okay, so when you list 2 or 3 individuals, obviously if it is not a match for the 4 profiles that you have, you don't know who those other individuals are, right? You can just tell that there are other, I think you said peaks and valleys when you in your examination, is that correct?
So if those 4 individuals are excluded, that would indicate that another person could have contributed those DNA types.
So I want to back up a little bit and talk about your involvement at the actual scene. So you were called out. Do you recall what time you were called out?
I don't recall without looking at either like a crime scene report or.
No worries. I believe that you indicated you went with a team or a group of people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe Ms. Meyer testified yesterday that there was close to like 9 or 10 individuals that went. Is that fair to say?
The exact amount would be listed on the report too, how many individuals. I'm sorry, I can't tell you without looking at the.
I would rather you be certain, so no worries at all. And on that day, what was your specific role?
Evidence collection.
Okay. And obviously, we saw when you were asked to open an evidence bag today, you paused and definitely did not want to do that without gloves and a mask, correct?
That is the DNA mindset, so yes, that's correct.
So when you are actually at the scene and collecting evidence, are you wearing gloves and a mask?
Yes, I do when I collect items.
And why is that important?
I would ensure that there isn't any contamination or try to prevent any contamination. I do want to point out though, through our DNA processing, there is many steps and many blanks and positive controls throughout each step of our DNA testing that also will be looking for any possible contamination. There's no indication that any of the samples had contamination for this request.
Okay. And when you were collecting the evidence, did you put it into different bags?
Yes.
Why is that important?
And to ensure that items aren't rubbing against one another.
Okay. And what happens when items rub against each other?
That would be along the lines of possibility of DNA being transferred from one item to another. That is a way that DNA can be deposited and removed.
And can you describe what biological evidence is?
Biological evidence would be a biological fluid, so blood, semen, some type of fluid that comes from the body.
And when you're collecting something with biological evidence on it or suspected biological evidence, do you put that in paper bags or plastic bags?
All biological evidence, especially if I'm collecting it, will be going into paper bags. This way, it prevents degradation of the DNA profiles of the possible evidence.
Can you just define degradation?
Yeah, so degradation would be that a profile that normally would be perfect to look at, there might be some missing peaks and some missing areas within that DNA profile if the profile becomes degraded. We may not get a full profile that could be utilized for comparison purposes.
And when you have those biological items that you're collecting that you believe biological evidence is on, do you try to air dry them or what do you do?
And depends on the scenario. If they're highly saturated in blood, we may try to, as in the unit, will try to dry it. If not, because it is in paper, it will still be airing out and not creating moisture in a plastic bag that would be likely to cause that degradation.
So obviously putting an item that is wet with biological evidence on it in the same package as something that is dry, there could be a transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That'd be a possible way for DNA to be deposited or removed, yes.
On the day that you were there collecting the evidence, who made the call of what evidence was collected?
It's a good question. I believe through conversations between the detectives and upper command and Valerie, who was the lead investigator on that scene.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a weight around Mr. Murray's, where Mr. Murray was found?
I do believe, yes, there was a weight. I believe under the body-ish.
Okay. Did you collect that weight?
I did not collect that weight.
There was testimony yesterday from a responding deputy that found a swab of blood, and that is on the handrail and the wall at the very top leading down to the basement. I don't note that anywhere in your report. I don't see that in any of the photos. Do you know if you located that area? And if you did locate it, did you test it?
On the handrail going into the basement?
Yes.
Can I look at my
Absolutely.
the crime scene processing reports to see exactly what I collected? Is that okay?
If that refreshes your recollection, yes. Just let me know when you've completed. No rush.
So I collected DNA at the scene of large zip ties, from small zip ties. I collected apparent blood on a shutter on the basement floor, another one from the side of a box on the basement floor, the sink faucet on the basement floor, and I also collected DNA from the duct tape around the victim's hand, Hussein Murray. That appears to be the only DNA swabs that I collected while I was on scene.
Okay. Do you have any recollection if any of the on-scene officers directed you to that presence of blood at the top of the stairs in the basement?
I don't recollect.
Okay. Now, if you did not specifically collect items, like the items you just listed, you testified that you were also provided items that
Somebody
were found by
lied to
another police
me,
department. Remember that?
Northwest. I thought you said
Yes,
they
that was
collected that
for DNA
swab.
testing.
Okay.
At the,
When you are given these
top of the
items,
stairs
are you
to the
given some
basement.
sort of report that details where these specific items were found?
In the request for testing form, I believe that the location described was from the vehicle that Carlos was in. I don't have any more information based on that request form.
Okay, so not specifically found in front seat, found in back seat, found in bag, nothing like that.
I can check real quick if you want me to see
If it
this.
refreshes your recollection, please do.
It says located in Carlos' vehicle when arrested in LA, Louisiana, I assume.
Okay, so not specific, but a general.
Yes.
Okay. I want to go over some items that were not mentioned by Mr. Professor or Mr. McCarthy. Can you look at your item? I have it in your dated 3-3 report. It is item number 172897A. I believe it's 8 nail clippings left hand.
Request number 0004. Okay. Item 1789 or 172897A.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that's 8 nail clippings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe why that is something that's important? Why nail clippings?
Nail clippings can be probative information to see potentially if a foreign profile that is other than the victim may be present.
Okay. And who took the nail clippings?
That would be the medical examiner, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. And am I correct in stating that Mr. Hernandez was excluded as a contributor?
So for the left nails, 172897A, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with Hussein Murray as a contributor. I believe this is the first time talking about assuming a contributor. People can be assumed within the likelihood ratios if it's coming from something that is more intimate. So by coming off of a victim's hand, if I see
So
that
the
victim's
defendants
profile is
did
present,
not
I will
clip
assume
their
that in
nails at the
autopsies.
crime scene.
So
Got it.
Hussein Murray was assumed, and for Joshua Zuazo and Carlos Hernandez, they were excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results. And then I also did a comparison to Linda Murray. Do you mind if I read that?
Absolutely.
So based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 286 billion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and Linda Murray than if it originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated individual. This provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. Now let's move on. I have this in your 1119 report. It's item 173003. It should be a pair of black joggers. And I want to talk about A specifically.
Yes.
So A, I believe you tested what you believed was a stain on the exterior, correct?
Yeah, so I took two samples from the joggers. One was a stain on the exterior that indicated the possible presence of blood, and I took another sample from the interior waistband of the joggers.
Okay, so let's talk about A specifically, stain on the exterior. Were you able to find any DNA profiles?
So in this scenario, and I have more notes further in here too, no DNA profiles were obtained from this item. And if you don't mind me flipping to what I stated exactly.
Can you just tell me what you're looking at? Because that looks like a page that I don't have.
These are the notes associated with all of our DNA testing.
Understood.
No DNA on the tennis shoes.
So there was part of the DNA process is we determine if there's a quantity of DNA present in a sample. This sample did have a quantity of DNA, so that's why we moved forward. But then when I got to the final part of getting the DNA profile, no profile was obtained, and a hypothesis would be that because a cutting was taken, like I actually took a physical small cutting from these black joggers, that the dyes in fabric can sometimes inhibit DNA from DNA, possible black fabric cause inhibition. So this means that maybe the dyes in the fabric interacted with the chemistries that we utilize in the laboratory, and therefore no profile was obtained for this sample.
Understood. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wait, didn't they say that there was blood on
Just to follow
those?
up on a couple questions both of the attorneys asked. Is the Oakland County lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
What does that mean to be accredited?
We are accredited through a body called ANAB, that was ANSI National Accreditation Board. The ANSI portion stands for the American National Standards Institute.
Okay, and your software is approved to use for your DNA analysis? This is not something you downloaded off the internet last week, right?
So in addition to the ANAB accreditation, the DNA section also has a QAS standard validation.
So I have some questions about that. They testified that there were footprints in blood, but they weren't able to get the victim's DNA off of the shoes. So did they try to match the tread of the boots or the shoes to the footprints in the blood?
Standards that is mandated by the FBI that we have to follow in order to utilize CODIS. So therefore, all of our DNA processing is done by FBI standards. Everything we do is validated. Nothing is just used as soon as we get it.
And I believe you spoke to one of the attorneys about the controls that are in place to try to make sure everything is correctly done. What did you mean by controls?
So at each step of the DNA process, extraction to begin with, quantification at the second step, amplifying those areas of DNA that are utilized to look at a DNA profile. At each of these steps, there's a positive and possibly negative control that are associated with. If there's any indication of a quantity of DNA in a blank, we will, myself will go through and ensure that could there be contamination, where did it come from? And another person will then technically review all the work that I do to ensure that they also agree with the findings that I have.
And you would agree with me that the presence of DNA means that there is some sort of physical connection between both the person and the item at some point in time. Is that correct?
The DNA had been deposited in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. The absence of DNA, on the other hand, does not mean there wasn't contact. It's just mean that there wasn't a presence through DNA left on the item.
Yeah, DNA can also be removed based on a variety of ways as well.
Okay. Hypothetically, if somebody was to go for a jog in their tennis shoes and they sweated for an hour and they were doing that barefoot, there may be DNA inside that tennis shoe. Is that correct?
Based on DNA principles of coming in contact with something else and leaving a fluid, you may be leaving DNA behind.
Okay. Now, if I had a layer of socks, would then that potentially lower the ability to have DNA there that would have been there had there been no socks?
It kind of goes into that activity level of how likely DNA is or is not deposited. I don't know exactly how much that might be impacted, but that would be a hypothetical.
If I was to wear gloves, that would also potentially impact the leaving of DNA. Is that correct?
Depending on what could be on the exterior of the gloves, that would be something to consider.
Okay. If I wear 10 pairs of gloves, that would make it even less likely to leak DNA.
It would still depend on that very most exterior pair of gloves, what was on the exterior of that to be leaving DNA behind.
Okay. And you talked about samples that are left too long in certain environments can degrade. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Samples that were there can also be destroyed. Is that correct?
Depending on if the DNA was removed, that could be a consideration of being destroyed.
Well, let's say, does fire destroy DNA?
Yes, again. Sure.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you.
Excuse?
I have no question about it.
Okay, all right, excuse, thank you. What's the plan? Who do you got next?
Would you like to do lunch?
Who do you got next?
I believe we have. Yes, we have deputy.
We're going to go to lunch.
We have a deputy that I think is outside. What's that? Oh, I think he went to lunch.
All right, I guess we'll take a lunch. It's 12:30. Be back at the jury room by 1:30.
Your Honor, recalling the case of People versus Joshua Zawato, case number 2024-291950 FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945 FC.
John Bishop, Professor Andrew McCarroll, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon. I'd like to press the P2 once again, appearing on behalf of the Justice Wazzo. Mr. Wazzo, standing to my left.
All right.
Oh, Jill Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who's seated to my right.
Okay, all right. I see everyone. Welcome back. We have to address a juror. The court did receive an email. You guys can be seated now. The court did have an off-the-record conversation with the attorneys just to let them know that today, on October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m., I was in my chambers. An email came through from who I believe is a juror and juror pool B. I do believe he's juror in C2. I'll read, I've already discussed the contents of it with the attorneys. I'll read it on the record once a juror in C2 is here so everyone can hear the correspondence, as there could be no private communication between the court and the jurors at this time. All right, let's
What's
bring in
up with
juror
these
pool B,
jurors?
C2.
Why do these jurors just keep contacting people and doing things? Is this the one that was going to ask the judge for a date? Like, how hard is it to just not talk to anybody?
Hi there, juror pool B, C2. Have a seat, sir. All right. Well, I had an off-the-record conversation with the lawyers about the email that you sent to me. I can't express my level of frustration enough. All right. I think I made it very clear through all my instructions throughout that there should be no communication whatsoever with anyone involved in this case. That also includes me. All right. You are a sworn juror. That is a very important task. So all the parties are going to be aware of what the email says. So I'm going to read it into the record so that everyone is aware. The email was received today, October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m. It says, Your Honor, it is an honor being chosen to participate in doing my duty as a citizen in your courtroom. I am a juror in juror pool B in this week's case. However, I wanted to send you a formal complaint about the juror handling. Tuesday and Wednesday, I asked about receiving some sort of jury schedule so I could accommodate my work and personal life outside of court. They said they'll let me know. No reply, no recognition to the question. Thursday today, during the beginning of today's trial in the morning, I was very hot and sweating in the courtroom. Luckily, you called an early 20-minute break. I asked the handler if I could go really quick to my car to change out of a shirt that I had in my car. The handler said, give me 5 minutes, I'll let you know. She never came back and only came back to let us back in the courtroom. I told her, why did you ignore me? And she said, oh, you can't go until lunch. I said, you said you'd let me know in 5 minutes. We've been on break for about 30 minutes where I could have changed my shirt. She replies, I'm letting you know now. Clearly, my comfort hygiene in the courtroom is not her priority, nor my question. The juror handling experience personally has been very poor and not considerate of any questions or requests. At the end of the day, I was chosen to be a juror, and I'm happy to do my duty. But anytime I've asked the personnel a question or request, they've essentially ignored. They only speak to you to let you in and out of the room. thank you for your attention to this matter, and you signed your name to it, sir. I'm not going to read your name to the record as of right now due to the court indicating that I would only call jurors by their seat number, and that's for purposes of judicial economy, so juror in seat 2 has signed this. All right, so there's a lot of questions that come from this, all right? So I guess, to be clear, the members that are helping jurors come in and out are employees of the courthouse. They're not handlers. I instruct them to ensure that the jurors remain in a safe place and together, and we discussed the possibility of security concerns regarding my hallway, having two additional chambers. Those individuals don't have the capacity or frankly, they're not in a position to allow you to go to your car. It is not something that they are personally holding against you. They're simply following the court's instructions. I was also clear about my instruction that there should be no communication with those persons. If there's anything that needed to be communicated with, it would be in the courtroom, in the presence of everyone, as there could be no conversations had among anyone unless it's out here, where we're video recording and everything I'm saying is on the record right now, okay? So it's not a personal attack on you, but there's concerns now based on the fact that you sent me an email. I know my email is readily available online. My assumption is in order to get my email, you would have to Google me to get that. So our number one question here is, how did you receive my email address?
Through internet.
Okay, so you did use your electronic device then to search my name?
Yes.
And based on that search, what information, if any, were you able to retrieve?
Just your email on like a direct.
The beta.
Was that on the Oakland County page?
Yes.
All right. Was there anything else associated with this court or my name that came up in that internet search as it relates to this case? Okay. All right. So before I let the lawyers ask questions, they have a right to do it. Do you understand everything I've shared with you as to why there could not be a release at the time, even though you asked for it and even though you're asking for certain information to be communicated with me? Do you understand why that's not being done?
I understand I was wrong in the procedure of contacting you in general. But I thought if there was something during the court that you said, let the person know if you really got to leave the room or do so, let them know. So
okay, so maybe there could be some confusion about that. I agree. I know I said like you can raise your hand. I'm basically saying with me though, because we're all out here together, there should be no communication with those people. Their job is to make sure that you guys are safe and kept together and they're following the court's instructions. And there's so much going on in a 20-minute break. I wish.
Oh, what happened? I always cut off the audio.
All right, you can be seated before we bring back in the jury.
What did they end up doing with this guy?
All right, you can be seated before we bring back in the jury panels. Obviously, Mr. Zalazo doesn't, it's not his juror, so I don't know if there's going to be a position taken, but I'll hear positions from either parties regarding juror seat number 2 remaining. I will tell you my thoughts. My thoughts are, is the court is confident that this email was in no way biased towards one party or another. It didn't say anything like we had a situation with another juror that obviously we're all aware of, like I know a family member, or I can't be fair. This is someone simply complaining about the process, being potentially new to the process. Myself and the lawyers are obviously doing this all of the time. It sounds like this is something new to the individual who thought that it would be a good idea to reach out to the court, but I don't think that biases the person for one side or another. And I do believe juror seat number 2, when he says that by Googling the court, the only thing that appeared would be not news stories associated with this case. I don't think that's uncommon. I think that it's likely that if you were to Google me right now, the first thing that's going to show up is the Oakland County directory and then potentially other articles of other matters that I've been involved in. I don't think the news stories and the court's name have caught up to each other at this time. Of course, I could be wrong, so I'll hear from everybody.
People agree with what the court just indicated.
May I have a few moments?
Sure.
Your Honor, I have had enough time to speak with my client, although I do believe he had inappropriate contact and did outside research. My client is desiring to keep him as a juror.
Okay, all right, does your client want me to address the other jurors in that panel to see if he's had any conversation with them about the Google? I know he indicated he didn't, but I'm happy to inquire if you see fit.
I think that may be appropriate.
Okay, all right, so let's just bring in jury panel 2.
Here is my flower.
All of you.
Thank you very much, Wendy A's, for sending it. This is the Wednesday flower. I gotta find a spot to put it. Okay. More jury shenanigans. Lots of jury shenanigans.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Please be seated. All right, as you can see, you're the only jury in here right now. We'll be bringing back the other panel momentarily, but I do have a question to this panel, and if you could just show me by a show of hands whether or not this occurred. It has come to our attention that potentially someone may have used the internet to Google information about this court. It was primarily done to receive contact information for the court, but I just want to know whether or not any of you had learned about that or had a conversation regarding what was either reviewed when that, if and when that was done. Show of hands. Yes, sir.
I looked up the word octotrillion to figure out, but I don't know if that was what you're talking about.
Okay, all right. Yes, I looked at you. Okay, all right, okay. We cannot do that, all right? So if you, sometimes the lawyers, as they've said to you and in my instructions, you are going to be curious about is not appropriate, because whatever that search gave, information it gave you is not evidence. Are you going to be able to set that aside?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just say for the record, we're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, juror in C12. All right, so what information when you Google that word, can you tell me the word again?
I think it was octotrillion.
Octotrillion. What did you learn when you Googled octotrillion?
It was a pretty big infinite number.
So one juror Googles the judge's email address and sends the judge an email about their handlers. And then, so that prompts the judge to question people and find out that another juror Googled the number that the DNA expert presented, whatever it is. Oh my God, these jurors. People, just follow the instructions. Just follow the directions.
It's a number.
Okay.
And very, very way past the billion and trillion and all that.
Okay.
I just never heard it. I was kind of trying to understand what it meant.
Okay, that's exactly what we cannot do as jurors.
Sure.
Only information that we receive is received here in court. Okay, and then 4, 5, 6, you Googled me.
Juror 5 and 6 also Googled the judge. Oh my God.
To the court. Basically, I was just wondering how I'm the judge. Okay, all right. And I promise you, we'll all get an opportunity to talk when we're done, and I can answer any questions about myself personally. When you
Half the jury has like Googled the judge or various things. What are you doing, jury? Stop it.
looked up that information, did you see any newspaper articles or any news as it relates to this case? Okay.
I don't know why the audio keeps kicking out. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, take their phones away from them, right? Oh my God. This is a clear sign to me to take all phones away from all jurors. But then they're just going to go home and do it.
Thoughts?
I have no concerns, Judge.
If I could have a moment to call appellate counsel, I'm not sure at this point. Obviously, a juror has admitted that he's doing outside research, and that gives me some pause.
Okay, and so let's just kind of break that down. I'll absolutely give you an opportunity to call appellate counsel. Juror in seat 2, we're all satisfied at this point. Didn't talk to anybody else about this, right? Okay. Juror 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Juror 6 did a Google search of the court, and I'm also satisfied that the information that was received was essentially any directories or other potentially other articles that the court's been involved in, but not in this case. Is everyone satisfied with that?
I agree. I actually looked up your name, and the first thing that came up was the Oakland County Circuit Court webpage. I did not see any news stories on the first page.
Okay, I'm glad you did that because that's my understanding as well. Your concern now is juror in seat 12, potential research regarding what that number is, and that he's otherwise admitted to that using an electronic device, which is contrary to what the jury instructions allows you to do in order to research a piece of evidence that was admitted in the trial.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so.
Yeah,
would
they
you
did
like
it back
your
in
clients-
chambers
like,
during
how
the
long
lunch
would you-
break.
I would say just 5 to 10 minutes. I believe my contact would be available by phone, and I opened her to research, so I just need to have a quick conversation.
Okay, all right, so we'll take a 5-minute break. I will go off the bench, but everyone else is going to remain.
Okay, and I have permission to sit outside. Of course, thank you.
All right.
My God, what a disaster. What a disaster. Are juries doing this regularly? I have to imagine they are. You can't have half the jury in one case Googling shit and not expect it to be a regular practice in like every case. What the hell? You know what else I'm not noticing? There's no jury questions. Did they agree to have no jury questions? Because in Michigan, you're allowed to have jury questions. Unless the parties agree that that's not going to happen. Why would they not have jury questions? Because that would alleviate the need for the jury to Google a lot of things, right? They could write down a question such as, hey, can I go change my shirt? Hey, what does this number mean? How many zeros? Another reason why we should have more and more jury questions. And Michigan has them. I had a disaster of a case, but it was good that the jury was allowed to have questions because it informed us of what kind of a disaster of a case it was. So why are there no jury questions here? They're usually smart. Yeah, they usually don't Google. They usually don't send an email to the judge. You know, these defendants and these juries, they're just putting out all of their crimes, like all of the bad stuff. They're just telling everybody and letting it sit out there. I didn't know she came from Iraq. I suspected she was Chaldean, but she's a very good judge. This is just amazing to me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to.
This is like it's almost like a comedy of errors from the crime all the way to the trial. It's just a comedy of errors.
Remind you that you are not to use electronic devices to communicate with the court, do any independent research on your own, even if it's things that you don't think are important.
Let's see. With the two juries, is it a risk of bringing up unwanted stuff in front of the wrong jury? Well, we would hope they've labeled juror A and juror B, jury A and jury B. I would presume. Now, back behind the courtroom is a long hallway with all the judges' chambers in all of the jury rooms. So presumably there would be two different jury rooms, and they would say jury A goes into this room, jury B goes into that room. So they're segregated back in their own rooms. So there'd be no opportunity for them to talk to each other. And there are times when they bring out just one jury. I can't imagine they'd screw that up. But after learning about this, I did do some research into Michigan law about it. And there's a couple of cases that I read dealing with this back in the early 90s. There's a handful of cases. And one of the biggest things that the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court were addressing was the possibility of prejudice. And so the trial court needs to take extra steps to make sure that one defendant is not prejudiced by the procedure that's in place. And so they kind of hinted at, in an ideal situation, would really like you just to do two trials separate, like the Crumbley trials were. But the court can do one trial with two different juries, so long as they take extra steps. So this is almost, it smells bad, like to have two juries. And the thing they say about like law and practice is that if it smells bad, it's probably just a bad idea to do. And I feel like this was just a bad idea.
Or don't think have anything to do with the case, researching the court, myself, or any of the attorneys, as you could inadvertently pull up a story that has something to do potentially with this case, and that would therefore make you an inappropriate juror. So we all have our cell phones, we always walk around with them, we all have them with us. They are not to be used unless they are used for something that has nothing to do with the court. So while you're here, don't use your electronic devices for any purpose other than answering emails or communicating with family or friends, all right, during your breaks. Okay. The other instruction I want to give at this time is if you have heard or learned any information outside of the court through research on your own, through an electronic device, you must set aside any information that you learned. The only evidence that you are to consider when you go back to deliberate is evidence that was properly admitted into court. As I indicated previously, evidence that is properly admitted into court is evidence by witnesses who are sworn to tell the truth, that lawyers are able to cross-examine.
Now, in the grand scheme of things, Amica fan, we're talking about, what did we have with the Crumbley trial? Or with the Crumbley cases, we had two trials. They both lasted a week or more. Was it more than a week? I can't even remember. But let's say it was a week each, right? So that's 2 full days or 2 full weeks. That's 10 days for 2 trials. In this particular case, it's 3 days of testimony. And even though there's extra time and fluffing around, it's still less than 2 trials.
Any other documents or exhibits or reference materials that the court admits into evidence. Nothing else is to be considered during your deliberations. All right, let's get going, Mr. Professor. What do you got next?
You're called Mario Saucito.
I feel like this judge is like me right now. I'm tired of sitting here 7.5 hours. We have probably 5.
testimony. Do you swear from the testimony that you're
We have
gonna provide
7
the
hours
truth, the whole
left.
truth, nothing
So
but
we're
the truth, so help you
halfway
God?
through this
All right,
trial.
thank you. Please be seated and then tell us your name.
Gerardo Salcido. Thank you. And sir, can you spell your first name and your last name for us?
Gerardo, last name Saucedo.
And sir, how are you employed?
Self-employed.
Okay, and your self-employed, what is that?
I'm a graphic artist.
Okay, do you own a shop?
Yep.
Okay, and what kind of shop is that?
Sign shop.
Okay, and what's the name of that shop?
Mr. Boulevard Signs.
Okay, where's that located?
Southwest Detroit, Michigan Avenue.
Okay, and how long have you been in business?
About 25 years.
Is this where they got
Same
the
location.
fake
Okay. And
DTE
as a shop owner, what are
stickers
some
for
of
the
things that you
car?
provide to customers?
T-shirts, business cards, magnetics, banners, anything to do with advertisement.
So if a customer comes in, gives you something they want blown up or made to a sign, things like that.
That's what I do.
Okay. And at some point in October of 2024, did you have to reach out to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And why did you have to do that?
Because I.
Well, so the reason why it's kind of focused on in Michigan is Michigan, actually, Hamtramck, where the victim's store was the first city in the United States to have a majority Muslim population, and it still does. And then Dearborn has the largest, that's Dearborn, Michigan, has the largest Muslim concentration outside of the Middle East. So concentration, I guess it's, per populace, so many people per square mile, whatever. The largest population of Muslims outside of the Middle East is Dearborn. So I'm sure there's Muslim sections everywhere else, but Michigan has those two distinctions. And in fact, in Dearborn, the city has cracked down on the mosques called to prayer recently, this past week, because it's too loud. It's actually a violation of their noise ordinance. And then there was a huge assembly where they were like chanting "Death to America" or something. All kinds of chaos going on there. This man is definitely a Carhartt American. Yeah. Carhartt is a great company. I think they manufacture them in Minnesota too, don't they? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, I know they're made here in Michigan and the company's based here in Michigan. I feel like they have an assembly plant or a whatever you call it, where the sweatshop. Really, we'll just call it a sweatshop in Minnesota as well.
I had made up some magnetic signs, and then I heard on the radio, then I heard on the news that possibly there'd been some kind of crime committed, and I want to clear my name, to make sure, I was not involved in it.
Okay. And you said you had to make some magnetic signs. What type of signs were those?
For DTE.
Okay. And do you recall what time of year this was at?
What time of year?
Yeah, was it?
I think like fall or something. No,
fall 2024?
Yeah.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is your shop equipped with cameras?
Yes, it is.
So he thought he was making the signs for DTE. I get a lot of like scam emails where it's like, guy says, I have a breach of contract claim in Michigan. I'm representing a Chinese company and we have a contract with a company in Michigan and blah, 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 blah. And I go through and verify and check and make sure, because I do have a lot of Korean clients. But I go through and check and make sure that this is like a legitimate company. I had one that wanted to do an eviction. They said that they owned property in Michigan and they wanted to do an eviction. So I looked up the address and saw that it was for sale. And I called the realtor that was listing it for sale. And it was just a big scam because she's like, no, the place is vacant. We're just trying to sell it. But I do my due diligence. If someone called me from DTE saying they wanted representation, I'd be like, okay. We're going to do a little dig in here.
Okay. And did you send video clips of that transaction or things that you were going to make for that particular customer?
Yes, I did.
Now, at the time, people are moved to the mid and publish over to 18A.
I have no question on it.
Okay.
15 days in.
Yeah, and sir, it's on top of that monitor. Just have you take a look at that and pop up and may ask you questions. Okay.
Yeah, go to buy, I'll wait for a customer, and he just left.
Oh, hang on.
Do you have like the 18 by 24 or all these 12 by 24?
That,
what do you charge for the 18 by 24?
That's definitely Big Boy. Is that his wife there? Did his wife just walk in with him? Why is she not charged?
Yeah, go to buy, I'll wait for a customer.
We talked about with Hella earlier in the beginning of the stream that we were kind of happy to see that the prosecutor was not overcharging this case. They were bringing kidnapping and murder charges, felony murder charges, but they weren't like going above and beyond and charging like 20 different things. But now I feel like they're undercharging because they're not charging the wife.
And he just left. Do you have like the 18 by 24 or only 12 by 24? Maybe 6 months. So what do you charge for the 18 by 24 like magnet decals inside the car? Up here, you're looking at, I'm sure that's not big. Well, these are 12 by 24s, but 18 by 24s are about 30 per pair. That's not 12. I need 3 of them. Okay, so 3 18 by 24s? Yeah. I do 3 for.
I mean, I don't know. We did see Amanda earlier on in this trial because she came in stating to the court that she intended to plead the fifth. And so we saw her, and it kind of looks like her shape. And at the beginning of the video, it looks like they walked in together. So I'm going to assume it is right now, but when you assume things, you make an ass out of yourself. So we'll just see what the testimony is.
Insert. What is that item that you're showing?
That is true. I have a case. I can't really talk about it right now, but I'm surprised the wife isn't charged and the girlfriend. They were ethically non-monogamous, but I'm surprised that neither one of the women were charged when I feel like they clearly could have been and probably should have been charged. So maybe you're right. They don't go after the girls as hard. There's a little kid. Oh, you mean because they have a child, they didn't want to charge the mom because then the child would grow up without a parent?
I'm
That's
sorry?
not really an
What
excuse,
is
though.
that you're showing the customer? What item?
It was a magnetic for another customer supposed to be picking up their order. So it was a sample, basically.
And up there that you can see in the top left corner, is that a timestamp of when that video was taken?
Yeah.
And what is that date on there?
October 4th, 2024.
So our contract for DTE, so all that same thing. And then, is any white with a blue letter or white and blue? Would it be possible for you to go like this? Do you want that? And, and then that, just the basic ones. Yeah, because they charge, they want a lot for them. And it's easier to get.
And sir, do you recall what he was showing you on your phone at the time?
It was DTF. I was looking at his phone right now. It looked like impact font, DTF letters.
DTF or?
I mean,
what? GTE?
Would it be DTE?
DTE, thank you.
And that was just the customer showing you.
The R, what do you want it? I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know how far DTE goes. I don't know if it's outside of the state of Michigan, but you see that logo everywhere. You immediately recognize it. I know he screwed up the last letter, but you have to know that that's a DTE logo that he wants. And you're telling me as a print shop, you're going to go ahead and print a company logo for just some random person? I mean, okay, let me step back. I could see where it's October. Maybe there's a Halloween thing that you're doing. I don't know, maybe.
And your phone number is 872-873-5275. You want me to do it in my hand and I'll be good? No.
She's talking. She was just talking to him. She's in on this.
873-5275. You want me to do it in my hand and I'll be good? No.
Do you want to do it in my name? I think is what she said. Do you want to do it in my name?
So you want all three of them talking to my 24? Yeah. You said how much? 201. So like 2 team and the one with like the little ready. You want me to send it to you or something? All right, you want to read it from home. Or what is it? You want 3? 3? What is it? What is it?
I mean, his wife's not that small. How does that work? I don't see how the pieces fit together to form a child.
Yeah. Back in the day, it used to be a large shop. That was you too? Man, I used to come here as a kid and buy spray paint tips, and I used to get like the little rims for my bike. Yeah, everything. I remember Thunder. My yellow truck. I remember the yellow truck. I just sold it with about 2 weeks ago. I still have it. And this is the only place we can get cash. Nobody else has it. And you know what? I'm so busy, man. I own this, I'm starting a business, and then my wife works for Wayne County, and then we've got this Mexican bookstore in Lincoln Park. Yeah, we were in Rochester, and man, it's an enormous regret, but right now it's time for me to open up that, and I can't do much shit. What is this year? Me and my son went down south, we bought a few more trucks for the summer business, so we did back and forth out of town. And then we got a truck in the garage, we're giving a makeover, I sold some of my old cars, just do the car, so right, we like our inside and out, interior, grocery, and I call it, and all that.
So they went there because they take cash, but they have these videos.
But actually, my store used to be 2 buildings over. That was my office, and all this used to be the garage. Later on here is where we insert that. Yeah, I'm gonna send you thumbs up as soon as I got it. All right. Yeah, I got this one, and I got that one. Just basically double on there. Mm-hmm. All right, man, I appreciate you. All right, sir. Good to see you again. As soon as you're ready, come here. We'll do. I'll give you
Yep, now she's leaving with him. That's got to be her.
All right, sir. All right, have a good weekend.
Charge that biatch. The kid's going to be better off because the mother is clearly willing to commit crimes. That's not a good home.
Yes, sir. That person that came to your store on October 4th, 2024, have you made DTE sign for him? Is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please identify by something he's wearing?
I'm sorry?
Can you identify him by something that he's wearing?
Oh, blue shirt.
Around the record reflecting court ID's been made to Mr. Hernandez.
The record reflect the witness has identified defendant Hernandez.
And sir, did you make those products that Mr. Hernandez used?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I saw in the video that did you take Mr. Hernandez's phone number?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to communicate with Mr. Hernandez through that phone number that he gave you?
Yeah, I think maybe after I might have designed the artwork, I might have sent it to him for approval.
And you had communication with him with that phone number that he gave you in the shop that day on the 4th?
Yes.
Now, the people are going to move to amend published People 17A, B, C, and D. If it's not.
A, B, C, and D. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Here.
And so they're going to pop up on your screen and let me know if you can call this. This is People 17A. Is this a text message that you would have sent to Mr. Hernandez and one that you would get in the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And is that you in the blue sending a message? Is that your message?
Yes.
And the white would be Mr. Hernandez's response?
Yes.
And this is 17B. Is this right here? Is this you saying designs or potential designs over to Mr. Hernandez?
I would think so.
And this thumbs up, would that be an approval for Mr. Hernandez based on the design that you sent him?
Yes.
Is it more communications? Mr. Hernandez asking you if you were able to get that centered?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's him replying, thank you?
Yes.
And then is that him asking will they be ready today?
Yes.
Is that you advising him when they'll be ready?
Yes.
Lastly, what is this text message of?
I'm showing him a sample of his orders ready to be picked up.
And that was the final product that you were making for Mr. Hernandez?
Correct.
Okay. And just based on what, based on this final communication you have with him, does Mr. Hernandez come back in that store and pick up the items that he had you make?
Yes, it was him, I think.
Okay. And on that day he goes to pick up, was your store still outfitted with cameras?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, people are moved to the then published People's 18B.
I have no objection, right?
And sir, can you tell me, would that be an accurate time and date stamp for this picking up of the signs?
Yes, I would think so.
And what date is that?
October 9th, 2024.
Thank you.
Now we should be taking your puppies. When you stop in your truck, now when I cut these, I cut them down the corner, 2 reasons. Then when you're trying to bring them all out, the wind won't get on there. No, okay. But when you wash your truck, actually make sure you clean your truck good, clean these up real good, and make sure there's nothing, a couple of dust right here. There's a couple of dust, a little white nipple, that'll all get in there, blow it out. Okay? So there goes your back one. That's your seconds. All right? All right, thank you, sir. Well said, you said, okay, it's mine. All right, take care, have a good one.
Now we just gotta steal a truck, honey.
And sir, is the same person who came in to pick up the sign on the 9th, is that the same person who dropped off what he wanted on the 4th too?
Yes.
Okay. And that item that he was picking up, are those magnets that you stick on a truck?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And at that time, when the transaction was occurring with pickup, did you have any concerns about what those were going to be used for?
He told me he's a contractor. I get plenty of contractors come to me often. You know, and I'm here for advertisement.
It wasn't, and it's fair to say that it wasn't until you saw news reports about this particular incident that this sparked the amendment for you.
Actually, I was driving home from work, and I'm always listening to news radio, and I heard about this sad incident that happened, and it clicked in my head right away. Man, I've done some magnetic signs, and I hope there's no tie between them. So I went home. I'm having dinner, and I turned the TV on, and now I saw it on the news, and I told my wife, you know, I says, I think I might have, you know, been involved in this, unfortunately.
And then when you talk to your wife and you explain that, is that when you decided to contact the county sheriff's office?
No, I called my attorney right away, and he's the one who advised me to.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Costawazo.
Thank you. Mr. Cecilia, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zwazo. I have a few questions to ask you, sir. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, all right?
Yes.
Now, that first exhibit that we looked at, the first video we looked at, that was admitted as Exhibit 18A, is when the person you identified as Mr. Hernandez made the order for obtaining the DTE energy signs.
Correct.
And that happened on the 4th day of October last year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a person that came into that office or your showroom, your store, with him and left with him. Do you remember seeing that person?
It was a female.
It was a woman there. And did you ever seen that woman before?
I've never seen either one of them before.
Okay, but you do recognize Mr. Hernandez to be the man that was in your store making that purchase. Is
No,
that right?
I do, yes.
Okay, and the woman, is that the same woman that came in with him?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen her come in the video, so yes. I mean, but if I was to see her in the street right now, I wouldn't be able to identify her.
I understand that, but he came with a woman.
Correct.
He
Both women
conducted
together.
some business with you in order to make the purchase or make the order,
Right.
and then he left, and the woman left with him. Is that correct?
They came in as a couple, they left as a couple.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Prosecutor Hernandez.
I have no questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down, sir.
And make this with me.
I have no objections.
People called Danielle Diaz. Judge, if I could approach this with the attorneys just for logistical. Good afternoon. This is not easy being here. Am I right on that?
Correct.
Okay. We've met once before today, and that was in district court at the preliminary examination. Do you remember us meeting then?
Yes.
And that was the first time we've ever met face to face?
Yes.
And today's the second time we've ever met face to face?
Yes.
You testified at the preliminary examination? You call that?
Yes.
You were placed under oath and you testified there?
Yes.
Okay. Since that time, I think we've had maybe 1 or 2 phone calls in the last couple of weeks regarding the logistics of getting you here because you notified us that you had had a surgery. Is that fairly correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were going to have difficulties driving here because of the obvious surgery, so you needed a ride. Is
Yes.
that fair to say?
Correct.
And then we met again probably an hour ago just to talk about testifying and what to expect. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
You have a connection with a woman named Amanda Diaz?
Amanda Hernandez, my daughter.
Yes. Okay. Does she officially take
Oh.
Hernandez at this point?
Yes.
Okay. But before that, she
So this is the defendant's mother-in-law. That's who this is.
was Amanda Diaz.
Correct.
Okay. And how are you related to her?
She's my daughter.
And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
55.
You're going to have to.
55.
And you need to speak up very loud for the folks in the first and second row.
Okay.
And how long has your daughter been married to Carlos Hernandez?
It's been a little over a year now, like a year and today's the
Little
second.
over a year?
A year and a month, yes.
Okay. And prior to that time, were you aware that they had been seeing each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think it was, if you go back in time from today's date, not from the last time you testified, but from today's date back, how many years do you think it was that you first knew of Carlos Hernandez being in your daughter's life?
I believe it's like 3 years.
And do you see Carlos Hernandez in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Carlos Hernandez in a blue polo.
You're going to make the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Record reflect the witnesses identified defendant Hernandez.
And can you tell us, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed?
At Home Depot,
Okay. Which Home Depot are you employed at?
Telegraph Road,
And how long have you worked for Home Depot?
27 years.
Do you have a residence that you've lived at?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I don't want to know the address,
Okay.
but what city is that house located in?
Lincoln Park.
Going back in time, was there a point in time when your daughter Amanda was living up here in Michigan before she moved down to Texas?
Yes.
Okay, when was it your best guess that when she was living full-time in Michigan before she moved to Texas?
She, I don't know, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, because she moved down to Texas prior to any, she lived down there. for a
Okay.
while.
And your daughter, does she have a child?
Yes,
And is the child fathered by Mr. Hernandez or somebody else?
someone else,
Okay, is that somebody else, somebody who lives in Michigan or lives in Texas?
Texas.
And
So it's not his child.
how old is that child now?
He will be 4.
Yes.
I'm having a difficult time hearing, and I'm concerned that the jury sitting in the front row is.
You guys here? You guys are good? Okay, just try to raise your voice.
Okay.
We understand it's difficult.
Is it fair to say you're very close to your grandchild?
Very.
Okay, and you take care of him or her?
Him.
You take care of him when needed? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, if your daughter was to leave the house, would they get an outside babysitter or would you be?
I would be the person.
Okay, and your daughter Amanda, did she have, going back in October 24, did she have a residence that was out of state?
Yes,
And what city was that?
Katy, Texas.
Was that a house or an apartment?
A house.
Did they rent or own it?
Rent.
Okay. And would she and the defendant come back and forth to Michigan to visit?
Once they went down, they didn't, I think they were there until the wedding.
Okay. And we're talking the wedding was what year? 2024?
2024.
Okay. And when they would come back to town, meaning Amanda and the defendant, would they stay with you or would they stay with other folks?
With me.
Okay. Would they ever stay with other folks or was it always with you?
No.
When they came up from Texas, did they fly or drive?
Drive.
Did you, were you aware what type of vehicle they were driving?
A Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Was it white in color?
Yes.
When they had returned here from Texas about a year or so ago, was there a wedding that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a wedding. That was the wedding between your daughter and the defendant. Is that correct?
That was their wedding.
And you had involvement with that wedding?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have involvement and any knowledge of an individual known to you at the time by the name of Yogi? Did you know that person by the name of Yogi?
I knew the name. Yes.
Okay. And prior to testifying in this case down at district
Wait,
court,
Yogi.
you didn't know Yogi's legal proper name. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look around the courtroom and see if you see Yogi in the courtroom today.
He is right behind you in Felicia.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Record reflect the witness has identified defendant.
Josh is known
And in
as
the
Yogi.
preparation for that wedding, were you aware of Yogi being attempted to be fitted for a tux for that wedding?
Yes.
Now, how many times would you say you had met Yogi by the time of October 11th of 2024? How many times did you physically met him?
One physical time.
Okay. And was that a time when you went to Yogi's house, a restaurant, or did he come to your house?
My house.
And did he come to your house with the defendant or did he come alone to see the defendant?
I'm not really too sure on that.
You don't know how he got there?
No.
Okay. In October of 2024, we've talked about the white Jeep that was there that was brought up from Texas. Was there another white truck, pickup truck that started to appear in front and by your house?
Yes.
And how long before they left would you say that white pickup truck appeared in front of your house? Your best guess?
I would maybe say a week and a half, but I'm not for sure.
Okay. And did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Hernandez about how did that truck appear in front of your house?
I don't know if I spoke to him or asked him, but I just asked whose truck was it.
Okay. Did you ever get an answer as to whose truck that was?
Well, just ask who's the speaker. It's one thing if it's Mr. Hernandez, it's quite another. It's a third person.
I totally agree. I'm just asking a yes or no question at this point. Did you ever get an answer to that? I'm not asking who said it yet. Did you ever get an answer to that?
Yes.
Okay. And now, as Mr. McCarthy had pointed out, can you tell us, was that from Mr. Hernandez, Amanda, or somebody else?
I honestly cannot remember which one, might either Carlos or my daughter tell me.
Don't tell us what they told you.
Okay.
You did get an answer to it. Okay. As far as the answer that you received, there was nothing that came to mind that there was something nefarious or illegal going on with that truck. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Okay. If that was something that was illegal, you would call the police. You would have told them to get the truck out of there. You wouldn't want to be a part of that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You know why you're here today, and you know all the allegations that have gone on regarding the events from last year. Did you have any knowledge of what was going on before those events took place?
No.
Did you have any direct or indirect involvement in the events that took place in Rochester Hills last year, a year ago?
No.
Now, there is a time that what happens in Rochester Hills gets brought to your attention. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you call where you were when you first heard, don't tell us what you heard, but when it was first brought to your attention that something was going on that may involve your family?
It was Saturday. I was at work.
Okay. So you learned of it the Saturday after things had actually occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So regarding the dates of October 10th, October 11th, which is the Thursday and Friday, on those 2 days, nothing was brought to your attention about what was happening in Rochester Hills?
No.
Okay. You didn't watch any newscasts or see anything on TV that would have directed your attention to what was going on in Rochester Hills. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you find out about what's going on in Rochester Hills on that Saturday, had your daughter, your grandson, and the defendant Hernandez already left the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. You worked a regular shift on that Friday, October 11th at Home Depot?
Yes.
And what did your regular shift consist of?
6 to 2:30.
Okay. And your typical pattern is if you didn't have any other distraction going on home, you would go toward your house?
Correct.
Okay. When was it that you first learned on that Friday that they were leaving the state of Michigan?
I think it was a little bit later on in the evening or maybe in the afternoon. I can't really say.
Did you try to talk them into staying or did you understand they wanted to leave and they were going?
I knew they were going to go back.
Okay. They had it moved up here for good?
No.
Okay. Now, when you learn that they're leaving the state, do they pack up that Jeep?
My daughter did that night.
Okay. And they put the luggage cargo rack on top, for lack of a better term, on top of the Jeep?
Yes, my nephews helped her with that.
Okay. And nothing was said to you by anyone when they were leaving about anything that was causing them to leave, other than they wanted to go back to Texas. Is that correct?
Correct.
The investigation quickly turned and started to focus on both defendant Hernandez and Yogi Zuazo. Is that correct? You had Oakland County Sheriff's deputies contacting you?
When I left work early that morning of, the 12th, is it Saturday?
Yes.
When I left work early, I got home and there was police everywhere.
Okay. And is that something that you cooperated with when they got to your house?
Yes.
Meaning they wanted to get inside your house to look around?
Yes.
And they had a search warrant, or did they just ask you for consent to come in?
I don't know if they had a search warrant. I can't remember, but maybe they might have asked me to come in to see if anybody was in the house, because I know they asked me, is anybody in the house? And I said, no, it's just me.
Okay. And you had no objection to them coming into the house?
No.
As the investigation continued, we ended up going to preliminary examination back in last December out in Rochester Hills. You recall being subpoenaed as a witness for that
Yes.
also? And that was also a day that I'm sure wasn't pleasant for the position you're in as a witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a ring camera video from the residence on that date. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you identified Defendant Hernandez as one of the two people on that ring camera?
correct,
And you identified Defendant Suazo also on that ring camera?
correct.
This morning, we had another video that had come up that we didn't show you before because it came up through the investigation. But did I show you another video before you came in today?
Yes,
Okay. Council has been told this. This is not sandbagging or surprise. I have let council know this occurred before coming in today. I'm going to play you what's been marked as exhibit number 20B as in boy. It's going to pop up on your screen. Ask you if you recognize this as the video that you were shown an hour or so ago.
yes.
Look at that. It's even still, it's hard to see thing one in this video, his face. Oh. Take care, Amica fan. I'll be here when you get back. We're only 8 hours in. Oh, does he have a... Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, there he is. Okay. I saw him. I saw your face. Guilty. There he is. At first, I thought he was wearing a mask. It looked like a mask right there, but then you see his beard. I mean, I've never seen this defendant before this trial, and it kind of looks like him.
Do you recognize the larger of the two individuals as Defendant Hernandez?
Yes,
Do you recognize the smaller of the two individuals as Defendant Zuazo?
yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Dr. Dan Suazo.
Thank you, Governor. Ms. Diaz, I spoke with you back on December the 17th of last year at the preliminary examination. I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you regarding the testimony you've given here this afternoon. And if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you met Mr. Zuazo one time prior to being asked to identify him in court in 2024 at the preliminary examination. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were, and this is directing your attention to page 95 in the transcript, when you were asked questions initially during...
Counselor, I have much respect for you, but I think it's fairly clear that that's your client in that video.
Your examination about Mr. Zuazo, you said that you didn't have any answer to whether you identified the person who was shown to you on a video that afternoon, the ring video from the Murray's home. Remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, may I approach it? I'm going to direct your attention to page 95 of the preliminary examination transcript, lines 6 through 17. Just read it to yourself, please. And then when you've completed doing that, please let me know. And I'll take it. So you read through all that?
Yes.
All right, now let me just ask you a couple of questions. Does that refresh your memory of what it was that you were asked and how you answered the questions when the preliminary examination was conducted in December of last year?
If it's written down there, I guess that's what I said.
You were able, let me just say, you say, I guess that's what it said. You can see what is written here, correct? And you're able to read and understand what was on page 95, pages, or lines 6 through 17, correct?
Correct.
My question is, does it refresh your memory of being there that day and being asked these questions and giving the answers?
In the courtroom?
Yes.
I was in the courtroom. I can't remember everything because I was very nervous.
Okay. Do you think that this is an accurate transcription of what you had to say that day?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember what I said.
So you have no memory of what you said that day, and this document does not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
I don't remember what I said.
So the answer being this document did not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Well, no, you're saying no. Is what I just told you correct, that it did not refresh your memory?
I don't remember.
Okay, very good. Then I would move to have this admitted, page 95, as a recording of exactly what you said.
Judge, I have no objection if Mr. McCarthy just wants to read into the record from question starting at line 6, but I would ask him to go through line 18. So I don't have to do
that would be very good. And I imagine maybe she saw 18. It's a one-word answer. So these are questions put to you by Mr. Peccato on December 17th of last year. The first question, and did you recognize the second person in those videos as either Yogi or Zuazo? Your answer, I didn't. He was in the back. I don't.
Question. Did you not identify him to my investigator 20 minutes ago as defendant Zuazo? Your answer. Your investigator didn't ask me if I identified Carlos or not. They didn't ask me any questions. They had me watch a video. Question. Okay. Did you recognize I'll ask you one last time, Yogi, in that video? Answer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any answer to that. I don't know. Question. Do you? It's yes or no. Answer. Yes.
Okay.
So now you've read it and now you've heard it out loud. And isn't it true? When you were asked if you were able to make an identification of Mr. Zuazo, you said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any answer to that. I don't know. Your words, right?
Okay.
No, it isn't. Okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
And then Mr. Petrofessa says, do you? It's yes or no. And then you answered yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not okay. I mean, that's what you said,
All right.
correct?
If that's what you're saying, yes.
Well, it isn't just what I'm saying. It's what you said under oath when you were in court on December 17th of last year. You understand that?
I'm going to plead my Fifth Amendment right for your question.
Wait, what?
So, I'm just answering myself here first.
She just said, I plead my Fifth Amendment right. Okay, let's explain. The Fifth Amendment protects you against testifying against yourself. Well, that's part of what it does, but that's what she's doing here. So she's trying to say that she cannot answer the question now because doing so might incriminate her. Well, first of all, you need to do it on advice of counsel. But what's the crime? Is it perjury? Is she trying to say that she's going to perjure herself now, or she did perjure herself then? I mean, that's potentially a Fifth Amendment issue, but what the hell is going on? You can't just say I plead the Fifth so I don't have to answer a question that's going to make me uncomfortable. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna back this up a few seconds. I want to play this at real speed. I want to make sure I understand this question. So he's going back to the preliminary examination, which would have happened last year, a lot closer to the time of the events. And she's saying, I've watched the video and I cannot identify him. But they're talking about the ring camera video. Remember that, because the prosecutor just introduced that very clear video at Lowe's or wherever they were. She's not talking about that because that's new. That wasn't played for her at the preliminary examination. It's played for her for the first time today. So this defense attorney is being clever. He's trying to ask questions as if they were based on that new video, but they're really not. So now he's going through her prior transcripts from a different video, and she says she couldn't remember identifying him.
No.
Yes.
And then Mr. Petrofessa says, do you? It's yes or no. And then you answered yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not okay. I mean, that's what you said,
All right.
correct?
If that's what you're saying, yes.
Well, it isn't just what I'm saying. It's what you said under oath when you were in court on December 17th of last year. You understand that?
I'm going to plead my Fifth Amendment right for your question.
So the question was, do you understand that that was your testimony at the preliminary examination under oath? And she says, I want to plead my Fifth Amendment right. She doesn't want to answer the question of whether or not she understands that that was her testimony.
Okay, so I'm just going to insert myself here for a second. That is what Mr. McCarthy's showing you is a recorded transcription from the court proceeding.
Okay.
So lawyers can use under oath testimony to ask questions about it. So there's nothing inappropriate about what's happening here. I don't know if you're misunderstanding, I think, what's being asked. I think you're just being asked to affirm that you, in fact, did say those things under oath.
If that's what it says, then yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what happened a year
We
ago.
understand. I know you said that quite a bit, but that is what you said under oath because it's transcribed.
I know, lady. You've said that quite a bit.
It's certified by a transcriber. You do agree with that?
Yes.
Right, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, then you would agree also that in the space of however long it took to have Mr. Petrofessa ask his second question, where he says it's yes or no, you change from I don't know of who it is to, yes, it's Mr. Zawaza.
Okay, see, this is getting into that one too many questions thing. I think he should have left it as it was with her. I plead the fifth, the judge giving her instructions, and then she affirms that that's her statement. Stop asking questions, because what I'm concerned about from a defense attorney standpoint is that he's going to ask a little bit more, and then we're going to get to the fact that they're talking about two different videos, and that she wasn't actually testifying to the one that the jury just saw.
Is that right?
If that's what it says, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, let's talk a little bit about the night of the 11th day of October last year. You said something to the effect that it was planned that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter, Amanda Diaz at the time, but now Amanda Diaz Hernandez, were going to leave town. Remember that testimony you gave a few minutes ago?
Right.
And so my question to you is, on that day, October the 10th, or the 11th rather, when you got up that morning, did you understand that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter were going to leave town and go back to Texas on that day?
No, because I didn't talk to my daughter until the afternoon.
Okay, and then you found out in the afternoon. What time was that?
I have no idea, but when I wake up, it's 4:45. I get dressed and have to be to work by 6. There's nobody up in my house at that time but me.
Okay, so you get up at 4:45 a.m.
Yes.
Work, is that correct? And then you get home because you have to be there at 6. Is that it?
Correct.
And you work an 8-hour day?
Yes.
And so somewhere around 2:30 or 2:45, you're back home from work?
Yes.
So whenever this conversation with your daughter took place, it was after 2:45.
Or during the day, I can't remember. I don't know if I spoke to her during the day. I talked to my daughter like 5-6 times a day, every day.
Okay, so when they left, what time was it?
It was at night. I went to bed and they were still packing the car. I have no idea what time they left.
Okay, but you were well aware of the fact that they were leaving. Is that correct? Okay. And that was a bit of a surprise to you that they were leaving so soon?
No, because it's been planned. We're going to leave. Well, we might be leaving this day, might go this day. You know, it wasn't like, okay, we're leaving on this day.
Okay, and they had arrived sometime in August, and then were there for this wedding that was conducted, and then they hung around your place even after the wedding for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And then both of them left at the same time, correct? And your grandson went with them, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and I don't have the answer.
Thank you. Foster Hernandez.
Mr. McCarthy just asked you about when it was that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter came back from Texas. Was it August or do you not remember?
It was like 3 weeks before the wedding.
And when was the wedding?
I believe it's September 8th.
And you had previously testified when Mr. Petrofesta was asking you questions that they actually lived in Katy, Texas. Like they had a home down there. And
What is everyone's thoughts on this witness's hairdo, this flock of seagull hairdo here?
Michigan was no longer their residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason that they came here was for the wedding, correct?
Correct.
The plan was always for them to return to Katy, Texas, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Just very briefly, I know Mr. McCarthy spent some time in discussing with you my questions to you during the preliminary examination, your answers to that, and I think you read the page, I think off of page 95 to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. After I got to talk to you at preliminary examination, kind of like this, Mr. McCarthy got to cross-examine you kind of like this at that point in time also, isn't that correct?
Just like right now?
Maybe not just like it,
Okay.
but kind of like it. He got a chance to ask you questions, right, after I was done.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct everyone's attention to page 102. When Mr. McCarthy was asking you questions, did you not say his question was, are you able to identify the second man to be this individual? The second man
That's it.
to be the individual that you know.
John and Kate +8. That's the hairdo.
Yogi. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that?
Definitely dated.
Yes, that's what I said, yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right. Did you want to cross on that?
I do have one question. So can you explain to both of you juries here how it is that when Mr. Petrofessa asked you that question from page 103, where your answer was yes, you were able to say immediately that that's what it was, and you didn't have to look at the transcript. Can you explain that?
Judge, just
It
one
is the
thing.
wrong page.
No, there's two things I just want to correct. It's page 102, and actually Mr. McCarthy's asking the question, not me.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Petrofessa asking the question right now.
Oh, okay.
It's not, it's argumentative and not relevant, right? It's got points is made, Mr. McCarthy. Anything
Very
else?
good.
Okay.
She can't answer it. That's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Petrofessa, anything else on redirect
No,
them?
Judge.
All right, you may step down, but once you step on the way down, if you need help, let us know. The OIC can help you come down if you need it.
Can this witness be excused?
I have no objection.
All right, she's excused. Raise your hand, I'll get sworn in. Do you swear from the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your name.
Name is Detective Jesse Haglund.
All right, your witness.
Thank you. Can you spell your first and last name for us?
First name Jesse, J-E-S-S-E, last name Haglund.
I know you just said you're a detective, but where are you employed?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
For 7 years.
Okay. And how long have you been a detective at the Sheriff's Office?
I've been assisting the Detective Bureau in Rochester Hills for several, but full-time as a detective for about 3 months.
For about 3 months?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to your appointment with the Sheriff's Office, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
I did.
And where was that at?
I was a police officer in the city of Auburn Hills for 4 years.
So you went from Auburn Hills to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to October 11, 2024. Do you call that date?
I do.
Okay. And on that date, were you one of the officers that responded to the scene?
I was.
Okay. And where were you prior to arriving on scene to the Newcastle address?
I was assigned to Rochester High School as a school resource officer, and I responded when the call came out over the air.
And as school resource officer, why did you respond to that particular incident?
Due to the nature of the incident and its close location to the schools, there was another high school, middle school close by. I started responding to the event. We needed to do anything with the schools.
Right, so you were one of the responding deputies that day? I was. Okay. And then also, were you also involved in the further investigation of this particular case?
I was.
Okay. And did you execute a search warrant at a house in Lincoln Park?
I did.
Okay. And why was the search warrant done for that particular house in Lincoln Park?
That residence was identified as the residence that one of the suspects had been residing in for the past several months.
And do you recall when you executed that search warrant?
It was, I believe, within a couple days of the initial incident in the afternoon.
And did you go there by yourself, or was there other officers with you?
I went along with Detective Weedman and eventually was joined by Lieutenant Delbeck.
Now all I'm going to be able to see is this guy's collar.
And with all three of you guys there?
I apologize. Detective Weedman. I said Weedman.
I know, they're similar.
Yes.
Two different people, the names are similar.
Yes.
Okay. And you went there, and did all three of you guys search the home?
We did.
Okay. And you know, may I approach the witness?
No.
I'm going to hand with the mark 25 A, B, and C.
Is this Josh's house?
Can I?
25?
Yeah, it's not right now. These were brought from evidence today.
Right, so what are they, what were the 25 slide?
25A is a release for damage to property form. 25B is a DTE customer consent release form. And 25C could be called DTE cutouts.
Got it, and you have no objection to those, the admission of those?
No objection.
Further,
Okay. You take a look at these drawings? I can. And at 25A,
More evidence of your crime. You left the forms at your house. You didn't get rid of them.
A, B, and C, do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
These were found in the search of the area of the house that was where.
So if you guys are coming in late, these two guys showed up pretending to be DTE employees, and they had a clipboard with forms authorizing them to enter the home on behalf of DTE, and they faked it all. They didn't work for DTE. So you leave that at your house, those forms?
Where the suspect had been residing.
And where did you find, specifically on 25A, where did you locate that?
This form was located in a trash bag, a plastic bag that had other articles of garbage in it that was tied up sitting on a couch.
And when you located that, was that a significant in your investigation to you at that time?
Yes, these forms were.
And why was that?
Well, 25B, I recognize to be the same form that had been held up to the Ring doorbell. From reviewing the doorbell footage, I recognize this to be the same form, specifically because it also had the blue lining on it, which I could see from the Ring camera footage, as well as the same layout.
Detective, did you review that Ring footage before executing the search warrant?
I did.
And what about 25C that you're holding?
The suspects were reported to be in a DTE vehicle at the scene, and I located these DTE cutouts stuffed underneath the couch cushion in one of the pieces of furniture in the room.
And you gathered those items and brought those to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, these items were tagged in property. These are my initials where I sealed them for entry purposes.
Okay, questions? And some people move to publish these.
Okay.
I don't have questions.
are you gonna publish?
No, publish these. No, they're in here, so we can set them here or show them, give them, hand them to the jury, how they publish.
Let's wait to publish till after.
That's usually, yes, thank you.
Okay, right across the line.
Thank you very much. Dr. Pegler, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants, Judge Wazo. I have a couple of questions to ask you today regarding your testimony. As a part of your, and if I don't make myself clear when I ask you a question, just tell me that and I will rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Part of the work that you did investigating this case was to speak with Mrs. Linda Murray, correct?
On my initial response to the scene, I spoke with Ms. Murray when I asked her from the home to a vehicle.
And then she was in your vehicle, is that correct?
She was not in my vehicle. I placed her in an open squad car outside.
But you talked to her?
Yes.
And when you first got on the scene, she was seated on the front porch, is that right?
I don't recall if she was inside or outside the front porch, but that's where I asked where she was from.
Okay. And you got some information from her. She provided you with information regarding what had happened and descriptions of the people that were involved. Is that correct?
Yes, on a limited basis.
And one of the things that she reported to you was that one person was, she described a Hispanic male with a beard, tall and fat, very fat. Remember her telling you those things?
Yes.
And you put that in quotation marks in the report that you wrote about your interaction with Miss Murray, correct?
Yes.
And then
Fat, very fat. That's always going to stick with this guy now for the rest of his life.
A black male of average height and average weight. That's what you wrote in your report, correct?
Yes.
And when you wrote that report, it was based on the information that you received when you were talking with Mrs. Murray, correct?
Yes.
And the report is dated October 11th, so you wrote that the same day, is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, not right there at that moment, but when it was fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes.
And did you take notes while you were talking with Miss Murray and Mrs. Murray and then make the report, or was this from your memory?
I went off of, I believe, body cam footage and memory.
Okay. Because you reviewed that when you put your report together,
Yes.
is that correct? And can you tell the jury whether it's an important thing to write an accurate report?
Yes, it's extremely important to write an accurate report.
And that's because the information in there refreshes your memory when the time passes between the day that you write something and when you have to testify about it, if that need arises, correct?
Yes.
And so in your review of the reports that you did for your involvement in this case, would you say that the information regarding the descriptions Mrs. Murray gave you regarding each of the two people that came into her home on October 11th is accurate?
It's accurate based on what was given to me.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. What
Yes.
she told you, that's what you wrote down.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's another thing I wanted to ask about, and that is when you were a participant in the search, in the execution of the search warrant at the house in Lincoln Park, where you found the three exhibits, 25A, B, and C, the DTE forms and those cutouts. You said the cutouts were stuffed under a couch. Was that in the upstairs or the downstairs of the residence, if you recall?
No, that was in the area of the residence that had been designated as the suspect's living area.
Okay, and was that upstairs or downstairs? So in the basement?
Yes.
And when you said had been designated as the suspect's residence, how did you get that information?
And that's where we were directed by the homeowner.
Okay, so, and then you found other things that were related to Mr. Hernandez down there besides these DTE documents?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Did you see any other items that were down there that were at all identifiable to belong to Mr. Hernandez?
There was large clothing. I can't speak to having any recollection of seeing anything specific. No.
Okay, when you say large clothing, you mean like size 6X, things of that nature?
Very large clothing.
Very large clothing, male clothing?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and you were directed to that area of the house because you were informed that that's where he had been staying. Is that correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ross Hernandez.
You had described that you arrived on the actual scene. You traveled there from your position at Rochester High School. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you a part of the house or part of the team that was clearing the house?
Yeah, so I think the issue with this shirt, I'm trying to look at it, is obviously the neck is too small. Like he needs a 17 and he's got like a 15 and a half on. And I don't think he has the top button buttoned, and he's using the tie to actually hold it closed. But that's putting a weird strain on the collar, which is causing it to flip up. That's what I think is happening. I've been trying to figure it out.
No.
Had that already taken place when you arrived?
They were coordinating it, I guess you could say.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with Deputy Copeland on that day?
Nothing noteworthy.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a blood swipe on the railing of the wall by the stairs going down into the basement?
No.
You testified that you were then present in Lincoln Park during the search, correct?
Correct.
And you noted in your report that you observed a black glove. Do you remember black glove? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And is that something you seized as evidence?
I did.
And in your report, you stated that that glove looked like something that Carlos was wearing at the scene. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present during the search of Mr. Zuazo's home?
I was present, yes.
And was anything noteworthy found during that search?
Nothing that I personally could testify to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
Having trouble hearing?
I saw this. I did not ask it.
No, you can't ask or no right now, and that's juror 1, 2, 3, 4. Juror C4. I can't ask a question. Only thing right now would be to say you needed a break or you put it here. Either one of those things. Okay. Any redirect?
No, no.
All right. You just have to.
Okay.
No questions allowed. Confirmed by the judge just now. We need more jury questions.
Truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Detective Robert Wigman, Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
All right. Your race.
Good afternoon, Detective. You had some involvement in the investigation in case of why we're here today for trial?
What stupid piece of evidence did these guys leave behind? These are the dumbest criminals that I have seen in a long time.
Yes, sir.
And your name appeared on the witness list, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. Defense counsel has asked me to produce you for today to be questioned. So I'm going to turn you over to Mr. McCarthy so he can ask you questions.
Cross example.
Thank you. Detective, the professor just said my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm representing Mr. Zuazo.
This is not their case in chief, but the defense has asked the prosecutor to call this witness, which is very weird because normally they would just call this witness during their case in chief.
I just have a couple of questions I want to ask you here this afternoon related to your involvement or interviews with Linda Murray in the days, either the day of the incident and the days that passed. And so if I ask a question and I don't make it clear to you what I'm asking, just tell me that and I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Ms. Murray, you interviewed her a couple of times, correct? Or maybe 3 times, I'm not sure.
I can say this. It wasn't just once, it wasn't just twice. It was continuous interactions over the course of probably 7 to 10 days.
Okay. And you wrote a report on October 14th that, at least at that point, said that you had met with her on the 11th, the date of the incident, and you spoke with her while she was in the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then you followed up with succeeding interviews in the days that followed at the home of her son. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And at one point during those interviews, you asked for a description of the people who were involved in the incident at her home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she gave you a description of a person who she said was a Hispanic male that might have been about 6 foot tall. Is that right?
I asked some probing questions to that, and then she later clarified he was approximately the same height as her husband, but definitively not 6'6" and also not 5'6".
Okay. And so it was somewhere in that range, at least above 5'6" and below 6'6" in her mind. That's the way she described you. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then she gave you a description, because I'm sure you were asking the questions, about the second person.
Yes, sir.
And she said that that person had an average height and weight. He was a black male.
That's correct, sir.
All right. There wasn't any specific in the report that you wrote relating 5'8" or 5'10" or anything like that, correct?
It was more of a general description as opposed to a specific one. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. After your involvement in the case, or I should say during your involvement in the case, you prepared at least one report, correct?
I think it was 4.
And on the one that Mr. McCarthy is referencing was dated 10/14. You have a section of your report called Summary of Combined Interviews with Linda Susan Murray. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in that report, am I fair to assume that you kind of compile all the information that you've received from her up until that point?
That's true.
Okay. And in that report, would you agree with me that you described a scenario of exactly what she told you happened from when these two individuals came to her house and then left her house?
It's general statement, yes.
Okay. And is it true that in your report, you detail Linda telling you that all 3 people, including Mr. Murray, Mr. Zuazo, and Mr. Hernandez, go downstairs at some point in time?
That is true.
Okay. And then you put in your report, a short period of time goes by, and Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you then remember writing that the large Hispanic suspect then asked Linda, where's the jewelry and where's the money?
What was
Let's
that?
begin again with that sentence, just for the record. You wrote that Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember writing that?
Yes, ma'am.
You then write the large Hispanic suspect, then asks Linda, where's the jewelry? Where's the money? Linda states she tells this suspect that the only money in the house is either in her.
All right. So now you got to put your money where your mouth is. You got to get up here and propose a defense or some sort of argument for why these 2 guys are innocent.
Her purse or in her husband's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You then wrote that Mr. Hernandez asked her if there was any money, if there was any other money in the house, and Linda explained that Mr. Murray technically usually keeps money in his pocket and no longer uses a wallet.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you write in your report that Mr. Hernandez continued to go through her purse and take her money, also took her car keys and her cell phone, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, ma'am.
You then write the black suspect then comes upstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in your mind, there was a period of time between Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo coming up the stairs based on what you put in this report, correct?
That was the version of
I was going to say like they were actually employees of DTE and the guy tripped and fell in the basement. But I still had a hard time with the whole like taping up the wife scenario. They did it to themselves. But I like the milkshake better. He was coerced with the milkshake. That might be, there was a not guilty by reason of insanity via a Twinkie defense. Like the sugar high from the Twinkie caused this guy to go insane. That was an actual defense that I think worked actually. He could go with the milkshake defense.
Guns relate to me by Wendy, yes.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
No, you're right.
I think you detective, you step down.
For this witness to excuse?
Milkshakes and Krispy Kreme. Wasn't Krispy Kreme involved in this case somehow? They stole her junk drawer. I know. How do we defend against the stealing of the junk drawer that was found in his car down in Louisiana? Twinkie defense sounds reasonable. I mean, that's the only defense I can go with for big boy. We could still go with an identity issue actually for little guy. Outside of that one video at a store, which doesn't place him at the crime, there's nothing really identifying that guy.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Except his DNA is in Fat Man's truck on a mask on a whatever the white COVID mask. So his DNA is there, and his DNA is in the basement, I think, too. So there's that. DNA is junk science. Just Twinkie defense for both of them. Twinkie defense for both of them, and we can get them acquitted.
Okay, please be seated. Are you terrified that you don't get a break? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the testimony for your portion is going to be done for the day. All right, so we are actually going to excuse you for the rest of the day a little bit earlier than we typically got out, based on what.
See, so this is the bifurcated thing, trial thing. So one of the juries, I don't know which one is going home, so they're going to have continued testimony for only one of the defendants going forward. Very interesting.
I think is going to happen. I think we'll probably have you back to be safe and not have you sit in that jury room for longer than necessary at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All right, so you are free to go and return at 9 a.m. There's a caveat here. You're going to be taken back into your jury room, and you're going to have to wait until you are allowed to leave. So that might take about 5 or 10 minutes before you're actually allowed to leave. When you are excused, I need you to physically leave the building. Okay, so I don't want anyone sticking around for any purpose. Is there any reason anyone would want to be sticking around? All right, okay, so I won't see you then again until tomorrow morning at 9. All right, thank you.
All right, the jury, please.
Remember, don't Google the judge. Don't email the judge. Don't Google any information about the case. Oh, hello, you missed it. Half the jury has been Googling stuff about the case. One juror sent the judge an email about how he was being mistreated by his handlers because he couldn't change his shirt. The jury is just insane in this case. So is that defendant now going to leave the room?
All right, so let's just make sure that we're holding the doors for the jury. Can you message everyone in the back and make sure that's being done?
And Judge,
yes.
just for the record, we've had this discussion, just the logistics at the bench, but regarding Mr. McCarthy wanting to be present for the next witness, needing his client to be present for the next witness, he's agreed that they do not need to be present for the next
What
witness.
witness is going to be called?
That is going to be the detective regarding the interview down south. So that's going to be Detective Wendell Smith.
And is that the only witness that we intend on having today?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you would talk to your client about his right to be here and listen to that and be a part of it, and you guys both decided you don't need to be here for it.
We do not want to be present. That is a statement that, we always will have 2 juries. It's that statement. So we
Fair enough.
don't need to be here for that.
All right, so then have a good evening, and I will.
Okay, so this is why. So little man's jury is getting dismissed because this testimony or this interview, I've heard rumors, is Fat Man being interrogated by the police down south, and he tries to put all the blame on little man. So that's why they bifurcated the jury, because little man's not talking, so it's not a hearsay exception. They don't want his jury to hear it.
See everyone then back tomorrow morning. I also just want to indicate to the sheriff's department, although I've told those jurors to leave for the day, my fear is that one would come through the front door because they need to ask me a question or something. Can we be double checking on anyone who's coming to the courtroom that they're not a seated juror? Okay.
This judge is so concerned with the jurors going rogue because half of them have already. She's like, we need to get these juries under control.
And then just for the record, I know that this video that will be played is roughly an hour and 10 minutes. I think if we're indicating they did not intend to listen to all of it today, we may have to.
Yeah, let's just see how it goes.
Oh, hour and 10 minutes of interrogation. We'll see how this goes.
And either way, your process is tomorrow. That's what we have to do. That's their first step. Okay.
No one has done 3 witnesses tomorrow.
That's with the medical examiner not tomorrow.
Yes.
We're not always idiots.
You're okay. Take it
Just the ones that can't somehow get out of jury duty, right?
And Judge, just so that there is a record of it, the video that's going to be played, which is Mr. McGarrow's witness and Ms. Lofton's witness, there were redactions done to it. Those redactions were done by some request from Ms. Lofton, and then others are by agreement. Ms. Lofton has been provided already a copy of that video that's going to be played. So when it's played, everyone already has agreed that what's about to be played is admissible, and there shouldn't be any issues with what's played on both sides of the breach.
But like I said, there's the ones that can't figure out a way out of jury duty.
Good. And although we are not going to have McCarthy and Mr. Zuazo at council table, I would suggest remaining where you are, Ms. Lofton, just so that there's no appearance in front of the jury that there's some type of movement for any reason. Is Mr. Zuazo down? Okay, so then if he's down, then we can let McCarthy's jury go.
Wait for 1 minute more. I can get out of the elevator. That way I won't run into it.
You gotta go quick.
I am moving as fast as I can. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. You too.
That attorney is so excited to be done for the day. This guy sang like a canary. I haven't seen this at all. I'm excited. Yeah, Judge Valentine that was handling Megan Yamirowicz's case. She's good. I like that judge. I have a hearing in front of her next week.
All right. Oh, you can go in here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, please be seated. People in the next one.
People call Detective Wendell Smith.
I might slow this down to watch it in normal speed. We'll see how it goes. See if it's going to be recorded through a potato or not.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you want to stand that witness stand, watch your step, raise your right hand, and I'll get you sworn. If you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Wendell Smith. Yeah. First name and last name for the record, please. WENDELL SMITH. Where you employed at? The Oak County Sheriff's Office. And what's your title with the Sheriff's Office right now? I'm a detective with the Rochester Hills substation. How long have you been a detective? About 2 years. And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment? I worked road patrol for 3 years. And was it out of the Rochester Hills substation? Very good substations. Okay, one of them was Rochester Hills. Okay. And prior to your appointment with the Sheriff's Office, any other law enforcement experience? I was a Detroit police officer for 4 years. Okay. And detective, were you involved in the investigation of the homicide that occurred on October 11th in Rochester Hills? I was. Okay. And as part of your involvement, were you assigned to go down to Cato Parish, Louisiana? I was. And how were you told to go down there? We flew down there. Okay. And when you say we, who was that? I went with one of my partners, Detective Weedman. Okay. And why did you go down there? I believe they had evidence that was taken when Mr. Hernandez was arrested, and we were also informed that Mr. Hernandez wished to speak with us. Okay. And so, do you recall what day it was that you flew down there? I believe it was the 17th of what month? October. Okay. So you and Detective Wigan go down to Cato Parish on the 17th of October? Yes. And it was fair to say one of your responsibilities was to collect the evidence that the Cato Parish detectives secured from that stop.
line right
Yes.
is
And did you
tell him
transport
his
that
due.
back to Oakland County Sheriff's Office? Yes. Okay. And did you guys fly back or drive back? We drove back.
About an hour from me.
When you say we, it'll be you and Detective Wigan? Yes. Okay. And
Hour
also,
and a
while you were
half.
down in Cato Parish, did you interview Mr. Hernandez? Yes. Okay. And that person you interviewed down in Louisiana that you knew to be Mr. Hernandez, that person in courtroom today? Yes. Could you please point to him, identify him by something he's wearing? Gentleman right here in the blue shirt. Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, people are going to move to admit and to publish at this time the jury People's Exhibit 14, which is the interview of Mr. Hernandez.
And are you identifying for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, may the record reflect the inquiry that made it today.
The record reflect the witnesses identified with Hernandez. And there's no objection to the admission of this exhibit. What number is that? 14. 14. Did you also no objection? 14.
Oh, I thought you were there now.
And was this interview recorded? It was. And,
Now I'm disappointed.
Who conducted that interview? Was it you or Mr. Weedman? Or Detective Weedman? Detective Weedman was the primary interviewer, and I sat in with him.
My name's Ted Whitman, Detective Smith. Well, nice to meet you. We both work for Oakland County Sheriff's Office in Rochester Hills. We're here today. I want to introduce ourselves, and we were told that you might want to talk to us, and as a result, we sure up talk.
They gave him a parachute to cover himself with because he was cold.
But we're on that position right now. They'll probably get with you next week. They'll probably sometime next week. What kind of questions do you have for us? Did you guys arrest the other dude? We have more than one person in custody, yes. More than one person. Yeah.
Did you arrest the other dude? That was his first question.
I'll let you answer. I'll leave that as an open-ended question or open-ended answer. Why am I taking all the heat on this shit when I shouldn't be? Well, before we talk, so we were told that before that you didn't want to talk to police. Is our understanding that that's changed? You now want to talk to us? Okay, and then you've never met us before. Nobody's promised you anything to talk with us. Okay, you're doing this on your own free will. Yes, sir. Okay, right. And you understand that Miranda, because you made certain statements in the past, applies to a certain extent. We would not be here if you didn't ask to see us. Forever. All right. Do you want to speak with us and give a statement on this today? Yeah, I'll talk to you for a minute. Right.
Yeah, I'll talk to you all for a minute.
Yes, sir. We're going to point out the show this before we start. All right. Let's talk about your background real quick. All right. State your full name for me. Carlos Hernandez. All right. Give that name. Go later. What's your date of birth? 12/11/1986. All right. Where are you from? Detroit, Michigan. All right. Were you born there? Born someplace else? I was born there. You're born there. All right. I was living in Texas just recently. All right. How long have you lived in Texas for? Just almost a year. All right. Let's talk about your background. You go to school, you graduate high school, you got a GED, can you read and write in English? Yes, sir. Do you have any college school or any extra? Look at that after that. What do you have? I got CDL, I've got a certified paralegal certificate, and I got a degree in business management. Where'd you get your legal for it from? Where'd you get it for? Where'd you get it for? What's that?
Wait. Oh, parts are redacted. That's right.
Let me just pause it for a minute, just to provide explanation and instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that you can't hear the audio, that's intentionally done. If you can't hear it, you're not supposed to. Okay? All right, go ahead.
Well, how much? Why don't we just
So I
cut
started
this?
working as a machine operator, and then I got my CDL, which led me to own loans on my trucks. Okay. All right, what kind of medical issue you got? Just that. Honest answer. All right, so what's that? Have you ever been diagnosed with any sort of psychological issue? Yeah. What have you been diagnosed with? Being schizophrenic? You're schizophrenic? Yeah. All right. You on your medication right now?
Schizophrenic?
I haven't taken it in quite a while, and I've been managing my symptoms, so I don't want to take it. I feel like it hurts me more than it helps me. All right. So let's talk about it a little bit. When were you diagnosed as schizophrenic? Oh shit, 37 now, so over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. What medication did they ask you to take at that point? I was on Seroquel, just a hang up. I wasn't on them. I just you stopped taking them. So the obvious questions that come up long term, right? You've been diagnosed as schizophrenic. How can we trust the statement you're making right now? Like, hey, so I guess there's this, right? A handful of easy questions. What year is it? Who's the president of the United States? Well, right now, Biden. All right. And how many quarters make it out? 4. All right. So we're trying to think of other ways to engage. Like, so listen, yeah, I understand what you're saying about the medication. Don't worry, I'm like everything I said to you or everything I talked to you about, it's gonna be good. Like I've been off.
This is not going to get annoying.
Is if I am having issues with my mental health where I can't personally manage it, I know what to do. All right. So you're a paralegal, you can read and write English. You know you're talking to the police right now.
He's a paralegal.
I mean, kind of, because I've never actually talked to the police before. Not in this kind of setting. All right. Not where I'm aware of this and you guys are aware of that, but outside of this, yeah, I've heard you guys all the time with it. But ultimately speaking, you run your own company, you own local trucks. Yeah. All right. Do you have any other questions about that specifically? I mean, I trust your judgment on this one. Like, there's no reason not to the way you're explaining it. All right. Let's go over this Miranda real quick. You want me to read it out loud? Or you want to read it out loud? I'll read it. All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and have him with you during the proceeding. You cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you, free of any cost to you before any question if you wish. So, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna fill out some of this. Ashley, is Carlos correct? Yes. Can you do me a favor, print your name? Legislatively, that's legislatively first, middle, last, right there. And then at time good. 3:15. And then it's 17th of October. All right. Before you sign it, a quick follow-up question. Do you understand the rights you just read? Yeah. Do you want to speak to me? Yeah, I want to talk to you. I know you might believe I'm going to tell you something that, yeah, I want to talk to you, but, all right? But I just want to make sure, like, I don't want this to come back and say you didn't understand your rights or anything else, because that does really matter. I'm going to tell you I'm not going to talk to you about the crime. I got a couple questions I want to ask you. I'm not going to talk to you about the crime until I can have a prosecutor sit in front of me. Okay? All right, so what I need for you to do, sign right here.
I'm not going to talk to you about the crime that I clearly did not commit, even though I'm going to talk to you about it.
So ultimately speaking, you don't want to talk about anything that happened. I mean, I may, but all right, hold on, man. Like, here's the deal. This is kind of going to be a quick protocol on our end. I'll answer questions when you're answering questions. Other than that, we're not just here to divulge everything that's in our investigation. That's not what we're here for. All right, so you go, I go. Back and forth. All right, so here's the deal. So there's no prosecutor here today. There's not going to be one here today. It's you and me, you and them. That's it. So let me ask you this. If I tell y'all something, no matter what, this kid could potentially bite me in the ass. Yes, so I understand that. What I'm asking you is if I talk to y'all, is it gonna help you with the prosecutor? We can't make any promises. I mean, ultimately speaking, right? You're gonna have to weigh this under your own judgment. And the way you kind of have to look at this is, there are two frames of thought here. It's either number one, you're responsible for this, and quite honestly, you're eating me out to be a monster. I'm what will you tell them? I've seen it. Everybody I've talked to tells me. And so you're playing the game of, I know what happened. I have a story to tell. And I'm happy. Listen, I learned more than I know. I got fucking see what I did. I made sure, because I kind of had an idea, so I made sure I checked an insurance policy.
Insurance policy?
So, all right. Tell me about this insurance policy. You got my phone? Nothing I don't have possession of. There's a whole recorded conversation in there. A whole recorded incident in there. Recorded. When you say incident, what is that? There's a video in there. What y'all making me out to be, I didn't do, man. What they're making me out to say I didn't do. I didn't do it. I got proof I didn't do it. You been in my car yet? Take that black bag out my car.
But you don't even know what they're.
Okay. I'm telling you, push it one. What happened that led up to all this? Oh, I know. Like, this is not just the day of. This is weeks of planning. It's not even weeks of planning, but I'm telling you what happened. It was no.
So the night or the next day that this happened, the guy who made the sign had contacted them. The neighbor had contacted them. The mother-in-law had spoken to them. So the police knew just about everything before they sat down with this guy.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, they had already gone through his car.
What'd your wife know about all this? Sure didn't know shit. That's not entirely true. At some point she knew.
Except she's on video.
Before what Charles said, the one where you guys were stopping, you were taken into custody. At some point, she knew something. Shit, right? It's me right after. Yo, we gotta go. It's time to go home. Pack car, let's go. I mean, she had to have a reaction. Your mother-in-law had to have a reaction. Your family, they were like, what the fuck, why? And I told her, like, I didn't tell her, like, oh, this. I'm like, just do what I tell you. When I tell you to do something, let's go get the fuck out of here now. My mother-in-law was shit, like, crying why, what happened? My mother, why? What's going on? Like, we have to go home. And we went home. You had 12 plus hours in that car together. A lot of time talking. I won't talk to her about stuff like this because I don't want her involved in stuff like this. This is not what she's. Amanda's a good girl. She comes from a good family. She's from the suburbs. She don't deal with shit like this. So I don't want her involved in shit like this. And she also.
You made sure that she wasn't involved with shit like this. By that statement, you are implicating yourself.
Before the traffic stop. And we know that because we can see the photos that came over on her phone. What do you mean?
Hey, Guy
She was told by multiple members of your family and her family. Yeah. Well, we were driving home. Yeah. She had to have questions. And I wouldn't answer her questions. Honestly, God, I wouldn't answer her questions because I didn't want her to have to be stuck in the middle of this. The whole time she's bugging me. Carlos, what happened? I'm like, man, just stop. And in the car, I was just telling him, our family was the best thing that ever happened to me, but when we stop, I'm going to let him take me.
She doesn't know anything about this. She just keeps asking me what happened. So then she knows something happened, so she doesn't know nothing.
If you guys look at the stuff I didn't try to run, but she also had a kid in the car, man. You couldn't help that kid in the car. Believe it or not, that G-Fast, I could have did the police, but that's just bullshit. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't going to try. For the record, we had that conversation. We know that she was faster than most police cars. Yeah, I could have got away from the police in that Jeep, but I didn't want to try it. You have a kid in the car, you can't try the kid in the car. Even if he
I
wasn't
gave
in the car,
myself up.
It was just me and her. I was still stopping because I knew, like, where am I going to run? So I'm going to go home, and I'll be sitting on my front porch waiting on me. But then I get home and you're there, okay? Even if you're not, you will be. I risk everything when she will still have the business running, and I lose everything when I still have family to take care of. So she's still going to be able to run our business. She's still going to be able to do what she has to do. And okay, I'm gone. I'm probably going to be gone for the rest of my life, but take care of him. That's kind of it's a big decision. Why did you still have a bag in the back of the car? Insurance. What was going to find in his bag? What is so important about his bag that makes it an insurance policy? It's going to basically tell you who did what.
So he kept the evidence of their crimes for insurance purposes, so that if he went down, the other guy went down. You know that doesn't help you, right? You both just go away.
The people in custody, and it's we have who? Joshua Suezo. It's going to tell you who did what. So, I'd rather start from the beginning on this, man. If Joshua was the killer.
All right, I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
And this is where I need the prosecutor. When I start getting into the questions, that's why I need the prosecutor. That's fine, you're right, because I'm looking at natural life for something I didn't do, right? Then in that case, I want the question that addresses public safety today, right now. The victim had a gun when we went downstairs. What happened to that gun? That's a good question. I never had a gun. Somebody else had a gun. What they did with the gun, I have no idea. I believe it was sold, but I never had a gun. I know you called it an insurance policy, but it kind of does you in like it does him. No. I mean, even if it does, listen, which other making look like I am on TV? I'm not that. If you're not that, tell me what you are. This is kind of an opportunity here, right? If you don't want to be portrayed as that, tell me how you want to be portrayed. That's the person I am, bro. I love my family. I was trying to take care of my family. I'm trying to, like, I love my family. Like my mother, my sister, my brother, my grandmother, I love my family. I'm a family-oriented person. And I'm not a monster. I know it sounds like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm a monster, but I'm not a monster. Fine. But I get on behind here. Right from the beginning. It's a 50-50 shot, right? One of you guys is more responsible for killing that victim than another. Yes. Just by like chance, that's always going to be every time you do one of these. The robberies, going into the homes. We found several other addresses. Was the plan to do more than that? No, so that was just, you're going to find it because it was burnt, but it was just a type of thing that they made that looked like if you were going to, that there was other inspections. There was no possibility of going aware of. How did you pick out those houses? Well, two of them are. The last one is not. Maybe they were past neighbors or something, I don't know, but I know it was all related to that. But there was never any ideas of, oh, let's go here, none of that. How do you identify that house? His own. Just somebody gets address. They tell you how and why. What do you mean how why? Why that house? Why that address? It's another question that I asked for a prosecutor.
What are you guys talking about in chat? What is this?
When the prosecutor said in front of me.
Ed Gain?
Listen, I know I got any time, but anything under 20 years, I say experience. Usually when I have those conversations.
No.
Years right now, I'll sign every insinuating, but other than that, some questions I only ask for them. What I would say is I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I know for a fact it wasn't me. I proof it wasn't me either. It could wait till the trial to come out or come up to a prosecutor. It doesn't matter, but it wasn't me. Is there more than one crew doing the same thing? Was that prosecutor at again? Okay.
Where's that prosecutor at again?
I want to hesitate on that, right?
He wants to cut a deal with the prosecutor to give up his buddy. It's not going to happen.
There. Is there more than one crew? Straight up, yes or no? You got to tell me who. Is there more than one crew? I'm sure it is. There sure is. Is this something that is a greater ring? Because if we're going to have this conversation, let's talk around it without talking about it, right? Are we talking 2? Are we talking 5? Are we talking 10? Well, there's like 2 other groups. When they're doing it, are they doing it the same way you are, minus the death? Or is there a different way? There's different ways they're trying it. You want to talk about any of those ways? Because I know more than a couple of them. I'm vetting this to know whether this is bullshit or not. They're trying to hit the extended Wi-Fi. They're trying with AT&T. There's multiple ways they're trying. Is this word of mouth that's being passed around how this is done, or is this essentially dispatch, so to speak? And it's a bill that's figuring out different ways to possibly it means I try like this. What other kind of trucks have you seen? I actually seen an AT&T truck. Like they actually have a real truck. Do you know where that one happened at? No, I'm not. Do you know if it actually happened? Actually, I don't know if it actually happened. Tell me how you know Joshua Shoso. I've been looking to do this for kids. My kid lived a couple blocks over from me. All right, so if we're talking people, what does Josh do? He does cement. I understand he does cement. What else does he do other than cement? Because this is, if he is the killer here and this got out of control in that basement in some way, this is probably not the first thing. And this might be the first time he's committed murder. But you don't just do this out of nowhere. There was no question though. I've been on that boost for kids, man. And I know he's probably giving you a statement on me and telling you some things about me, but I can't control it. Like I said, I know I have to go away. It would be better if I was able to talk in front of the prosecutor. Which one there? And that's fair. But to get the prosecutor in the room, I think I'll give you something that's worth getting a prosecutor in the room with the other ones. Let's talk about exactly what those things are. Lay it off on me. With the AT&T truck, with the way they're trying it as Xfinity, as AT&T, who's that? Yeah, you got that? You're good. But yeah, I do. And there's a reason why I'm setting it up this way, because if we have this conversation now, it sets up now, and you want to have this conversation.
This guy knows shit about shit. He's playing like he's like there's this whole operation, like a ton of people are doing this thing, and he's got all the inside information. He wants to make a deal. He's full of shit.
Later. That's fine, but when that time comes, these are the things we're discussing and these are the things we expect. All right, if that's the case, full explanation of what happened in the house. You give me a phone call, everything you want to know. I want to know who's responsible for that pickup truck. You guys burned it in Detroit. Listen, man, I'm not asking. It was burned in Detroit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure it was. All right. I want to know where that came from. I want to know more about where all this DTE paperwork came from. The same person that gave you ideas. What does he receive in return if I think a cut? Can you prove the cut? Yes, I can. I told you I had an insurance policy. Again, do you understand why I'm asking that? Because at this point, right here, I'm looking at a conspiracy charge. We're not here. Only if you're not good. What is the cut? So what it is, like say we was to come out with a box of jewelry, he would take his pick on certain items. And if we came out with money, we would give him a portion of the money. There's 3 pieces of jewelry on that pick. Still should have been 3 pieces of jewelry. There's no significant ones missing. I don't have contact with him, so I don't know what he had, like, other than talking to him. I have no other contact with him, the night I talked to him, that was it. When did you figure out the victim was dead in the basement? When I was sitting at home scrolling my phone. How did you see it? Where did you see it? I think I seen it on Instagram. As a result of that, was there a conversation with Joshua over the phone or by text message? Did I FaceTime him? I think I FaceTime him. I got in my car. Went there. That conversation with the prosecutor happens. We had a conversation. I said a few things to him, and I left. He went home. Didn't tell you what his plan was.
The best part is he's saying all this stuff because he's trying to put the blame on little man and trying to cut a deal with the prosecutor to put the blame on little man and other people. And little man's attorney or jury isn't even watching this. They got it completely stricken from little man's jury. They went home already. So this is just for him and his jury. What a fool. This is why you don't talk. I mean, they had enough before this to convict him. But still, you don't talk.
What did he say? What did he say about me? He was afraid of him. What? Really? Are you serious? He's afraid of putting you on your people when you and him in this family. He really said that? That's crazy. What else is that? The new interview? I don't know it. I know. All right. Man, I can't wait for the prosecution.
How long after the incident did you have this conversation? You had a FaceTime with this
What they did that? I don't know, I was in there scrolling, and literally right after I looked at my phone, seen it, I'm like, I don't know. You sent my phone? Did you ever send screenshots? What you were looking at to him? I don't remember. He gave me any sort of reaction. Oh, yeah. Like, fuck, basically. Was that because you found out, or because you believe he just found out the first time? Maybe because we both just found out for the first time. Fair answer. Did you see what I'm asking there, right? Do you think he withheld that from you? I believe he did. I can't get over this dude saying he just framed me up. He slept in my fucking house. They got the same place as me. It's my mom. Everyone has a game to play at this point. He's played his. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait for that to go to the phone. There's the next one, man. We will eventually, within a month or two, have access to your phone. It takes a little time. If I get at this point, I'll let you fucking pass out. If that's something you want to give us. I'm literally sitting here thinking about it right now. I'm literally thinking about it right now. If there was a question in mind, are we ever going to get our team back? My understanding is yes. No. That I don't have a specific answer for. So there's two different things happening here. Like you said, you can answer our question on what building work you have into. That is a decision that's to be made between my sergeant, my lieutenant back in Michigan, and the command staff here locally. I have no reason to believe, I have not been led to believe in any way, shape, or form by anyone involved that is not going back to your life. There's no reason for us to keep it. It was not used in the crime. As soon as they're done processing and everything they want on a search warrant, it's over. We don't need it anymore. It goes back to her. So she's going to have to come all the way over here to pick it up. Is she here in town right now? Is she in Michigan or is she in Texas? All right, she went home. We're selling the rest of our cars and I gotta get a good lawyer. And $10,000 isn't gonna buy me a good lawyer.
Yeah, you ended up with a public defender, sir.
What do you buy for $50,000?
Which is a good one.
Yeah, we still up. You understand what I'm asking though? Yeah, I buy, hopefully it's in your sentence. At least one or two of you guys can have to do significantly more time than that. I won't be me. You'll see. In my mind, I want to make sure you know what you're fighting for here and what's at stake. We've talked about it already. You want to be that good family man. You want to respect your peers. You want people to know you're not a monster. That's what we're doing here. Man, all you got to do is go back and look at our histories. It is really mine. You gonna see I've been working. Been busting my ass working 16-hour shifts in the fucking steel plant. So, owning my own business, everything's been legit. What steel plant you show that? Should I work at Hercules Roll Steel, Easy Steel? Or is that in Livonia? Okay. And then I first started at, I can't remember the name, but now I'll be stuff in my mind. But it's in, right with this small steel plant. But I started there. Then I learned everything I had learned. And then I went to Even Steel, Hercules Roll Steel, and I stayed there. And this happened. Steel went through the top of my hand. Believe it or not, it barely touched me. And it's just so sharp because we were running a flat steel sheet, and it was my hand barely touched it. I was going to measure it to make sure it was the right size. Just made me pull my whole hand off. Artery split in half, and I have something like that. I did metal pouring prototyping during the recession. I was working part-time in the sheriff's department, and I was pouring prototype Kirkside products for Pumper Stamps. So I was doing sand casting and metal pouring. And when I cleaned out the auger became fucking loose and it embedded itself in my finger. Man, she did a pretty fucking good job managing me up on that one. My hand got stuck in that fucking machine. And it was just enough where it got traction on something else and didn't keep on tearing through my hand. Yes, I can't even make a whole fist. My tendons won't allow me to make a whole fist. See, all I did was crack the bone, and then went straight down to the bone. I never finished physical therapy. I had to go back to work. Like, my bills can't say, hey, I'll catch you later. Can't help you right now. I had to go back to work. You're right. That is the toughest job I've ever done in my entire life, with the most exposure to like, just nasty shit. Yeah, I want to come out there spitting up black shit and wasn't good. All the stuff that was in that sand we were pouring, making those prototypes out of, all that shit was completely toxic. Everything was carcinogen. Yeah. But, yeah. I'll see a doctor and say, this is as good as I get my fist closed. And feel it. Yeah, I can't get my fist closed. My tendons just, I can't go back to work. I couldn't take the time off of work for physical therapy. I needed to work. But when I realized my hand isn't going to be what I needed to be to keep working in the steel, I paid to get my CEO. And then I started hitting the road. Actually, I did hit the road right off the gate. I was hauling cars, moving around. And then I was like, should I make more money going over the road? Went over the road, save my money, save my money, save my money. I got my trucks. So there was some paperwork in the car. And that paperwork was some death certificates and some bank statements from my uncle, credit union, Mr. Uncle. How are you guys related? From my grandmother, her mother was related to them. And so what is a family tree? So it's my great grandmother, basically me and him, I took care of him. Okay, but it was like his mother and I think my great grandmother, I was like from my grandmother Dolores. Is it maternal or paternal? Maternal, all right. But they were just all related. And I took care of them. I went over, I fed them, some clothes. What's the name attached to that? Suero? Yeah, that's the one, yeah. You know, like he just had a heart attack, his heart gave away on him. I was a little concerned when I first saw that. I just sat there and I was like, did you steal people's death certificates? What is this stuff? I don't know, well, great uncle, but you gotta take care of him forever. Make sure he ate. And when he couldn't do his stuff, I watched him. I know about that. But again, it's family. Like if my family member needs me, I'm there. See, the news don't see that side of it. When you guys release this, hopefully you release that part. I'll take care of fucking other woman. I'm not asking these questions for no reason. But yeah, what I think this entire case did, at a baseline level, you took a whole bunch of people, your partner took a whole bunch of people on the north end of Rochester, and you put the absolute fear and death in them, because all of them can empathize with the victim and go, that could have just easily been me as that guy. I can empathize with the victim, that could have been me. I think I probably know the answer to this already. Why the husband and not the wife? What do you mean by not both? It was never supposed to happen. What do you mean by not both? I'm trying to know it was never supposed to happen. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I think you just admitted.
It's supposed to happen, bro. Because I'm supposed to believe the other guy's a monster. Why does he keep loving that her too? It was never supposed to happen. Why do you guys leave so quickly? What do you mean? You guys run the house for 20 minutes. I never said I was there the same day. Now you put me somewhere I never agreed to say I was there. Doesn't mean I know you were there. Face on camera, voice on camera, more camera, ring it up. The second day, whole days. Oh, I ain't going on. I don't want to be there. It was never supposed to, like, when I tell you, when he came up to me and started talking to me, he's like, we gotta go now. Like, if you ask her, she was never put in no findings until he came upstairs.
She never had a line zone. Another thing. So the one interview that I did with all this was with the wife. You know what fucked her up in the hospital when we got to that part of the story? Is she paused and hesitated and she wrote down, and it was, I can't believe I didn't see it. I can't believe I didn't recognize it. If we really had a gas emergency, why wouldn't, after we refused entry the night before, why wasn't the fire department or police department called out? I should have recognized it right then and there if I would have known I wasn't even be alive. Can't believe you messed with it. Why did you take no for an answer the night of? The door was open. It was at night. The houses are 100 feet apart door to door. You could have walked right through. Didn't want to be there at night. So, yeah, just the one was supposed to happen. Did you fight back? You had to ask him. You said him. Thank you. That's another question for the prosecutor. But did she tell you that she sat there without any kind of tape on her or nothing on her? Until he came back upstairs? She bounced back and forth on a series of events. She said she got hit in the face. She said she got taped up by her hands and by her ankles. I think one of her mouth as well. Nothing ever happened to her, so she came back upstairs. Who hit her in the face? I don't think her car being hit. The entire one side of her face. It's all black and blue. Yeah, her car being hit. You remember seeing blood on Joshua inside the house? Yeah. You talk about that in the car? I don't know. Started stolen cell phones. What's stolen cell phones? We don't have any good cell phones. I'll shut the phone down freeway somewhere, man. When you guys left, what route did you take? I think it came out on sneak peeks under the D. Took that straight up to here around, 75. Do you remember the phone got thrown? Is there any sort of landmark on the side of the road? Any running out? What that is? We throw out, man. You don't want. We still in the ship. Yeah. The car keys to the Infinity. Oh no. Oh, right. All cars are still there, right? Well, this is inside the car keys, which made us question whether we had a robust account that it's the only car. The van is still wondering that too. It's going to cost probably $500-$600 to get a car key, something like that. To get a car key, it's just, I don't know, give them a place of ignition too. I can't remember what they told me that was potentially going to cost. But it's a new file, new complete key.
I'm going to skip ahead of time.
I would figure with the guys, because our guys are paid by the country herself, or paid by the kind of prosecutors also, when they pay for that tradition. Who they contract to do it with, whether it be the U.S. Marshals, whether it be us, if it would be us, that's no guarantee. And whether that's a plane ride, whether that's a bus, whether that's a car, I don't know. I mean, my concern here, dude, if I had to transport myself, and two of our bosses, and then they're going to talk to their bosses. We're going to hang out with them and talk to another group at the sheriff's department and the prosecutor's office, and they're going to make those decisions away from us. Is the message getting relayed? Yes, the message is going to be relayed. Absolutely. That's all I said. That's all I know. And it's looking on my plate. It's not at my house. All right. All right, what? Any more questions? You have one? About how much longer will my car? That has to be answered for, because it's not us. There's bosses that are in charge of that, but I don't expect, the moment it's not needed, I don't see why they would hang on to it. All right. The message will be relayed.
I wonder if they're still hanging onto the car.
Won't fuck it over. All right. We have a job to do here. Everything that we talked about here is eventually going to go in front of a prosecutor for them to review. They're going to make their decision. All right. I have no control after it's submitted to them. All right. I appreciate you, sir. Yes, sir. More lies. It's usually more lies. How was it here, by the way? I've only ever worked with one jet. Fucking horrible. I want to go back to Michigan. It's not different.
He wants to go back to Michigan. What is he? He is wearing a look. At the camera shook when he got up, like the gravitational forces moved. That's amazing. Like a concrete floor.
Yeah.
You said all the wrong things, sir.
Was it the only time I spoke to the defendant? Yes. After this interview, the desire to do is that you want to grab the evidence that was given to you and head back to Michigan. Yes. Did you transport Mr. Hernandez? No.
Okay, all right, so we start cross-exam, it's 5 p.m., so I'm gonna let you go for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna ask you to be back tomorrow, 8:30 a.m., okay? Anticipate a full day, okay? Thank you. All right, agree.
All right, that is the end of that. We have day 3 now. We are on to day 3. Day 3. Close this down. Bring this up. Let's see. There we go. Honestly, jail in Louisiana versus jail in Michigan. He knows what he's about. Yeah. All right. Let's get closed captioning. Let's get speed going. All right. We got 9 more hours to go. 9 more hours to go. They're getting all situated. Oh. Here we go.
We're gonna touch base at the next break. Does that sound good? Sure. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Okay, all right, let's bring in our jury. Prosecution, you had no further direct. All right, then we're cross-examining Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just so the jury is clear and remembers from yesterday, you were present in the room during the interview of my client, Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was your understanding that he had requested to talk to police, and that's why you went down there, among other reasons, obviously, to pick up the items that had been seized. But one of the reasons you went down there is because he had requested to speak to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, people that are under arrest do not have to make a statement, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, you went through and we were able to watch you going through his Miranda rights, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that Miranda statement, it says that anything he says could be used against him, fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And he wanted to still talk to you after understanding those rights, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in one part of the video, I think actually in a few parts of the video, there was a statement that was made either by yourself or the other detective that was there that Yogi, or Mr. The co-defendant in this case, was scared of my client. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember actually a statement was made, he was scared what you and your people can do to him and his family, correct?
Yes, I do remember
Okay. That was a lie, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. The co-defendant here was never, Mr. Zuazo was never interviewed, correct?
I don't know. I didn't have anything to do with Mr. Zuazo.
When you interview someone that you believe is a suspect, especially in a crime that involves violence, it's important to look at the person you're interviewing to see if there's any fresh wounds, correct?
Yeah.
None were noted, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that that conversation was pretty jovial until the question was posed of Mr. Hernandez, why not the wife? If you killed the husband, why did you leave the wife alive? Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall at that point in time, that is when my client's demeanor changed, and he repeatedly said it was not supposed to happen. Do you remember that?
I do, yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Yes, and Detective, you were under the impression during your investigation that the homicide in Rochester occurred on October 11th?
Yes.
And what day was it again that this interview was conducted out in Louisiana?
October 17th.
So roughly a little over 6 days later?
That's correct.
No other questions?
You want any follow-up on that? No. Okay, all right, thank you, Captain. You may step down.
I mean, what else do you get across
I
that?
think we need to have a break because Mr. McCarthy's not here yet.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm gonna send you back up.
Yeah, what else do you get across that?
I'm sure Mr. McCarthy is very prompt. I'm sure he'll be here in the next 60 seconds. He knows to be here at 9. I agree to have Mr. Suazo brought up. Makes the most sense.
Ryan, do you think it's okay to keep Mr. Hernandez here right now? You good with that? Oh.
All right, bring up the other defendant. Let his attorney take his spot.
Reporting that all the photographs from the autopsy report are 4A through 4B.
Oh, now we have autopsy photos. We could probably skip the autopsy photos, right? We know the guy's dead.
Your Honor, I have no objection to the admission of these exhibits. I've seen all of the photographs taken during the autopsy, and there's nothing here to which I would object.
The movement by the parties, prosecution to admit 4A through 4P, is that right?
Yes, Judge.
And there's no objection?
There is no objection. We have Mrs. Leslie.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Hernandez.
All right, so 4 through 4P are admitted evidence, and we call you witness.
Thank you. People call Dr. Bryan. And Your Honor, request permission of public.
Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Shauna Bryan.
Your witness.
Good morning, doctor. Tell us how you're currently employed.
I am the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for Oakland County
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
for 6 years.
And do you have a medical degree?
Yes, I do.
And do you have enhanced medical training after your basic medical degree? And I don't mean basic as basic because it's not, but after graduating medical school, you also had more training.
Yes.
And have you had specialized training as a pathologist?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
Yes, I have.
Part of your duties as a medical examiner to document what you've seen in reports.
Yes, it is.
It's part of your duties as a medical examiner to photograph the injuries that you see so that they can be documented through photographs.
Yes,
And as a medical examiner, are you to determine things you document in your autopsy report?
I do.
Do you have an autopsy report that corresponds to this case?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4. It's an autopsy report for Hussein Murray, case number 246922, with the date of death of October 11, 2024, and the date of your autopsy is October 12, 2024. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And that is your signature at the end?
Yes.
And there's attached diagram at the end of that?
Yes.
And also a toxicology report?
That's right.
And those are all done in the ordinary course of your duties?
Yes, they are.
And when you do a toxicology, what is a toxicology report?
Toxicology, we usually take fluid from the eye, blood, and then sometimes urine, sometimes gastric, but usually we'll send blood out for toxicology studies, which will test for any alcohols, drugs of abuse, certain prescription medications, things like that.
And that's a standard thing you do as part of autopsies?
Yes.
Your Honor, if it wasn't in the record, I'd move People's Exhibit number 4 into evidence.
All right, it's in.
And I have no objection to its admission.
Doctor, I want to direct you specifically back to your autopsy on October 12th of 2024. Do you recall conducting the autopsy on Mr. Murray?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4A. It's going to show up on your screen close by. These exhibits we've already agreed to enter, so I'm not going to ask you all the questions that otherwise I would. You understand?
Yes, I do.
I forgot something. Have you been qualified as an expert before the courts of the state of Michigan?
Yes, I have.
And how many times have you testified as an expert before?
Around 15.
Yeah,
And
never
have you
moved
actually
her to
testified
be
as an expert in
admitted
this
as an
case itself in
expert.
district court?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, people would move Dr. Bryan as an expert in forensic pathology.
Your Honor,
Yes, any objection?
I have no objection to the preliminary examination. I also have received your curriculum vitae, and I have no objection for the trial purposes qualified the doctor as an expert.
Okay, Ms. Lawson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, the witness will be deemed as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Okay, looking at exhibit number 4A, is that a standard placard that you would give any autopsy that you're going forward with so that whatever is logged in as far as photographs could then be referenced to that number?
That is correct. So the top number is the case number that was assigned, and the bottom number is the date that I did the autopsy.
And when you get a body in to begin an autopsy, do they usually come in if they're closed from a scene where they're already dead versus unclothed?
They can come in either way. It depends if they're on the scene and they have clothes, they will come in with clothes. If they make it to the hospital and the hospital does any measures, usually they do not have clothes.
Okay, and in Mr. Murray's case, did he come in dressed or
Yes, he did.
undressed?
Yes.
Dressed.
Dressed.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 4B. Do you recognize Mr. Murray?
Yes, this is how I saw him when I entered the room.
And when you enter the room, you'll notice that his hands are bagged.
His hands have bags, yes.
Okay, and are there any bindings that you notice on Mr. Murray's body?
Underneath the bags, yes.
Okay, and what did you notice underneath the bags?
Underneath the bags, his hands are bound by duct tape and a couple of zip ties, as well as you can see the binding around the mouth and the head, and his feet were also bound by duct tape.
I'll show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4C. You recognize that photograph as a different angle of the bindings around his hand?
Yes.
And that also depicts the black duct tape that you discussed and zip ties around that wrist?
Yes.
Were those eventually removed?
Yes, we did remove them.
Were those bindings tight to the body of Mr. Murray, or did they just come off easily?
They were tight.
I'll show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4D. Do you recognize that as another angle of those bindings?
Yes, I do.
And do you notice the condition of those bindings in regards to the Rolex watch?
Yes, where the watch is in between the bindings are tight on there.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4E. Do you recognize that as a side photograph of Mr. Murray's right side?
Yes, it is his right side.
Okay. And that there's a gun holster on his right side?
That is correct.
And it came in without a gun, is that correct?
That is correct.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4F. Do you recognize that as a photograph of the lower legs of Mr. Murray?
Yes, I do.
And were they also bagged as were his hands by the sheriff's office?
That is correct, yes.
And is that common procedure when you receive bodies in?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 4G. Do you recognize that as a photograph of Mr. Murray's lower ankles after the bag is removed?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what you see in that photograph?
There was duct tape around the feet.
And there's a shoe on one foot?
One shoe on one foot.
And which foot is missing the shoe for the record?
The left foot.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 4H. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what you see in that photograph?
In this photograph, we've taken the clothes off and we've cleaned him off so I can properly see the injuries to his face and body.
Okay. And what observations do you have of any injuries that may catch your attention of Mr. Murray's face?
In this photograph, you can see that there's purple blotching around the eyes, which is bruising. On the face, he has a bunch of bruising all the way from the forehead all the way down to the front of the neck to basically the collarbones. And he has some lacerations, which are tears in the skin and around the jaw. That's what he has. And then the jaw is also fractured. You can't really see it though in this picture.
Okay. I'll get into your internal investigation as we go forward. But for 4I, People's Exhibit 4I, can you tell us what you see in Exhibit 4I?
Yes, this is his lower lip as we pulled down to take a photograph because there's some tears on the left side of the lip and bruising on the inside.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 4J. Do you recognize that as Mr. Murray's right hand?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you see in that photograph?
It's just his hand.
There's no cuts to his hand?
There are no cuts, no injuries.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 4K. Is that another angle with the fingertips of Mr. Murray's right hand?
Yes, it is.
And again, do you see any injuries or cuts to his right hand?
No.
I'll show you what's been marked as 4L. Do you recognize that as Mr. Murray's left hand?
Yes, I do.
Again, do you notice any type of injury, bruising, or cuts to his right hand?
No.
I'll show you what's been marked as 4M. This is again a different angle with the fingertips of Mr. Murray's left hand. Do you see any type of cuts or bruising to his left hand?
No injuries.
I'm going to show you what's been marked 4N as in Nancy. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what, if anything, is of interest when you're looking at photograph 4N?
Yes, so this is the back of him. We rolled him over to take pictures of the back. You can see on the scalp and up toward the top of the picture, there is a laceration or tear in his scalp there.
And can you tell us what type of force does it take, or what type of object does it take to create that type of injury?
Lacerations, bruises, and abrasions like a tearing, superficial tearing of the skin, are all caused by blunt force trauma. Anything blunt can cause these injuries, or like from a fall, as long as it's not like a knife, let's say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
The
4O.
defendant has a lot of weight to throw behind a
4N.
punch.
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what we're seeing in 4O?
So it's a close-up, as you said, of the scalp, kind of like the left right here, and he has the tear in the scalp right there.
Was there a second injury to his scalp?
Scalp, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 4P. Is that depicting the second injury to his scalp?
Yes, so this is a close-up. It's on the back of his scalp, about here, another tear.
Okay. And is that something that can be caused by blunt force trauma?
Yes, it is.
And any type of blunt object can be able to cause something like that with enough force. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
When you started your physical observations of Mr. Murray, was he consistent with an individual to be 72 years old?
Yes.
Did you determine his weight?
Yes, I did.
And what was Mr. Murray's weight at the time of his passing?
295 pounds.
And how tall was he?
He was 72 inches or 6 feet tall.
Now, you noticed the zip ties around his hand and wrists. Is that correct?
Yes.
You photographed that, and you photographed the evidence of this
Good
injury.
morning,
correct?
genitals.
Now, you started to discuss something about the internal injuries that you later noticed to Mr. Murray's jaw. Can you tell us what, if anything, you noticed regarding the internal injuries to Mr. Murray's jaw?
Yes, so inside, actually could even see it in one of the pictures where the lip was down, his jaw, this bone here was fractured.
Okay.
And then there was a lot of bleeding and bruising just on the skin and underneath the skin.
I hear the term.
For the record, I am feeling very tired right now, Jung. Thank you for asking, though.
Terminology over time, I get used to it, but a lot of folks aren't used to it. So we've talked about lacerations, we talked about bruising, but what do you mean when you say
Powering
fracture?
through, though, Jung, for you.
Okay. And there's different types of fractures?
There are different types, yes.
Okay. How would you describe this type of fracture?
I would say comminuted, meaning broken into multiple pieces.
And does it take substantial force to create that type of injury?
Yes.
Did you notice an injury to the left side of his scalp?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you designate and describe that injury?
He had a laceration or a tear there on the left side. Once we open the head and reflect the skin back, he has hemorrhage underneath the scalp.
And when you say, go ahead.
Oh, and there are 2 muscles here that help him chew. He had hemorrhage in those muscles.
Okay. We're going to slowly go through the definitions. When you say hemorrhage, what does that mean?
Sorry, bleeding into the tissue.
And does it take substantial force to get bleeding underneath the scalp so that you can see it in the way that you did?
Yes, and it's a blunt force.
Did you notice any type of injury?
I think
to
he just got
his
punched
face?
to death.
Yes.
I don't
What
think
injuries
there
did
were
you
any
notice to his
weapons
face?
His
used.
face has bruising, some tears in there.
Okay. Is it in one location or is it in
There's
multiple
no
locations?
It's
weapons
multiple locations.
charged.
Usually the whole entire face
Head bruises too.
has bruises and tears.
When you started to continue your autopsy, did you notice anything that stuck out about his throat area?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what you noticed regarding Mr. Murray's throat area?
On his throat, it looked the same as the face. It has, from the anterior neck here, which is the front of the neck, it had diffuse bruising and some kind of linear, no patterns, nothing like a pattern that I noticed.
We didn't figure out exactly what he was cooking, but he was cooking lunch to take to work with him that day. That's what he was cooking, but I don't know what it was.
It's just some linear bruises.
Okay. And what did you notice when you got to look at his throat area internally?
Internally, we lift up the skin. He had soft tissue, which is bleeding into the fat and then the muscles in the neck that control the head. All of that was had blood soaked.
Jung, did you hear about the jury? What the jury was doing? They were Googling, they were emailing the judge. The jury is going rogue on this case. One of the juries. Like half the jury members are researching stuff on their own.
And he had a fracture of a bone in the throat called the hyoid bone.
Okay.
2 fractures.
Again,
broken hyoid bone.
the location of that bone, because we're not going to know by definition and description. Can you point to your actual throat to show us where that would be on a person?
Sure. The hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone and it sits high up in the neck. If you feel when you swallow your Adam's apple, that's called the thyroid cartilage. It sits just in front of that. It's high up in the neck and relatively well protected.
And what did you notice about that bone?
It was broken in 2 places.
In your experience in doing autopsies and going through school, is that a rare injury that you've seen?
It's rare.
And does that take a lot of force to accomplish that type of injury?
It does.
Can you tell us what type of other evidence of injuries you saw to the neck?
The fracture of the bone and just bleeding into the tissues.
Okay. And did you make any determination of how that could occur? How would that type of injury occur?
Neck compression.
Okay. Now, neck compression literally means compressing of the neck. Is that
Yes.
part of the definition? I'm
That's
okay.
literally, yes.
Okay. Now, hypothetically, would somebody with a lot of force using their hands be able to create that type of neck compression?
Yes.
Would an individual using a knee on the throat be able to create that type of neck compression?
Yes.
Would an individual using a shoe or boot on the throat be able to do that type of neck compression?
Yes.
How long would it take for continued compression of the neck to result in death?
So the answer to that question is a little complex. If somebody is unable to defend themselves, let's say they're unconscious or they can't move for some reason and pressure is applied to the neck, it's only going to take a matter of minutes, 5 minutes, less than 10 minutes, opposed to somebody who's able to fight back. It might take a little longer.
So the only juror that's been removed was on the first day when he showed up and said that he knew the family of the victim. All the rest of the jurors have stayed.
How long, I don't know.
And were you able to determine if Mr. Murray was still alive when this was going on?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that?
So the cause of death I've listed here is neck compression, but there's also a mechanism of death. Just because you break a hyoid bone doesn't mean to die from that. What he actually died from was asphyxia. This is the mechanism of death. Asphyxia, in the lightest terms, you compress the neck and the jugular veins and carotid arteries, which bring blood to the head and from the head, are compressed. This is where the asphyxia occurs. It takes only about 11 pounds of pressure to do that, which is basically the weight of your head. The reason I know it's neck compression is because the hyoid bone is fractured.
Okay. Did you determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the cause of death was in Mr. Murray's passing?
Neck compression. And I contributed blunt force head and neck trauma too.
And did you determine a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was your determination of manner of death?
Homicide.
Okay. The injuries that you observed and the multiple injuries, was there
He
anything
just
about those
fell.
injuries that indicated it could
All
only
he
be
did
caused
was
by a single
fall.
individual acting alone?
No.
Was there anything about the multitude of injuries that you observed that excluded multiple participants in the causing of that death?
No.
Was there any type, talk about those neck compressions that we talked about. If I was, let's say, a 130-pound male, and I was trying to cause that neck compression, could a 130-pound male cause those neck compressions?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Cross-exam Lazo.
Do I make a motion?
What are we approaching on? There's been a lot of sidebars. Oh, we're gonna have a motion.
And so now we're cross-exam Lazo.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ryan, my name is
Oh,
Michael McCarthy. I
never
know I
mind.
met you back on the 17th of December when you gave your preliminary examination testimony in this case. I have questions to ask. I'll tell you the same thing I told you that day. I have some questions to ask you this morning regarding your testimony. And if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that and I'll rephrase the question. Okay? All right. Thank you. Now, the manner of death is neck compression. That's the main thing that led to the death of Mr. Murray, correct?
Yes, the cause of death.
The cause of death. And while he sustained some tears in his scalp that are documented through the photographs that we've just looked at, those by themselves would not be the cause of death, correct?
No, the tears in the scalp would not be a cause of death.
It was the asphyxiation that actually caused his death, correct?
Yes, asphyxiation by neck compression and by the blunt force trauma sustained to the head and neck. Why? Because when you have blunt force trauma and he's broke his...
She's not saying strangulation, which is interesting. So she's saying that he got punched, his blunt force trauma, and the punching led to the asphyxiation.
He's breaking his jaw and it's bleeding into his nose and mouth. He's inhaling while he's still conscious, inhaling blood. If you inhale
yeah, there you
blood
go.
air, you can't breathe. So that's part of the asphyxiation and why that's contributing.
And the way that you were able to make that determination is by examining Mr. Murray's lungs, correct?
That's correct.
And you found inside those lungs something that should not have been there, as well as all these other injuries, but blood in his lungs.
That's correct, under the microscope.
And that is the thing that led to the asphyxiation that ultimately caused his death.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, this hyoid bone, you've given a description of where it is, just at the top of your neck before you get up into your jaw area. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you also talked about a fractured jaw. Those are two separate injuries, correct?
This is correct.
And now we have a jaw that, well, it's on both sides of our face, obviously. Was Mr. Murray's jaw fracture on one side or the other, or was it in the middle?
It was on one side, I believe the right side, and I don't recall the other. It was multiple places, not in the middle though, but on the sides.
Okay, so the jaw fracture is separate from the hyoid bone fracture, which was multiple, correct? The
This is
hyoid
correct,
and
yes.
the jawbone was also multiple, correct?
Yes.
You said it took substantial force to create that injury and also sustained compression in order to fracture the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes.
Now, because the jaw and the hyoid bone are in close proximity on the body to one another, would the same actions lead to both of those injuries, those fractures to the jaw as well as the fractures to the hyoid bone?
So the jaw is more from a blunt force trauma, any kind of hitting with an object or kicking or punching. The hyoid bone being fractured is the neck compression, more specifically.
Can you tell, after you conducted the autopsy or while you're conducting the autopsy, which of those injuries was sustained first?
No.
You can just look at the body, or all you're able to do is look at the body and note the injuries, correct?
This is correct.
All right. But you also said that as to the compression, the neck compression, it was over a sustained period of time, correct?
This is correct.
Now, on direct examination, Mr. Petrofessa asked you a question regarding whether a person of 130 pounds would be able to put that kind of pressure, that sustained pressure on the neck and cause the fracture of the hyoid bone. Remember that question?
Yes, I do.
And you said that's a possibility,
Yes.
correct? And that's all dependent upon somebody being unable to defend themselves, correct?
unable or not, somebody could do that. It just would take a longer time if somebody was able to defend themselves and, you know, push somebody off of their neck, because really you're compressing the blood vessels there and you're asphyxiating.
Yes. And
So
so,
that's why the time has to be sustained for the brain to just go and oxygen.
So is she talking about strangulation? I'm just
so the
not
person
clear.
who's got their hands bound is going to have a hard time in their feet, have a hard time fighting that off, correct? That's
Yes,
sustained compression.
Yes.
Now, would a person, I asked you this question at the preliminary examination, and I asked then, I formed the question in such a way, I asked if a person in excess of 300 pounds would be capable of providing the amount of sustained pressure, the compression that led to the fracture of the hyoid bone, the two fractures that Mr. Murray sustained.
Yes.
Now, having more information, I'm going to ask you a similar but somewhat different question. Would a person, a man weighing 450 pounds, be capable of exerting the type of sustained pressure that is caused by, that led to the death of Mr. Murray because of the fracture to his hyoid bone?
What you're saying, if somebody that weight can sustain
weight?
injury? Yes.
And 450 pounds is a substantial amount of weight, correct?
Yes.
And a person of that size could put that amount of pressure, or the required amount of pressure, to fracture the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes. It's,
Now, I know you said that a person that's 130 pounds could do the same thing, correct?
yes.
All right, but you don't have any evidence about a person being 130 pounds doing that, correct?
No, I would not know who did it, what
Sure.
they look like, or what they weigh.
And when a person sustains that type of injury, I know you said there was internal bleeding, but I noted from the autopsy photographs that Mr. Murray, unfortunately and tragically, had quite a bit of external bleeding around the head, correct?
Yes, he did.
And that blood flowing, coming from his body when he was alive, correct?
Yes.
Rather than being dead, correct?
Yes.
Because when, and I know you understand this, and I just want to make certain that the jury understands it, when a person dies and their heart stops beating, then blood does not emanate freely or flow from the body, correct?
Yes, this is correct.
It's
Maybe
more-
maybe it will, but just a little bit, not as much as he had.
Because what it is then, when a person is deceased and their heart has stopped, it's gravity that leads to the blood coming out of the body, more so than the pump that is
Well,
your
no,
heart.
not gravity. It actually is the pump. If the heart is no longer pumping, then blood's just going to cease to flow and it'll stop where it is.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to stop. But the fact of the matter is, you know, from your study of Mr. Murray, your examination of Mr. Murray's body, that this went on for as long as 10 minutes while he was alive. And the cause of his death, the blood in his lungs accumulated while that tremendous compression was being placed on his neck, correct?
Yes, correct. Although I don't know how much time it took.
So would you agree that if a person is immobilized, as it's evident Mr. Murray was at the time of his death, and this person is, the pressure is being exerted by a person weighing 450 pounds, it might not take the entire 10 minutes, correct? On
It might.
hyoid bone?
It might not, if he's completely unable to fight back.
The timing, well, you said it looks, and you don't have any evidence based on what it was that you were able to observe of the body with the bagged feet and the bagged hands, how Mr. Murray's body was delivered to your autopsy room, that he did any fighting there, correct?
I would not know that, no.
Right. And it doesn't look evident that he did, given those circumstances, right?
If he were tied up and then sustained injuries, he probably would have a harder time fighting back, yes.
And one of the things that you documented in the photographs that we looked at was his hands, both his right and his left hand, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't note any injuries to those.
No injuries.
Okay. So that means nobody's in a fist fight, or he wasn't in a fist fight.
Correct.
I mean, it doesn't look that way in
Doesn't-
terms of what you're able to observe during the autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
So then this 10 minutes that you talked about, is that, I mean, obviously you weren't there, so you don't know as an eyewitness, but 10 minutes is an approximation. It could have been a shorter period of time.
It could have been shorter, it could have been longer.
Okay. Is there, I know you measured or I don't know that, maybe tell the jury, did you measure the amount of blood that was in each of Mr. Murray's lungs?
No, I did not. And the reason is I can't quantify it. It's kind of like you get like a soaked rag of blood and you're trying to squeeze and measure. So it's not something that I can quantify.
Okay.
I just know it's there.
You know that it's
But I
there.
see it.
And would you consider what you were able to see and know for a fact was indeed blood in each lung? Was it a minimal amount? Was it a medium amount? Was it a substantial amount? What measurement would you use just because of the way you, based on your experience as an expert, you were able to observe?
It was a moderate amount, and this is the reason it contributes, moderate to severe. If it was minimal, I probably wouldn't contribute it, but it's more than that.
And because it's more than that, that is the reason why your cause of death, or what you have said is Mr. Murray's cause of death, but your conclusion is this neck compression leading to asphyxiation.
Yes.
And the asphyxiation is caused by the blood in the lungs.
The asphyxiation is caused by the compression of the vessels in the neck, one, and number two, the blood in the lung.
Two causes.
Yes, it's a contributor. The blood in the lung is a contributing cause.
Okay, the real cause
And then
is
the
that
main cause is
sustained
the
pressure on the neck.
This is correct.
And whether it's 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 12 minutes, that's the cause of death, no matter how long it took, correct?
This is correct.
And the bigger the force, the faster it would have gone.
Likely it could have. Yes.
A 450-pound person could accomplish that end a lot more quickly than a hypothetical 130-pound person, correct?
Maybe, if they were able.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
We redirect.
Yes, sir. Just a few questions on that. You didn't go to the scene, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And if the scene had shown a lot of blood at the scene, you would agree from what you just testified, that means that the heart is still pumping to put that amount of blood out there. Is that
Yes,
correct?
this is correct.
The blood isn't flowing at the scene until his heart stops. Would you agree with that?
It is not flowing, or
It wouldn't continue to flow
This is
until he
correct.
passes, correct? Okay. Now, there was some testimony earlier that you said he was conscious during this period because you have the blood inside his lungs, right?
Right.
And Mr. McCarthy asked about him being immobile, I think at some point in his cross-examination. Immobile has a lot of different terms, and it can be vague for definition. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. If I'm bound with my hands and zip tied, that doesn't mean I'm immobile at that point, does it?
No.
Okay. I can still struggle with my hands like this.
Sure.
Okay. I can still fight back with my hands like this.
Yes.
Okay. The pressure on the neck, is that pressure on the neck from a frontal pressure? Could it be from a side pressure? Could it be from a rear pressure?
It's not from the rear because the bone is in the front, so it could be in the front or the side.
Okay. So if a person is conscious and they're struggling, there would have to be some other way to keep that head from flailing while that pressure is being placed on the throat. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And there's nothing that you've testified to that couldn't be caused by a 200-pound man. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the amount of time and pressure on that throat, if you start that pressure and you're choking and you're struggling and you're fighting, but you break loose of it for 10 seconds, for 30 seconds as you're struggling for your life, could that reset the clock of how long it's going to take?
Well, yes.
Okay. If a person is conscious and they're just not lying there letting you do this, that time period could change depending on how much of a fight is going on.
Yes. Okay.
I don't have any other questions.
You want to follow up?
Just on the fight going on, Doctor, you don't have any evidence about a fight going on. You can't see that from what you observed in the autopsy record.
Correct. I just know injuries on Mr. Murray.
Thank you. I know.
And you can follow up on that? Okay. Come on.
So many sidebars.
Jury room, the break is going to require that you stay in your jury room.
All right, the jury, please.
Are they going to do a motion or are they just taking a break? What do we got going on here? This is actually a fairly efficient trial. They're just going through the witnesses. I know I'm speeding it up some, but it's a really efficient trial. There's not a whole lot of shenanigans.
For session, everybody can be seated.
What now?
Please be seated.
It wasn't very long.
Good morning. Thank you. All right, so I want to go over a couple of things that I noted in your report. So under evidence of injuries, which is on page 3 of the report, you have a section that you labeled blunt force injuries. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And blunt force, as we talked about a little bit previously, but I'd like to make sure the jury understands, blunt force means that the person that you're examining was hit with something, correct?
Something blunt, yes.
Okay. Which could be a fist, could be an object, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. And blunt force trauma, would you agree with me? It's not as definite.
I see what they did there. That's interesting. So for the direct examination, they had both juries in. Then they removed a jury and only had Josh's jury there for his attorney's cross-examination. Then they switched the juries, and now they're doing cross-examination with Big Boy's jury. That's what they're doing. That just seems like a pain in the ass.
As, let's say, a gunshot, where you're able to determine that a bullet hit someone because there's an entrance of an exit wound. Blunt force, you can't really say what the force was. You just know that it was blunt, correct?
This is correct.
Now, unless there's evidence of like a bite wound or a ligature mark or an imprint of a boot, again, you're not able to determine exactly what the cause of the injury was, correct?
That's correct.
Blunt force can even be when someone falls and hits the floor, correct?
Yes, of course.
So it is possible that some of the injuries that Mr. Murray sustained were caused by
That's
him
what I
falling,
said.
correct?
He fell.
Possible, yes.
Now, I believe you testified that none of the injuries to the head, the lacerations that we saw, are immediately life-ending, correct?
Not by themselves.
Correct.
Immediately.
All right, so let's now move to the neck. You listed obviously neck compression as the primary cause of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a fractured or broken hyoid bone does not mean immediate death, correct?
This is correct.
Now, you previously testified that to fracture or to break this bone, it would have been direct pressure, specifically to the neck, correct?
Yes.
Again, that could be an object being pressed to the neck, correct?
Yes, it could.
Could be hands, could be a knee. You're not able to tell us.
That's right.
Now, is it fair to say that it's not actually the amount of force, it's actually the location of force that's most important for any type of injury to that area?
To the neck, you mean?
Yes.
Not the amount, but sorry, say that again.
So it's not necessarily the amount of pressure, it's actually where you're pressing.
It's
Or a combination of both.
well, it's a combination of both.
And as you described the hyoid bone, you said it's pretty high up in the neck, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And here we saw that jaw or the mandible was fractured, and that is pretty close to the hyoid bone, correct?
That's correct.
Here you did not observe any type of ligature marks, like as if something like a rope or something had been tied around the neck, correct?
That's correct.
You did not notice any finger marks either, correct?
That's correct.
Now I want to spend a little bit of time going over the rest of your report. You spent a good amount of time on the cardiovascular system, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted that he had 3 bypass grafts in his main coronary arteries, correct?
Yes, I did.
You also noted that he had heart disease, correct?
Yes, he did.
You also noted he had aortic arteriosclerosis severe.
Yes.
Okay. And the aorta is responsible for carrying the oxygenated blood from the heart to the rest of the body, correct?
Yes, it is.
You also noted in that same section that he had an enlarged heart, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that someone with severe heart disease has a greater chance of dying during loss of blood compared to someone with a healthy heart?
Just in general or in this case?
In general.
In general, yes.
Now, you testified that when someone's heart actually stops, the blood would stop coming out of the body. Is that correct?
Yes, or very minimally it would come out.
Okay. And I think you testified that you had not actually seen photos of the scene. You just see the person that was brought to you. Is that correct?
I did not go to the scene, but I did see
You
photos.
did see photos. And from those photos, you were able to determine that there was quite a bit of blood surrounding Mr. Murray, correct?
Yes, I do recall.
Okay. So taking that with the evidence of finding blood in Mr. Murray's lungs, it was your determination that he was alive for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
After sustaining the injuries, I should say.
Yes.
You also
And the
testified that
police-
injuries to the neck, which ultimately
The police never made an attempt to save him.
led to Mr. Murray's death, when Mr. Petrofessa asked you, could have been done by a 150-pound man, correct?
Yes, they could have.
If we were just looking at the binding with the duct tape, the binding on the wrists and the feet and the mouth, that would have not caused death without any other injuries, correct?
Correct.
And nothing further. Redirect.
Just briefly. We're in agreement that Mr. Murray didn't die of a heart attack. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and we're also in agreement that he was conscious during this attack up until his heart stopped.
Up until he asphyxiated.
Did
Or
you
left
just
off
wake
his
up,
position.
Salvador?
There was a lot of blood at the scene.
Yes, as I recall.
And you've already noted that Mr. Murray was almost 300 pounds.
Yes.
And he was 6 foot tall.
Yes, he was.
If Mr. Murray, when he was bound, wasn't just laying with his hands down at his side, not fighting back, then somebody would have direct access to that throat area, correct?
Yes.
But if he's fighting, if he's struggling, at that point in time, it would be very difficult because you're also dealing with the person that's struggling and fighting as you're doing it. Is that correct?
Yes, it would make it more difficult.
And once the neck compression starts to that throat, if somebody was to break that pressure as it was going on, even for 20, 30 seconds as they're struggling around, would that reset the clock of how you have to start again to inflict that injury to stop?
Yes, it would.
No other questions, Judge?
You wanna follow up? No. Okay, all right, come on up, Liz, please.
Note to future people who commit red rum. Yeah. Don't make your accomplice the size of the moon. I mean, that's the thing that got him. Everyone was like, oh, yeah, we recognize that large moon-sized
Take a break, so
individual.
I will see you back momentarily. All right.
I'm going to switch out juries again. This switching out the juries is kind of a pain in the ass. Did we learn nothing from Waldo? Is Jung still here? Or did she go to sleep?
Is he seated? Any other questions for Dr. Bryan? Dr. Bryan, you may step down. No objection excusing Dr. Bryan?
No objection.
Or you are excusing for patients. People next witness.
You call Ted Conley. Ted, you spell your first name and your last name for us, please.
JORDANCONLEY.
And Ted Conley, where are you employed?
With the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your current title?
I'm a detective out of the Rochester Hills substation.
And how long have you been a detective?
Just under 6 years.
Okay. And prior to being a detective,
Welcome back, Maddie.
What were your duties?
I worked road patrol in Rochester Hills.
And how many years total do you have of law enforcement experience?
17.
17 years? Okay. And are you the officer in charge of this case that you've been here for all week?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what does it mean to be an officer in charge?
You're assigned a case. You obviously, in a case of this magnitude, there's a lot more moving parts. On a normal case, you would do the full investigation yourself, all the way through delivering it to the prosecutor for review of charges. Obviously, in this manner, there's a lot more moving parts, a lot more detectives, and other people were involved. So usually, I was a point of contact. As detectives did jobs, they would report back to me, or command, who would then relay the information to me about what was obtained.
Oh, they're going to go through the
information
text
that I needed to be aware
messages.
of in the case. As well as Detective Packler, we'd heard earlier, he was assisting OIC in this matter. Once the evidence was collected,
They gotta go let the dog out
in the prosecutor's office, and we saw the case through all the way till we sit here today.
And how are you assigned to be an OIC in a case?
Through one of my command officers, whether it be a lieutenant or sergeant, is normal route of how I would be assigned.
Okay. And on this, do you recall when you were assigned to be the officer in charge of this?
The night of the incident, I don't recall if it was our detective lieutenant or detective sergeant, but I was advised that I would be.
I want to
OIC
hear
in the case
these
and that Detective Packler would be
messages, but I got to go
So would
let
it be
the
fair to say
dog out.
it's just luck of the draw at that point if you're working that day, things like that?
It's a decision that they made.
Okay. And were you, did you arrive on scene to the 3730 Newcastle Drive on the day of the homicide?
I did.
Okay. And were you initially dispatched there, or was that something you came to later on in the afternoon?
It was, we overheard the call while in the office over the radio. Obviously, there was multiple road patrol units heading to the area. I then got into my
I can wait a
vehicle.
half hour.
I drove normal traffic as I have an unmarked vehicle, so I thought it would be, appropriate to drive normal traffic without lights and sirens in case the suspect vehicle was to be observed. I wouldn't be coming with
all the lights and sirens to indicate that I was a police officer at that time.
And prior to arriving on scene that day, were you given the assignment officer in charge, or that just the hand down?
No, that was handed down a little while into the incident. I don't recall exactly the time frame.
Okay, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because we've heard a lot of testimony from Pat Myers and the other detectives and deputies who did things in this case. I want to ask you a question. Does the Oakland County Sheriff's Office have a computer crimes division?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and what function do they serve in your role as officer in charge of investigating crimes?
As most of the time, if we have a cell phone that we view as evidence, computers, any electronic storage devices, they're able to examine those items, obtain information off of those items. We've also used them where they'll come to scenes and help with security footage. A lot of times gas stations, other places with security footage, they don't even know how to use their own system or obtain the video off that. So the computer crime unit will come out, assist with obtaining video such as that.
So during investigations, and if there's ring camera or surveillance video, and you would request their services to come out and help obtain any sort of digital media that would be necessary?
Yes, if it was something that was above our knowledge or ability, yes, we would.
Do you usually give them cell phones to examine or
starting
extract
now?
data from their investigations?
Yes, it's very, very common in investigations. Everybody has cell phones on them. Everybody uses cell phones. Cell phone examination is very common in multiple investigations that I've completed.
Okay. And once you give them a cell phone, what do they give back to you?
Usually, sometimes if they find something that is blaring, they may just provide a report regarding that. Most of the time, they provide a USB, which has a program called Cellbrite on it. It essentially dumps all the information from the phone into that program. It's an exact, from what my understanding, it's an exact copy of what's on that phone, whether it's stored on the phone, recently deleted, some of that is still stored on the phone. It's a copy of what was on the phone, and use this program to view through the items that were taken off the phone at that time.
I want to follow up on a question that you said. And sometimes if something's blaring, they'll send it over to you. Is that what you testified to?
Yeah, sometimes they do go through some things if you tell them that there's something very specific that you're looking for, and if they notice that item, they will contact you and send that item over.
So that was the next question. Sometimes, because the computer crimes aren't necessary, they're not the officer in charge. Sometimes they go on scene. Do you give the cell phone camera or the detectives at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office certain parameters that you may be looking for in your investigation to speed it up?
It depends on the investigation. Obviously, if it's a child sexually abusive material case, you would indicate to them that that's something that you're looking for in this device. And, obviously if they see images such as that, they would give you the heads up and indicate to you pretty quickly that information is available.
So it'd be fair to say if you don't give them the certain parameters or certain things to look for, they just then give you an image or a copy of that particular cell phone in that Cellbrite software.
That is correct. I would receive a USB or hard drive and would have to go through all the contents of the phone myself.
And you were mentioning Cellbrite. Is this a report mechanism or software that they then give you and you can review?
To be honest with you, it's an application that comes on the USB, and that's how the information is viewed through that program.
So outside of how the software or anything like that, that's not an area.
Yeah, I don't have much knowledge of that. That's the program that's on there, and that's what's used to view the contents of the phone.
So another question is, so that Cellbrite program they give you, does that allow you to help search easier, things like that? It's just a report.
Yes, it has different tabs such as instant messages, chats, photos, videos. There's multiple different tabs that it breaks down the information into to make it a little bit easier to search. If you're looking for certain pictures, you can click on the photo and begin to go through the data that's in the images or photos. I forget how it's actually titled on the tabs.
Okay. But it's just an easily presentable thing for you to read and look at and search for information.
Yes.
Okay. And your knowledge and experience in your years in detective bureau, do you know how many Cellbrite reports that you've gone through?
I couldn't even make a guess at this point. Probably 50 plus at least.
Okay. And as far as being the officer in this particular case that you're here for today, were you tasked with authoring and obtaining search warrants of cell phones?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you obtain a search warrant for defendant Joshua Zuazo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall when you were able to obtain the search warrant?
I believe that search warrant was obtained on October 14th, following him being taken into custody.
Okay. And so you drafted a search warrant for the cell phone. How did you know that cell phone that you were getting a search warrant for belonged to the defendant?
It was removed from him when he was taken into custody.
Okay. And after obtaining a search warrant for the phone, what did you do with this phone?
At that time, one of the computer crimes detectives, Detective Boyce, was actually at our office at the time. The cell phone was handed to me by the transporting deputy, Deputy Vander. I then took it, handed it to Detective Boyce from the computer crimes unit, who put it into a sealed bag and transported it to the computer crimes, their office. Once I had obtained the search warrant, handed him a copy of the search warrant.
Okay. And once you gave that phone, or Detective Boyce took this phone, did you eventually get returned a Cellbrite extraction of the defendant's cell phone?
I did.
Okay. And when you were given this Cellbrite report of his phone, did you review that Cellbrite report?
I did.
And did it include text messages that you reviewed?
It did.
Okay. And this particular report, did you review text messages from Mr. Zuazo and Mr. Hernandez?
I did.
Okay. And how were you able to determine that was communication between Defendant Hernandez and Defendant Zuazo?
Through the investigation, obviously on the Cellbrite report, for that particular phone, it indicates the cell phone number, indicates who the owner is and what the owner number is. And through the text message conversations, both phone numbers are listed, who it's to, who it's from. And I recognize the other number as the phone number for Mr. Hernandez, specifically that he used when purchasing the signs as we heard yesterday.
And you personally reviewed those messages?
I did.
Give me 1 second. Record the computer. Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, people are going to move to amend Published People's Proposed Exhibit 23, the text message between Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo. Those were previously given to both counsels.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I have received and reviewed all this time.
No objection. For 20%.
Okay. And Detective is going to bring it back to probably not going to elementary school. We're going to actually sit there and read through some things, and we're going to ask you a question about these, okay?
Yes.
And does that pop up on your screen right there?
Oh, yes, it did.
Okay. And And this is a copy, or this is what a self-right report would look like, an extraction report. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it appears to be an extraction report from Self-Right.
Okay. Is this the extraction report that you did for messages between Defendant Zuazo and Defendant Hernandez?
It's the one I viewed. I believe it's the one that was supplied to me by Detective Boyce.
Oh, Detective Boyce.
I believe he made the actual extraction report.
Okay. And so I see there's a little, I would say, column on the left that says participants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your review of other extraction reports, it lists the participants that are going to be in that particular messaging that you're reviewing.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that first name on there for the participant?
Joshua _Zuazo 07@icloud.com.
And the way that's presented as the first name, is that the device with that this particular messaging report is extracted from?
I'm not sure what order they would actually, the Self-Right actually puts that in.
Okay. And you see the second one, it says, it's SOSO. And who do you know that to be based on your investigation of this?
Based on the phone number and through the investigation, that's the phone number used by Carlos Hernandez.
So the SOSO is Carlos Hernandez's phone number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that other participant is going to be that phone number. Who is that associated with?
I believe that's the actual device, the phone number that's for the device of Joshua Zuazo.
Sorry, do you mind if I sit down so I can scroll through here? Okay. And just by reference, Detective, this particular message, can we know who the sender is on this?
Yes, if you notice at the top, it says from, and then it gives a phone number and the contact name is SOSO, which in the participants was determined to be Carlos Hernandez.
Okay. And as far as you know, I'm an Android user, so I'm not friendly with messaging. The colors would be different. The colors on this report, does that correspond to the type of device, or that's just the way Self-Right does it?
I believe that's the way the Self-Right does it.
Okay. And this message is coming from Defendant Hernandez to the phone number that you have associated with Defendant Zuazo?
Yes, as it indicates next to the phone number, it shows the designation as owner, which is the cell phone that we provided to obtain these messages.
Okay. And what does this message say that's coming from Defendant Hernandez to Defendant Zuazo?
It says, I know how to use a lockpick set, and I'm a get one.
And what is that date?
That was September 16th of 2024. It appears to be at 11:45 p.m.
Let's scroll down to some more messages, okay? And would this be the same person sending it, the same person receiving it, and this next set of message in the top left?
The blue one?
Yes.
Yes, it is the same sender and receiver.
And what does that say?
That says we can get into some shit now.
And what is the response?
The response is from the owner phone, which was Mr. Zuazo says to Mr. Hernandez, and it states any lock, question mark.
And the response from Mr. Hernandez?
Mr. Hernandez responds, any lock.
And the response?
Yes.
And this message, the one in blue right here, from Mr. Hernandez to Defendant Zuazo, what does that say?
We need a car.
What is that date?
That's September 20th, 2024 at 7:21 p.m.
And the response?
Let me call the lot.
And the next group message, and what is Defendant Hernandez?
So they were planning this for about a month.
Mr. Zuazo states, he said no luck yet.
And what is the response from Mr. Hernandez's message?
We have to have one.
Is that also September 20th, or is that date September 20th?
That last message is September 20th, 2024 at 7:24 p.m.
And what does Defendant Zuazo say in this message in green right here?
He says, we may have to get one.
Good morning, Snibble.
Hernandez.
It don't matter. We need one, however we do it.
And the next message?
And possibly a dolly.
Do we have clarification on who's the sender of and possibly a dolly?
No, she's back. And on here, who's the sender of the message and possibly a dolly?
That appears to be a message from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Zuazo.
And just for the record, all these messages here are going to be from Defendant, or to and from.
All they're doing is they're talking about moving furniture.
So far, that appears to what it should be according to the participants.
Okay.
And they accidentally locked it in the truck.
Going over several Self-Right reports in your being a detective bureau. This is appears to be a text message containing some images. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And then during the full extraction, if we were to have full extraction here, you would be fair to say you'd be able to click on it. The image could be either thumbnail or big image, depends on how bad it is.
Yeah, the images may have also been saved in
the DTE
image folder as your
logo.
phone during messages. Sometimes takes snippets of images that are messages and places it in different.
Let's summarize this. First, let's text about everything so that we confirm our criminal plans in writing. Then let's involve our wife so that we can drag her through all this. Then let's go get some DTE magnets made up to slap on the side of the car, and let's do it like the most publicly way possible so that our faces are good and captured on it. Then let's steal an extremely loud vehicle. That was a testimony. It was like extremely loud so that everyone will like watch us drive down the road. We'll go commit this crime. We'll leave a witness. We'll wear masks, but sometimes we'll take them down so that the witness that we leave can identify us. We'll wear really weird shaped shoe treads so that, you know, we can match up the bloody footprints to the treads. Then we're going to get in our car and we're going to drive back to Texas, but I'm going to keep all of the evidence with me, even though I'm driving 1,000 miles and I have tons of opportunity to throw out one piece here, one piece there, one piece there. But no, we're going to keep it all. Then, you know, those very important documents on the clipboard that we had that we faked ourselves as DTE employees, we're going to hang on to those. We're just going to keep them in the house, you know. So Then when we get arrested, what we're going to do is we're going to talk and we're going to say, yeah, but it wasn't my idea. And that's the plan. That's what happened here. That's these guys.
Different in places that would fall into the image folder.
Oh, yeah. First, I'm going to be 450 pounds and 6'2" and stand out in a crowd of 1 million because I'm so damn big so that anyone can identify me. We're going to start with that.
When the cell right and the phone number done.
Okay, and Detective Conley, on this message that we're reviewing right here on your screen and up there, this message is being sent by who?
It's being sent by Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Suezo.
Okay, and the date of this is?
This is October 4th, 2024. Looks like 6:00 p.m.
And this particular message, what is that display?
It displays DTE images that through the investigation were very similar to the images that were sent to him by Mr. Saucedo from the sign shop.
And this is from Defendant Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
And then these up here, I'm not going to have you read out since it's irrelevant. What this right here on from Mr. Suazo to Mr. Hernandez, the bottom right here, what does it say?
Says Sam might be fired. No vehicle to work in. I'm finna go all in on something soon.
And this message right here on the top, who's saying this?
Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Suazo.
And what does that say?
I promise you, bro. What we planning, then be it.
Okay, when was that say?
That was October 6, 2024 at 2:25 p.m.
And this next message, Detective, what does it say? Can you scroll down?
This one's from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Suazo. It states, it's going to get us where we need to be.
And when was that sent?
October 6, 2024 at 2:25 p.m.
Okay, what's the date of this message on the top right here?
Top, you mean the top left?
Top, yes, sir.
The date is October 9th, 2024 at 8:55 p.m.
Okay, and who's sending this message?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Suazo.
And what does that say?
I'm about to leave now.
And what about the response? It would be a response from
Mr. Suazo to Mr. Hernandez is okay.
And that's October 9th.
That's October 9th.
Why is this even going
October
to
9th,
trial?
2024 at 8:55 p.m.
And the next message down here at the bottom of this page, what does that say?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Suazo. It states, you ready?
Okay, the date in the bottom, what date is that?
That's October 10th, 2024.
And what time is that?
That's 8:20 a.m.
So this is communications the night before the homicide in Rochester Hills between Mr. Zuezo and Mr. Hernandez.
Yes.
All right. It is 7 a.m. I got to go let the dog out, so I'll be right back, everyone.
Is that 8:20?
That's 8:20 a.m.
Thank you. And this message in the top right from Mr. Zuazo. What does he state here?
I already ate.
And this next message, would that also be Mr. Zuazo to Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, that one is Mr. Suazo to Mr. Hernandez. I specifically do recall that as being a property release form, which Deputy Haglin also indicated he had found at Mr. Hernandez's house during the search warrant.
And this image that we have here for the cell
While in the program, I was able to observe that image at full size.
Okay, and you've been sitting here for the last couple of days, would it be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And is that one of the exhibits that people had admitted through Detective Haglin regarding something he found during the search?
Yes, sir.
Hernandez's house?
Yes, sir.
And this message right here, what's the date on this?
That is October 10th, 2024 at 4:35 p.m.
And that's a copy that you saw of that release form?
Yes, it was a release form similar to the paperwork that I don't know if it's the exact physical copy that was found, but it was similar to the ones that were located at Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, and based on your knowledge, that particular piece of paper that we admitted as an exhibit through Detective Haglin, that was found at the house that Mr. Hernandez and Mandy are staying at in Lincoln Park.
Yes, from his testimony yesterday, yes, sir.
And this particular message, though, is a copy of that image that's sent from Defendant Suazo to Defendant Hernandez.
Yes.
And this message right here at the top left in the blue,
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Suazo. It states, what is this? And that's on October 10th, 2024, 4:55 p.m.
and this next message in the green, what is this?
Mr. Suazo to Mr. Hernandez states, waiver of damages. That's October 10th, 2024, 4:58 p.m.
And this next message in blue?
Mr. Hernandez states to Mr. Suazo, that's for a landlord, though. Read it. That's October 10th, 2024, 4:58 p.m.
And this one at the top right. Can you read that first?
Mr. Suazo to Mr. Hernandez, I get that. Just giving you an idea in case they refuse. Something else to sign. October 12th or October 10th, 2024, 5:01 p.m.
And the next message.
Mr. Hernandez writes to Mr. Suazo, the light's working. October 10th, 2024, 5:47 p.m.
And the next message over here.
Mr. Suazo states to Mr. Hernandez, the baby has my phone, so just call it back to back and he'll give it to me. October 10th, 2024, 6:02 p.m.
And the next message that we have here.
Mr. Hernandez states to Mr. Suazo, okay, October 10th, 2024, 6:02 p.m.
And based on your reading of Cellbrite reports, I see that it says message deleted reason. You know what that is?
I don't have exact knowledge of that. As my understanding of Cellbrite and the way phone store data is, sometimes you think you deleted something and your phone actually stores it in a separate location that can be extracted for some time, but I can't exactly testify to the fact of where these messages were located in the phone.
Thank you. And the next message?
Mr. Suazo states to Mr. Hernandez, or beep, October 10th, 2024, 6:02 p.m.
And next message?
Mr. Suazo states to Mr. Hernandez, both, October 10th, 2024, 6:02 p.m.
Okay. And before I go down the next message, based on your investigation, was there people who came to the Murray's residence on October 10th?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
I believe it was somewhere, I believe I
was after 9 o'clock, before 10 o'clock, somewhere in that area. I would have to actually review the ring footage to see the actual timestamp of their exact.
But these messages between defendants, this would be before the time that the DTE workers or people who were dressed up as that came to that residence in Rochester Hills.
These last messages that
Yes,
were
sir.
just read, yes, that is prior to that time period.
And this next message, what's the date and time on that?
The date and time on that is October 10th, 2024 at 11:05 p.m.
And who's sending this message?
That's Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Zuezos.
What's that say?
States home, bro.
So did I hear that correctly? They were texting at like each other while they're doing this?
And what about the next message, detective?
That's Mr. Zuezo to Mr. Hernandez. Good shit. That's October 10th, 2024 at 11:06 p.m.
And as also in charge, would that be after the time? Do you remember if this is after the time that the ring video that we reviewed on October 10th at the Rochester Hills?
Yes, that's after the time period.
And this next message, detective, what time is this at? Date time.
That one is October 10th, 2024 at 11:06 p.m.
And what does that say?
It appears to be a time. It's from Mr. Zuezos to Mr. Hernandez and states 8:45.
And the next message?
Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Zuezo, okay, and that's on October 10th, 2024 at 11:06 p.m.
And Secretary Connolly, this next message right here in the middle. What time is that?
The date and time on that one?
Yes, sir.
That one is October 10th, 2024 at 11:20 p.m.
And who's this message from and to?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Zuezo. States, am I picking you up at 8:45 or you want to be out there by 8:45?
And that's from Defendant Hernandez to Defendant Zuazo.
Yes.
And this next message, detective, what does that say?
That's from Mr. Zuazo to Mr. Hernandez. That says, be here at 8:45.
What's the date and time of that?
That one is October 11th, 2024. That's at 2:35 a.m.
Is that just right at the top?
They're like they're all giddy. They're up all
That's
night.
October 11th, 2024, 8:47 a.m.
And who is that to?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Zuazo, and that says, on my way.
And this next message right here in the green, detective.
That's from Mr. Zuezo to Mr. Hernandez. Says, I'm up, and that is on October 11th, 2024 at 8:47 a.m.
And the next message, sir.
From Mr.
So how did Josh think that the defense of you can't prove that it's me was going to work? I mean, seriously, we do have his image in that one video. We have the mother-in-law identifying him. We have his DNA, and we have these text messages.
Hernandez to Mr. Zuazo says, okay, and that's October 11th, 2024 at 8:48 a.m.
And October 11th, 2024, that's the date of the death of Mr. Murray.
Yes, sir.
And while you're sitting here in the courtroom and while you reviewed all that evidence as officer in charge, were you aware of the surveillance video that was admitted as exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And this date and timestamp, was that before that Lowe's home video date and timestamp?
Yes.
And also,
Patty B.
your investigation, did you obtain a cell phone?
Welcome back.
Yes.
That was obtained by Cato Parish and transported back up here when Detective Wendell Smith and Detective Wheatman went down and picked up the property.
Okay, and as far as the officer in charge, did you author or request a search warrant for that phone?
That one I believe Detective Wheatman did because there was some logistics where we weren't sure when we were going to be able to get the property. So he had initially authored one for Cato Parish to do a search of the phone. Then a secondary one was authored when it was determined that we were going to be bringing it back in a timely manner.
And was that phone searched pursuant to a valid search warrant here in Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. And did you give the cell phone in the same course and manner that you gave Defendant Zuazo's phone over to the Oakland County?
That one came in a little bit different because in the they arrived back from Louisiana after driving for hours in the middle of the night. So detectives logged all the property into our property room. Those items were later picked up from the property room and transported over to the computer crimes unit by us.
Was it a full cell phone attraction data, Ms. Diaz's cell phone?
Just imagine some poor officer had to drive that defendant, the big boy, back from Louisiana for hours in a vehicle with that guy.
Yes.
Did you review that cell phone report of Ms. Diaz?
I did.
Okay. And did you go through that phone and review messages between Mr. Hernandez and Ms. Diaz?
I did.
Now, I understand that people are going to move and admit people to code exhibit number 22 of this time, Your Honor.
I have no question about it.
And the second, we're going to kind of have to do the same thing, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a copy of the cell phone extraction report that was given to you or created in this from Mrs. Diaz's cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And who are the participants in this particular cell phone extraction?
The first one is a contact of and it is the phone number for Carlos Hernandez.
And that's the same cell phone number that we were just reviewing messages between the defendants?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who is this other participant?
The other one is the owner phone, which was the phone known to be Amanda Hernandez.
Yeah, the vehicle needed a shocks replaced immediately upon returning to Michigan.
Which was, or Amanda Diaz, which was taken in or seized while in Cato Parish.
And this first message on the top of it, do I have to do it the same manner? Who is this to and who is this from?
This is from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, states baby.
And
so this is to and from Big Boy and his wife, who for some reason isn't charged, even though she went to the store to get the DTE logo magnets. Obviously knew what was in the car, drove with all the incriminating evidence. And let's hear what these text messages have to say.
And then the next one.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, states, yes, my love.
And these next three right here, would this be fair to say are these from Ms. Amanda Diaz to Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, I agree with you.
And what's the profession say?
States, but I got a free Jackson.
And then the next one.
Guess what?
Okay. And this next one, can you give me the date and time on this one right here?
That is October 1st, 2024 at 1:46 p.m.
And who is that from?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez.
And what does that message say?
The badges were delivered.
And the next message?
Your account still negative, and that's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on October 1st, 2024 at 1:50 p.m.
And then this next message, kind of same procedure, date and time.
That one is on September 28th, 2024 at 11:57 a.m. That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. It states, remember what I said. If you have to leave with nothing, that's okay. You're the most important.
And what's the next message?
How is she not charged?
The next message is from September 28th, 2024 at 11:58 a.m. from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez says, what if he's not home?
Well, the next two messages is that responses from Mr. Hernandez to Mr. Diaz.
Yes, it's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. The first one states, I know, baby. The second one states, he will be.
Imagine Amanda's mother, who testified earlier, having to sit through these text messages and listen to this.
And what about this message up in blue right here?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda on September 28th, 2024 at 11:58 a.m.
And what does that say?
I'll text you when we make it up there.
And what about this next one, Greg?
That one's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 28th, 2024 at 11:58 a.m. Says, as long as you know your life and freedom is important to me.
And what about that one?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on September 28th, 2024 at 11:58 a.m. States, okay, baby.
And what about this next one?
The next one's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. That's going to be September 28th, 2024 at 12:08 p.m. Says, I know it is, baby.
And you read the next message?
The next one's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 28th, 2024 at 12:29 p.m. Says, I'm gonna have to buy a hoodie. This weather ain't it.
And the next message is not a response. And then what about this next message? Date time?
That one is on September 28th, 2024 at 12:44 p.m. from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, turn your phone off when you're out there, just in case.
And what's the next message?
She's
the next one's from Amanda to Mr.
him on
Hernandez.
how to get away with it.
September 28th, 2024 at 12:45 p.m. States, or you think you don't need to.
And that kind of gave me some messages.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 28th, 2024 at 1:31 p.m. States, I'm so nervous, but you guys seem to have it down. And I feel better now that you have a good getaway car.
What's the next message?
Next one's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on September 28th, 2024 at 1:36 p.m. States, I still am really nervous though.
Detective, next one, please.
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. That's on September 28th, 2024. That's at 1:40 p.m. Mr. Hernandez states, it's going to be okay.
And what about the next one?
That one's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on September 28th, 2024 at 1:40 p.m. Amanda states, promise.
And you read the next message?
That one's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on September 28th, 2024 at 1:57 p.m. States, I've been creeping on you.
No, she's not charged with anything. And in fact, they added her to the witness list. And at the beginning of the trial, she appeared and said that she intends to plead the fifth. So I don't think they end up calling her. But I think the court appointed her an attorney to address her pleading the fifth.
And the next one?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, September 28th, 2024 at 2:09 p.m. That one states, make sure you don't forget to take the tag off.
Okay, and what about the next one?
It always works.
That one's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda on September 28th, 2024 at 2:39 p.m. It appears to be we FKD up.
And the next one? Sorry. In this next one right here.
Amanda writes to Mr. Hernandez, what? And that's on September 28th, 2024 at 2:39 p.m.
And this hot message here.
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. That's going to be on September 30th, 2024 at 1:03 a.m. I am, baby.
And this next message.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 30th, 2024 at 1:03 a.m. And it states, and make Yogi take it. Don't be doing all the work.
And based on your investigation in this case, detective, were you made aware of a stolen vehicle from Dearborn Heights?
Yes, the vehicle that was located burned out in Detroit, as we heard from Mr. Keelan earlier, was stolen between the time of late the evening of September 29th and the early morning on September 30th.
And this message from Mr. Diaz to Defendant Hernandez says, and make Yogi take it, don't be doing all the work.
Yes.
And can you read this text message right here in the middle?
Yes, that's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's going to be on September 30th, 2024 at 1:05 a.m. States, makes me mad. It's all on you because you're the brains and then the message ends.
And what about the next one?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 30th, 2024 at 1:15 a.m. States, where you appears to be going, it's misspelled to get a.
And this next message up here at the top right.
It's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on September 30th, 2024 at 1:18 a.m. States, okay, just be careful. I'll be in the living room.
And the next message.
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda on September 30th, 2024 at 1:18 a.m. Says, okay, I love you.
And the next message, and then right here in green.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 30th, 2024 at 1:18 a.m.
states, I love you more, husband.
Can you read that last message right here at the bottom right here?
That one is from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 30th, 2024 at 1:42 a.m. That message states, I know you're not going to take a actual DTE car.
Thank you. Can you read this message?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 30th, 2024 at 2:05 a.m. States, you good, baby? Question mark.
And what about the next one?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's September 30th, 2024 at 2:29 a.m. I'm going to go to sleeps.
And this message right here, can you do that for us?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. That's September 30th, 2024. Be at 2:43 a.m. States, we just got a car.
And this time, the stamp here on September 30th, does that correspond with the reporting from the Dearborn Heights police report that you guys were?
Yes, it's within the time period that the vehicle was seen and then found to be gone.
And he says, we just got a car.
Yes.
And this next message right here in green?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on September 30th, 2024 at 2:43 a.m. States, are you okay?
Can you read this next message?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on September 30th, 2024 at 2:43 a.m. States, you driving our car? Question mark.
And what's the response?
From Mr. Hernandez to Amanda on September 30th, 2024 at 2:43 a.m. He responds, yes and yes.
And can you go ahead and read the one in green?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on September 30th, 2024 at 2:44 a.m. States, could you please move the cursor? Thank you. You sure there was no cameras around?
And what is it? The next response?
Mr. Hernandez responds with, yes, I'm sure. That's September 30th,
Always
2024 at 2:46 a.m.
He was caught on so many cameras. I know this was him taking the car, but he was caught on so many cameras.
And these next messages, these are just messages from Ms. Diaz to Mrs. Hernandez, or to Mr. Hernandez.
They appear to be.
And were these particular messages just about mundane, very things?
Yes, appear to be.
And this message here in the blue, can you read that?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. That's on September 30th at 2024 at 3:07 a.m. States, about to take Yogi home now.
Let's see if this is without links. And then this message right here.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's October 1st, 2024 at 2:28 p.m. What else you got to do?
And then what about the response?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda responds, get this shit. That's October 1st, 2024 at 2:28 p.m.
And what is the response of the hearing?
Amanda states to Mr. Hernandez, what shit? That's October 1st, 2024, 2:29 p.m.
This message down here in blue, what is that?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, states the signs. That's October 1st, 2024 at 2:29 p.m.
These messages have nothing.
There was no content in the subreddit to those indicated.
And this one down here in the bottom, can you read that for us?
On October 3rd, 2024 at 5:55 a.m., Amanda writes to Mr. Hernandez, you're probably going to have to move that truck. Laugh out loud. She's like, that's not stolen, is it?
And can you read,
So
right
if you guys missed it, the mother-in-law testified that the truck was parked out in front of her home. They live in Texas, and they were staying in Michigan at the mother-in-law's home, and the truck was parked out front, and she kept asking about it, and they kept saying, yeah, no, it's not stolen. It's our truck or whatever. I don't know what excuse they gave. She wasn't allowed to testify about that. But some sort of assurances that it wasn't stolen.
From Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on October 3rd, 2024 at 5:55 a.m. States, I told her it was Yogi's.
It's not going to be these two. And detective, this one on top here, can you read this one?
Amanda writes to Mr. Hernandez, how much money do you have, baby? That's October 3rd, 2024 at 3:45 p.m.
And then can you read the next one in this chain?
The next one's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on October 3rd, 2024 at 5:13 p.m. States, did you make sure the tracker is out of that truck?
And then can you read these next two messages and give us a date time?
Amanda writes to Mr. Hernandez on October 3rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. I love you, baby.
And can you read this top one, please?
Amanda writes to Mr. Hernandez on October 3rd, 2024 at 7:13 p.m. OMG, or oh my God.
And what is the response here?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda is what's wrong, baby? That's October 3rd, 2024 at 7:17 p.m.
And what's this one right here? Date and time. Can you read this for us?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez on October 3rd, 2024 at 7:24 p.m. Says, you got to move the truck so we can take the garbage out.
And then this message on top.
Amanda writes to Mr. Hernandez, what do you need it for again? October 4th, 2024 at 6:26 p.m.
And then the next message that's down there.
Mr. Hernandez writes to Amanda on October 4th, 2024, 6:26 p.m. to make the pages and the badges.
And then the response from Mrs. Diaz.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, okay, October 4th, 2024 at 6:26 p.m.
And then this one on top here.
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's October 6th, 2024, 8:53 p.m. States, I'm worried.
And then what's the response here in blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda about what? October 6, 2024 at 8:53 p.m.
And what about the response in green?
Amanda states to Mr. Hernandez, our house, October 6, 2024 at 8:53 p.m.
And of course, the next question I ask you, what about the blue one?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda states, it's okay, October 6, 2024 at 8:53 p.m.
And the top one, sir?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, you sure, October 6, 2024 at 8:53 p.m.
And what about the response in blue?
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, trust me, it's okay, October 6, 2024 8:53 p.m.
And you, the top one?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, well, we are only 5 days late on rent, not too bad, ANF, it's 7:54. And that's October 6, 2024 at 8:54 p.m.
You know, you could get a job.
This message right here in the green.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, October 6, 2024, 8:55 p.m. and states, we just spent too much money in PR. That's what fucked us.
And what about this message here, blue down the bottom?
That one's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda states, yeah, but it will be okay. Them things will be ready tomorrow, and then we can go do that. That's October 6, 2024 at 8:56 p.m.
And then you get the top one?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. I don't know either. That's October 7th, 2024, 9:51 p.m.
And the next one?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, you sure you don't need anything else, baby? That's October 8th, 2024 at 12:04 a.m.
And what about that next one?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, I don't think so. Them badges would be nice. That's October 8th, 2024 at 12:04 a.m.
And can you read the final one here in green?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Yeah, but I don't know how to make that. Plus, I don't think you need it. I'll look it up. That's October 8th, 2024 at 12:04 a.m.
Oh, they're talking about the DTE badges.
And then right here, this message right here in green in the middle, that was dated October 8, 2024. When you were reviewing the cell phone, did you make any notes of the text message? Recall?
I believe that was a link due to the computer that we have to use to usually view the Cellbrite program. It's not connected to the internet because a lot of times cell phone dumps are used for incidents of child sexually abusive material. So I'm not able to click on that link, but I do recall there being photos inside the phone that showed ID badges.
And can you just read off what that?
That's from Amanda to Carlos. The information in the message states custom ID badge, personalized employee photo identification card, customized plastic ID card for office worker, doctor, nurse, student / no punch hole. And that's on October 8th, 2024 at 12:06 a.m.
And then what's the next message here?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. Says something like that with no pictures. October 8th, 2024 at 12:06 a.m.
Okay. And this top message here, can you read that for us?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda on October 8th, 2024 at 12:07 a.m. States, takes too long to ship. I'm trying to be gone by Thursday.
And that was October.
That was October 8th, 2024 at 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And do you recall what day of the week October 11th, 2024 was when you arrived to the house?
I believe that was a Friday.
Okay. And so the night before and 10th, when you reviewed the camera, that would have been on Thursday.
Yes.
And can you read this message right here in the middle after that blue one?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, wait, I just needed the link to open my Amazon. That's October 8th, 2024 at 12:08 a.m.
And this one right here, would you read that for us?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, okay, and make one for Yogi. Do his name as Jonathan Wright. That's October 8th, 2024 at 12:12 a.m.
And what else one here in blue?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, make him an inspector too. October 8th, 2024 at 12:12 a.m.
And what about the next message?
Amanda states to Mr. Hernandez, I did. That's October 8th, 2024 at 12:12 a.m.
And this message, these two messages, please go ahead and read those.
Both are from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. The first one states, okay, that was on October 8th, 2024 at 12:13 a.m. The second one states, did you print them? Same date at 12:13 a.m.
Can you read top message and the other blue one underneath that as well?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. It states, it's BS. That's October 8th, 2024 at 1:10 a.m.
And what about the next one right here?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, but we will be leaving soon. October 8th, 2024 at 1:10 a.m.
Okay, and can you read this one, the green that's right here in the middle?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, I know, baby, but I don't want you rushing this. I don't want anything happening to you. October 8th, 2024, 1:11 a.m.
And what about this message in the blue?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, it's going to be okay. October 8th, 2024 at 1:12 a.m.
In fact, this top one, let me read that for us.
It's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, I hope we get enough money to buy a house. October 8th, 2024, 1:14 a.m.
What about this next message?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Me too, baby. Our own home.
So they wanted to rob this place, this jewelry store owner and pawn shop owner, and get enough money to buy a house. Do they realize that the IRS, the FBI, financial crimes, all that stuff are going to be looking into you if you pay cash for a house when you just were going through an eviction because you didn't have money to pay rent?
October 8th, 2024 at 1:15 a.m.
Well, this next one here, green.
On the same date and time, she also writes no rent. That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez.
And what about the response?
Mr. Hernandez, on the same date and time, from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, yes.
And can you read this one in blue?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, if what I feel is here, we gonna be good. October 8th, 2024 at 1:16 a.m.
What's that response agree?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That's on the same date and time. She replies with, so we can have a nice backyard.
And can you read this one 319 at the bottom for us?
That's on the same date and time. That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, I know I'm like, I wonder what's there.
And then, all right, I'll read those. This down here is blue. Can you give us read that, give us the time of that?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. That's on October 9th, 2024 at 9:17 p.m. States, okay, just pulled up to Yogi's.
And we'll have this message here agree.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, okay, baby, don't be long. You need to do the truck and sleeps. That's October 9th, 2024 at 9:17 p.m.
And can we the one in blue?
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda on October 9th, 2024 at 9:18 p.m. States, I know.
And what is the response agree?
Amanda responds on the same date and time. Be safe.
And what about the message in blue?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, always am. That's October 9th, 2024 at 9:19 p.m.
Okay. And the stop message right here, can you read that for us?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, WYD, love, commonly known, what are you doing? That's October 10th, 2024 at 7:09 p.m.
And this message in blue, can you read that for us?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, he's grabbing weed, then we coming back to get the truck. That's October 10th, 2024 at 7:10 p.m.
Okay. And as off chart, this time is corresponding before when they appear on the Murray's porch on October 10th in the evening.
Yes, a couple hours prior.
Especially in green, can you read that for us?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, okay, baby, you ready and got your head ready? October 10th, 2024 at 7:10 p.m.
And what about this message in blue?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, yes, that's October 10th, 2024 at 7:10 p.m.
This one in green, please.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, just be careful. October 10th, 2024 at 7:11 p.m.
And what about this message in blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, I am. October 10th, 2024 at 7:11 p.m.
And message in green.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, promise. That's the same date and time.
And what about this one blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, states promise. October 10th, 2024 at 7:19 p.m.
And message in green.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, I love you so much. October 10th, 2024 at 7:22 p.m.
And what about the response in blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, I love you too. October 10th, 2024 at 7:36 p.m.
What about this message right here in green? Series?
Amanda writes to Mr. Hernandez, you guys are gonna go this late. That's October 10th, 2024 at 7:43 p.m.
What's the following message?
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, remember what I said. Shit seem weird. GTFO, commonly known as get the fuck out. That's October 10th, 2024 at 8:14 p.m.
And then right here on top of the green.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, promise. That's October 24th or October 10th, 2024 at 8:15 p.m.
And that this message was after that last message he said that if it looks weird, get out of there.
Yes.
Okay. And what about this response in blue?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, promise.
And what is the response from Mr. Hernandez?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, I love you always. That's on October 10th, 2024 at 8:16 p.m.
And this one right here includes that.
That one's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, I love you too. Let me get into work mode. October 10th, 2024 at 8:16 p.m.
And this one on top.
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. I'll call you when we done. October 10th, 2024 at 8:16 p.m.
What about this message in green?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, wear a mask when you get close. October 10th, 2024, 8:16 p.m.
How is she not charged?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Okay. October 10th, 2024 at 8:17 p.m.
And what is this message right here?
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. Says, I got it on now. October 10th, 2024 at 8:18 p.m.
And again, this message is communications before the ring video came with that.
Yes, it appears to be a little bit prior to that.
Can you read the top one for us, please?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Says, okay, baby, get your head good. October 10th, 2024 at 8:19 p.m.
Can you read the next one, please?
From Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, you put the magnets on. October 10th, 2024 at 8:22 p.m.
Next message.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Sorry, just checking. October 10th, 2024 at 8:22 p.m.
And the message in blue.
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, yes. October 10th, 2024 at 8:27
My
p.m.
wife knows nothing about this, says Big Boy.
Can you read the top message right here?
It's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Says, I love you too. October 10th, 2024 at 8:28.
You can't charge a husband and a wife for the same crime.
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, 216 Greendale, October 10th, 2024 at 8:41 p.m.
And this message is no list of city. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And during your investigation, did the Greendale address become of significance to you?
Yes, it was in the general area of where the vehicle was burned. Also, we had obtained video from, I believe the address was 90 Greendale in Highland Park.
And this next message right here in green, can you read that for us?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That states, that's where I go get the food. That's October 10th, 2024 at 8:41 p.m.
And the next message, right?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. Yes, October 10th, 2024 at 8:41 p.m.
And can you read the top one for us?
It's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, okay. It's October 10th, 2024 at 8:42 p.m.
What's the next message say?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, are you done? That's October 10th, 2024 at 9:28 p.m.
And this message is blue.
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, no. That's October 10th, 2024 at 9:29 p.m.
And next one, sir.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, what happened? October 10th, 2024 at 9:29 p.m.
And would this date and time correspond to after the two people appeared on the Murray's doorstep left on the?
I believe that's slightly after or right in the time frame. I would have to view the video to see the actual timestamp.
What was the stop message say?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, I'll tell you when we get there.
And what is that date?
October 10th, 2024 at 9:29 p.m.
And the next message.
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. You need me to pick you up. That's October 10th, 2024 at 9:29 p.m.
And what about the next one?
That's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, yes, we did good though. That's October 10th, 2024, 9:29 p.m.
And the next message. Is
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Okay, should I leave? That's October 10th, 2024 at 9:30 p.m.
and you read this message at the top.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Says, where do I park to get this food? That's October 10th, 2024 at 10:01 p.m.
And the next message.
8074 Homer. That's October 10th, 2024 at 10:04 p.m.
And was this address at all significant to you?
I don't recall that address being significant or any evidence coming from that specific address.
Are they talking in code about getting the food, meaning the spot to pick them up after they dump and burn the vehicle? Because if that's code, you're a little too late, because you talked about the magnets and taking the DTE truck. And don't take an actual DE truck, steal something else, but you don't do it. Let Josh do it so that he actually has some stake in this and blah, blah, blah. You've lost the opportunity to talk in code.
And then this message right here, can you read the one reading?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, I just seen a hooker.
And
October 10th, 2024 at 10:07 p.m.
And the next response was?
It's from Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. Laugh out loud. October 10th, 2024 at 10:07 p.m.
And then can you?
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Be there in 12 minutes. October 10th, 2024.
I would
10:07
hope
p.m.
so, Dolly. I would hope
And
it
that
starts
was
her
given
after.
after that October 10th.
Yes.
Video. Okay. And this next message, can you read that in green?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Wait, don't leave yet. And that's October 11th, 2024 at 9:02 a.m.
And the next message.
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. I already left. October 11th, 2024 at 9:16 a.m.
And this message is green right here.
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. That was before I came upstairs. Laugh out loud. October 11th, 2024, 9:17 a.m.
Can you read the top one?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. I know. Hello. LMAO, which is commonly known as laugh my ass off. I saw you leave, silly. October 11th, 2024 at 9:17 a.m.
And what about the message in blue?
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. States, put the hard hats on the porch, please. October 11th, 2024 at 9:17 a.m.
And what about the message in green?
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Okay. October 11th, 2024 at 9:17 a.m.
Next message.
It's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Where are you parking the Jeep? That's October 11th, 2024, 9:17 a.m.
And what's the message in blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda at the house. October 11th, 2024, 9:18 a.m.
And this message in green.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Warren. That's October 11th, 2024, 9:18 a.m.
And what about the message in blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. At your mom's. You're going to have to come get us. October 11th, 2024, 9:18 a.m.
And the next message.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Oh, okay. October 11th, 2024, 9:18 a.m.
And the top message.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. I was confused. October 11th, 2024, 9:18 a.m.
And the message in blue.
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. Okay. October 11th, 2024, 9:19 a.m.
And the message in green right below.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. When do you think I'll have to do that? In like 2 hours? That's October 11th, 2024 at 9:19 a.m.
And the next message there.
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Just bring the keys inside. I'm going to sleep. October 11th, 2024 at 9:59 a.m.
And this top message right here.
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. You sleep. October 11th, 2024, 10:24 a.m.
And the next message on the page.
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. I was.
Silver,
October
you
11th,
just wish you
2024,
had a
10:25
woman
a.m.
to nag you.
And you read this middle one.
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Here. October 11th, 2024 at 12:08 p.m.
Okay. What's the date and timestamp of this bottom message right here?
That is October 11th, 2024 at 3:43 p.m.
And what was this a link to?
This reading the link, it's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. It's from WXYZ, which would, I believe, be Channel 7. And it's a link to a headline that states suspects posing as workers, murder man, duct tape woman at home in Rochester Hills.
Can you read the top message?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. What do you want to do? October 11th, 2024 at 3:57 p.m.
The next message.
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda. We need to leave. October 11th, 2024 at 3:57 p.m.
And can you read the next one, please?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. We need to get you out of here faster. October 11th, 2024 at 3:58 p.m.
And what's the following message?
That's the same date and time and states we don't have the money to do it.
Can you read the top message?
So Amanda to Mr. Hernandez states sweating. October 11th, 2024 at 4:41 p.m.
And the next message.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, WYA, commonly known as Where You At. That's October 11th, 2024 at 4:42 p.m.
And what's this message blue?
So Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, driving, October 11th, 2024 at 4:42 p.m.
And what about this message blue?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, coming here, October 11th, 2024 at 4:42 p.m.
And this message on top in blue?
That's Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, states, I'll talk to you when I get home. That's October 11th, 2024 at 4:43 p.m.
What about the message in green?
So Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, are we still leaving tomorrow or what? That's October 11th, 2024 at 4:43 p.m.
And this message following one?
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, call me FT audio, that's FaceTime audio, October 11th, 2024, 5:06 p.m.
And then your review of cell-right extraction reports when it says FaceTime audio, what does that mean?
No, that's a text message she's requesting. FT usually normally stands for FaceTime, as FaceTime audio to make the phone call.
Thank you. And then this message now in the bottom.
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. Don't get the plate just in case. October 11th, 2024 at 5:14 p.m.
And then what about the top message?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. What if there are cameras you can't see? October 11th, 2024 at 5:14 p.m.
And what about the next one?
That's from Amanda to Mr. Hernandez. States, put gas in so it don't look like you drove far. It's October 11th, 2024 at 5:23 p.m.
And the message blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, I am. October 11th, 2024, 5:34 p.m.
And the next one?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, I'm done. October 11th, 2024 at 5:46 p.m.
And the top one?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, I'm so sad, baby. I'm so sad. October 11th, 2024, that's 8:39 p.m.
What did you guys think was going to happen?
Okay, October 11th, 2024 at 8:40 p.m.
And then October 11th, 2024, about 8:40 p.m. That was after homicide at Castle.
Yes.
And this message in green?
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, promise. That's October 11th, 2024 at 8:40 p.m.
And this message in blue?
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, promise. October 11th, 2024 at 8:40 p.m.
Give me the top one, please.
Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, think it will blow over. That's October 11th, 2024 at 8:40 p.m.
What message in blue?
I kind of want to go back to the
Yes.
beginning
October 11th,
when she
2024 at 8:40
appeared in
p.m.
court and said she planned on pleading the
Can you
fifth.
get that message in green right here?
That's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, states, I don't think anybody will tell that it's you. That's October 11th, 2024 at 8:41 p.m.
And the message in blue?
I don't think anybody's going to be able to tell that it's you. Ma'am, your husband is 6'2", 450 pounds. It's not very many other people.
Mr. Hernandez to Amanda, I pray not. October 11th, 2024 at 8:41 p.m.
And can you read the top one in green right here?
It's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, states me too. October 11th, 2024 at 8:42 p.m.
And the next one, please.
It's Amanda to Mr. Hernandez, I just got back here. That's October 11th, 2024 at 8:44 p.m.
And also, did you also examine other messages that belonged to Mrs. Wazo's phone as part of your cell phone extraction?
Yes, I did.
And there was other messages that was in his phone that was concerning the crime they were investigating.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, people are going to move to admit and publish People's Exhibit number 24.
Well, who is this to?
And we're going to do it the same way. It's not going to be as many, but we'll read some of those messages.
We already have the
And this is
co-defendant and the uncharged co-defendant.
Yes.
And up here is Joshua's Wazo's.
I apologize. I believe this one I actually extracted myself. Yes.
And so up here at the top is participants Joshua Zuazo and someone by the name of SD in that particular phone.
That is correct.
Ooh, Joshua and
then you, the same process procedure we're doing before, can we go ahead and read some of these messages?
Yep. So this one's from Mr. Suazo to the contact of SD. It says, you got a second? I need to holler at you on some money shit.
All right.
You really
fair
ain't got to
enough.
do anything though. And that was on September 28th, 2024 at 3:37 p.m.
Okay, and this message in blue?
That's SD responding to Mr. Suazo. What's good? Damn, you just blocked me and shit. That's September 28th, 2024 at 10:30 p.m.
And then what's the message on top?
That's from Mr. Suazo to SD. Says, I'm not a finisher yet, but by next year, I'll pick up 2 or 3 more different tools. That's September 30th, 2024, 3:14 p.m.
To SD.
To SD, I apologize.
And that next one, if you're blue?
That's from SD to Mr. Suazo. Says, yeah, I used to do hard surface with DTE. That's September 30th, 2024, 3:15 p.m.
And then this next message.
Immediately following SD writes DTE. That's September 30th, 2024, 3:15 p.m.
And then this message in blue on top.
That's from SD to Suazo. Says, I got all the stickers for you and the DTE helmet and a vest for you guys. That's October 1st, 2024 at 10:49 a.m.
And this message here in green.
That's from Mr. Suazo to SD. States back. That's October 1st, 2024, 10:49 a.m.
And then this message here in green. Can you read that for us?
That's from Mr. Suazos to SD. States, everything go right, I'll give it to you. That's October 1st, 2024, 10:51 a.m.
And the message in blue.
SD responds with bet. That's October 1st, 2024 at 10:51 a.m.
And then this message between those parties that we're talking about. Can you tell us what this is?
It's a screenshot of DTE items. Appears to be vest, hard hats, signs. I do recall there being a photo in the phone that was stored in the phone in the Celebrate program that resembles this exact picture.
Okay, and
that's from SD to Mr. Suazos, and that's on October 1st, 2024 at 2:12 p.m.
And then this message right here.
That's from SD to Mr. Suazos. I got it all ready for you guys. That's October 1st, 2024 at 12:12 p.m.
And then this message on top.
That's from SD to Mr. Zuezos. Got likes for you guys too. That's October 1st, 2024 at 2:34 p.m.
And this message right here in green.
That's from Mr. Zuezos to SD. You can have both if shit goes as planned. That's October 1st, 2024 at 2:52 p.m.
And then the message in blue.
That's from SD to Mr. Zuezos. I hope it does. October 1st, 2024 at 2:56 p.m.
And this message here in green.
Mr. Zuezos to SD states it should. That's October 1st, 2024 at 2:57 p.m.
And while we're speaking of Defendants Zuazo, while you're investigating this matter, were you able to determine what Mr. Zuazo's shoe size was?
Yes. During the investigation, we determined that a size 10.5 had been booked into property.
That belonged to
Mr. Zuezos.
I know the questions.
Pretty good. All right. Detective, I know that you've heard me explain to every other witness about the questions I'm going to ask you this morning, but if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that and then I'll rephrase the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned early in the direct testimony this morning about Mr. Zuazo being taken into custody on October the 14th. Is that correct?
I believe that was the day.
Okay, and that would be like the Monday following the Friday where Mr. Murray's and Mrs. Murray's house was, where the incident occurred at their home.
Yes, I believe that was Monday.
And he was arrested, as you understand it, by a group of fugitive apprehension team members.
Oh, yes, I believe so.
And that's a combination of Oakland County Sheriff's deputies and also associated with the United States Marshal Service. Is that correct?
I believe so, sir.
And were you present for that?
I was not, sir.
But you received a report that Mr. Zuazo was arrested on that date by that team, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the place where he was arrested was in Plymouth, Michigan. Is that correct?
I do not know the exact location of where the arrest was made. I believe it was Plymouth, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
The place
That's
regardless
where
of
my
the
office
address,
is.
was a job site where a house was being built. Is that
Yes, I
correct?
believe it was taken in
And,
there.
and there were a number of people that were working at that job site on that day, one of whom was Mr. Zuazo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so then he was taken in custody. And no one knows. I assume that the rest of those people went back to work, but they didn't go to jail or they weren't taken into custody, correct?
Correct.
And this happened in Michigan, while you don't know the address, somewhere in southeastern Michigan, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And there wasn't any doubt about Mr. Zuazo being at work, correct?
I don't know the facts of the actual observation.
You're the officer in charge. You understand. You saw the
I
video
understand
of
he was
his
taken
arrest.
at work. Yes.
And in the background of that arrest where it occurred on a front lawn, there was a house under construction, correct?
Yes.
And the people that were there with him, that were all told to get on the ground at the time of his arrest, were working at that place, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And so when Mr. Zuazo was arrested, he didn't run away, correct?
I don't believe so.
And he was cooperative to the extent that he obeyed what the commands given to him were by the fugitive apprehension team members, correct?
Yes, I've received no information otherwise.
Okay, thank you. And as I said, or I asked before, that happened in Michigan, not in Louisiana, correct?
Yes, it wasn't the state of Michigan, sir.
And so now we've seen a number of text messages back and forth between Mr. Zuazo and a person named SD. Or, did you ever determine who SD was?
We still have been unable to determine. The phone number has come back to multiple different sources. It appears to possibly be some sort of pay-as-you-go phone, which doesn't always have a history associated with it.
That's a lot different than the situation with Amanda Diaz and the phone that she had and used with her husband during the weeks leading up to October 11th, correct? And then would you agree that there are many more text messages that were exchanged between the husband and wife, Amanda Diaz, or the wife and husband, Amanda Diaz and Carlos Hernandez, than the ones that were exchanged between Mr. Zuazo and Mr. Hernandez?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm ready for you.
Any redirect based on Zuazo's cost?
No.
Okay, all right, and so during A, yes, okay, we are going to take a break during A. It's not quite lunchtime yet for you, but it will be shortly. Let's just say your jury.
Let's take jury A out, and move jury B in, and do all that stuff. Really complicated.
Thank you.
Good morning for the next 10 minutes.
Good morning.
All right.
They talked about doing it, but I
As
don't
you
know.
stated, you are the officer in charge. You've had an opportunity to review all of the discovery that was provided in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you are aware that Mrs. Murray made a 911 call less than 10 minutes after the ring camera shows the two individuals leaving. Is that correct?
I would have to compare I know the call was received around 11:47 a.m.
That's what I have as well. Alrighty. You also were able to watch previously and then yesterday in court the interview of Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
And you heard when Detective Weigman stated, referring to Zuazo, he's afraid of what you and your people can do to him and his family. Do you remember that statement?
Yes.
Okay. That is not accurate, correct?
I know I've had a chance to review the tape, and Mr. Zuazo states something along the lines of, I don't know what Carlos has going, but I made reference to protecting his family, but did not, that specific quote that you gave, no, that was not said in his interview.
Okay.
Or attempted interview.
And actually, Mr. Zuazo, was he given an opportunity to have a sit-down interview just like Mr. Hernandez was?
Yes, he was.
He decided not to give an interview, correct?
Correct. He exercised his Miranda rights.
Okay. Now, I want to draw some attention to the text messages, specifically between Mr. Zuazo and Mr. Hernandez. There was no text dealing with anything involving planning a homicide, correct?
I don't recall reading any text at planning a homicide. No.
No conversations about weapons?
No, ma'am.
You testified that some of the messages appeared that they had been deleted by the user in looking at those messages that were found on Mr. Zuazo's phone. Is that correct?
As I stated, Mr. McGarrell pointed out the user deleted. I don't exactly know how that actually works as far as the Cellbrite program. That's outside my realm.
Okay. And as you stated, a user may believe they're deleting something from their phone, but Cellbrite has a little bit of extra power.
From what I understand, there can be messages that are in the background that are not totally deleted from the phone. Yes.
In talking about the messages between Carlos and his wife, fair to say that the texts are about a larceny or a theft that is about to occur, correct?
It would appear so.
There's text messages like, if you have to leave with nothing, that's okay.
Correct.
I hope we get enough money to buy a house.
Correct.
No messages about a weapon.
I do not recall any.
No messages about planning a homicide, correct?
I do not recall any.
I don't have anything further.
I mean, what else does she got to say?
Okay, let's bring in our other jury.
What is he said? No, Judge.
No, because it's a jury comes in.
No, you're
All right, can we step down?
Thank you.
People next witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the people of the state of Michigan rest.
Okay, all right. So
They
what I'm going to do now is, you guys are getting your steps in, okay? Nothing else, all right? We're gonna take a break, and it's not yet lunch, okay? So take a break, go back to your drinks. All right, so briefly.
We're going to get a motion for a directed verdict. Do you think the judge will grant it?
On behalf of defendant Judge Zuazo, Your Honor, Mr. Zuazo is charged with first-degree felony murder in count 1, and in count 2, unlawful imprisonment of Hussein Murray, and in count 3, unlawful imprisonment of Linda Murray. Your Honor, the first thing that I would like to address is the unlawful imprisonment of Linda Murray, because it's evident from the testimony that she gave that the person who bound her up and had her unlawfully imprisoned was co-defendant, Mr. Hernandez. She never said anything about Mr. Zuazo apprehending her in any way. And furthermore, she testified that it was Mr. Hernandez who slapped her, or smacked her, or punched her when she didn't give the answers that he would have liked to heard regarding where the money, the jewelry, and where the valuable property of the house was located. That seems to be a very clear case of unlawful imprisonment brought against Mr. Hernandez, but certainly not against Mr. Zuazo. And then, when we talk about the unlawful imprisonment of Mr. Murray, there's no evidence to say exactly who did all of that. The person who was seen in the videos from the two different hardware stores, Home Depot and Lowe's, that's paying to buy these items that shows up on these receipts is evidently, there is clearly an evidence, Mr. Hernandez, who was getting money out of his pocket, and he's paying for all that. Who else is there? The second person has got either a bottle of Coke or a bottle of some sort of water, that is Gatorade water, something like that. He's not a participant in making any purchase. So those items that were used on Mr. Murray as well as on Mrs. Murray were purchased by the co-defendant, Mr. Hernandez. And so I'm asking for a directed verdict as to both of those counts, and then going directly to the first primary count, first degree felony murder.
Yeah, for both of them.
There hasn't been enough evidence presented that would make Mr. Zuazo even be present in the place, in spite of the fact that Ms. Murray did identify Mr. Zuazo as having been present that day, because we have two other witnesses who testified.
What do you mean, am I going all today?
Soon after this event took place, that was.
I'm streaming the whole trial. This is the motion for directed verdict. The defense doesn't have any witnesses. So we're basically, after this, we're jumping into closing arguments.
Detective Hagelin on Friday, the 11th of October, and then Detective Whedon, who testified yesterday about 3 at least interviews he had with her.
Is that what you mean? Like, am I
give specifics
file
about
out?
even the person. The only characteristic she gave about the second participant in the robbery was a person of average build, and that was it. Not 6 foot tall, nothing specific like that, even though that's what she testified to. So that raises the issue of identification. I know I'm going to be receiving an instruction on identification for the jury, but I'm asking here in this motion for a directed verdict that that charge be dismissed. Directed verdict of acquittal as well, because of the lack of identification.
Yeah, no time off. I'm just going.
I understand that the standard is that you have to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. People versus Hampton and all of its progeny stand for that proposition, and I certainly am aware of it. And I'm submitting on behalf of Mr. Zuazo. People haven't met that burden, and it is for that reason I'm asking for him to receive a directed verdict of acquittal on all 3 counts. Thank you.
I think Ms. Hoffman, are you joining in?
Your Honor, but only as to count 1. So I'm asking for a directed verdict only as to the felony murder count. Obviously, as Mr. McCarthy just stated, you're to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. But when we look at the elements of first-degree felony murder, obviously the second prong there is the mindset that Mr. Hernandez had at the time. I do not believe that there was any testimony, and that none can be inferred from the testimony that was provided. So I do believe, even in viewing the light most favorable to the prosecution, that count 1 as to felony murder should be a directed verdict.
Okay, thank you. Response by the people?
Judge, everyone knows the standard. This court knows the standard.
All right,
At this
new
point in time,
poll
I
is
don't
up.
believe, any of these motions should be granted. The case should go forward to the jury. These are jury issues at this point in time regarding Mr. McCarthy's issue regarding his client, whether or not he was involved with Mrs. Murray's captivity up in the first story. I think one, there's aiding and abetting, which would indicate that too. The defendant's DNA is on those duct tape rolls, as is the other defendant's. That both duct tape that is down in the basement is found down there. And also, Mrs. Murray indicated that the defendant, Zuazo, wanted to put her in the closet before they left, along with the defendant. So I believe a lot of this is for closing argument. Obviously, they're both ready for closing closing argument, but to direct a verdict out, I don't believe it's appropriate this time.
Okay, the court does review motions for directed verdict, so like most favorable to the non-moving parties, which is here is the prosecution. First, we'll start with Mr. Zuazo's motion for directed verdict pursuant to all three counts: count one, felony murder; count two, unlawful imprisonment; and count three, unlawful imprisonment. The court finds that there is overwhelming evidence that Mr. Zuazo was a participant.
Overwhelming evidence that Josh was involved. Yes, little man was involved by overwhelming evidence.
In count one, felony murder, as well as all unlawful restraints.
I don't know why they didn't
Of course,
take a
the question
plea.
as to whether or not if he is to be found guilty or not guilty comes down to a question of fact to this jury pool, who is, of course, confident will make appropriate decision regarding that. It is beyond me, Mr. Zuazo, that you sat through this trial for this past week and would believe that there would be any chance that this court would direct this verdict.
Okay, Judge. All right, settle down. It's his legal duty to bring a motion for directed verdict. It would be malpractice if he didn't. So just settle down a little bit, Judge.
In your favor. Same with you, Mr. Hernandez. That evidence is overwhelming as to count one, that you did partake in a felony murder, and the question is then going to be submitted to your fact finders, who the court is confident will make an appropriate decision as to their verdict. Both motions for directed are denied. Anything else?
Your Honor, at this time, I think that we could address the issue of the defense and what will be presented.
Sure.
I have conferred with Mr. Zuazo and the time that I represented him, and it is my understanding he intends to exercise his right to remain silent, and I would like to have him sworn so that he can inform the court about that.
No, let's do that. Do you have any other witnesses?
The defense will not be presenting any witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Zuazo, stand up so I can be sworn, and sir, go ahead and raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God? All right, can you put your hand on, tell us your name? You want to ask?
Yes, Mr. Zuazo, you and I have been working together in your defense since I was appointed to represent you in October of last year, correct? Yes. And we have
Was
been
appointed.
diligently
Who said
preparing
he
for
was
this trial
retained?
conducted during this week, correct? And one of the things that we have discussed is whether you would testify or not testify, correct? Yes. You understand that that's a choice that you make. It is not a choice that I make, correct? Yes. And you understand that in the event that you were to testify, certain items of your personal background, which are not in evidence right now, would be brought up during cross-examination that would impeach you. And you have made a decision about whether it is, keeping that in mind, that you will testify before the jury assembled to determine the facts in your case, correct? Yes. And can you tell Judge Polis what your decision is?
No, I'm not going to testify.
Okay, all right,
Tell Judge what your decision is, and he leans over. The attorney's like, "You're not going to testify." Oh, yeah, I'm not going to testify.
And then you have an absolute right to remain silent. You have a constitutional right to remain silent. And you also have a constitutional right to testify on your own behalf in the trial. Now that you've made the decision not to testify, be confident that this court will read an instruction to your jury that states the fact that you did not testify cannot be used against you in this trial. Okay? And anytime you change your mind, I think we're going to likely take a break between now and when we come back, potentially for your closing. If there's any point in time where you change your mind, let your lawyer know. Okay? Okay. All right. Ms. Lawson? Yes. All right. I'll get Mr. Hernandez sworn in. Go ahead and raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes. All right. Thank you. Put your hand on. Tell us your name. Carlos Hernandez. Your lawyer's going to ask you some questions.
Mr. Hernandez, I have been your attorney from the time that you were arraigned, correct?
Yes.
And we have discussed the fact of whether or not you would testify multiple times.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand if you wanted to testify, you do absolutely have that right.
Yes.
But also, if you did take the stand, you would be answering questions from me, but then the prosecution would have a chance to ask you questions. Do you
Yes.
understand that? And you understand also that you have a right to remain silent.
Yes.
And you understand that if you choose to remain silent, the judge would instruct the jury that they cannot use that silence against you.
Yes.
And you were present in 1 year when I actually asked the jury to see if they would hold it against you. Do you remember that? Have you had enough time to make a decision whether or not you would like to testify?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you anything, forced you, or made you feel that you were unable to testify if you truly wanted to?
No.
Is the decision you're going to tell the court your own decision and your own free will?
Yes.
What is your decision? Would you like to testify, or would you like to remain silent?
Remain silent.
Okay, and then same with you, Mr. Hernandez. You understand that by making the decision to not testify, you have a constitutional right to remain silent. But you also have a constitutional right to testify on your own behalf in your trial. The court will allow you to do that. Being that you told the court that it is your choice not to testify, be confident in the fact that I will read an instruction to your jury that the fact that you did not testify cannot be used against you. If you change your mind between now and the time before closings, let your lawyer know, and your lawyer will let the court know that you decided to change your mind. Okay? All right. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, I do have one jury instruction issue.
Judge, just one thing before we get to the jury instruction. I know you had asked Mr. McCarthy if he intended to present any other witnesses. I don't believe you asked that. Ms.
Right.
Lawson.
Ms. Lawson, did you intend on presenting any witnesses?
I do not.
Okay. All right. What's the jury instruction issue?
Your Honor, it's actually 16.4. It's the first degree felony murder. If you're looking at
And this is in Hernandez finals.
Yes. So when we're looking at the actual Michigan model criminal jury instructions, that gives some instructions as to the use of the particular instruction.
What number is this?
16.4. It's like
16.4. Count one. First degree felony murder. Okay.
If you're looking at the Michigan model criminal jury instructions, at the bottom it says paragraph 5 may be omitted if there is no evidence of justification or excuse, and the jury is not being instructed on manslaughter or any offense less than manslaughter. Here, there has been no evidence that there was some sort of self-defense claim. By asking for those instructions, I don't think 5 is appropriate with the facts and the evidence that have been placed on the record. As to number 6, the model criminal jury instruction states use 6 or 7 where factually appropriate. 6 states to establish an attempt. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and that goes to detail that. There has been no attempt established. The evidence clearly shows that individuals went into the home, items were removed. I don't think there's an attempt issue here, and I think that attempt instruction is going to confuse the jury, especially when they're going to be reading this in conjunction with an aiding and abetting instruction. So I am asking that 5 and 6 be struck.
Your Honor, I would join with Ms. Lawson's motion and also advise the court that as a member of the Model Criminal Jury Instructions Committee, this paragraph 5 has been the object of discussion. It is based upon a finding in a Court of Appeals case that is now being reviewed by the Supreme Court. But the Court of Appeals ruling was that it has no business in any of the homicide instructions because there's this not justified excuse or done in circumstances to reduce the lesser crime doesn't apply.
I feel like that does apply on the premeditation standard, but I don't see how element 5 applies to this particular fact pattern.
Judge, I don't have any objection if the defense wants 5 removed.
Yeah, because there's been no evidence presented that the killing is not justified excuse or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. There's no lesser crime. I'll strike 5. Okay, so 6. Do you join in that as well, Mr. McCarthy?
I do, because I don't believe the evidence is attempt, given the fact that stolen property was found in Mr. Hernandez's vehicle.
Murder qualifies as attempt to action must go beyond mere preparation to the point where the crime would have been completed if it hadn't been interrupted by outside circumstances. There's no evidence that suggests that anything interrupted this crime.
Well, I would believe to argue that if what some of the things Mr. McCarthy has indicated to the court about identification, it's going to be that those things interrupted his client from appearing at the scene. So that part,
Say that again?
I don't think Mr. McCarthy, from what we've talked about, is going to agree that his client was there for this. So something interrupted his client from showing up to the scene to participate in this. I also don't know if there's going to be an argument that, well, at some point, my defendant, whichever one we're talking about, decided to leave and not participate in it. So I think that should be left in there, quite frankly.
To leave during the larceny or to leave during the murder?
Well, it would be, since it's not a premeditated murder, there's not a preparation for the murder, but there is preparation for the larceny. And that preparation, as we've seen through the text messages, there's preparation for that larceny by him. And it's not that you can't prepare to do a larceny that then turns into a felony murder. So he's preparing for a larceny. So I think that instruction should stay in there.
Well,
hang on a second, I'm just going to read it to myself again.
Is it a valid argument to say that, yes, those text messages were because my client was attempting to engage in this larceny with Big Boy, but then never ended up appearing. So Big Boy grabbed another black gentleman that looked just like my client? I guess that's a possible argument. It could be argued, and then the jury could buy it. And so I think that instruction should stay.
I think that this is what I want to answer by the defendants regarding the portion of it that says things like planning.
Hey, Wendy, how's Ohio?
Will be committed or just preparation. So we just heard an hour and a half of testimony of text messages that talk about potential preparation, or the jury could see as preparation.
Yeah, but Judge, you're not thinking like a defense attorney. I just outlined an argument.
In of themselves, it's not preparation of a larceny. For it to qualify as an attempt, there has to be an action that goes beyond this preparation to the point where the crime has been completed. So if you, Mr. McCarthy, get up and argue and say, and I don't know if you're going to, and I guess we can take it under advisement until that point, but if you get up and argue to the jury to say, yes, my client was in those messages, they got him there. However, he never showed up to the house that day. That would indicate that there was potentially an attempt or mere preparation, which would be your argument.
You are correct in the sense that this is mere preparation. All those things that happened before October the 11th are indeed preparation. Whoever's doing it, whatever that preparation was, it's a question of fact for the jury to decide.
So you want this instruction?
No, I don't. I don't think that that should be in there because this isn't an attempt. This crime was completed by someone. My whole point here is that it isn't, and this is where the argument's going to be, it's not Mr. Zuazo. And I think that paragraph 6 should not be included as a part of the instruction, the same as I argued about paragraph 5. And I think that last half, and that was the thing that I was focused on, that things like planning a crime, one can plan something and not carry it out and not be a part of it, and that doesn't make them guilty of a crime. Even if somebody else did it. If you're going to argue aiding and abetting, that's a different thing. If you can establish that somehow or another the actual actor was being told to or put out there by another person who's the aider and abetter, that's a different circumstance. But that's not what we have here.
Okay, so I'll see you in a second. So I understand that point. The hypothetical that I think that this could apply for is a situation where somebody is attempting to go into the home, but then or stop at the door, and their attempt is to do it, and then it results in a felony murder because that was the person's attempt to do it. But here we've seen evidence that the home was ransacked, that whoever was in that home, in fact, did commit larceny.
And that's the point, because the instruction itself in paragraph 4 says the defendant was committing or attempting to commit or helping someone else commit the crime of larceny. So if he's going to say his guy didn't show up there, and let's say they believe it, he could still be guilty of first-degree felony murder from all the stuff he did leading up to that, because he is helping. That's the preparation. And that's for the jury to decide by applying the facts to the law. But if you don't give the rest of the law, they won't have that ability to apply it. So that's a jury question of whether it is or isn't preparation, whether he is or isn't there. So he could still not be there, and yet be guilty of first-degree felony murder.
But I guess why are you believing that an attempt instruction applies at all? Because the next element says the defendant must have been either committing or helping someone else commit the crime.
Yes.
So that could apply to both.
Regarding Mr. Zuazo, he is helping someone else commit the crime of larceny from everything we just saw in the text messages. So
7 is good.
Well, I don't think we were talking about something.
That same 7 is what really describes, I think, the element for the instruction that they should be, the jury should focus on.
Judge, let me say this, okay? My first concern in this case is protecting the record, okay? My theory is not going to be that he abandoned it. My theory is he was going to be there. If the court wants to strike 6, I'm fine with it. If I don't want that to be an issue on appeal, that we're worrying about something that I'm not even going to argue in closing that he abandoned it, I'm going to say he's there. That's not, so if you want to strike it for safety's sake, I'm fine.
I think it's for like, I wouldn't be striking it for safety's sake. If I struck it, it would only be, because I think it would be confusing to the jury when they're back there deliberating. But what's your position, Salta?
You're already reading the actual model criminal jury instructions. It says use 6 or 7 were factually appropriate. So I think the instructions telling us we are not to use both. And I agree with the court. I think 7 is very appropriate.
It is in correlation with 8.1, 4, and 5.
So, okay, so the user knows this paragraph 5 may be admitted if there's no evidence of justification or excuse, and we've done that. And then it states 4. Third, that when the defendant did the act that caused the death of Hussein Murray, the defendant was committing or attempting to commit or helping someone else commit the crime of larceny. The crime of larceny, the prosecutor must prove the following elements. The defendant someone else's property, the property was taken without consent. There was some movement of the property. It doesn't matter whether the defendant actually kept the property or whether the property was taken off the premises. For that, at the time the property was taken, the defendant intended to permanently deprive the owner of the property. So that goes into explanation as to the removal of any properties. Essentially,
I have to confess, I watched this whole stream except for like a little bit towards the end where I fell asleep. I may have turned my camera off for about 10 minutes and put my head down on the table.
mindset versus what's actually taken out of the home in this factual scenario. And then it says you 6 or 7 are factually appropriate. The court is going to find that 7 is more factually appropriate and that the defendant must have either been committing or helping someone else commit the crime of larceny to helping to perform acts or give encouragement before or during the commission of the crime that aids or assists in commission. At the time of giving aid or encouragement, the defendant must have intended the commission of the larceny. And if this is on review to the higher courts, the court is referencing criminal jury instruction 16.4, first degree felony murder out of chapter 16 homicide out of the Michigan model criminal jury instructions. Okay, all right, anything else?
Only just to make sure I got it right. Number 5 is being eliminated as well.
You guys ready for the closing?
And 7 will be renumbered as 5.
Let's do the closing. Yeah, the closing girl.
Court, counsel. Good afternoon. All the evidence, testimony, text messages are now before you. The case is going to soon be yours to decide when Judge Polis gives you the law to take back there. You'll have a written copy to read through. I was watching something just the other day, actually on YouTube, and the guy was talking about perception versus perspective. And he was talking about how we go through life. Normally, we're looking at things as you go through it through your own perception. You know, you're seeing the events around you, the people around you. But there's also perspective, which is how are those folks looking at you? And that's stepping outside yourself and looking back. And I really thought about that coming into today's closing argument because my perception doesn't matter. If it was my perception that mattered, I think I don't even need to make a closing argument. But that isn't what matters. What matters is your perception of the case, and that I don't know. So what we're going to talk about are things I think are important when you go forward, but it's impossible, and I'm not going to, there's no way to do in 20, 30 minutes everything that we've discussed. It's impossible. We all have faith that you took notes. We all have faith that you paid attention. So go back and rely on that when you go forward. Now, we talked from the start about what this case is about, what this case is about, and from the start in jury selection, what we said is this is first degree murder, but it's not first degree premeditated murder. And we discussed that from the beginning. And Judge Polis will instruct you on what this is, which is first degree felony murder. And that means, and people have never said anything different, nor has law enforcement, that this was an intentional killing when they showed up on the doorstep on October 11th of 2024. And the judge will instruct you on the law, which is now for all the attorneys. And I'm not going to go through, there's a stack that Judge Polis will read to you, which there's no point going through it twice. But what you have to focus on regarding first degree felony murder was that the defendants intended to commit a larceny. And that during that larceny, they caused the death of Mr. Murray by either intending to kill him or intending to do great bodily harm to him or creating a high risk that death or bodily harm could occur. And then the judge is going to instruct you about aiding and abetting, which we also talked about. And it'll say anyone who intentionally assists someone in committing a crime is as guilty as the person who directly commits it. Now, I believe the facts have shown there were 3 people in that basement. Okay, and Mr. Murray is not able to talk about what happened in that basement. But I think the facts have shown throughout this, and I think the text messages tied everything in together even more, that from before, during, and after, these defendants had planned to commit a larceny at Mr. Murray's house. And each of them played different roles in different parts, but each of those parts were going together for that same mission, for lack of a better term. And you'll hear and you've heard that defendant Hernandez started a year before with his contact with Mr. Murray. He had personal contact at his pawn shop in Hamtramck a year before, October of 2023, where he was engaged in making pawns with Mr. Murray's shop. And then you heard, and you have the records that in February of 2024, Mr. Hernandez appears again. And when he appears again, not only does he take some things out of pawn, but he asks to speak with Mr. Murray face to
He's
face.
got to find a better way to
Mr.
say
Murray came
that.
over.
It's not making pawns, because that's what young girls do when they have no other option and they move to LA.
Shook his hand.
He was pawning items.
Looked him in the eye and talked to the co-defendant Hernandez. And the other interesting part of that, because there are little bits that maybe don't seem that important, and maybe they're not, that's for you to decide. But what is Hernandez in there looking at? He's in there looking at Rolexes. What does Mr. Murray wear? He wears a Rolex. What does Mr. Murray have on him? He has jewelry. After that day, and as things went forward, you've seen the text messages, you've heard the connection between the two co-defendants, and it's a substantial connection. These are not high school friends who never hang out. These are not high school friends that only see each other
11
at
hours,
reunions once every 5 years.
strong.
These two have had a close connection, and it continued throughout this time. And I think there's proof of that through witnesses and through the text messages. You heard from Ms. Diaz when she testified how the defendant, Zuazo, was going to be in the wedding in September of 2024. You heard from Ms. Diaz that she knows him by the nickname of Yogi. You heard from Ms. Diaz that she identifies the defendant that morning of October 11th when he's in the Lowe's with co-defendant Hernandez. You've heard as the testimony, the text, everything else is played out. You have lots of videos to show that they put their plan in place, physically start making it happen about 20 days before the murder. And you hear that through the text and through their actions. You start seeing the text that you now have today about we need a car between Hernandez and this defendant. And they go back and forth about getting a car. Why do they need a car? Well, they need a car because they want to get away with it, first of all. And they're going to do that by disguising the vehicle that they drive and then disguising themselves. They're going to disguise that vehicle after they steal it. And you've heard testimony from the victim of that theft about his car being left out in a gone, which coincides exactly with the text that you have now. You also saw texts that indicate that you need to disguise it with DTE materials. And you saw not just Hernandez walking in on video into that store to order up those signs for the sign of the car, but you saw this defendant text messaging his buddy, whether it's a male or female buddy, I don't know, but the buddy to get DTE products to disguise themselves. They go a step further, and that's to get rid of the plate, which was a very distinguished plate on the back of that truck, that Poco plate. And they got a DTE plate stolen from a DTE vehicle to make it even more unlikely that they're going to get caught if that vehicle is identified or if it shows up on a flock camera. Like everyone here now knows, is taking pictures of a lot of plates. Well, it would come back with the DTE plate. And that disguise, as you heard, was so effective on October 11th that even Ms. Niehaus, as she's walking her dog, and she said, my attention was drawn to that vehicle, first by the sound of it, but then it just seemed to be slow rolling through the neighborhood. And she said, I finally looked up and I saw it was marked as DTE. And I said, oh, it's DTE coming through to do something. And she was no longer concerned about the vehicle. Well, that's what these defendants intended. Now, you have the videos, you have the purchases at Home Depot, at Lowe's. They were getting the things that they were planning to use when they were going to get into Mr. and Mrs. Murray's house. They wanted duct tape, they wanted zip ties. They were disguising themselves as workers with different things that they purchased also at those stores. They were ready, but there was one thing that they could not buy at any hardware store for that day. And that was the will to do what was necessary. That will to go into that house and do what was necessary, you can't purchase that at a store. That came from in here. They were ready to go. And on that October 10th, when they drove there,
but they were going homeless. They were losing their.
And as they drive there, 40 minute, 45-minute drive,
apartment.
No one gets out of the vehicle. No one talks themselves out of doing what they're about to do. They're ready. They're planning. And as you saw through the text, Mr. Hernandez wants to buy a house. Mr. Zuazo is talking about needing a big score. And they had this impression that inside that house was going to be their big score. As they get to the house, and as you've heard, they approach the house, Mr. Hernandez in front, posing as DTE workers with Mr. Zhao right behind him. And that does not, is captured on Ring video. There's the knock on the door, which catches everybody's attention inside. Mrs. Murray said she gets it on her Ring video from her phone, and Sam is already downstairs and heads towards the door. She's upstairs, and she's paying attention. So Sam opens the door, defendant Hernandez with the co-defendant right behind him. They're trying to talk their way into the house. Mrs. Murray says, it's a little late to be doing a gas check. And then she says, Sam, do you have your gun on you? And she said, I said it loud so it could be heard. Mr. Murray doesn't want to let him in, isn't going to let him in, and doesn't let him in. Mr. Hernandez says, we'll be back tomorrow. So they leave that night, and then they have a 40-minute drive back to where they came from. Did anybody decide not to go forward with this the next day? No, there was a different type of discussion. And there's unanswered questions that we talked about in jury selection. Some of those unanswered questions don't matter. Okay, it only matters if it goes to what we need to prove in these elements. One of the unanswered questions is, why didn't they force their way in? Okay, well, they didn't force their way in is what happened. But if you remember the positioning, Sam is downstairs. He's not a small man. He's 6 foot tall. He's 300 pounds. Hernandez is in the doorway. Okay, and it's been told that he's armed. Could they have gotten to Sam before he pulled his gun? Could they have gotten to Sam before he backed up and pulled his gun? I don't know. But what I do know is if they had come in that house, they could not have gotten to Mrs. Murray upstairs on that balcony before she called 911. There was no way they were getting to her before that call was placed. So they leave to regroup, and they regroup. They don't cancel it. They don't say there's Ring cameras, I'm not going to do it. They don't say the guy is 6 foot and 300 pounds. He may be a problem. No, instead they revise the plan. The plan doesn't get canceled. How do they revise the plan? Well, now they go first thing in the morning to Lowe's to get the 18-inch zip ties. So they're upping what they expect they're going to need to subdue Mr. Murray. The duct tape no longer is enough. they need zip ties. And those are the same length zip ties that the detectives described that is in the bloody scene in the basement. They have to drive back. No one gets out of the car. They both arrive. And as they arrive this time, when they're at the front door, which is captured on the Ring video, they're able to trick Mr. Murray into opening that door. Mr. Murray goes to the door, as you've heard. He lets them in, as you've heard. And Mrs. Murray is there watching this. She says it sounded like Mr. Hernandez was going to go outside, but he didn't. And you also heard that Defendant Zuazo starts lingering around where the dryer is, which is a gas dryer. So they start going downstairs. And what's important to note is the little pieces of things, which you have. I'm sure you have. So Sam goes down the stairs first. Who's following Sam? This defendant, not Hernandez. The first one to go downstairs behind Sam is this defendant. The first defendant who's going to encounter Mr. Murray is this defendant. And Hernandez goes down behind him. The door is closed. And you know some of what happens next. We don't know all of what happens next because Mr. Murray isn't here to tell us. What you hear next is Defendant Hernandez comes up and he immediately confronts Mrs. Murray, who's right there.
It's kind of hard to miss 450
No screams, no shouts, no
whatever the
circumstance. But she sees Hernandez. And he
However
starts,
you're
where's the safe, where's the money,
direction.
where's the jewelry? And obviously that conversation triggers the realization that these are not DTE workers, that this is a problem. And she answers immediately, we don't have a safe, money's in the purse, there's no real jewelry here, it's upstairs. And you hear at that point in time, Defendant Zuazo comes upstairs. And when he comes upstairs, Sam isn't with him. And when Mrs. Murray sees Zuazo, she asks, where's my husband? And she's asking, where's my husband? And he comes up and hears that. Hernandez doesn't say anything in response to that. Zuazo does. And what he chooses to say is, he's sleeping. And at that point, she sees the blood on this defendant's chest. And she starts screaming. Hernandez immediately punches her on the left side of the face, as you've seen in the photos and as you've heard in testimony. And what else does Mrs. Murray say that is important? And as you look back through everything, all that we ever want is for you to use your common sense about what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. And what makes sense is exactly what she says. She says she sees his whole face because the mask is no longer in position. And what makes sense about that, because he's tried to disguise his face with the mask, both on the 10th and on the 11th. But why it's not in place anymore is because he had just been in a struggle with Mr. Murray down in the basement. And that mask had been moved and dislodged during that life and death struggle. And that life and death struggle was just Mr. Murray's life and death. These defendants were never concerned about their life or death. And if you heard, the only blood, there's DNA from the defendants. There's never any blood from the defendants. The only blood that you see, and there's a lot, is from Mr. Murray. Now, she sees his face. She describes him. She describes him to the police officer. She describes the facial hair. And you heard the officer yesterday testify when he was arrested, he had facial hair. And then you've seen the Lowe's video from that morning where the defendant is there with Mr. Hernandez with facial hair, with the bucket hat that's later found. So does that end it? Does the defendant head for the door? Does he say, I'm getting out of here? No. Where does he head? He heads upstairs to continue the mission, which is to find the jewels or this treasure that doesn't exist. So he goes upstairs, and you heard that when he goes upstairs, those rooms are ransacked. You saw those rooms are ransacked. The costume jewelry is every place. And you also heard Mrs. Murray testify that Hernandez never went upstairs. Only this defendant went upstairs. And what else is upstairs? The victim's blood on that swipe on the wall. Because there's so much blood that was downstairs, the defendant got the blood on him and left it upstairs. As that's going on, Mr. Hernandez is still looking for items, trying to get into the purse, trying to take the car keys, taking the cell phone, taking all these things. And the gun is missing. Gun's never been found. Last time it was seen, it was going downstairs with Mr. Murray. That gun is missing. Mrs. Murray tells you that she's bound up by the duct tape. You saw how Sam is bound up in the basement. He's not just bound up with duct tape, he's bound up with the zip ties that they have just purchased. And then you hear this defendant returns from upstairs, wanting to go. We need to go. But what does he want to do? This defendant. He wants to put Mrs. Murray in the closet. He wants to put her in the closet before they go. And he starts trying to do it with Hernandez, but she's duct taped in a position that she can't be moved into the closet. So as much as they tried to even do more, they weren't able to. So they depart and flee. It's not over because they got to try to get away with the little that actual value that they took. The only thing of value that they took that day was Mr. Murray's life. That's the only thing of value that was taken. The rest was junk. What do they got to do? They got to go get that truck down in Detroit. And you saw the text messages where it sounds like it's pre-planned. You hear that they set that truck on fire to burn its contents, burn any DNA that's inside the truck. And then it's time to get out of there. Hernandez.
You know, we were talking about the wife testified that her husband usually kept $5,000 of cash on him. And then, but I didn't hear that they took it. And then in the text messages, they talked about needing to get gas to get out, but they didn't have money. So I don't think they got any money. I think they literally just got a drawer full of crap. And that is it.
At home, you've heard the testimony that he quickly packs up that Jeep, packs up his wife, packs up her child, and they start heading down south. Now, when they get down south, they don't have much of a drive before law enforcement is quickly on them. Law enforcement finds a lot of objects of value that are later processed. You've heard about all those objects, which include the 13-size shoe, which is Mr. Hernandez. And in fact, the video, you can clearly see he's wearing those Nikes in one of those videos. You also have the brown boots that are size 11 that are not able to fit Mr. Hernandez's foot. And you also heard today that the defendant's shoe size is 10.5. And I don't know about anybody else who buys shoes, but my shoe size range is a large range between what brand you buy. 10.5, 11, 10, they all can fit the same foot as everyone knows out of their own common sense. So they find the bucket hat that belongs and is seen on the defendant. You also find the jewelry items that were taken by the defendant. All of those things, plus more, are found in that vehicle. Now, at that point in time, the attention of the sheriff's office has quickly been focused on Mr. Hernandez and this defendant also. You heard from Mr. Broad, who calls into the sheriff's office and says, I know that guy. He testified yesterday. I know that guy. I work with that guy. He identifies him from the video. He identifies the clothing from the video, and he identifies those boots being consistent with the type of boots that are used at their scene.
So we're going to get two closing arguments.
Then you hear
prosecutor.
More gruesome details today from the medical examiner about the manner that Mr. Murray was killed. Those photos show a lot of light about what happened in that basement. It was a brutal beating, a multiple hit beating, a beating that could certainly have occurred with two people, regardless of their size. But when we talked about the Rolex, it's important when I think about things about how did it physically transpire. He has two strikes to the back of his head from a blunt object, consistent with a gun, consistent with a lot of other objects that could cause that type of injury. Okay, so Sam goes down. They ask for the safe, maybe. He's not giving an answer, maybe. He says, I don't have anything, maybe. But that conversation occurs. It occurs upstairs, and they don't like that answer either. So Sam is struck and he's bleeding, but he's not quitting. You heard Mrs. Murray talk about he's a strong man. You've heard he's a big man, and he's not unconscious, because if he's unconscious, how can I say that? I wasn't there. Well, because it doesn't make sense with the rest of the facts in the case. If he's unconscious, you don't have to bind him up like that. You don't have to duct tape him. You don't have to duct tape his mouth. You don't have to zip tie him. This is a struggle at a minimum with Mr. Murray and the two defendants. And what else do you hear? That as much as Mr. Hernandez loves Rolexes, as much as the only thing of financial value in that whole scene that day was probably that Rolex, what happens during the struggle? The struggle occurs to the point where he's duct taped and zip tied where you can't even get to the Rolex. If he was unconscious, if he was a person that comes
they didn't take his Rolex.
Maybe they try to get the ring off, but the thing of value is that Rolex. Can't even get to it, but they don't care because they're in a struggle with him. Now, that beating had many injuries to Mr. Murray that you've heard about. And we talked to the medical examiner about the compression to the throat and about if someone's struggling to break that compression, whether it's a knee, a hand, a foot, it would reset your clock. Someone's trying to choke you, you knock it away, it resets the clock, keep doing it. So I believe it's taking two people to try to restrain Mr. Murray. And that fact is borne out by the fact that you have blood on both defendants. There's no version where any defendant left that basement before that violence occurred. Impossible, because you're not getting blood on your boots, you're not getting blood on your Nikes, you're not getting blood on your shirt. Both shirts, because the t-shirt Mr. Hernandez is tested also has the DNA on the blood. So that battle is going on down there. And, I try to think about it like just normal life, okay? I have a brother, 4 years younger, okay? So growing up as kids, when we would roughhouse, wrestle, things like that, there was a point in time where I could get both of his wrists in one hand, and I could put him down with one hand and hold him in place. And then I had one hand free. That stopped when we were about 12 years old. I could no longer control him with one hand. There was no way one person was controlling Mr. Murray all by themselves to both tie him up, keep him in a position, do all that. That doesn't seem to me to be reasonable. I think Mr. McCarthy is going to say a few things at this point. Give him your direct full attention like you have throughout this trial, and then I'll have a few minutes afterwards to address what he says.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you, first of all, for paying attention during the course of this trial. I talked about that in my opening statement. I think I may have touched on it a little bit while we were conducting the jury selection on Monday, but I did for sure talk about it in an opening statement about how important it is to pay attention so that the 12 of you that are ultimately chosen to go back into the jury room and deliberate will have all the information you need in order to actively participate in those discussions. And I'm convinced that all 13 of you here present today, this afternoon, have fulfilled the solemn obligation of your oath. And on behalf of Joshua Zawazo, I thank you for having done so. And now, it is, in a short time, going to be your opportunity as well as your obligation to do the one thing that brings us all together here, to discuss the one thing that brought us all together here this entire week, and that is to determine what the facts are. As I said in my opening, I'll repeat again, that a trial is a search for the truth, and you all are the truth finders. You are the people who are going to make a determination based upon the evidence presented during this trial of what that truth actually is. And then ultimately, the practical
I think that truth is that your client is guilty as hell.
Truth is going to be whether you find that there's been evidence presented to the high standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I'm there.
Mr. Zawazo is guilty of any one of these three crimes with which he is charged and for which he has undergone a trial before yourselves. First-degree felony murder, unlawful imprisonment of Hussein Murray, and unlawful imprisonment of Linda Murray. One of the things that impressed me about the evidence that we have heard, and one of the things that I told you in the very beginning of the trial, is that this is about identification. And I understand Mr. Petrofess's argument, and he is attempting to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that that second person who's there with Carlos Hernandez in the Murray home on the 10th day of October in the evening, and on the following morning, the 11th of October of last year, is Mr. Zuazo. But there's quite a difference between what you're able to perceive in all of the videos that have been shown to you, in which, are exhibits, and you are all welcome, as Judge Polis will tell you, any exhibits that you want to see, you're going to be able to see again and go through them. And I encourage you to do that very thing.
The jury's like, nah, we don't need to see anything.
Friday,
just give us the paperwork to fill out.
You can see. And take a good look at who that second person is. And ask yourself, is that really proof beyond a reasonable doubt that it's Joshua Zuazo, or is it somebody else? Because when it comes to identification, besides what you can see just in little clips from those videos, comes from Mrs. Murray and Kelly Broad. He testified yesterday. I believe it was yesterday, it might have been Wednesday, but whichever day it was, he testified during the trial. And he is the person who used to be Mr. Zuazo's supervisor, 2 levels up from him, but some sort of a boss at the St. Mary Cement Company. And I don't know about you, but I had a little difficulty following what he was saying. I know he was here for a reason. First of all, he was subpoenaed, so he was obligated to be here. But he was here to make sure that who he says had threatened him when he fired him got convicted in his crime. He says that he knows it's Mr. Zuazo because in the video, he is wearing Wolverine steel-toed boots given to him by St. Mary Cement Company. And he's wearing safety glasses. Prescription, he says, given to Mr. Zuazo by St. Mary Cement Company. So the thing that I ask you to do is scrutinize what he had to say. And the reason I say that is because in the instruction that the judge is going to give to you a second time, she's already given this to you once before the evidence presentation began.
Yeah, that's the weakest argument.
And sizing up the witnesses and making a determination about who you believe.
That's
and
what you
one
want
of
to
those
attack.
things that she's going to repeat is words to this effect about, does the witness try to actually answer the questions, or does the witness argue with the lawyer? And I would add this, does the witness ask the question presented? Now, I've been doing this job of representing people in trial and conducting litigation in civil matters as well as criminal matters for 45 years. And so I consider myself pretty capable of keeping people on point and getting them to answer the question that I put before him. Ask yourself in your memory how many times I had to repeat a question and ask him to answer the question that I put to him. Was he honestly trying to answer the lawyer's questions, or was he arguing with the lawyer? And this is a huge piece of evidence that is presented specifically to fill in some gaps about who that second person is and make it be Joshua Zuazo. I submit to you that Kelly Broad was not honestly trying to answer the questions. He was here with an agenda. He claims that Mr. Zuazo threatened his life, but he never reported that to the police. And he says that he can tell that these are Wolverine boots. The fact is, when I asked him the question, I said, well, all you can see is down at the bottom. The person who's wearing those shoes is wearing long pants. How can you tell all these things? Well, he just knows that that's true. Well, if that's so true, and the people's theory about Mr. Zuazo's presence at that place, the home of the Murrays, then how come there aren't some brown Wolverine steel-toed boots in Mr. Zuazo's house when it is subjected to a thorough search? Why aren't those steel-toed Wolverine boots that Mr. Broad is so certain were present in that
all
video
the other evidence
in
was
the
hung on
Jeep that
too?
is racing from Michigan to Texas and is stopped in Louisiana? Those are Timberline boots. And there's no evidence that those are Mr. Zuazo's boots. There's no DNA in those boots that says it is Joshua Zuazo's DNA. There is DNA that says that the blood on top of one of those 2 boots is Mr. Murray's. No question about that. Who is to say, what evidence is there that is reliable that it's Joshua Zuazo? Whose feet
It
were
wasn't
in that boot?
Joshua. It
Where
was
is this
Big
shirt that
Boy's
Mr.
wife.
Broad claims he recognizes as a St. Mary Cement shirt or covering, whatever it was, this yellow looking thing that you can see in the video. How do you know that that's from St. Mary? When I told him that there was this, in the video that I watched of him, on his shirt, he had a name tag, or the company name is what he said. I couldn't see it very clearly in the video I watched. But he explained, yeah, he says that's St. Mary Cement Company says that on this green patch. And then he adds in, of course, those can be easily removed. Okay, well, there wasn't one of those on that shirt. And he claims there's this thing on the shirt, though, that says fire repellent. I think was the
I don't know this guy defendant,
so
or
there'd be some kind of safety.
I don't know this defense attorney. I do know the other defense attorney. She was actually Ethan Crumley's
St. Mary
attorney.
people have. He claims he can see that in that video. I encourage you to take a good look at that and see whether that's what you see. Or is what you see a name tag holder, a clip of some sort, something like all of you have for your jury badges, up there on that shirt that the second person was wearing, and not some initials from the St. Mary Cement Company, but just the clip to hold on to the fake DTE energy tag. Question of fact for you to decide. Then we have the fact that the other person making an identification of Mr. Zuazo is Mrs. Murray. She's a compelling witness. And who among us would ever want to be in her shoes? And this was without question, and she honestly answered this for me when I cross-examined her a couple of days ago, the terrible, traumatic situation, an experience that she's never had before, of course, and is living with to this day and cannot get it out of her mind and thinks about it all the time, and certainly has it on the forefront of her mind because she had to come here and give this testimony. And she's here present and has been throughout the time that has passed since the time she gave her testimony. And so one of the other instructions you're going to get is that you cannot let sympathy or bias or any human emotion enter into your decision-making. And I ask you to think about the two witnesses from the Oakland County Sheriff's Department who testified yesterday, Deputy Hagelin and Deputy Wiegman, about the description of the second individual that Mrs. Murray gave when they conducted interviews with her. Deputy Hagelin was not the first person who saw her. That was Deputy Copeland, who was the first man on the scene. And his interaction with her was rather brief, and he got her out of harm's way, or at least where he hoped it was going to be out of harm's way, so that he could summon more deputies, and he didn't have much interaction with her. Deputy Hagelin took her and put her into a vehicle, a police vehicle, for her own safety, and to give her an opportunity to be sitting down and out of all of the activity that was going on in her home, and talk to her. And what she told him was that it was a person of average size, black male, but a person of average size. Didn't give any specifics. That was the same thing that she said to Detective Wiegman, who saw her more often. He saw her in the hospital emergency room on the 11th of October. And then he said 2 or 3 or 4 other meetings after she was discharged from the hospital that day in the following days. And those meetings were conducted in the home of her son. But never once did she give a description to say that Zuazo, or the second person rather, who she has now identified as Mr. Zuazo, was 6 foot tall. It was always a black male.
I never watched Vinny, so maybe I should check it out a few times.
About who is, Mr. Hernandez. Very tall and fat, very fat.
Very
fat.
fat.
Of evidence that's been admitted during the course of this trial is that when Mr. Hernandez was racing away from Michigan to Texas, where he thought he could hide out until he was stopped by the Cato Parish Sheriff's Department in Louisiana, Shreveport, he got taken into custody. And as is the custom or the protocol for putting a person into custody and incarcerating him, they take some statistics or information regarding that individual. And they have him booked in at 6'6" and 450 pounds. Now, going to the basement of the home of the Murrays on the morning of October the 11th of last year, there was a person weighing 450 pounds who was very capable of squeezing the life out of Hussein Murray by using his foot, using his knee, using his hand. Because no matter how you press down, what part of your body, when you're that big, you press down with your knee, your foot, your hand, you're going to have 450 pounds backing you up. And that is a tremendous amount of weight. So when we have this compression, because that's the cause of the death, is his neck compression. Not only does Mr. Murray have a fractured jaw, but he has his hyoid bone right up here in the top of his neck. And that is an essential thing you need in order to be able to stay alive. His gets fractured not in one place, but in 2 spots. It's crushed by somebody's sustained effort to do that. Why is that going on? Who is intent about doing that? Well, I would suggest to you that the person who's text messaging back and forth between himself and his new bride, Mr. Hernandez.
Some people think he did lose weight.
Hope we have a
Yeah,
good
but
story.
like a severe diet.
She's helping him.
Get him down to
This
150
crime
before
he's
trial.
And remember, it isn't just a house, our house. Starting out, this young married couple with this dream of having a house will go out and commit a crime that includes a murder in order to have one. But also, not just any house. Look at those text messages that were admitted, I think, as exhibit number 22, but they're all in there. A house with a nice yard. I don't know why the planner, who's up to her eyeballs in this thing, Amanda Diaz Hernandez, the new bride, is not sitting over here at the defense table. But that's not my decision to make. But if anybody is involved in a conspiracy to commit this robbery, this stealing of property from a person who they know to be, they being Hernandez and his wife, to be a man of property because he owns a jewelry store and he owns a pawn shop in Hamtramck, and then he's out there scoping out the house, and you can all see, as bad as the pictures are, given the circumstances under which they were taken, the home, the Murray home, on the 10th day of October was a beautiful place where the upstairs wasn't ransacked, and you can tell they had very nice furnishings and everything was properly appointed, and it was a big house with not one but 2 stairways. So they got this man targeted, and you heard Mr. Petrofessa say that.
No, I was thinking like if he lost enough weight so that of the 2, Big Boy was the little guy and Josh was the big one. That's what I was thinking.
Hernandez was over in that pawn shop asking to talk to and meet Mr. Murray. Why is he doing all that? You got any evidence presented to you about Joshua Zuazo pawning stuff at this place, going in asking to talk to the owner? No. And who is the man in the forefront all the time? It's Hernandez. He's the guy right up there at the front door. He's the guy with the clipboard. And when the police come and they do the search,
well,
house in Lincoln
it could have
Park,
been Hernandez's wife as well.
Bad leg was here yesterday with giant chip
She
on
was
her
the one at the forefront.
Also,
She was the one nagging him to do it.
Do that search.
Go get the car, but don't do this. Don't get a
DTE
DTE car. Get a different car.
By apparently,
Make sure you remember the magnet.
Done it together, kind of a joint project of a young married couple, so they can have their dream house. And that's not in Mr. Zuazo's house. It got searched thoroughly. You don't see one piece of evidence in this trial that came from Mr. Zuazo's house. There's a lot that came from Hernandez's house. How about that white shirt in the back seat?
All of the
Jeep,
evidence.
the back of the Jeep that's got Mr. Murray's blood on it. Now, I made a point. I'm not trying to make fun of somebody because they're overweight or big. I mean, this is only because it's an essential fact in this case. It's a 6X.
Yeah, and we were talking about
and
that.
His DNA
Hernandez
is in the
now.
collar, of the shirt. And if it's his shirt, then that just makes perfectly good sense. But the blood, that is Mr. Murray's. There are no clothing items. There is no evidence that connects Mr. Zawazo to Mr. Murray's blood, period. There are shoes,
Except he's kind
size
of
13 in
there
the back
outside
seat,
the
or in the
house
back of
on
that Jeep
camera.
that are taken into custody by the Cato Parish Sheriff's Department and then handed over to the Oakland County, Michigan Sheriff's Office. And those are analyzed. We had the testimony from the DNA witness here, I believe it was yesterday, Ms. Ramirez.
The ring camera screwed him.
Up in the octillions, for one in so many octillion, that it's Mr. Murray's blood on Mr. Hernandez's shoe. There's the black gloves. There's the black gloves seen by Mr. Hernandez, or on Mr. Hernandez during the crime. And what do we have in the back seat? His DNA inside those black gloves. No question he was there. No question that this horrible crime was committed and that he is responsible for it. And this whole idea of all this was supposed to be as a robbery. Well, I can't tell you what's in somebody's mind any more than Mr. Petrofessa can on the day that this happened. This horrible, tragic, criminal thing occurred. I don't know what Mr. Hernandez is planning on doing.
They had a year. If he didn't lose any weight in a year,
there's no
he
doubt,
wasn't going to
no
lose the
reasonable
weight
doubt
in
that
a year and a
he
half.
Is responsible for all of those things that happened. There is no such evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that it's Mr. Zawazo. Let's look at one other video. It's at the Lowe's. It's at 9:30 in the morning, and it's down in Allen Park, I believe. And that video shows Mr. Hernandez walking around inside the store, and then he's buying items, and then he pays for those items. There's another person with him. The people allege and argue that it is Mr. Zawazo wearing this bucket hat. And the bucket hat gets found in the back seat of this Jeep. Now, I'm not much of a hat wearer. I have a couple of baseball hats, but that's about it. I understand, though, that there are people that
I
like
can't
that
see
type
this
of
guy in a
hat.
baseball hat.
In
That would
sunlight,
look really weird.
Sunshine, warm days. Maybe it's a good thing to have. Keep your face from being burned up in your neck. But whatever the reason somebody's wearing it, if it was Mr. Zawazo, you would think that there would be some DNA on that hat, on the inside of that hat, for this person who's wearing it. If, in fact, that's who it was. We don't have that in evidence.
Yeah, we have a verdict. After closings, we're going to go to the verdict.
We don't even know, really, whether
Stick
the person
around.
who was wearing that hat left that hat in the back of the Jeep. But we have one other thing, and that is a number of items taken from the Murray home, stolen. Any of those at Mr. Zawazo's house? Any item from the robbery, the larceny, rather, that took place as the predicate felony to charge first-degree felony murder in the hands of or anywhere near where Mr. Zawazo was? No. Let's talk a little bit about leaving town. This Mrs. Diaz, the mother, Danielle, testifying yesterday. She doesn't really know when they left.
I put a poll up. If you guys haven't voted and you want to vote, I'm going to take it down in a few. But there's only 8 votes. So if you want to jump in on it. But this is the first time I've had 100% on a poll. And it's yes, both are guilty.
They were going to leave. They were always going to be leaving. But, all of a sudden, they were going to be leaving maybe that day. She was asleep. She works these long hours. So she doesn't want to give you too
I
much
think
information.
so.
She was, I would say a cooperative witness. I wouldn't tell you that.
I definitely think if he lost a ton of weight, it could hurt with the
But I got thinking about
identification.
the newlyweds. And what I didn't hear about from either one of them, even though they have this desire to have their own house, is that either one of them had a job. We got some text messages about being behind on the rent by 5 days on a house down in Texas or the apartment or whatever kind of residence it is. And then, the response is, yeah, well, we spent all that money in PR, which I imagine is Puerto Rico, but I don't really know, probably the honeymoon. And so no job, no means of getting the dream
that's
house.
what I thought.
or
I didn't
food
think
on
they
the
had a
table.
job.
What's going on here with Mr. Zawazo? Where is he when he gets arrested? Monday morning, October the 14th, or maybe it's the afternoon, but sometime on that day when the fugitive apprehension team comes to the job site where he's working. He didn't leave town. He didn't go anywhere. He's here, easy to find. The only reason they find him is because of this Kelly Broad coming in with his chip on his shoulder to identify him and say, well, I think this is the guy. Getting even for whatever it was that he's not happy about. But Mr. Zawazo, not down in Cato Parish, Louisiana, heading to Texas. He's not getting on a plane to fly to Europe or something like that. He didn't go anywhere. Well, now why would he just be sticking around while Hernandez has gotten out before the day is over? He's on the road, heading home. Because he doesn't have a guilty conscience. He didn't do anything. He's got nothing to run from. Let's go back to Lowe's. 9:30 in the morning. You have this video. Maybe it's Mr. Zawazo in there. That's going to be for you to decide. Let's say for argument's sake that it was him. That doesn't prove that he went anywhere beyond that place where that store where Mr. Hernandez made the purchases or paid for whatever it was he got. And what do you see
Ella
with
would
Zawazo?
definitely
What's he got?
say not guilty
Bottle of
for
pop.
this guy.
Look at those videos. Or a bottle of something. I can't tell you it's pop. Look at those two receipts, the one from Lowe's and one from Home Depot. There's some sort of drink in both of them. There isn't any question that these men know each other. The question is, were they there together that day at the Murray house? Are they both responsible? And certainly Hernandez was. But is Mr. Zuazo with them then? Not at 9:30. There's no crime committed at 9:30 in the morning down in Allen Park. Is he responsible for the wrongdoing in which Mr. Hernandez was engaged at 11:30 to noon later that same day, the 14th day of October? That's the question. That is the key question of fact in this case. Now, in the instructions you're going to receive, you've heard this once before, and you'll hear it one more time by Judge Polis when she gives her final instructions. But it's the instruction about presumption of innocence, burden of proof, and reasonable doubt. And I ask you to keep this in mind because she's going to say this to you. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. And then it goes on to say a reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It's not merely an imaginary or a possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful consideration and careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of the case. This is essential to making a determination of the truth here. You have to be firmly convinced that Mr. Zuazo is guilty of any one of these.
I'm fairly
the same
convinced.
standard applies to each crime charge, and you have to consider each crime charge individually. But no matter which one you're deliberating upon at a given time during those deliberations or discussing, think about that. You have to be firmly convinced that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. We haven't seen that level of proof. Firmly convinced. There's a big question here raised about identification. And I told you in the beginning that this would be the key to the defense presented. They have the right guy. And when she instructs you on this particular point of law, Judge Polis is going to say, among other things, in deciding how dependable an identification is, think about such things as how good a chance the witness had to see the offender at the time, how long the witness was watching, whether the witness had seen or known the offender before, how far away the witness was, whether the area was well lighted, and the witness's state of mind at the time. So in the case of Mrs. Murray, this has particular relevance because her state of mind at the time would be one of terror. Whose state of mind wouldn't be that way? She had interactions with the police. They were back to see her multiple times. She's the only eyewitness. So she's a very important person. And I think it would be very difficult if I was a detective investigating this case to have to bringing up this wound with Mrs. Murray so soon after it happened and asking for more details. But they have nowhere else to go to get this information. And in the back and forth of trading information, she comes to have an understanding of who it is that the other suspect is. And so she's able, without question, when she testified here very clearly, she's able to use names. She knows who the defendants are without question. And she can certainly identify Hernandez. But I submit to you that she has adopted an understanding that Mr. Zuazo, because he is the defendant, is actually the person who was there in her house. She's testifying honestly. She's simply mistaken. And I think that is a common enough thing that can happen to a person who's a victim of crime. And even if she wasn't a victim herself, although she was or is, for the unlawful imprisonment perpetrated by Hernandez, who tied her up with duct tape, she's got all that trauma to deal with. So that could have an effect on her ability to recount the events completely accurately and to be able to identify Mr. Zuazo. Now, there's something about blood on the sleeve of the person, the second person, but we don't have that in evidence. So we don't know whatever happened to that sleeve, the shirt it was on. It's just not before you. It's something that was seen. And there's another thing. There's some blood on a wall upstairs, a blood mark. I didn't hear any evidence about any DNA being taken from that stain on the wall. So while one might, under circumstantial evidence, because you'll get an instruction on that as well, be able to say, well, this is a blood mark up there, and there's this horrible thing that happened, and maybe that blood is Mr. Murray's blood. And maybe it is, and maybe something happened where some accident occurred and there was some blood that ended up on a wall that didn't get cleaned up immediately. I mean, I know there's been things in my own home that have gotten messed up that didn't get cleaned up immediately. Sometimes you don't notice something, and it's quite another when the police investigators, I think that Ms. Myra testified to like 15 people being there on the afternoon and into the evening of the 14th of October last year. They're going to see everything. They're looking everywhere. But how long that was there, we don't have any testimony to that. We certainly didn't hear Ms. Murray say, well, you know what, I never had anything like that there before. It wasn't there that day. That wasn't the testimony. At least it wasn't testimony. Reasonable doubt. Whoever went upstairs did ransack the place. It's all.
I like this guy's opening way better than his closing. His closing is going on and 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 on.
Because I'm not a juror, can at least allow myself to have compassion or sympathy for Mrs. Murray. You all can't do that while you're deliberating and thinking about what the facts are. You have to use what I told you about in opening statement or my opening statement, is that cold-eyed calculation to come to a determination of what the truth is. I know that's what you're going to do when you deliberate. I appreciate all the attention that you've paid to me here this afternoon. All the time, all the attention you paid during the course of what is now the fourth day of our trial, all 4 days. I've done everything that I can do for Joshua Zuazo. I'm going to sit down in a minute. Mr. Petrofsky is going to get up and attempt to poke holes in what I've just told you here this afternoon, because that's the way the system is. He gets to talk twice and I only get to talk once because he has the burden of proof. And so he gets the opportunity to give a rebuttal argument. And that's the way the rules work, and it's perfectly fine. I'm confident in that burden of proof business, and I am very confident in proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I'm not so confident, sir.
It hasn't been proved against him, and he would be found not guilty. But when Mr. Petrofessa makes his points,
the evidence is pretty bad.
Those things that you anticipate after I've talked so long that I would have said, given an opportunity to get up again, which I won't have. And as I told you a moment ago, I've done everything that I can do for Joshua Zuazo. And now I leave him with you and in your capable hands. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
In your capable hands. You know what's interesting is they played the interrogation of Big Boy, but they didn't play the interrogation of Josh, probably because he didn't talk. But during Big Boy's interrogation, he thought Josh was singing like a canary and just going on. He's like, I got some information for you. I got myself some insurance. Let me tell you all about this Josh guy. And then they ended up telling him nothing, or telling the police nothing. I just thought that was funny that Big Boy thought Josh was rolling over on him.
My goal now is to stop talking about 60 seconds before everyone stops listening. You've heard a lot. It's been very intense. The closing arguments have been long and also intense. So let me start by saying, in a response that wasn't how I was planning to say it. Mr. McCarthy, I've known for a long time. He's an excellent attorney. He's an ethical attorney. He would never intentionally mislead you from something that has occurred during the trial. A lot of stuff happened yesterday. A lot of DNA evidence came in. And I believe Mr. McCarthy misspoke just now in his closing. Mr. McCarthy said that blood swipe upstairs was never DNA tested. It was DNA tested. That was in the lab test number 5 that we had testimony about yesterday. It's exhibit number 8E. It's the upstairs wall swipe, and it comes back to the victim, Sam. You have the report, and that's enough. And I don't believe, and the same thing, if I misspeak on something, it's not intentional. I know Mr. McCarthy's wasn't intentional, but what he said wasn't correct. That was tested. Now, a couple other things that he mentioned was about missing evidence. Well, you know what the defendants did as soon as they left the residence, that was to go destroy evidence. So I don't know what was burnt up in the vehicle, but they attempted to burn up the vehicle, destroy DNA evidence. You know, a lot of things weren't recovered that were taken. Cell phones weren't recovered. The pistol wasn't recovered. The cash wasn't recovered. And Mr. Hernandez left town immediately because he had someplace else to go. This defendant was still here, but he had several days knowing what was going on, knowing what was in the paper and on the media to get rid of any evidence that he may still have had. So it wouldn't be as residents with the sheriff's office showed up. So it's not surprising that there wasn't any additional evidence that was found there at the house. Now, there's certain things that, when we talk about Mrs. Murray, when we talk about the witnesses, that it's beyond common sense. It's beyond reason when you're looking at things. It's impossible. Just certain things about this identification of this defendant would be impossible to have happen if it wasn't accurate. I don't have to prove impossibility beyond impossibility, but it's actually impossible in my estimation regarding Mrs. Murray's identification. She says, swear away, I saw his face when the mask dropped. She says that. She identifies the defendant. She identifies him under oath back in December of last year, says, I recognize him from the house. Okay. Now, what's impossible about that identification if it's a misidentification? Well, what's impossible about that misidentification? When she says it a year ago, when she says it under oath, what's impossible for Mrs. Murray to know? It's impossible for Mrs. Murray to know that the defendant's DNA is going to be found in the basement of her house. That's impossible. And if you notice, one thing we didn't hear, although we had opportunity to discuss anything, was anything about the defendant's DNA on that duct tape, two sets of duct tape in the basement of that house. That wasn't discussed. That's identification. What else is impossible? Well, when Mrs. Murray is making that identification, she doesn't know if there's a connection between Hernandez and him. She doesn't know that they go back. She doesn't know that there's all these text messages. What if the investigation went back and it wasn't that? What if the investigation went back and it was somebody else's DNA in the basement to discredit that identification? No, everything that goes forward says this is the right guy. And what else you have that can't be created? Mrs. Murray doesn't know that Ms. Diaz is going to know the defendant, that she's going to know the defendant and his connection with Hernandez. It's impossible for that connection to have been known by Mrs. Murray when she made her identification. It's impossible. And what else is impossible is that Mr. Bragg, when he testifies, he says, yes, I also know him by Yogi. Impossible for him to know that Mrs. Diaz, who's also going to identify him, knows him as Yogi. It's going to be impossible that he knows the connection with Hernandez. Hernandez is the obvious guy on the video, but he doesn't know that. He never has talked about Hernandez, but he knows the defendant. It's the rest of the investigation that brings everything together, that all these are connected to the defendant. It was also said at one point that on October 11th at 9:30, he hadn't done anything wrong. You've seen the planning that had gone through this case way before the 11th. You had seen the planning that this defendant did to get the DTE items, to get the helmet, to get everything else that was needed to be impersonating DTE officers to get into that house. So we're supposed to believe that somehow he does all this preparation work, that somehow he's identified by all these witnesses, but somehow there was somebody else who was there with Hernandez on the night of the 10th. And then suddenly that person disappears and he's the one who goes with him to Lowe's. And then suddenly he disappears again. That's not reasonable. And that's not what the facts are. I'm going to end it here, but I believe when you go back, you're going to conclude this is the other person who was there, as the testimony, the DNA has said, and that the defendant is guilty as charged on all counts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case are finished. I'm going to now instruct you on the law. That is, I will explain the law that applies to this to any person, the state of their deliberations, or the verdict they have agreed upon, so help you God. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the jury, please.
I didn't want to sit through all the jury instructions. All right. If you are new to this stream, you might not know that there are 2 juries, one for each defendant. We're going to now do the closing for the other defendant, Big Boy. As a defense attorney myself, I'm not sure what I would argue for Big Boy in a closing argument. There was no opening statement, mind you, for him. They never presented one. Are they going to skip closing? I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to do. No. So they have 2 juries, Patty. So they just finished closing arguments for this defendant that you're seeing on the screen. The other defendant, Big Boy, they got to pull his jury out, and then they're going to give closing arguments for him.
Mr. Slaza can go down, and if I hear from the jury, I will let you know.
Let's get up to it. Okay. So we're going to get into closing arguments now for Big Boy.
If I can address things efficiently, I'm not going to go through everything that you've heard in depth because we could take another hour to go through the text messages like we did this morning. You've paid attention. I'm going to try not to be redundant on things that you've already incorporated in your view of what's been going on.
She's pretty tall, Mavica.
The judge will instruct you on the law, and we talked about it in jury selection, and it is a first-degree murder case. But to be very clear, it is not a premeditated first-degree murder case.
It's not even.
I don't have to prove premeditation.
Okay.
I don't have to prove that.
So I find 2 juries weird. Is this just a Michigan thing? I didn't even know it was a Michigan thing until this case. It's very, very rare. But under the theory, each defendant is entitled to their own jury. So if you look at Jennifer and James Crumbly, they divided their cases. They had 2 separate trials with 2 separate juries because they're both entitled to their own jury. Sometimes, though, it makes more sense to have only one trial, even though they have 2 juries. So that's what they did here, apparently. And the court rules allow it. So news to me.
On the night of October 10th or the day of October 11th last year, they intended to kill Mr. Murray. That's not what this charge is.
Yeah, you slept through all the text messages and all that stuff. I don't know where you dropped off. But going through those text messages, you were giving us a heads up about that. I can't believe they didn't charge the wife. Oh my God. The only thing I can think of is that they want to get a conviction here and then charge the wife. I mean, at least charge her with obstruction or hiding evidence or something.
That's not part of my proofs. All I have to show regarding felony murder is that on that day, on October 11th, their intent was to commit a larceny. And then in the commission of that larceny, as they were doing that larceny, as the judge will instruct you, the death of Mr. Murray was either because they intended to kill him, or they intended to do great bodily harm, or created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm in that commission of the larceny. And you're also going to hear, which we also discussed during jury selection, anyone who intentionally assists someone in committing a crime is as guilty as the person who directly commits it. And as you know from everything that's been presented, on October 11th, 3 people went down into that basement, but only 2 people returned from that basement. And I cannot tell you what Mr. Murray saw because he's not here. I will tell you that what you've seen in this case, especially today with the text messages, I believe it shows very clearly that this was a plan both before, between the defendants, during, and then after.
Yeah, but they didn't insist on having a separate jury. That if it's the defendant's right, so the defendant has to insist on it. And if they don't insist on it, then it doesn't happen. Yeah, text messages are maybe about 3 hours ago.
And the plan was to get rich by robbing the Murray's home that day. They had a belief, which was false, that there was a lot of valuable things in that house. And there wasn't. The only thing of value that was taken on October 11th was Mr. Murray's life. That's the only thing of value. The rest of it is almost just.
This is kind of funny because he's repeating a lot of the similar arguments, but he's doing it to a different jury and about a different defendant. But he's got it like scripted. The only thing of value that was taken that day was Mr. Murray's life. The exact thing he said on the other closing.
Junk, as far as value. A cell phone, some cash, junk. But that's what their intent was. And that intent, as you've heard, started in the process, in the works a year earlier in 2023 in October, almost exactly a
He
year
did
earlier,
say that they
when
took
this
some cash.
defendant started to have his dealings with the pawn shop of Mr. Murray in Hamtramck. He would go to that pawn shop, he would pawn items, he would get cash, he would have contact with that pawn store. And then you heard in February of 2024, he returned. And when he returned in 2024, as you heard from Hannah Hussein, he asked, as he was looking at the Rolexes.
Yeah,
the Rolexes,
Karen
I
is
think,
this
have
guy's
a
boss.
secondary importance when you see what happened and what you saw happen at the scene. He sees the Rolexes, he spends a lot of time, 10 minutes looking at the Rolex case, and then he asks her to see the owner. And she brings the owner to him. And the owner looks him in the eye, shakes his hand, introduces himself as he's wearing a Rolex, as he has a necklace on. And that's a solid identification of how the first connection between the defendant and the victim occurs. And you heard in that statement that was played yesterday, when he's paddling everything he can to stay above water down in Cato Parish, and he throws out there, because the detectives don't have everything at that point. It's very fast. The investigation happened. It was successful, identifying the defendant very quickly. And part of it is from the obvious. You don't have to have known the defendant for your entire life to see that ring video and say, oh, that's the defendant. Very distinctive. The focus was on him quickly. But in Cato, if you remember.
That's a polite way of saying he's as large as the moon. You can't miss him.
Remember what he starts saying. He starts saying, well, this was set up by some third guy. He starts coming up with this. He was identified, the victim was identified by a third guy. No, it's not a truthful story, and you're trying to get yourself as far away from what happened as possible. In fact, you knew the victim directly. You saw the victim directly. And at that store, as you heard, Mr. Murray's Audi was always parked in the same location outside that store, visible to folks who would come and go, just like it was parked visibly in front of his house. You hear that as time develops, and he's back here in 2024, in September, you start seeing very clearly by text between the two defendants about creating this plan to get into Mr. Murray's home. And they also intend to get away with it. They're not trying to get caught. They plan on getting out of there. And what, as you see through the text, tightly linking it, what are they going to do to get out of there? The first text between the defendant and Zaza, and also Amanda, has to do with stealing a vehicle. He texts, we need to steal a car. Okay, why is that? Well, because he doesn't want to show up in Rochester Hills in their Audi, in their Jeep, with their plate on that Jeep that can be tracked back. As we all know, the Flock system tracks plates like that these days. I had no idea Lowe's tracks plates like that these days also. So license plates are a very quick way for law enforcement to identify folks. So they're on it. They're planning to steal a vehicle. And then, in fact, as you hear from the owner of that pickup truck, his vehicle was stolen, I think, on September 30th of last year from out in front of the house. So now they have that vehicle, but that vehicle has a very identifiable plate. Poco, it was the company name Poco was part of the plate. So to disguise it another level, a DTE license plate gets stolen to put onto that vehicle. Poco is replaced for an actual DTE plate.
Well, they went the first night and they rang the Ring doorbell. So they knew that there was a Ring doorbell. So they absolutely did know that. And yeah, I don't know why the skinny guy didn't go up. But he did a really good job of hiding his face, even in stores. Like, you couldn't see his face except one small glimpse for like half a second from the register.
That's the level of disguise that is going through. And that disguise is to get in the house and to get out of the house without getting caught. Now, you've seen the text as it progresses. The defendant is coming up with ways to make that truck look like a DTE vehicle. He is going in person on video to order that DTE nameplate for the sides of the truck. As he's doing that, he's sending those samples, his proofs of what it's going to look like to the co-defendant. And as he does that, he's also on video picking it up. The poor guy who owns the sign company was so afraid that he was somehow involved with a homicide, he immediately calls the sheriff's department after it takes place.
Well,
So,
there are idiots on
here
every
also
other
doing,
front,
trying to
so
disguise their
maybe.
appearance. They're going to Home Depot. They're going to Lowe's. They're getting other type of work materials that would look like they're DTE people to disguise themselves. You see, Zazo is communicating with one of his buddies who actually worked with DTE and had DTE equipment and helmets to get that as part of their plan. And then they're ordering at Home Depot duct tape. And after they get the duct tape, you'll hear that the plan is in place now. They're basically ready to go. But there's something that they weren't able to prepare for and buy at Home Depot or Lowe's, something they needed to accomplish that. And that something was the will to do whatever was necessary to get into that house.
This is the exact same closing.
And to commit that larceny. That will to do that.
It's just funny to
that
hear
comes
it
from an ear.
twice.
That you can't buy. So equipped with all the things that they have pre-planned, they head to Rochester Hills on October 10th, late. They have an entire long drive to get to Rochester Hills. They don't turn around. They don't leave. They don't decide not to do it. They show up at 10 o'clock. And when they go to that door, which has Ring cameras, and I think you'll remember in passing the deputy within seconds of getting there, before he's even been inside.
It's a little different, but he's hitting all the themes, right? When we talk about opening and closings, you're supposed to have a theme that carries throughout the trial and things like that, and then you wrap back to, and those themes are there, and he's just repeating them.
He says there's Ring cameras all around this house. They're that visible. They're not secret Ring cameras. So you're on Ring camera. And as I get to this house, who's leading the way to the door? This defendant. He's at the door first. He's the one who's making contact. He's the one who's the knock on the door. And Mrs. Murray's alerted on her phone because everything bounces to the phone from Ring camera. And Mr. Murray is downstairs while she's already upstairs getting ready for bed. And as he goes to the door and answers the door, and there's the defendant with the co-defendant behind him, dressed like DTE, trying to disguise their face with the mask that they're wearing. So we're here to check the gas leak. We need to get in the house. And Mrs. Murray, who's hearing this from upstairs, says, isn't it a little late for a gas check? And the defendant continues talking to Mr. Murray. And she yells down, Sam, do you have your gun on you? And she said she said it loud enough with the intent for the folks at the door to hear it. And we know that her husband did have a gun and that he would carry that gun. So as that's being said, her husband isn't letting him in at 10 o'clock. There's no smell of gas in the house. So, no, I'm not letting you in. And the defendant has a clipboard to make it look like they're there to get permission and consent. It's even part of their text messages about making it look like there's a consent form when you go to the door. More ways to trick the Murrays into letting him in. It wasn't happening on the 10th.
Oh.
The defendant says, we'll be back tomorrow. And he leaves. And that door
Fix
shuts.
my banner.
And we've talked about before in jury selection, unanswered questions. And there's unanswered questions about why did they leave that night on the 10th? And those questions don't have to do with the elements to prove about what happened on the 11th. But, you know, when you're opening that door and you've heard Mr. Murray is not a small person, 6 foot tall, nearly 300 pounds. And then you hear it accompanied by Mrs. Murray saying, do you have your gun on you? So now you have the defendant, who's the first one closest to Mr. Murray. So in those moments, was there a calculation that he was not going to be able to get to Mr. Murray before Mr. Murray could back up and pull his weapon? Was there a calculation that if there was going to be a struggle, it was going to take a while? And
this is why you don't answer your door. It's not because you're always nude, covered in peanut butter, but
there was no way they were getting up those
unlikely
stairs to Mrs. Murray on the second floor
situation
before
of
she
you
dialed
being
911.
unalive.
No way. There wasn't any way to accomplish that. So they leave and they drive back, a long drive back. And in that drive back, do they decide we're not doing this again tomorrow? This is a mistake. Do they decide that we're not gonna go against the ring cameras? We're not gonna go against Mr. Murray. We're not gonna go against the potential that he's armed.
She's guilty as hell and needs to be charged.
We're not going to go against the law. Do they decide that this is a bad decision? No. Instead, they're already texting that night between the two of them about the plan for tomorrow. What time am I going to get picked up at? And they also decide that whatever they brought on that first trip on the 10th, it wasn't enough. The plan had changed after seeing Mr. Murray at the door. Now they wanted the extra long zip ties. And those are the extra long zip ties you see, unfortunately, in that gruesome scene in the basement. Those are the extra long zip ties that you see were put into a position where it could be used like a handcuffs left on the floor because they never got that far with that set of zip ties. And at 9:30 the next morning, the defendant is back to picking up the co-defendant and headed to Lowe's. And they're headed to Lowe's to make that purchase of those zip ties and take another run. They're not going to be thwarted from getting into that house. Nothing is going to stop them from going through that house looking for riches that don't exist. And they show up that next morning at about 11. And they show up in that DTE vehicle. And you'll remember Mrs. Nyhouse, who's walking her dogs, said, I noticed a sound, and it wasn't really, it's just a weird vehicle sound. And, I look over and I finally see this slow rolling vehicle, but it's marked with DTE. And at that point, I wasn't concerned anymore because I figured they were there just going through the neighborhood. Yes, they were successful. They had tricked the neighbor into thinking it was a legitimate DTE vehicle. So now they get out of the vehicle and go up to the Murray's home to trick them to get into the house. And unfortunately, this time it worked. And you'll hear how, once again, Hernandez is leading the way through that door. And you heard again how they're saying they're there for a gas leak, which doesn't exist. And then you hear that once they get into the house, they want to get down into the basement. For some reason, they think the safe is down in the basement. So once inside the house, as you hear, Mr. Murray goes down first, the co-defendant goes down second, and then the defendant is following behind. And Mrs. Murray doesn't think anything is off at this point. She goes back to the kitchen to continue making breakfast. She says she's there 10 or 15 minutes, doesn't hear anything from downstairs, doesn't hear a commotion, doesn't hear a scream, doesn't hear anything. And as that 15 minutes goes by, she's finished with her breakfast making, and up comes defendant Hernandez first.
So much.
Defendant Hernandez comes up from downstairs.
I drank an entire thermos of coffee. It's empty now.
Where's the safe? Where's the money? Where's the jewels? Now, it's instantly apparent that this is no longer a DTE visit. And she starts saying, we don't have much cash. I got $300 that's in my purse. Where's the safe? We don't have a safe. There's no safe here. Where's the jewels? There's no valuable jewelry here. He continues asking about that. And within seconds, up comes Zuazo, as she said. There was a very brief time period difference, not very long at all. And as she's asked about where's my husband, Zuazo shows up. And she says, where's my husband? And he says, well, he's sleeping. And then she sees the blood on in front of his shirt that he's wearing. And she immediately starts screaming. And what does the defendant do? He hauls off 6'5", 450 pounds and punches her on the left side of the face. You saw her injuries that were later photographed. That's a real hit. You're going to keep screaming?
She lost a tooth as well.
So then what does he do? He starts to duct tape her. The larceny is still going. The larceny isn't over. They got a gun off of Mr. Murray down in the basement. They got his gun. We know that. And defendant Zuazo goes upstairs and starts ransacking because they're still looking for things to steal. The defendant is going through her purse, taking cell phones, taking cash, going through kitchen drawers to find those things. Larceny's not over. He doesn't go running out of the door. Zuazo doesn't go running out of the door saying, this is over. This is ridiculous. No, they're continuing with the plan. And that plan was, as you saw in the text messages, the defendant wants to buy a house with what they expect to get from this larceny. They want to buy a house. They don't want to work hard and save up for it and do
They expected to get enough money from this larceny to buy a house. Okay, so first of all, that's a stupid amount of money. I can't imagine you could possibly think that they're going to keep that at their home. 2, like the IRS and fraud crime, financial crimes unit kind of look into that thing. If you just show up with a bunch of cash to buy a house, it's going to send off some red flags. These are not at all intelligent people.
All the things that you have to do to be able to buy a house. They want to go in there and steal for a house. They want to go in there, and if it takes ending Mr. Murray's life to get that money for a house, so be it. And as you hear, she's getting duct taped up by the defendant. Suazo comes down with the drawer of jewelry. And then what? You think that it's over then? No, they both want to put her in a closet before they leave. Let's put her in the closet. And they try to put her in the closet, and they're not able to put her in the closet because of the way she's taped up. So she's left there without her cell phone, and they leave. And as soon as they leave, they continue doing what they want to do from the beginning, which is to get away with it. So they take that truck down to Detroit because that's direct evidence. They're in that truck. There's probably going to be DNA left in that truck, and they set it ablaze. That truck goes on fire. And then you see the vehicle being followed by the defendant's wife within minutes to where the truck is found blown up within minutes because he's still trying to get away with the larceny. So as the investigation continued, the sheriff's department very quickly, very wisely put out that video to the media. And that video went out on the media quickly. And the defendant was quickly identified as being one of the 2 people in it, physically distinctive. And as they do that, they start figuring out what vehicles are registered to him. Where does he live? Does he have any other residences? And they figure out his Jeep. They figure out the Texas residence. They figure out he's gone before he was staying up here with his mother-in-law.
Like
that mother-in-law who identifies him
Adelson,
as being the other
Donna
person who won the
Adelson.
ring
Didn't
camera,
she literally
and then also
watch the
identifies
money?
him as being on that Lowe's video. She did that in front of you. She'd never had the opportunity to see the Lowe's video before. She identifies both defendants an hour before this. At that point in time, they're stopped in Louisiana. Louisiana takes everything into evidence. And at that point, you hear when it's brought back, all the things.
Old people, you got different thoughts about things
that belong to him. And you see 2 pairs of 13 sneakers that weren't connected to this. So he has 3 pairs of 13. And on the bottom of those 13s, you'll see blood was discovered. And then you'll see that he's collected a lot more of the evidence that didn't even belong to him. He has Zuazo's boots. He's probably tasked with destroying some of the evidence, and he's keeping that. Is he keeping that to negotiate something down the road? Who knows? But he kept it. He still has the DTE clipboard. He still has the DTE.
This is
still
just
has
a
the Poco
repeat.
license plate.
He has
all these
he
items
has
with him, including
all
the
of it. He has all of the evidence of the crimes are in his car, in the mother-in-law's house. Just all of it. All the text messages, planning it, everything. And then he talks because he thinks Slim Man is talking. So he gives away everything and says, I got insurance. I got all the evidence to put that little guy away. Oh my God. They're so dumb. So fucking dumb. What I was going to say is I had a male stripper as a client, and he used to pay me in singles that were folded the long way.
So what you see down in the basement, which is absolutely brutal, what you see down in the basement is, and I think very obvious that Mr. Murray was putting up a struggle. Okay. The only blood that's ever found is Mr. Murray's blood. There's no blood of the defendants. There's DNA of the defendants, but it's not DNA from blood. But he's struggling. And when he's struggling, no matter how big or small either of the defendants are, when you're struggling, they had to bind his hands. They had to bind his mouth. And they bound the hands with both duct tape and those zip ties. And why it's important, and I think it shows, not just because the doctor said the blood is in his lungs, which means he's bleeding. So there's already been that physical altercation, and he's bleeding and inhaling it. That doesn't.
Yeah, who was the paralegal? The fat man was the paralegal, right? If I remember correctly.
Happen if you're already dead. You don't breathe and inhale once you're dead. And at that point in time, you see very clearly in the photos that Rolex is bound underneath those zip ties. It's bound in a way that even the MD said no, that it was secured under those zip ties, because Hernandez likes the Rolexes. We know that, coincidentally. If he could easily have gotten that Rolex off, that would have been the most expensive item to take from that scene.
You just put it in the slot like any other machine.
You heard the multiple blows that Mr. Murray sustained in multiple areas of his head, of his face, consistent with the butt of a gun that was never found, that was taken out of there. The money was never recovered. The cell phones were never recovered. But what was recovered was the defendant's T-shirt, XL6 size. That
Wait, do I have a 12-hour time limit? I thought it was 24.
has the victim's.
Well, I'll start a new stream
What
if
was
this
recovered
goes
was the duct
down.
tape rolls in the basement has both defendants' DNA on it. And the other thing that you can't escape, defense is going to have a closing. I don't know what they're going to say, but you can't escape saying he's not part of that bloody scene. He wasn't upstairs when that happened, because if he's upstairs when that demolishing of Mr. Murray occurs, there isn't going to be Mr. Murray's blood on his T-shirt. There isn't going to be Mr. Murray's DNA on the bottom of his shoes. And you also heard from the crime scene that they took things and it's in into evidence is exhibits 3K, 3O, and 3M. The black 13 Nikes from both sides. But look at that distinctive pattern on the bottom. That is unique. That's unique to the eye. Now there's blood found on these shoes, and that's the victim's blood. But to say he's not down there when this